Su Sun has transmigrated into an unappreciated false young master in a tragic romance novel. The good news is that he has already been in this world for 20 years, blending in with his family. The bad news is that his blending in is quite literal and involves physical conflict. Having endured neglect and disdain, he finds himself merely existing as a recipient of leftover meals upon his arrival. However, the even better news is that he has traveled through countless worlds completing missions. This time, his mission involves being expelled from the Su family, thereby returning to his original world with newfound abilities. Just as Su Sun believed everything was coming to a close, events took an unexpected turn. No, I admit your brother's watch is lost. What are you checking the surveillance for? I was assaulted in plain sight, with witnesses and evidence aplenty. Why don't you just throw me out? I even struck your father, yet none of you reacted. Instead, you choose to be enraged at me. I merely wish to depart. Why does it seem that everyone is determined to prevent my exit? Chapter 1. I implore you to expel me. Su Sun, you pervert. Why is my belongings on your bed? If you don't explain yourself today, I assure you this is far from over. Within the opulent villa, a young man sits on the sofa, bent over with his knees drawn up, fingers interlaced, resting his chin on his hands in deep contemplation. Before him stands a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her expression frigid, clutching an unspeakable object and berating him. To be honest, Su Sun has yet to fully comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, after being dealt a significant blow, he awakened the memories of his past life. It turns out that he had traversed numerous realms, completing countless missions solely to return home. This time, he has transmigrated into an unappreciated false young master within a tragic romance novel. The good news is that he has already spent 20 years in this new reality, integrating with his family. Yet, the bad news is that his integration is fraught with genuine conflict. He has suffered neglect and disdain, merely existing to consume leftover meals. Nevertheless, the delayed voice in his mind informs him that his current task is to be expelled from the Su family, and upon completion, he will achieve true liberation. Reflecting on the 20 years of servitude, Su Sun cannot help but smile. As a sycophant, he could not garner the familial affection he so desired, but being a pariah and cast away is certainly within his reach. Damn it, I quit. As the words fell, an even more furious voice followed closely behind. Su Sun, how dare you still call out? It's one thing to pilfer trivial items, but how have you become increasingly twisted? Why have you remained unrepentant all these years? The woman raised her arm, poised to strike Su Sun's face. Suddenly, he extended his hand, expressionless, and grasped her delicate wrist. The familiar visage bore an unprecedented chill. Say that to me once more. In an instant, the woman appeared somewhat dazed, feeling as if Su Sun had transformed into a different person. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she dismissed it as mere illusion. You perverse lecher, you remain incorrigible. In the past, when the fourth and fifth said you were stealing, I defended you. But what excuse do you have now? This household does not welcome you. Get out of the Su family. Ha ha ha. Su Sun covered his face with laughter. Just when he thought he couldn't leave, fate had delivered a pillow to his restless head. You guessed right, it was I who stole it. Indeed, I am a pervert. I am a deviant. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave. On the surface, Su Sun feigned disappointment, but inwardly he was elated. He could not have imagined that his first mission would unfold so smoothly. Soon, he would depart from this home and return to his own world. The thought of his burgeoning abilities set to flourish made him unable to suppress a smile. The insignificant Su family was of no concern to him. You ungrateful wretch, halt! Just as he turned to leave, a commanding shout echoed as a stern middle-aged man descended from upstairs. Wretched spawn, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. How dare you steal such things? Do you have no shame? Su Sun glanced back with disdain, his steps unceasing. Stop your incessant babbling. I am leaving, yet you continue to bark. The middle-aged man was furious. Wretched spawn, what attitude is this? Do you think we would miss you? Then leave this instant. The middle-aged man, named Su Chiming, was the head of the Su family, the very individual Su Sun once feared the most. The reason he referred to him as landlord rather than father was that Su Sun deemed him unworthy. Su Chiming and his wife were blind both in sight and heart, lacking any parental affection. Years ago, when the Su family's biological son went missing, Su Sun was brought back as a consolation. He aided this couple through their most difficult 2 years. Yet once they emerged from their shadows, he became a burden, met with disdain and abuse. Of course, The Su family's daughters were no better, neglecting him and even bullying him. Initially, he believed this family to be devoid of compassion until a few months ago when their biological son returned, revealing to him that warmth existed in this household, albeit not for him as an outsider. Regardless, he was an outsider and had no need to linger. I implore you to expel me. Just then, a cute girl with damp pigtails hurried down from upstairs. Oh dear sister, I accidentally lost the birthday gift that third sister sent you. Su Muyin was taken aback. What? Oh, it was the sleepwear that third sister designed for you. Su Muyin looked puzzled. What do you mean? Did you help me collect my clothes? Yes, I saw it was raining while exercising on the 5th floor and thought to bring it in, but I discovered upon delivering it that one piece was missing. I swear, I did not do it on purpose. That was a birthday gift specially designed by third sister. If she knew I lost her heartfelt gift, she would surely kill me. Su Muyin furrowed her brow, turning to show her sister Su Baiyan the item in her palm. Is this what you're referring to? Su Baiyan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, that's it. Where did you find it, sister? Upon mentioning this, Su Muyin became furious, pointing at Su Sun and gritting her teeth. I saw this on the bed of that pervert. I kindly went upstairs to call him for dinner, only to stumble upon such a disgusting scene. No wonder I couldn't find it when I went up. It turns out you took it, sister. Su Muyin was momentarily stunned, seeming to realize something was amiss. What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Baiyan retorted. It seems you knew where this item had been all along. What did you mean by going upstairs to search? Su Baiyan looked puzzled. Of course I know what I collected. I left my clothes on the 5th floor, so where else would I search? Your belongings are on the 5th floor? Then why is this item on Su Sun's bed? How would I know? It must be that wretched Su. Suddenly, Su Baiyan paused, coming to a realization. Oh, sister, did you forget? 6 months ago, that wretched Su Sun was already banished to the small black room, and the room on the 5th floor is no longer his. Su Muyin was bewildered. Is that so? Yes. One night you caught Su Sun and a bunch of rascals loitering by the roadside. You scolded him for gallivanting at midnight and told him not to return if he had no home. You even said that it was a waste for him to occupy such a good room and that it would be better to leave it empty for storage. Since then, that wretched rascal has been living in the small black room, and his room has been used to store clothes and other items, which you personally handled. After hearing this, Su Muyin felt utterly dismayed and recalled the incident. At that time, she waited for Su Sun until late at night, and in a fit of anger, she discarded his belongings. When Su Sun returned, he scolded her not to come back if he had no home. But now, after all this time, it turned out to be a misunderstanding, yet she had acted without discernment. Su Muyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. She prided herself on being impartial, yet she had unjustly accused someone based solely on her subjective assumptions. In an instant, she found herself unable to meet Su Sun's teasing gaze. Nevertheless, having been accustomed to her proud demeanor since childhood, she, as the half-head of the family, did not acquiesce to Su Xuan, though her tone softened slightly. Little Xuan, today I was in the wrong. It was my elder sister who misunderstood you. There is no need for you to leave. Upon hearing this, Su Sun's lips curled into a smirk. My apologies. I am no longer interested. Having seen enough of the farce, it was time for him to depart. Calmly, Su Xuan exited the villa, extending his arms, eagerly awaiting the familiar and warm beams of light to descend. Now that his mission had been accomplished, he could finally return to his rightful life and embark on the pinnacle of his existence. Come forth, illuminate me. Let me escape from this world. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 2 minutes, until 5 minutes had elapsed. Nothing transpired. The individuals within the villa were bewildered, utterly ignorant of what had occurred. Only the foolish laughter of Su Baiyan echoed in their ears. Look at the pathetic Su Xuan. What a performance. It has me in stitches, ha ha. At that moment, Su Xuan was equally perplexed, his entire being frozen in place. Wait, why am I still here? Chapter 2. Either drive me away, or I shall assume the role of your father. What is this nonsense? Am I to step out of the door? With this thought in mind, Su Sun hastily dashed out, yet nothing transpired. He flitted back and forth between the gate and the Su family estate, but still, no changes occurred. Su Qiming and his 2 daughters stood in bewilderment. Was Su Sun's peculiar behavior in the rain a sign of madness? A sense of discomfort washed over Su Muyin, as she felt certain this was indeed the case. Little Sun must be unable to bear the weight of the blow, resulting in a mental breakdown, and all of this was due to her reckless accusations. What are you still standing there for? This wretched child is acting irrationally. Hurry and pull him back. If outsiders see him, will Will the Su family still have any face left? Upon hearing this, the two sisters rushed forward to drag Su Sun back into the villa. Su Muyin crouched before the drenched and dazed Su Sun, her words faltering. His disheveled appearance plunged her into deep contemplation. Even Su Baiyan had seized her playful demeanor, pondering whether Su Sun was indeed affected by a severe blow to his psyche. Unbeknownst to them, Su Sun's mind was consumed with the question of why he had not returned. Had he not already been expelled? Logically, this should have been the end of it, right? Little son, please do not frighten me. Just now, it was my elder sister who was in the wrong. Please come to your senses. Su Muyin implored. I shall not drive you away. My earlier words were merely spoken in anger. Please do not terrify me. Suddenly, Su Sun perceived the crux of the matter. He had indeed been expelled, but it seemed that, in the end, he was not to be cast out after all. Su Sun felt utterly speechless. Had he known, he would have slipped away long ago. What was the point of watching this farce? No, you must expel me. You cannot go back on your word. Su Muyan's eyes grew more pained. Assuming Su Sun's words were merely a result of anger, guilt surged within her. Clearly, they were family. How could she utter such heartless words? How hurtful this was. Rest assured, little son, this time it was my elder sister's fault. She would never cast you out, nor would anyone else. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory compensation. Su Sun's expression shifted dramatically. I do not want compensation. I merely wish to be driven away. I beg you expel me. Su Muyin thought Su Sun was still seething with anger. Her tone softened again. Little son, it was my elder sister who acted too hastily. I understand what an insult it is to label a young man as perverse. To make amends for your hurt, I will grant you anything you desire. I desire nothing. You must expel me today. Su Sun's sudden resolve left Su Muyin momentarily stunned. A wave of unpleasant memories surged within her. She recalled that day when she had assumed Su Sun was out on the streets with unruly friends. Only later did she learn he was working part-time to earn money, as his pocket money had been consistently withheld at home. Though she had misunderstood at the time, she had not offered an apology and had even forgotten about the incident where her angry words had led to Su Sun's expulsion. Su Muyin suddenly began to question herself. Had she truly been so subjective in her judgments all along? In an instant, a look of sorrow crossed her face. Do not worry, little son, I will not cast you out. I will go and tidy up your room right now, and no one will ever drive you away again. As Su Muyin prepared to clean, Su Sun erupted. What the hell? I will not stay in this wretched home any longer. Do you not understand? You must expel me. And you, Su Baiyan, why are you meddling in this? Were it not for you, I would have left this miserable home already. The innocently accused Su Baiyan was immediately filled with fury. You ungrateful wretch. If it were not for my defense, you would have already become a stray dog. You should be grateful and not dare to speak against me. Su Sun shot back a fierce glare. You can take your gratitude and shove it. Who wishes to stay in this miserable home? Today, you must either expel me or prepare for a tumultuous uproar. At that moment, Su Qiming could no longer contain himself. Allowing Su Sun to remain was already a tremendous act of mercy. Yet, Su Sun seemed utterly oblivious to this. You ungrateful child. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Do not push me to resort to the family rules. Su Sun's eyes widened. He shot back defiantly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You threaten me with family rules. Do not think I will yield. Su Qiming was taken aback. You dare to speak to me like this? Wretched child, have you truly turned against me? Not only Su Qiming, who had just been reprimanded, was shocked. Su Muyin and Su Baiyan exchanged incredulous glances. How had the once timid Su Sun transformed into this audacious figure? Had he truly been pushed to such extremes? But was it truly necessary? Had such things not occurred before? Suddenly, Su Muyin recalled various past events. Could it be that those instances were misunderstandings as well? Indeed, one or two misunderstandings would not lead to this, but what about the long-term accumulation? Su Sun had tried to explain before, yet it seemed no one had ever taken it to heart. A wave of bitterness washed over her. Su Muyin suddenly recognized her own transgressions. As the eldest sister in the family, she had not only failed to care for her younger brother, but had instead allowed him to languish in grievances. Was this not a dereliction of duty on her part? Father, little son was merely speaking in a moment of anger. Do not hold it against him. Nonsense. This wretched child is acting with intent. I shall skin him alive today. Su Qiming's authority was undisputed, especially in the eyes of Su Sun. Yet, Su Sun was no longer the same. He would not tolerate humiliation any longer. Either he would be expelled, or he would turn this household upside down. Today, I shall stand against you. If you dare, expel me from the Su family. The Su family is nothing to me. Do you think I care for you? Su Qiming roared in fury, wretched child. Su Sun retorted defiantly, you are the wretched one. Old man, I have called you father for so many years. It is indeed a blessing from your ancestors. Su Sun exclaimed. From childhood, you treated me like a stranger, ignoring me, only to beat and scold me when it suited you. If you do not like me, why did you bring me back from the orphanage? Was it for sport? While they each had a car to take them to school, I had to ride the bus, and if I came home late, I faced your wrath. Do I possess wings? If I were you, I would have been the first to kick your old face sideways. From a young age, whenever you were pleased, you would lavish them with hundreds of thousands in pocket money, yet you could not even spare 500 for my tuition. The school thought I was an orphan and raised funds for me, yet you were embarrassed. Others do not know you are my father. It is a disgrace to me. They celebrate extravagant birthday parties every year, while Su Baiyan, this foolish girl, loses a tooth, and you still take her to a fancy hotel for consolation. I received nothing but scorn for a birthday cake. Well, fine. I know I should not expect much. But why must you always blame me for your mistakes? You take out your frustrations on me. The money I earned through hard work, you say I stole and confiscated. When I act heroically, you accuse me of meddling. Yet when someone honors me with a flag of gratitude, you claim it is your teaching. How utterly disgusting. Today, you will either expel me from this door, and we shall part ways, or you shall acknowledge me as your father, and I will assume the role of your patriarch. At this moment, Su Qiming's face flushed crimson, veins protruding on his forehead, and his tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. Observing this, Su Sun realized he had struck a nerve, with insults having escalated to such a degree. He couldn't believe this old man could still endure. Speak up, will you? Are you a ninja turtle? Internally cursing, Su Sun narrowed his eyes and intensified his provocation. Meeting Su Qiming's furious gaze head-on, prolonged suppression was bound to culminate in an explosive outburst. Qiming, allow me a grand exit. At last, Su Qiming's lips parted. You, father, enough, truly enough. Suddenly, Su Muyan's choked scream rendered both sides momentarily speechless. What does this mean? What new antics does my dear sister intend to unleash? At that moment, Su Qiming wore a look of confusion. Eldest sister, what do you mean by this? Father, it is I who should be asking you what you mean. Is what Xiao Sun just said truly the case? Why was I never aware of it? Su Qiming scoffed disdainfully. And so what if it is? I have long known he is an ungrateful wretch, hence my deliberate actions. Su Muyan was engulfed in shock and disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. Father? How could you act in such a manner? He is your son, our family member. How can you behave like this? Obviously, the words just spoken had transcended her comprehension. While she was aware that Su Sun had not been treated well at home, she had merely assumed it was due to some neglect. Every time Su Sun was punished, it was simply because he had erred, yet she had never fathomed the truth could be so grim. Growing up under the expectations of her parents, she had always adhered to the path they laid out, and upon maturing, she had been preoccupied with family and career, paying little attention to domestic affairs. Even her younger sisters had not garnered much of her concern, for she believed that as long as her parents were present, the family would weather any storm. At the very least, there was a mature and composed second sibling to look after matters. Yet, how could such injustice transpire within her own home? Relying on donations for tuition, being treated like a thief, and having her hard-earned money confiscated? The family was evidently affluent. Even a card worth hundreds of thousands would likely be disregarded by all. She could scarcely comprehend that her father would commit such acts, that with such wealth, he would compel his own child to seek donations for education, a mere few thousand yuan, snatched away by a father whose fortune was in the millions. Reflecting on the past, she was horrified to realize that since Su Sun had returned home, he had seemingly never celebrated a proper birthday. At most, their mother had once, in a moment of maternal affection, served him a bowl of longevity noodles. Meanwhile, they celebrated lavishly every year, and joyfully. They could even advance the festivities for the following year. She could not fathom the feelings of a person long overlooked, receiving a cake only to have it crushed underfoot. Was this family truly so unjust? Su Muyan, I have no need for your feigned sympathy. Are you attempting to provide me with hope only to plunge me into despair once more? How could you be so despicable? Su Muyan trembled, as if doused with icy water, and meeting Su Sun's frigid gaze pierced her heart with anguish. No, Xiao Sun, I did not. I truly did not. Spare me. 2 months ago, when your necklace broke, you blamed me merely because I passed by your room. I begged for your forgiveness. And you clearly stated that you held no grudge. Yet what did you do? In retaliation, you callously discarded the little kitten I had rescued. I frantically implored you to tell me where the cat was thrown, yet you merely shot me a cold glance, declaring I was losing my focus. Ultimately, I found that nearly lifeless kitten in the nearby park. Su Muyan, how could you be so malevolent? Su Muyan was filled with shock. No, that is not true. Her eyes reddened, tears welling as she shook her head in denial. I did not seek revenge on you. I genuinely wanted to send it away because I was allergic to cat fur. You are lying. The cat and I lived in the underground garage, confined within a cage. How could that trigger your allergy? If you simply disliked it, why did you have to kill it? I truly did not. Su Muyan could no longer suppress her guilt. Tears streamed forth like a torrential flood. I clearly instructed the driver to help me find someone to adopt that kitten. How could I possibly have killed it? I did not. Then why did it appear gravely injured and dying in the park? Please provide me with an explanation. I do not know. I truly do not. I will call the driver right now. I will ensure you receive an explanation. At that moment, Su Baiyan's voice rang out with confusion. Father, when I asked you where Su Sun's cat had gone, you said you had killed it. You cannot possibly be serious. Upon hearing this, two piercing gazes were swiftly directed at Su Qiming. Su Qiming's expression became somewhat unnatural. However, upon noticing Su Sun daring to glare at him in such a manner, anger surged within him. That damned cat incessantly meowed in the garage. When it ran out that day, I struck it out of annoyance, not realizing it was so fragile. Such words were uttered carelessly, as if extinguishing a small life was a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Su Muyin completely lost control, rushing before Su Qiming to confront him in anguish and fury. Father, how could you act in such a way? It was on the verge of being sent away. Why did you have to intervene so cruelly? At this moment, Su Sun's pent-up rage erupted entirely, and he swung a fist towards Su Qiming. Su Qiming, you scoundrel. Chapter 3. You won't expel me. I will see if you can leave this door. Stop. Do not strike. Please, do not continue fighting. With one punch, Su Sun caused Su Qiming to see stars. Su Muyin and Su Baiyan clung tightly to Su Sun, terrified he would strike again. Yet even so, Su Sun raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Su Qiming. This kick ignited the paternal fury within Su Qiming, who stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to discipline his rebellious son. Helplessly, Su Muyin positioned herself firmly in front of Su Sun, holding on tightly, while Su Baiyan grasped her father's arm. Fearing the situation would escalate, amidst the tug-of-war between the two women, a brawl transformed into an intense verbal confrontation. You old fool. If it weren't for your precious daughter holding me back, I would make sure you knew who the real father is today. You wretched spawn. You truly are a wretched spawn. Had I known you would turn out like this, I should have drowned you in the toilet. You old fool. You are the real wretched one. I am right here. Come, come, come. If you have the guts, drown me. Very well. You wretched spawn think you're so clever. Not only did you kill a cat, but you even dared to strike your own father. You are a disgrace to the heavens. Fine. I will now show you what true disgrace is. With that, Su Sun shoved Su Muyin aside, kicked Su Qiming down, and mounted him, delivering several slaps. Disgrace? This is what true disgrace looks like. You enjoy slapping me, do you? Today, I shall let you know just how resounding the slaps of others can be. Smack, smack. Do you think your precious daughter is capable of holding me back? That was merely me providing her a foothold. Also a way out for you. But you insist on putting your face forward for me to strike. How can I not fulfill your wishes? Witness my great wrath. Smack. The sound of resounding slaps echoed throughout the spacious villa. The two women stood there, frozen in shock. Once they regained their composure, they frantically pulled Su Sun away from Su Qiming. Su Muyin clung to Su Sun, sobbing and choking on her words. I'm sorry, Xiao Sun. It was my fault. I shouldn't have wronged you today. It's all my mistake. Please, don't hit him. He's our father. I'm his daughter. I beg you, just spare him this once. Can you do that for your elder sister? Su Sun turned around, taken aback by the sight of the tearful and pitiful Su Muyin, so utterly humble in her plea. This was a stark contrast to the proud and aloof woman he remembered. Su Muyin had always been seen as a strong woman in the eyes of others, yet here she was, shedding tears. Truly, a sight for sore eyes. But what did this have to do with him? He had already been cast out of his family today. Slowly, Su Sun crouched down and gave Su Qiming's aged face a couple of slaps. Old man, are you feeling angry? How does it feel to be slapped? This is your beloved. Supported by Su Baiyan, Su Qiming glared at Su Sun with eyes full of fury, gritting his teeth, just because a cat died. You've committed such a heinous act against your father? Truly remarkable. The cat didn't die, Su Sun replied, his tone indifferent. Everyone fell silent for an instant. Upon realizing, Su Qiming nearly fainted from rage, raising his fist to charge again, but was firmly held back by Su Baiyan. Dad, what are you doing? Do you want to get hit again? This wretched child must be punished today. I thought he harbored such great hatred because the cat died. But it turns out it didn't. So why is he acting out? I find it amusing. His words were enough to infuriate Su Qiming further. With a loud crash, he slammed his ringing phone down in fury. Wretched child. I won't even attend the banquet. I will risk my life to dismantle your rebellious spirit. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? You want to go to the banquet? Even if you want to, I'll break your legs so you can't go. The father and son had reached an impasse, the flames of conflict ready to erupt. Enough. I beg you both to stop. Su Muyin shouted, her eyes scanning around, revealing her sorrow. A once harmonious home had descended into a battlefield between father and son. It was all due to her baseless accusations made without evidence, pushing Su Sun to the brink of madness. She felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Thus, she pleaded, Dad, I implore you, after all these years, haven't you punished Xiao Sun enough? Must you push him to the point of patricide? Even the most docile person will retaliate when cornered. Su Qiming's heart jolted at the mention of patricide, momentarily shaken. Reason reclaimed its dominion as he observed Su Sun, realizing that he indeed appeared quite abnormal. At this moment, Su Sun resembled someone driven to desperation, ready to fight to the death. Oh no, this rebellious son wouldn't he dare to consider a life-for-a-life exchange, would he? A wave of panic swept through Su Qiming, instantly dispelling any thoughts of violence. Seeing Su Qiming back down, Su Sun could not contain himself and continued to stoke the fire. Old man, are you really scared of her? I'm perfectly fine, so you needn't worry. Rest assured, I want to go all out against you. Are you angry? If so, just kick me out of the Su family. Let us part ways and never see each other again. No one is allowed to leave. Su Muyan shouted again. This left Su Sun speechless. What is going on with you today? You used to disregard me completely. Why do you care about my affairs now? Get out of my way. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Muyan clutched Su Sun's arm tightly. Xiao Sun, today I wrongly accused you. I understand you've been wronged for so many years. I promise, from now on, no one in this family will hit or scold you again. You might as well just disappear. Su Sun pushed Su Muyan to the ground, a mocking smile on his face as he approached Su Qiming. Qiming, as long as you speak one word, you will be my greatest benefactor for life. But unexpectedly, Su Qiming, seemingly genuinely frightened, snorted coldly and changed the subject. Well, the rain has stopped. It's time for me to head to the banquet. Stop. Today, you want to sever ties with me and kick me out. Let us see if you can make it out that door. Wretched child, you've gone too far. I have indeed gone too far. Go on, hit me. I dare you. Su Sun leaned forward, playfully slapping his own face. A cheeky grin on his face that would have earned him a slap from Su Qiming in the past. However, Su Sun's current demeanor was indeed unusual, and Su Qiming feared that in a desperate moment, he might drag him down with him. Feigning a cold snort, Su Qiming turned and retreated into the house. Humph. I'll go tidy myself up first, and then I'll come back to settle accounts with you. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into silence. After all, there was no rush. Su Sun could afford to wait a little longer. Just as the three sat on the sofa, staring at each other in silence, a middle-aged woman burst into the villa, panting heavily, followed closely by a beautiful young woman, equally anxious. Muyan, something has happened. Your father is in trouble. What are you saying, Mom? Dad is fine. Qin Xian Lan, her face streaked with tears, wailed, Muyan, don't try to comfort me. Your father is likely to be implicated. The entire banquet was a front for drug trafficking, and all the guests were arrested. Your father has also been taken away. We can't reach him. How could this happen? Su Muyan's heart filled with dread. Drugs, illicit activities, and an astronomical amount of money involved. Even if they miraculously cleared his name, the family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Most crucially, it was clear that someone had set them up. If her father truly went, she couldn't bear to think further, as the consequences would be dire, potentially leading the entire Su family to ruin. Muyan, don't just stand there. Think of a way to save your father. He is unreachable. He must have been arrested. We need to come up with a plan quickly. Qin Xian Lan was completely at a loss. As the eldest daughter was the most intelligent, the family's hopes resting squarely on her shoulders. At this moment, the second child, Su Wanqing, who had been silently grieving, also spoke up with a glum face. Elder sister, Dad must be innocent. You must ensure nothing happens to him. Su Muyan understood this all too well, but what could they do while he was at home? She was about to explain when a puzzled, displeased voice cut through the air. Why are you all crying at night? Who died? Instantly, Qin Xian Lan and Su Wanqing's eyes widened. They thought they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could the man they expected to be arrested appear before them? What? Are you seeing ghosts? What else with that expression? Old Su, you weren't arrested? Qin Xian Lan. Su Qiming, already seething with pent-up anger, exploded. What do you mean by that? Do you wish for me to be arrested? No, it is not merely so. Observing her mother's hesitance and faltering words, Su Wanqing quickly interjected. Dad, my mother does not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand. Then what does she mean? Who in their right mind would wish for her husband to be taken away? That is not the case. It was merely an unexpected incident, Dad. Did you not attend the banquet today? The banquet? At the mere mention of it, Su Qiming's irritation flared. He had already been late and was further delayed. He instinctively shot a glare at Su Sun and coldly remarked, I would have liked to attend, but some miscreant prevented me. Hey, now I'm being blamed for your temper. Seeing Su Sun stir, Su Muyan quickly wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly. Little son, for the sake of your elder sister, would you refrain from escalating this? Witnessing the palpable tension between father and son, Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes. Su Sun, Have you provoked Dad again? Is there something wrong with this family? Why must everything be blamed on me? But you're right this time. I did it on purpose to irritate him. You. Su Wonking was about to retort when Qin Xinlan's excited voice cut in. Provoking anger is good. Provoking anger is good. Oh no, I mean not attending the banquet is good. Old Su, do you realize you've narrowly escaped a disaster? Su Qiming was taken aback. What do you mean? What disaster have I escaped? Old Su, you have no idea. Something went awry at the banquet today? A major incident. There were drugs and prostitution involved. Qin Xinlan recounted the events of the evening with a look of dread. Upon hearing the truth, Su Qiming's eyes widened, a wave of panic washing over him. So, had I attended, I could have been apprehended as an accomplice. Indeed, Old Su, it's fortunate you didn't go. Your luck is truly remarkable. At that moment, Su Muyin was not about to let Su Sun miss out on credit. Dad, you should thank little Sun. Had he not stopped you, you might have found yourself in a predicament. Hearing this, Su Qiming felt a twinge of discomfort. While her words bore truth, the thought of Su Sun pinning him down ignited his anger. Thank him for what? He dares to assault his own father. How is that something to be grateful for? Instantly, Qin Xinlan's smile faded, and she cast a shocked glance at Su Sun. Little Sun, what do you mean? You struck your father? How could you lay hands on him? Su Wonking frowned, her voice cold. Su Sun, do you realize how outrageous this is? Have you been given too much leeway lately to forget respect for your elders? The atmosphere grew tense. Yet, in the face of their scrutiny, Su Sun merely crossed his arms, a cheeky grin on his face. Indeed, I did strike him, so what? If you have the guts, cast me out of the Su family. Otherwise, cease your incessant prattle. Shock, confusion, and anger washed over Su Wonking as she regarded Su Sun in disbelief. Was this truly the timid and cautious Su Sun she remembered? You, today, you've truly gone too far. Who do you think you are? Do you think anyone cares about you? Silence, Su Wonking. Suddenly, Su Muyin's admonishment left Su Wonking momentarily stunned. Elder sister? You are scolding me for this rebellious child? Su Muyin replied coolly. Mind your words. What do you mean by rebellious? He saved Dad's life. How does that equate to rebellion? But he dared to strike Dad. Let me ask you. If little Sun warned you of a kidnapping and advised you not to go to work, would you heed his warning or ignore it? Su Wonking scoffed. Nonsense. Who would believe such absurdity? Look, even you don't believe it. Do you think Dad would? Su Wonking suddenly froze. She grasped her elder sister's implication. Su Muyin surveyed the room, embodying the true head of the family. Do you recall a few weeks ago? Little Sun mentioned that there seemed to be illegal activities at the hotel where he was working as a part-time waiter. He warned us to be cautious around that place. Yet, how did we respond? We dismissed him as speaking nonsense. Dad even misinterpreted the situation, thinking little Sun was embarrassing him by working there and used connections to have him dismissed. And now look, a disaster has occurred. If little Sun had approached Dad respectfully this evening, even if he had to kneel, do you think Dad would have taken him seriously? In that moment, silence engulfed the room. Everyone understood that with Su Qiming's obstinate nature, rather than listening, he would likely have struck Su Sun for being alarmist. At this point, Su Sun was utterly bewildered. This is not right. You're all missing the point. You should be expelling me. Su Muyin's eyes glimmered with concern. Little Sun, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one will allow you to suffer. Would you kindly be quiet? I do not need you to speak on my behalf. Su Sun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Little Sun, do you still refuse to forgive me? It's all right. I will make everyone understand your intentions. Su Muyin turned to the others, her expression grave. You see, everyone knows Dad's temperament. Conventional methods will never persuade him to relent. Hence, little Sun's unusual behavior tonight, daring to strike Dad. Yes, he indeed crossed a line, but without such measures, how could he have ensured Dad's safety and spared our family from disaster? Thus, none of you are to blame him. Oh, Su Baiyan finally grasped the situation. So that is what happened. No wonder today as Su Sun was acting like a lunatic, even saying he would rather break Dad's legs than let him leave the house. Turns out we misunderstood him. Realizing the truth, Qin Xinlan looked at Su Sun with newfound appreciation. Little Sun, is that so? We misjudged you. Don't worry, with me around, even if your dad is upset today, I will see to it that he keeps his temper in check. Upon hearing this, Su Sun's face turned ashen. Oh, what are you doing? Chapter 5. Indeed, I am the thief. Hurry and cast me out of this house. Su Sun's mind raced with a torrent of frustration. Had he known better, he would have refrained from meddling. Now, not only was he not expelled, but he had also somehow become a hero. No, this cannot stand. I must be cast out. Silence. I care not for this old man's fate. I merely find him distasteful and wish to strike him. Is that so wrong? You all think too highly of yourselves. Why don't you just expel me from the Su family already? Su Muyin gently caressed Su Sun's face, her voice trembling with emotion. Little Sun, I know I disappointed you today, and I understand that mother and your second sister have also let you down, causing you pain. Rest assured, no one will cast you out of this family. Fifth sister, you must immediately prepare little Sun's former bedroom. Do it right this moment. Exhausted, Su Sun slumped back onto the sofa, utterly drained. He was not only physically fatigued, but also felt an immense burden on his spirit. At this moment, he truly wished to cry. Trapped, unable to leave. What kind of predicament was this? Yet, in an instant, a playful smirk crept upon his lips. Since the Su family insisted on keeping him, he would ensure to turn their lives upside down. He would not believe that with his notorious reputation, he could truly remain in the Su family. That night, Su Sun returned to his former bedroom. After spending half a year in a dim, windowless underground garage, returning to such a spacious and luminous environment felt quite unfamiliar. However, since he was already here, he resolved to make the best of it. After all, if others wished for him to stay, then stay he would, as long as certain individuals did not come to regret their decision later. It had been a long time. Dear bed. The following morning, the group, who had never waited for breakfast before, now sat quietly at the table, awaiting Su Sun's descent for the meal. Observing Su Sun's puzzled hesitation, Su Muyin promptly seized him and pulled him to sit beside her. Little Sun, from now on, we shall dine together as a family, none shall be left out. With little interest in Su Muyin's lofty ideals, Su Sun shoveled breakfast into his mouth with the fervor of a famished ghost. Su Wanqing's expression turned icy. How crude of him, as if we were starving him. Oh, are you not providing me with food? Each of you returns from your meals outside without a thought for my well-being. When I sought to prepare a meal for myself, I found that nothing had been saved for me, leaving me to scavenge like a wretched spirit. Su Wanqing's face darkened, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Su Muyin's loud reprimand. Second, apologize to little Sun. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should I apologize? What gives you the right? Your current attitude, your behavior last night, and your unfounded accusations against him warrant an apology. Su Muyin's voice rose. I initially wished to spare you some dignity, yet you persist in this manner. Apologize to little Sun. Elder sister, are you serious? You want me to apologize to him? Now that you've heard me, do as I say, no need for repetition. I refuse. Su Wanqing, is it now that I cannot command you? Fine. In that case, do not approach me for assistance in the future. The tension between the women was palpable. Su Sun, leisurely munching on a bun while sipping milk, found the spectacle rather amusing. Seeing Su Sun's smug expression nearly drove Su Wanqing to slap him, but Su Muyin's unwavering gaze held her back. Amidst the escalating tension, their mother, Qin Xianlan, stepped in. Wanqing, after all, little Sun helped your father through a significant crisis. You should treat him better. Muyin, you too. You know Wanqing is sensitive and proud. Give her some leeway. Qin Xianlan had hoped her intervention would quell the discord, but Su Muyin stood firm. Mother, do you truly believe that father is more important than acknowledging the wrongs committed against little Sun? Of course not. So why should she not apologize for her mistakes? As the eldest sister, I can humble myself. What prevents her from doing the same? Elder sister, can you not grant me some face? Absolutely not. Why? Su Wanqing's face blazed with indignation as she suddenly turned to Su Baiyan. Fifth sister, I have always treated you well. Will you not speak up for me? Su Baiyan, unwilling to involve herself in this tumult, lowered her head and feigned ignorance while savoring her breakfast. This milk is delightful. I love it, hee hee. With her mother and sister against her, Su Wanqing found herself in a precarious position, the atmosphere thick with tension. As time passed, and her elder sister's cold gaze bore down on her, she realized she would have to concede today. Then, the authoritative voice of Su Qiming rang out. Enough. Let us eat in peace. There's no need for such nonsense. Silence. Father. Su Muyin protested. Silence and eat. Where's your brother? Call him down for breakfast. This brother was not Su Sun, but the true heir of the Su family, Su Wan. Having been lost for many years and finally returned after much hardship, he was now the center of the family's affection. He was beyond reproach, and any criticism was unthinkable. Su Muyin reluctantly ascended to summon him. Moments later, a frail figure rushed down in a flurry. Mom, Dad, the watch you gave me is missing. It was Su Wan, whose eyes were red-rimmed and filled with grievance as he approached his parents, recounting his woes. His pallid complexion and slight frame made him appear fragile, as if a gust of wind could topple him, evoking pity from all. Qin Xianlan embraced her son, her heart aching. Son, it's just a watch. It's no trouble. I'll buy you another. Mom, it's not the same. Su Wan lifted his head, eyes brimming with tears. That was my first gift from you. It was the first time I felt the warmth of this family. How can a mere replacement suffice? I looked at it just last night, and now it's gone. Last night, Brother Sun moved back to the 5th floor and passed by my room. Could it be the Su family villa had 5 stories, with Su Chi Ming and his wife on the 2nd floor, Su Wen also on the 2nd, while the 5 sisters resided on the 3rd and 4th? It was curious that his belongings had not gone missing until Su Sun returned to the 5th floor. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Sun. His eating paused mid-bite, and he felt an urge to curse under his breath. He had been avoiding the insufferable green tea prince. Yet here he was, caught in the crossfire of misfortune. Little Sun, was it truly you? If you have it, you may return it now, and we can let bygones be bygones, I assure you. Elder sister, you misunderstand. I'm not suggesting Brother Sun took it, merely that he might have seen my watch. Given he stood by my door last night. Though her words seemed to exonerate him, they subtly pointed fingers at the alleged culprit. Upon hearing this, Su Chi Ming slammed the table. Ungrateful child. Did you take it or not? If you did, return it immediately. Su Mu Yin stood gravely before Su Sun. Little Sun, if you wish for it back, you can tell me. There's no need to take your brother's belongings. What taking? He is a thief. Even at this age, he hasn't shed his habit of petty theft. A laugh escaped Su Sun. Ah, so I'm the villain here. Yes, I confess, I am the lowly thief. Please, cast me out. Su Mu Yin was taken aback. Little Sun? Why? I thought those past misunderstandings were resolved. Why would you resort to theft? Why? Haven't you already decided on the thief? What reason is there to steal? Enough. I've had my fill. Let us dispense with the chatter. If you dare, expel me from the Su family. I implore you, cast me out. Su Chi Ming glared at Su Mu Yin. Is this the brother you choose to protect? Truly, a dog cannot change its ways. Father, what if there is a misunderstanding? Can we not refrain from conclusions until the matter is thoroughly investigated? What is there to investigate? He has admitted it. But oh, elder sister, what purpose does this guessing serve? We can simply check the surveillance footage. As Su Bai Nian's voice rang out, all attention shifted, and Su Wen instinctively trembled. Chapter 6. You'd better not cast me out. The surveillance camera on the 2nd floor, isn't it broken? Su Bai Nian looked up and smiled. Indeed it is broken, but I am not referring to the 2nd floor, rather to Su Sun's room. Su Wen's heart, which had just been calmed, instantly surged with anxiety. At that moment, Su Sun was equally bewildered. What on earth? When did my room have a surveillance camera? It was installed when you were being expelled, as something needed to be stored inside. What is the matter? Are you afraid? How interesting. So you've been on guard against me all along? But there's no need to investigate. It was indeed me who did it. Just go ahead and expel me. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Su Wen weakly pleaded, Mom, Dad, sisters, I do not blame Brother Sun for this. Let us just let it go. There's no need to embarrass Brother Sun by checking the surveillance in front of so many people. With a cold snort, Su Wanqing interjected, Xiao Wen. You are too kind. You even want to speak well of those who have harmed you. Rest assured, sisters will surely seek justice for you. 5th sister, go check the surveillance. All right. In that moment, Su Wen could no longer maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Su Sun was filled with exasperation. Did I not already admit it was me? Why the need to check the surveillance? Usually, any mistakes are attributed to him. Why must they investigate today? If the surveillance reveals it was not him, would that not absolve him? A hint of panic flickered in Su Wen's eyes as he hastily chimed in. Mom, Dad. Big sister, it's merely a watch. There's no need to check the surveillance. Let us just let this matter pass. It was my fault for bringing it up. Don't worry, Xiao Wen. Today, Mom and Dad will certainly stand up for you. 5th, go check the surveillance. This scoundrel's crimes must be made public. Dad. Really no need. Su Wen's face was ashen. Dad will definitely give you an explanation. 5th, hurry. Understood, Dad. At this point, Su Wen was completely overtaken by panic. Just as he was at a loss, Su Mu Yin suddenly intervened, blocking Su Bai Nian. Mom, Dad, Xiao Sun may not have done it intentionally, and besides, Xiao Wen is not upset. Let us just let it go. Yes, big sister is right. Let us just let it go. However, despite Su Mu Yin and Su Wen's persistent pleas, Su Chi Ming remained unyielding. With a cold snort, he declared, How can this brat commit misdeeds, yet lack the courage to face the consequences? I will ensure he is publicly humiliated today. Go check. Su Wen nearly broke into tears. Dad, no. I don't want Brother Sun to leave. Rest assured, Xiao Wen, today Dad will undoubtedly give you an explanation. Ultimately, amidst Su Wen's fearful gaze, Su Bai Nian produced a computer, the mouse clicking incessantly. During this time, Su Mu Yin continued to speak on Su Sun's behalf, hoping to mitigate the punishment. After all, there is a significant difference between voluntarily admitting guilt and being confronted with undeniable evidence. I found it. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's heart sank entirely. 5th, quickly reveal the entire process of this scoundrel's crime. Since he fears disgrace so much, I will ensure he remembers this lesson. Dad. It seems Su Sun didn't steal anything. What? Su Chi Ming frowned, momentarily doubting his own hearing. At that moment, Su Bai Nian's voice confidently rang out again. Dad, Su Sun has been sleeping soundly since he returned to his room yesterday until dawn, and upon waking, he went straight downstairs. During that time, he did not even pass by Xiao Wen's room. Instead, it was Xiao Wen who sneakily entered Su Sun's room and placed something under his pillow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Wanqing returned angrily from upstairs, holding a watch of considerable value. Dad, I found the watch under Su Sun's pillow. Xiao Wen's belongings were indeed stolen by him. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Su Sun sat on the sofa, his hand resting on his forehead, utterly speechless. Now he certainly could not be driven away. Meanwhile, Su Wen stood frozen in place, trembling slightly, his heart racing with fear. Seeing this, Su Wanqing was taken aback. What's wrong? Mom, Dad, big sister, I found the stolen goods. The evidence is irrefutable. The thief is Su Sun. With a resounding slap, Su Wanqing received a harsh blow. She widened her eyes, covering her stinging cheek, filled with shock. Big sister, you actually hit me. Su Wanqing, be quiet. After casting a fierce glare, Su Muyin sat down before Su Sun, grasping his hand tightly. Xiao Sun, I'm sorry. I misjudged you once again. The prejudice of individuals can be as immovable as a mountain. It was at that moment that Su Muyin realized her bias had penetrated deep into her bones. With no evidence, she had once again condemned Su Sun based solely on hearsay. No wonder Xiao Sun had previously tried to explain, but now chose to admit it outright. He had long known of their bias and had lost all hope. Su Muyin wished to say more, but Su Sun impatiently shook off her hand. At that moment, her heart sank, feeling as though something had been hollowed out. She was enraged, but not at Su Sun. Her anger was directed at Su Wen, who had deceived everyone. Her expression cold, she approached Su Wen and delivered a sharp slap. Su Wen, I always thought you were merely naive and a bit fragile. I never expected your scheming to be so profound that you could resort to such underhanded tactics. You have truly disappointed me. With tears welling in his eyes, Su Wen looked as if he might break down. Seeing this, Qin Xianlan rushed to embrace him, her heart aching. Muyin, your brother may not have meant it. There's no need to be this harsh. Not intentional. Did you not see the clear footage of the surveillance? He framed and wronged him. Had we not checked the surveillance today, Xiao Sun could have truly been expelled. He is your precious son, yet Xiao Sun is also our brother. How can you show such bias? Only then did Su Wanqing finally grasp the entire situation, staring at Su Wen in shock and confusion. The watch? Did you deliberately frame him? In an instant, tears streamed down Su Wen's face. I'm sorry, second sister. I'm sorry, big sister. I'm sorry, brother son. I was just so frightened. I have never experienced warmth in a family, and now that I finally have family, I am so afraid of losing everything before me. Seeing how you treat brother son well made me unbearably jealous. I truly did not mean it. I was just momentarily confused. What? Enough. We have treated brother Sun with nothing but disdain and reprimands. Our concern for him is but a fraction of what you receive. What more could you possibly want? Su Muyin retorted angrily. Wah, I'm sorry, big sister. I have let down the expectations of our parents and the care of my sisters. I know I have made an irreparable mistake. Rest assured, I will leave voluntarily. I have been content in this family for these past few days. With that, Su Wen broke free from Qin Xianlan's embrace, wiping his tears as he ran towards the door. Xiao Wen, don't go. What will mom do if you leave? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xianlan, with tears in her eyes, chased after him. Su Qiming cast a deep glance at Su Sun, snorted coldly, and then pursued his son. Hey, that old man. If not for his speed, Su Sun would have loved to punch him right then. At that moment, the living room was left with the four siblings, a pensive Su Sun, a guilt-ridden Su Muyin, a dazed Su Wanqing, and a silent Su Baiyan. Su Muyin gazed at the silent Su Sun, filled with remorse, and gently spoke, Little Sun, from now on, your elder sister shall never again take others' words at face value. Whatever you do, I will believe in you unconditionally. Can you forgive me? Forgive? Su Sun scoffed. If you wish for forgiveness, it is quite simple. Just utter the words to cast me out of the Su family, and I shall forgive you immediately. His palms clenched tightly, and Su Muyin felt a wave of panic wash over her. Little Sun, I know I have disappointed you once more, but do not speak such foolishness. I would never cast you aside. In that case, what use are you to me? With a forceful shrug, Su Sun strode towards the upstairs. As he passed by Su Baiyan, he paused momentarily, gritting his teeth and spat. I thank you, truly. I thank your entire family. Chapter 7. Engaging in mischief. I refuse to believe you cast me away. Oh, no need to thank me. I judge actions, not individuals. Su Baiyan replied with a smug expression, nearly provoking Su Sun to curse. If it weren't for Su Baiyan's incessant surveillance of the monitors, he might have been free to revel outside. Why meddle in others' affairs? Just as he brushed past Su Wanqing, a sudden voice caused him to halt. This time, I was in the wrong. I will make amends. Su Sun was taken aback. He never expected the typically arrogant Su Wanqing to initiate a gesture of humility. It was truly a rarity. In the past, he might have felt profoundly touched. But now what significance did it hold? In the days that followed, Su Sun still failed to achieve his desire to be expelled from the Su family. Naturally, Su Wen remained within the household. Shortly after fleeing, he was brought back home, still showered with endless affection and protection. The fabrications and accusations against him were never spoken of again, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached. This exemplified the stark contrast between biological ties and those without. Su Sun mused that had he committed such acts of slander, he would have likely been sent straight to a labor camp. Meanwhile, Su Wen shed a few tears and faced no repercussions. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Little Sun, as you commence your senior year, have you secured an internship? With the new academic year fast approaching, 22-year-old Su Sun was about to embark on his final year of university. In the past, Su Mu Yin would have found it difficult to focus on her brother. However, given the recent tumultuous events, she felt it was time to extend some care to her often overlooked sibling. Uncertain of what to do, she decided to take it one step at a time. On the sofa, Su Sun reclined with an air of indifference, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Observing this, Su Wanqing furrowed her brows and admonished, Su Sun, what is this attitude? Sit up properly. Why can't I just sit comfortably? Do you hold such disdain for me? He retorted. Enough. Su Mu Yin interjected sternly, second brother, have I not instructed you to keep quiet? But sister, his demeanor is utterly disrespectful towards you. I do not mind. Why are you meddling? Su Wanqing felt a lump in her throat, her expression growing cold. Su Mu Yin shot a fierce glare at her younger brother before donning a smile, trying to coax him. Little son, since you were studying finance, why not intern at Su Corporation? It's our family business, making things a bit easier for you. Su Sun immediately rejected the idea. I refuse. I would rather haul bricks on a construction site than work at Su Corporation. Su Mu Yin was perplexed. Why? At Su Corporation, the pay is substantial. You won't have to worry about others' opinions, and the work is manageable. Why would you not want to go? Why would I? Am I to be targeted by you all? If you are displeased one day and expel me from the company or fail to provide me with an internship certificate, wouldn't that jeopardize my graduation? Do you think I am foolish? Su Mu Yin felt a pang in her chest. She was aware that her image in Su Sun's eyes was far from admirable, yet she never anticipated it to be so dismal. Did he truly perceive her as someone who could not distinguish right from wrong, or who would engage in nepotism? Rest assured, little son, as long as you intern at Su Corporation, I guarantee that no one, including myself, will unjustly target you. Indeed. But you will create false accusations to target me. Little son, stop. Hold on. Su Sun made a gesture for silence, disdainfully saying, please spare me your assurances. I have no interest in hearing you spin grandiose promises. I no longer trust anyone from the Su family. Have you forgotten what happened just a month ago? I pleaded for an internship opportunity at Su Corporation, and you claimed you never engaged in favoritism, even towards family. Yet the very next day, you brought in Su Wen, who had dropped out of high school, and made him a general manager. You would not even grant me, a student from a prestigious university, an internship opportunity. Yet you willingly allowed someone completely unqualified to hold such a position? Do you believe your promises hold any weight? Su Muyan's complexion paled, her mind racing with a multitude of unspoken words that ultimately coalesced into a profound silence. Yes, regarding her previous statements, she found it exceedingly difficult to defend herself. She had publicly declared her stance only to contradict her principles moments later. No wonder trust was so elusive. Her expression dimmed as she continued. I know you are unwilling to believe anything I say, but I must clarify that the decision regarding that matter was our father's. However, this time, I can take full responsibility. If you agree to intern at the company, not only can I ensure you receive a formal offer, but I can also arrange for you to become a general manager. Cut the nonsense. I have no interest. Su Mu Yin felt a spark of frustration. Why? Are you truly intent on hauling bricks? I understand you are still angry with me, but you cannot gamble with your future. Angry with you? Su Sun shot her a cold glance, scoffing. Do not flatter yourself. Am I angry? You are deluding yourself. Have you considered that if I go to Su Corporation, I will be subjected to unnecessary suffering? With Su Wen there, if he encounters any misfortune, it will undoubtedly fall upon me, and I'll find myself at a loss for words. I refuse to be your scapegoat. Wait. Su Sun seemed to have an epiphany. So that is how it is. I see now, it was my oversight. Su Mu Yin suddenly felt her inadequacy as an elder sister. She had been so engrossed in her misguided attempts at goodwill that she had failed to consider his situation. Indeed, if any issues arose between her two brothers, Su Sun would undoubtedly be the one called into question. Bringing him into the company would only serve to subject him to unwarranted trials. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she ceased her insistence. Little son, I acknowledge my oversight. But rest assured, I will find someone to build connections and secure you a stable internship. Wait, I will go? I will intern at Sue Corporation. Huh, I said I agree. Given your desperate pleas, I suppose I shall grant you this favor. What can I say? I am soft-hearted, having just been preoccupied with avoiding blame. She had forgotten about the pressing matter at hand. Interning at Sue Corporation sounded splendid. It would be a delightful opportunity. With Sue around, how could conflict possibly be avoided? Once at the company, she could provoke Sue 1, and if all else failed, she could even undermine Sue Corporation. At that point, would the Sue family not be compelled to expel her? Ha ha ha. It seems I have stumbled upon a path to freedom from the Sue family. Sue Sun reveled in his thoughts, envisioning the glorious future that awaited him after leaving the Sue family behind. Little Sun, what is the matter? Why are you smiling so foolishly? As Sue Sun regained his composure, he cleared his throat twice, expressing his overwhelming joy. It's nothing, by the way. What were you saying just now? I asked if you truly intend to go to the Sue Corporation? What about Shaowen? Upon hearing this, Sue Sun's expression turned serious as he firmly placed his hand on Sue Mu Yan's shoulder. But you are here, aren't you? I trust that under your supervision, such misunderstandings and slanderous rumors will not reoccur, correct? Sensing the hope in his words and the weight of responsibility upon her, Sue Mu Yan's countenance froze momentarily, feeling an unexpected burden settle upon her. Has Xiao Sun forgiven me? Does he truly believe in me? Given his unwavering trust, she resolved not to allow such misunderstandings to arise again. In that instant, her eyes gleamed with determination as if she were pledging allegiance. Rest assured, Xiao Sun, with me around, you shall not suffer any injustice. Indeed, I believe in you and your commitment to uphold justice. When the time comes, ensure that not a single villain escapes unpunished. Suffering no injustice? What a jest! What he was about to undertake was undoubtedly a nefarious act. How could it be considered unjust? Oh, my dear elder sister, please do not let me, the villain, slip through your fingers. Chapter 8 Indeed. It was I who did it. Hurry and expel me from the company. Sue Mu Yan's efficiency in handling affairs was remarkable. Just a day after proposing the internship, Sue Sun had successfully secured a position at the Sue Corporation. After living in the Sue household for over 20 years, he was experiencing the so-called family business in earnest for the very first time. As he wandered through the various floors, it was impossible not to acknowledge that the Sue Corporation surpassed his expectations in opulence and grandeur. Alas, it seemed he would have no further opportunity to work in such an environment. After all, he was here to stir up trouble. How could he possibly focus on his work? What internship? What bright future? With his current capabilities, he had no need for such trivialities. Therefore, on his first day at the company, Sue Sun either slacked off or engaged in idle chatter with the ladies. Hey, beautiful. Would you care to join me for a coffee and indulge in some gossip? First impressions are often based on appearance, and had an ordinary person attempted such an approach, they would have likely been deemed a rogue. Yet, with Sue Sun's handsome visage, he effortlessly mingled with others. Hey there, which department are you from? How come I've never seen you before? Oh, I'm new here, just a humble clerk in the administrative department. A clerk in the administrative department? How do you find the time to enjoy coffee amidst such a busy schedule? Oh, that's of little importance. What truly matters is that I've crossed paths with several lovely ladies, and we ought to discuss our futures. While the group laughed and conversed merrily, a slender figure not far off discreetly recorded everything happening with Sue Sun. Sue Sun, daring to slack off on your first day? Don't you know that the eldest sister despises those who idly waste their time? In the president's office, a mobile phone rested upon Sue Mu Yan's desk, playing back a video. As she watched the footage, her brows furrowed, her eyes icy. Did you capture this? Sue nodded repeatedly, his expression a mix of difficulty and resolve. Yes, sister, but it wasn't intentional. I merely happened to stumble upon Brother Sun flirting during work hours. I considered ignoring it, but recalling your teachings, I couldn't turn a blind eye. Brother Sun has only just entered the company, and he exhibits such a demeanor. What will happen in the future enough, I understand. Go summon him for me. No, wait, I'll simply call him directly. With that phone call made, Sue Sun arrived at the office within 5 minutes. Upon seeing Sue Mu Yan's frosty expression and Sue Wen's barely concealed delight, he felt not a hint of anxiety. Instead, a wave of euphoria washed over him. After all, Sue Wen had done him a great service. He had yet to even meet with her, yet he was already caught in a bind. Impressive work, Wendy. Miss Sue, did you call for me? What did you just call me? Sue Mu Yan's brow knitted, evidently displeased with the formality. You should refer to me as sister, calling me Miss. Sue is hardly appropriate. Sue Sun shrugged. This is a company setting. I think using titles is more suitable. Just forget it. Sue Mu Yan's expression darkened as she held the phone up before Sue Sun. Is that you in this video, drinking coffee? Before Sue Sun could respond, Sue Wen chimed in, feigning concern. Sister, Brother Sun didn't he mean it? Please grant him another chance. He was just don't speak. I haven't he asked you. Su-wen felt a surge of delight. His sister was indeed angry. Ignoring him, Su Mu-yin continued. Xiao-sun, were you just enjoying coffee in the break room? Oh, yes, indeed. Su-sun exclaimed, exhilarated. On my first day, not only did I neglect to work diligently, but I also slacked off and flirted. I am utterly despicable. Yes, it was all my doing. Our esteemed president loathes lazy employees, so please do not show me any leniency due to our relationship. Should you wish to dismiss me, just say the word. I would leave the Su family without hesitation. In an instant, a flicker of panic crossed Su Mu-yan's eyes, and she hurried to Su-sun's side. Assuming he was speaking in jest, she grasped his hand, attempting to console him. Xiao-sun, do not say such things. You've misunderstood. I am not here to hold you accountable. I know that my inquiries have often caused you pain, but this time, I merely wish to express my concern. Su-sun was taken aback. Concern for me? Yes, I meant to say that if you wish to have coffee in the future, you are welcome to my office. I have a selection of fine coffees and a coffee machine. The instant powders in the break room are low quality and expired. They are nothing but trash that I forgot to have disposed of. I noticed you seem to enjoy that instant coffee in the video. I hope it hasn't upset your stomach? What on earth? Su-sun rubbed his stomach, speechless. No wonder that coffee tasted so sour. I thought it was some new flavor, but it's too late for that now. I've already finished it. His words were somewhat crude and carried a certain flavor, especially in such a setting. Yet, rather than feeling disdain, Su Mu-yin felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. How could her brother, having lived in such a grand household for so many years, not even discern that the coffee was expired? Was it ignorance? Or was it negligence on the part of the family? Or perhaps her own as the elder sister? Xiao-sun, I have not only coffee but also beverages. Regardless of whether I am present, feel free to come to my office whenever you wish for a drink. Did you summon me just to say this? Indeed. And to inquire how your day has been. Oh, it's been rather pleasant. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Stop right there. Su-sun was momentarily taken aback, wondering what Su-wen was up to now. What is the matter, Wen-di? Is there something you need? With indignation plastered across his face, Su-wen exclaimed, Brother Sun, how can you disregard our sister like this? Oh, what brings this on? On your very first day at work, you shirk your responsibilities and lounge about, and our sister has already chosen not to hold it against you. Yet you still treat her with such indifference. Brother Sun, you are truly disappointing her. Sister, we can temporarily set aside the matter of Sun's harassment towards female colleagues and his lackadaisical attitude, but he must not squander your goodwill. Sister, why don't you? Be quiet? I said, be quiet. Su-wen was taken aback. Clearly, he was defending his sister, so why was she scolding him instead? What have I done wrong, sister? Do not invoke my name to justify your actions. Tell me, what time is it now? 12:30. This video was taken 20 minutes ago. Tell me, when is the company's break time? 11:30 to 1:40. With a sharp clap, Su Mu-yin slammed her hand on the table. Then tell me, what is drinking coffee during break time if not relaxation? They were merely sitting across from each other, without any physical contact, sharing laughter without coercion. And you dare call this harassment? Su-wen, when did I ever teach you to sow discord? When did you become this way? The professional demeanor of a green tea man is merely a facade, always ready to escalate. At Su Mu-yan's outburst, Su-wen's eyes brimmed with tears, manifesting his sense of injustice. Sister, I was only considering the company, which led me to lose track of time. I assure you, it won't happen again. Upon witnessing this, Su Mu-yin sighed deeply and waved her hand, saying, All right, you may leave. Please be more mindful next time. I do not wish for such misunderstandings to recur. I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry, son. It won't happen again. With that, Su-wen wiped his tears and scurried away. However, as he passed by Su-sun, he shot him a venomous glare. Could Su-sun tolerate this? He immediately removed his shoes, ready to retaliate. Chapter 9. In a bid to be expelled. I falsely accuse and a slap becomes reality. Just as he was about to throw his shoe, Su Mu-yan's voice interrupted his actions. Son, I don't see much to learn in the administrative department. How about you come work as my assistant? This way, you can familiarize yourself with the company's affairs. Why are you taking off your shoes? Su-sun slipped his shoes back on, saying, Oh, nothing, just a bit tight. But as for being your assistant, perhaps that's best left for another time. Don't you already have a secretary? My secretary has been dispatched on business and won't return for quite a while. You can assist me instead. I have much to teach you, but you need to be confined to your desk. If you find yourself with free time, you can explore outside. How does that sound? Plenty of time to roam? That sounds splendid. Given his previous limitations, being appointed as the president's assistant meant he could wander freely. Excellent. With Su-sun assuming the role of president's assistant, several days passed in a haze of idleness. Although some upper management members discovered his laziness and reprimanded him, each time he emerged unscathed, returning to his wandering ways. The emergence of such a mischievous employee eventually reached the president's ears. However, their typically disciplined president remained unfazed, often stating that such trivial matters did not warrant significant action. For years, Su Sun had been well hidden within the Su family, with few aware of his status as their scion. Thus, the company regarded him as a distant relative who had gained access through connections, and naturally, few concerned themselves with his affairs. While such freedom might seem advantageous, all Su Sun desired was to ensnare trouble. In these days, he had revealed countless flaws to Su Wan. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the previous scare, his brother had yet to confront him. If he wouldn't seek trouble, then Su Sun would have to instigate it. As the time for the start of his senior year approached, Su Sun took a 2-day leave to return to school, keen to partake in the festivities of the new student orientation. His primary motive was to see Su Wan, who was set to deliver a speech on behalf of the Su family, having donated several libraries to Jiang University over the summer. Before Su Sun could approach him, Su Wan eagerly sought him out. Su Sun, have you come to grasp the disparity between us? I am about to take the stage to speak, while you stand helplessly under the sun. Yet here I am, able to share the stage with your superiors, looking down upon the masses. What does it matter if you attend a prestigious university? What does it matter if you've lived in the Su home for over a decade? My parents and sister love me. I am the one with the blood ties. I advise you to relinquish any unwarranted thoughts. Remember, you are nothing but a parentless wildling, and you shall never covet what is mine. Sister has changed lately. There are too many acquaintances at the company, and naturally, Su Wan would not let her down there. But outside, he was the scion of the wealthy Su family, while Su Sun was merely an ordinary, impoverished student. What right did he have to be treated as an equal? He took delight in witnessing Su Sun's discomfort. Yet, Su Sun remained unfazed, responding with remarkable calmness. If you dared to speak such words in front of the Su family, I might regard you with slightly more respect. But alas, you only dare to speak behind their backs. Are you afraid they might discover that your display of understanding is merely a facade? Su Wan scoffed dismissively. And what of it? Before our parents and sister, I will always be the obedient and understanding one, while you are merely the scheming and scrupulous wildling. Tell me, if you were to confront them, whom do you think they would believe, me or you? Su Sun, do not harbor delusions. Be wise and leave the Su family. Do not force my hand. Su Sun chuckled lightly, shrugging helplessly. What can I say? You see, I've been urging them to expel me, but they insist on keeping me. If you manage to convince them to kick me out, I might just owe you my gratitude. Those words ignited the fuse of a powder keg. Su Wan seized Su Sun by the collar, growling fiercely, don't get too smug. Their affection for you is merely temporary dependence. I am the true blood relative. What right does a wildling like you have to challenge me? I have always looked down upon the likes of you, the refuse of the lower class. You are fit only to dwell in the dark, damp sewers. What does living in the Su family matter? You are no different from those commoners around you. In uttering these words, Su Wan evidently forgot that he too had endured years of such a lower-class existence. As the crowd began to gather, Su Wan suddenly wore a cunning smile. Su Sun, would you like to know what it feels like to be disgraced and scorned by all? Allow me to fulfill that for you. With that, he grabbed Su Sun's arm and struck his own face. Then came the sound of a thud as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony and lamenting his supposed plight. Why? Su Sun, why? I know you are the infamous impoverished student here, and I merely wish to help you. You accuse me of looking down upon you, yet why resort to violence? In an instant, countless onlookers converged upon the scene, as the uninformed witnesses beheld Su Wan, sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state. Their gaze turned with righteous indignation towards Su Sun. However, instead of feeling disheartened by their scrutiny, Su Sun's heart surged with exhilaration. Finally, after all this time, this insufferable green tea had finally made a move. It was not in vain that he had waited so long. With so many witnesses present, it was inevitable that he would incur the wrath of the Su family. And what unexpected outcome could there be from being expelled? Ha ha ha. Thank you. I am truly grateful to you. You are my great benefactor. Su Sun's sudden laughter left everyone bewildered. Even Su Wan himself was taken aback. What did this mean? How was it so different from what he had anticipated? At that moment, an ominous premonition surged within him as he beheld the predatory glint in Su Sun's eyes. His intuition was indeed correct. Su Sun suddenly laughed, having already been framed. How could he not retaliate in light of the impending injustice? After all, he was about to be held accountable by the Su family. Thus, I shall unleash my righteous wrath. With a thunderous roar, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Sun swung his palm repeatedly against Su Wan's face. Though the slap lacked the destructive power of a fist, it was laden with humiliation, especially in such a public setting. You despicable green tea. Did you not say I would strike you? Then allow me to fulfill your wish. I shall strike. Chapter 10. A wild clash of thousands on campus. Evidence of expulsion compounded. This was a one-sided assault. Su-Won was left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his nose until the crowd finally pulled Su-Sun away, allowing Su-Won to escape a worse fate. What a delight. Su-Won was ultimately carried off to the infirmary. The surrounding jeers served as sweet music to Su-Sun's ears. This time, his expulsion was assured. How exhilarating. Su-Sun, do you still have the audacity to smile? Just as he was reveling in his triumph, a mocking voice interrupted his fantasies. There stood Su Bainyan before him, camera in hand, her expression dark and forbidding. This pretender, Su-Sun, was actually 2 years older than the true young master and was of the same age as Su Bainyan, being merely a month younger. They attended the same university, where she was a senior and the president of the photography club, likely here to partake in the new student activities. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not Miss Su Bainyan? What brings you to me? Su Bainyan frowned. You should enunciate more clearly. Apologies. I have a tendency to be careless. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. However, Su-Sun, at the upcoming new student ceremony, Xiaowen is set to represent the Su family in a speech. Have you considered the disgrace you have brought upon our family by reducing him to such a state? Not at all. You. What do you mean, you? Did you not capture this on camera? With both witness and evidence at hand, I indeed assaulted Su-Won. If you possess any courage, come and strike me. Su Bainyan, exasperated, nodded repeatedly. Very well, I see you have admitted to it. I shall be most curious to see how you explain this at home. Just what I wanted. Su Bainyan paused, casting a sharp glare at Su-Sun before turning away with a huff. In that moment, Su-Sun was filled with exhilaration, for he knew this was a sure thing. Su-Wen's injuries were the first piece of evidence. The surrounding students were the second. The video captured by Su Bainyan was the third. Not to mention, Su-Wen naturally enjoyed a trust advantage among the Su family members, which served as the fourth piece of evidence. As for Su Bainyan, her embellishments would serve as the fifth. From childhood, Su Bainyan had been the one who most despised him, bullying him mercilessly. She had done things such as feeding him expired milk, gluing him to chairs, and deliberately throwing trash at him, resulting in reprimands from their parents. The most outrageous incident occurred when he was sent to the countryside for confinement, and Su Bainyan had the audacity to skip class to go to the old house and beat him. This punishment lasted over a week. Being scolded and beaten was one thing, but Su Bainyan had even trampled on his dignity, demanding he dress as a horse for her amusement. Though she could not cook, she forced him to eat her atrocious culinary experiments, nearly resulting in a trip to the hospital for gastric lavage. Reflecting on those dark days, Su-Sun still shuddered at the memory. Su Bainyan, oh Su Bainyan, I hope your gossipy tongue serves to repay the torment you inflicted upon me. I shall be eternally grateful. As if by some cosmic design, it always rained during the new student ceremony. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and the sun shining brightly, yet dark clouds now loomed ominously, threatening a downpour. Nevertheless, the ceremony proceeded as usual, filled with impassioned speeches and lengthy platitudes, whether advising on the future or cherishing the present. However, what surprised Su-Sun was that the battered Su-Wen still took the stage to speak. Through the massive LED screen, Su-Sun was astonished to see Su-Won, without a hint of concealment, blood still at the corners of his mouth, taking to the podium. Gasps erupted from the audience. The school leaders were enraged, their eyes practically ablaze. Some students were already aware that our university had acquired several new libraries over the summer, thanks to the investments of the esteemed Su family. The Su family had spent lavishly to provide our Jiangda students with an optimal learning environment. Yet who could have imagined that someone would dare to strike our benefactor, Mr. Su-Wen? He was not only an investor in the library, but also the Su family's representative at this event, and the future heir of the Su family. The fact that such an egregious act of violence could occur on our campus is both heartbreaking and infuriating. Just then, Su-Wen interrupted the principal's speech, his face a mask of disappointment. Director, it's all right. A minor incident is nothing to dwell upon. However, I must express my confusion. I merely wish to lend my humble assistance, knowing he was a well-known impoverished student here. I do not understand why he would resort to violence. Could Su-Sun harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Upon uttering these words, Su-Wen quickly covered his mouth, flustered as he explained, I apologize, I misspoke. Let us let this matter rest. There is no need to mention it again. His words instantly stirred a tempest of reaction. Merely suggesting not to mention it hardly meant it would be forgotten. The crowd erupted with fervent discussions, rallying in support of Su-Won. Poor little Su. So well-meaning, yet ultimately the victim of violence. Indeed, there must be a reason for such poverty. Yes, indeed, poor Su-Won. Just look at the blood at the corner of his mouth. How vicious was the attack. Su-Sun? That name rings a bell. Yet how could two individuals with the same surname differ so vastly? While there were supporters, there were also skeptics. Why do I feel this? Su-Sun speaks with a certain insincerity, Even if he were beaten, could he not at least wipe the blood away, leaving it deliberately for all to see? I seem to recall hearing about Su's son. He even received recognition from the entire school for bravery. How could he strike someone without cause? The doubters were few, while the majority were swayed by Su Wen's plight, their sentiments drowning out the skepticism. Who is this Su's son? This student must come forth and apologize to young Su, or he shall find no graduation from our institution. We do not accept morally corrupt students. With that, Su Wen stepped forward, feigning a look of resignation, saying, "Let it go." I believe that Su's son did not act with malice. After all, a child from a poor family often carries a certain roughness. We must strive to understand. This statement elicited waves of sympathy for Su Wen, while Su's son was branded as morally bankrupt, a rogue. The more this unfolded, the more Su Wen's helplessness and vulnerability became apparent. Despite his wealth, he could not even stand up for himself. That fellow named Su's son is truly despicable. The school leaders, incensed by these words, were determined to demand accountability. Su's son, come out. It is a disgrace to our esteemed Jiang University for you to forget the motto of courage and the shame of evasion. Students like you are a blemish upon our institution. You are hereby given a serious reprimand. If you do not emerge to reflect and apologize, the school will expel you without hesitation. How dare you? This wretched school is not worth attending. Su's son chuckled. If they desire an apology, he would provide Su Wen with a heartfelt one, forever etched in memory. After all, he would leave this world eventually, so why not let it remember his wild spirit? Before the eyes of the crowd, a lightning-fast figure surged onto the stage, leaping towards Su Wen with reckless abandon. A savage collision. Chapter 11. Forced to kneel on campus. Su's son swung his fist at his father, just to be expelled. You insufferable green tea. Didn't you want an apology? Here it is. I accuse you of slander. I accuse you of framing. Do you think I care about the Su family? For years, I have lived a life worse than a dog, filled with nothing but scorn and abuse. No one even knew I was from the Su family. I had planned to leave, but why must you be so aggressive? Just because you are his biological son, you think you are superior? I have done nothing to provoke you, yet you constantly conspire against me. You think I am easy to bully just because I smiled at you? After all the slander, isn't it only fair to teach you a lesson? With a fierce flourish, Su's son swung his arm wide, channeling immense strength into a heavy slap that seemed to tear through the air, a fierce wind howling in its wake. As Su Wen's microphone was right by his face, the sound of the slap echoed like a thunderous chorus, resonating throughout the venue. Su Wen was left dazed, staggering to his feet only to collapse moments later. This restraint was a mere exercise of skill on Su's son's part. Otherwise, Su Wen would have been reduced to a mere puddle. Even so, Su Wen was in disarray, his delicate, gaunt face now bruised and bloodied, with crimson droplets trickling between his teeth, a sight most pitiful. The world seemed to pause, the audience momentarily silenced in shock, before erupting like a tidal wave of noise. Is this the infamous Su's son who just struck someone? He looks quite handsome, yet his blows are merciless. Ladies and gentlemen, have you missed the point? The real focus should be on what he just said. Did he not claim to have been framed? I wondered how a poor student could brazenly take to the stage to strike another in front of so many. It appears that the honest man was pushed to his limits. Does anyone comprehend the meaning behind his words? Could it be that he, too, is a young master of the Su family? Yet, even a servant of the Su family would not stoop to being a poor student, would they? As Su's son listened to the surrounding discussions, he smiled. This was the sixth and seventh piece of evidence he had left for himself. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, he had publicly struck someone. When the Su family learned of this incident, they would undoubtedly be furious, even if there were issues on Su Baiyan's end. The fact that he had committed the act of violence could not be evaded. Furthermore, he had subtly revealed his connection to the Su family. Su Qinyin valued reputation above all and would not tolerate any tarnishing of the family name. His defiance in revealing such a relationship would surely not go unnoticed by Su Qiming. Humph, you wish to keep your position? At this moment, Su's son felt a wave of satisfaction. Although this impulsive act was a means of securing his own departure, the words he had just spoken were his true feelings. A long overdue explanation for years of enduring humiliation. As for the fear of being taken to the police afterward, nonsense. What is a conflict among brothers compared to this? When it concerns the cherished son of the Su family, Su Qinyin would likely prefer to avoid involving the authorities. Su's son, you have disregarded school discipline and provoked unrest. We hereby issue a stern warning for you to cease immediately. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Su's son scoffed dismissively. It is too late for such words. Why did you not speak up earlier? Now you wish to feign authority? What a farce. How dare you maintain such an arrogant demeanor while accusing me of inciting trouble? Ah, indeed, you are correct. Then, by all means, call the police. I am eager to see how this brotherly dispute unfolds. Silence. Just then, Su Qiming bellowed. striding onto the stage with a fierce presence. Su Sun was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected this old man to show up. Having finally regained his composure, Su Wen dashed into his father's embrace, crying as though he had found salvation. Is it really necessary for a grown man to act this way? This scene not only made Su Sun frown, but also bewildered the onlookers, as it was simply too sickening. Father, someone struck me. Look at what he has done to me. Father, you must stand up for me. Seeing his son in such a pitiable and aggrieved state ignited a fire within Su Qinyan. He glared at Su Sun with eyes that seemed capable of murder, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "This student Su, what has my son done to offend you that you would unleash such violence upon him?" Su Sun couldn't help but chuckle. Is it truly that I am so unremarkable that you pretend not to recognize me? Su Qiming furrowed his brow, asking, "What are you saying? Have we met before? What has my son done to you?" Having lived many years, Su Qiming was cunning and astute. His words seamlessly connected old grievances with new, indirectly explaining the meaning behind Su Sun's earlier statements to the crowd. At this moment, Su Wen hurriedly interjected, "Father, I only wanted to extend assistance on behalf of the Su family to this renowned poor student, but I must have said something sensitive, prompting him to retaliate with violence and insult me before so many witnesses. Yet, I do not hold it against him. Perhaps I have erred in some way, otherwise he would not have been provoked to strike me. Student Su, let us consider this matter resolved. I shall not pursue it further, and I can assure you that the school will not trouble you. All I ask is for you to apologize, and we can put this behind us. What do you say? Kindness and generosity." Many immediately labeled Su Wen with these commendable traits. Young Su not only displayed goodwill, but also an unexpectedly vast heart. To be so insulted, yet willing to forgive, is nothing short of saintly. Indeed, young Su is so benevolent that he allows even the most contemptible to walk all over him. Yet we must ensure that the one who struck him faces consequences. Even Su Qiming was taken aback by Su Wen's compassion, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. His son was indeed too kind-hearted, which had led him to be bullied. Ultimately, it was the fault of the parents. Had they not indulged Su Sun in the past, he would not have grown so arrogant and unruly. Though he was reluctant to let Su Sun off so easily, seeing the tearful plea in Su Wen's eyes made it impossible to refuse. Thus, he declared, "Student Su, I am offering you a chance. Simply kneel and apologize to my son, and this matter will be resolved." Su Sun shook his head. "But what if I refuse to kneel? If you do not apologize, we will pursue disciplinary actions from the school and may even resort to legal proceedings. You would do well to think carefully before making a decision." "Humph, I stated I would not kneel, not that I would not apologize. Why do you so-called upper-class individuals take pleasure in seeing us lower-class people grovel? You insolent wretch. Stop bargaining. This is a command, not a negotiation." Su Qiming was already filled with indignation, and Su Sun's defiance only fueled his anger. Yet, could it be that only he had a temper? Without uttering a word, Su Sun swiftly delivered a resounding slap to that weathered face. "You dare call me a wretched spawn? What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? You are the true aberration." Chapter 12. Time to pack up and prepare to be cast out. At that moment, the entire school was left in utter disbelief. It is important to note that the person Su Sun had struck was no ordinary individual. He was the illustrious Su Qiming, the esteemed head of the renowned Su Corporation in Jiangxing. How could such a dazzling figure be so brazenly assaulted? Where did this audacity stem from? How dare you? Are you attempting to rebel? At this instant, Su Qiming was more astonished than the onlookers below. The previous incident could be excused, but this was a highly public event, and he had been struck in front of an audience. The humiliation was simply unbearable. Yet, just as he raised his arm to chastise this ungrateful child, the LED screen behind him suddenly flickered to life. A video of the assault appeared before the crowd. "How dare you? Witness my righteous fury." The video depicted Su Sun mercilessly beating Su Wen, each blow landing with painful precision. Su Qiming's rage ignited once more, his eyes burning with a seething desire to annihilate Su Sun. How could his beloved son have been subjected to such relentless bullying, and he, as a father, had been utterly oblivious to it? "Su Sun, do you now comprehend the chasm that separates us?" Yet, the video continued, revealing a voice filled with disdain that plunged him into further shock. "What does it matter if you attend a prestigious university? What does it matter if you have lived in the Su household for over a decade? My parents and sister will always love me, and I share blood ties with them. I advise you to relinquish any unwarranted aspirations. Remember, you are nothing but a wild child without parents, and you shall never covet what is rightfully mine. In the eyes of my parents and sister, I will always be the obedient and understanding one, while you are merely the unscrupulous, thieving wretch. Do you think they would believe you over me? It would be prudent for you to leave the Su family of your own accord, lest I be compelled to take matters into my own hands. I have always despised your kind, the detritus of society, unworthy of existing in the light of day. What does it matter if you dwell within the Su household? You are no different from the lowly rabble surrounding you. Su's son, do you wish to know what it feels like to be disgraced and reviled by all? Allow me to grant you that satisfaction. As the final words echoed, the scene shifted to Su One, who willingly pulled Su Sun's arm to strike his own face, followed by his pitiable collapse to the ground. At this juncture, the audience erupted in chaos. Goodness, isn't he just begging for sympathy? Although he was indeed struck, had he not uttered those words, I would have also taken a swing at him. Indeed, who do they think they are? Just because they have money, they look down upon us. We have never depended on them for food or drink. It became clear that the facade of refinement among the wealthy was nothing more than a charade. How foolishly we had called him Little Su. They held us in the utmost contempt. The Su family was not as virtuous as they portrayed. Had you heard the conversation? It seemed Su Sun was merely a foster child. No wonder Su Qiming had referred to him as a wretched spawn. It was indeed a term a father would use against his son. It was no wonder Su Sun claimed Su Qiming feigned ignorance. It turned out he was truly his father. Regrettably, bonds forged over a decade could not compare to the mere notion of blood ties. By the way, it seems Su Wen had only recently returned to the family. I recall the news about Su Wen's reunion, stating that he had endured a childhood of poverty in a remote village and was exceptionally resilient and diligent. How could he so quickly forget the hardships of his past and turn to insult us? He is truly despicable. At this moment, Su Sun was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? They could have simply played the latter half of the video. Who was responsible for airing the entire segment? Meanwhile, Su Wen was equally terrified. The piercing gazes surrounding him inflicted deep wounds upon his sensitive psyche, compelling him to bury his head in Su Qiming's embrace, desperately seeking refuge. Yet, the more he tried to hide, the more contempt he received. Oh, how repulsive. One would think he was a woman, with such a whiny demeanor. The audience buzzed with fervent discussions, while Su Qiming's face turned an ashen hue, unable to meet the scornful looks directed at him from below. Shut it down. Someone, turn off that video. He bellowed in a fit of rage. He never anticipated that the connection between the Su family and Su Sun would be exposed. Nor did he foresee that his seemingly obedient and understanding son would utter such venomous words in private. However, in light of the family's reputation, Su Sun's grievances were of little consequence. False. It's all lies. That video was deliberately fabricated to tarnish the Su family's name. Yes, Su Sun is indeed my adopted son, but the Su family has cared for him meticulously over the years, providing him with luxury cars and everything he could desire. I have never wronged him. Instead, it is he who, upon the return of our biological son, has harbored jealousy and aimed to undermine us. This must certainly be his doing. Yet, his self-serving justifications garnered no sympathy. Rather, they incited even greater disdain towards the Su family. Does this Su Qiming think we are fools? How shameless can one be, claiming they have not wronged him? Su Sun's entire outfit probably costs less than 200 yuan. It seemed clear that Su Sun had indeed suffered at the hands of the Su family. They were completely oblivious to the life he had endured. To think they would turn around and vilify him was truly lamentable. Indeed, anyone acquainted with Su Sun knew he was a well-known impoverished student, often seen working various jobs both on and off campus, tirelessly laboring day in and day out. The Su family was utterly inhumane. Even some teachers on stage could no longer tolerate Su Qiming's attempts to tarnish Su Sun's reputation and spoke up. Mr. Su Qiming, as the father of Su Sun, why is his life so destitute that he can barely afford tuition? Su Sun is an exemplary student, consistently ranking at the top of his class, always willing to lend a helping hand, and he has even fought off knife-wielding assailants. Yet, he can scarcely afford food. Do you comprehend that? He has worked tirelessly over the years, and if he were to take a break, his very survival would be at stake. Despite the school's assistance, he continues to live in extreme hardship. Yet, your Su family is so affluent that you cannot even provide basic support for your child? I was puzzled as to why the usually gentle and honest Su Sun was acting so out of character today. It turns out he has been pushed to the brink by your family. Even the smallest of pets possess affection after years of companionship. How can you neglect your own son, even resorting to oppression and slander? Is this truly the behavior of a father? In that moment, Su Qiming felt as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat. He had assumed Su Wen's claim that Su Sun was impoverished was merely an offhand remark, never imagining it to be true. But had not his wife always managed such matters? How could they be unable to even cover tuition? Before he could ponder further, a vegetable leaf suddenly flew through the air, followed by the sound of several eggs crashing down upon him and Su Wen. Who threw that vegetable leaf and those eggs? Su Qiming scanned the surroundings, finally locking eyes on a tricycle filled with groceries. Around it gathered a throng of students, hurling eggs and vegetables once more. We'll show you our worth, you arrogant rich people. Let them feel the wrath of the marginalized. What was once a delivery of ingredients for the cafeteria had transformed into a veritable arsenal for the students' rebellion. Countless eggs, an abundance of vegetable leaves, and even tomatoes and potatoes rained down from above. The teachers on the stage evaded Su Qiming and his son like they were avoiding a plague. Su Sun even noticed a few familiar instructors secretly mingling in the crowd, occasionally tossing items towards the stage. Undoubtedly, the father and son had incited widespread ire, particularly with Su Wen's inflammatory remarks that fueled the anger. In no time, the two found themselves beset by a cacophony of jeers and ridicule. Their predicament a veritable symphony of humiliation, compounded by the noxious mingling of various scents. Ultimately, it was the tardy principal who delivered a closing speech that dispersed the crowd and allowed Su Qiming and Su Wen to narrowly escape their predicament. This year's welcome ceremony would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of Jiangxing University with bold strokes, marking one of the most disgraceful days in the history of the Su family. Yet, what concern did Su Sun have with this? Not only had he vented his frustrations, but he had also managed to disgust the Su family. All he needed to do was return home and await the inevitable expulsion. Soon, the beautiful days that belonged to him, Su Sun, would dawn. Off he went, back home to pack his belongings. Chapter 13. Why is it so difficult to be kicked out? You ungrateful wretch. How dare you return? You actually laid hands on your father. Do you even consider yourself human? And your brother, look at what you've done to him. You are nothing but a beast. Upon arriving home, Su Sun was met with an onslaught of furious reproaches. Observing Qin Xinlan's frenzied demeanor, a faint smile graced Su Sun's lips as he nonchalantly settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs with an air of indifference. Initially, Qin Xinlan was devastated to see her beloved son harmed, and his dismissive attitude only added fuel to her fury, prompting her to reach for the ruler to administer the customary familial discipline. However, Su Sun was no longer the same as before. Instead of passively enduring the punishment, he seized the ruler and struck Su Wen's leg with it. "Ah, my leg." A cry of anguish echoed through the living room. Su Wen was taken aback, grimacing in pain, unable to fathom that Su Sun had become audacious enough to strike in front of their parents. "You little beast. How dare you resort to violence? You wretched child. Have you lost your mind?" Su Qiming and his wife erupted in fury. One was nearly reduced to tears, cradling their injured son, while the other pointed an accusatory finger at Su Sun, seething with rage. "Dad, please don't blame brother's son. Perhaps he didn't mean it. After all, I was the one who spoke so harshly in public. It's only natural for him to be upset." The couple, already burdened with guilt for not defending their son, felt a wave of remorse wash over them upon hearing her words. Just as Su Qiming was about to intervene, the sight of Su Sun wielding the ruler caused him to hesitate, intensifying the fire of his anger. "Wretched child, what do you intend to do? Do you have no sense of propriety left?" Su Sun shot him a disdainful glance and replied coolly, "None at all. I've said it before. Either you kick me out, or I will make a scene that turns this place upside down. Surely, you don't think I'm jesting? What did you say?" Su Qiming's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his hand on the coffee table, producing a resounding crack. "Wretched child, do you think I wouldn't dare to expel you? Fine. From this moment on, you are no one is allowed to expel Xiao Sun. Damn it, damn it, damn it." Su Sun was nearly driven to leap from the sofa in frustration. Why did Su Muyin have to arrive at this critical moment? What a toxic presence. Seeing Su Sun glare at her with such venom, Su Muyin felt an emptiness within her. Once, Su Sun had looked at her with admiration and respect. Now, however, his gaze was filled with anger and disdain. She understood what this meant. It signified that Su Sun had undoubtedly faced some injustice. After days of reflection, she recognized many past wrongs and realized that this recently rediscovered brother was not as innocent and obedient as she had once thought. She began to reassess her younger brother, reminiscing about their shared past. In truth, her feelings for Su Sun were genuine. After all these years together, she had considered him an inseparable part of her life. While she may have overlooked some things, she had never treated him as an outsider. Yet, for reasons unknown, since his return, her heart had shifted. Su Wen was so obedient and understanding, and so pitifully sympathetic. Meanwhile, Su Sun's flaws appeared magnified beyond measure: theft, deceit, and usurpation of credit, more offenses than in the preceding decades. Had it not been for the recent events, she might not have recognized these truths. Thankfully, it was not too late to realize them, and she would no longer rashly take sides based on mere words. "Muyin, why have you returned so suddenly?" Su Qiming frowned and inquired. "How could I not return? If I didn't, my brother would be expelled." "Su Muyin," Su Qiming shouted in anger. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This wretch not only struck Xiao Wan, but he even dared to lay a hand on me, humiliating me before thousands at school, and you dare to speak up for him? Dad, what if there has been a misunderstanding? Don't you remember what happened last time? Su Mu Yin gently reminded him. Nonsense. There is no possibility of misunderstanding. This wretched child is simply rebellious. Dad, I will verify what happened. But that is no reason for you to act rashly and expel him. Su Mu Yin, are you also going to rebel? Dad, if this time it truly is Xiao Sun at fault, I will give you an explanation, but for now, please don't rush to conclusions. With that, Su Mu Yin cast a glance toward the second floor. Fifth sister, stop hiding and come here. Seeing Su Baiyan descending, Su Sun felt a pang of anxiety. If Su Mu Yin discovered the entire story, would he not be unable to escape expulsion? Enough. What are you all arguing about? It was I who did it. Su Mu Yin, stop meddling in affairs that do not concern you. You be quiet. Regardless of the circumstances, you should never have laid a hand on Dad. We will settle accounts later. Just as Su Sun rose, he was pushed back down. Su Mu Yin then turned sharply, her tone icy. Fifth sister, what happened? You said you witnessed the entire incident. Clarify it for me. Big sister, it was indeed that stinky Su Sun who struck someone in public. Su Sun's lips curled into a faint smile. See, I told you, I'm the problem. However, it was Su Wen who initiated the conflict. As she spoke, Su Baiyan handed over the video from her camera to her older sister. Su Sun, have you witnessed the gulf that separates us? I am about to take the stage to deliver a speech, while you are left to suffer under the scorching sun. I, however, will stand shoulder to shoulder with your leaders, looking down upon the masses. No matter how prestigious your university may be, or how long you have lived in the Su family, remember, you are nothing but a wild child without a father or mother, and in this life, you shall never covet what is mine. Living in the Su family, you are no different from those lowly scum around you. Listening to the derisive taunts in the video and witnessing the malicious framing, Su Mu Yan's expression shifted from shock to deep-seated anger. Each word was a blade, inflicting wounds that no one could ignore. Not only had Su Wen humiliated Su Sun, but he had also disparaged the innocent bystanders. Living in the Su family, she had always believed herself favored by destiny, yet she had never looked down upon the ordinary. How quickly had her brother forgotten the struggles of the past decade? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mu Yin approached Su Wen and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Su Wen, how could you be so malicious? Qin Xinluan, initially in a state of shock, felt her heart swell with sympathy for her son upon witnessing the blow dealt to him. Mu Yin, how could you strike someone? Su Mu Yin, in her fury, felt a laugh bubbling within her. Mother? Wasn't he deserving of it? Can you believe what he is saying? But after all, he is your brother. Mom, are you serious? Just because he is my brother, everything can be excused? Have you considered Xiaoxuan's feelings? Yet, this rascal is grinning away, and doesn't he seem to have suffered much at all? Mom, enough. Both of you be quiet. Su Qiming interjected, casting an annoyed glance at Su Banian. He was questioning where the video shown at the ceremony had originated, and it turned out to be filmed by his own precious daughter. Su Mu Yin positioned herself protectively behind Su Banian, her eyes filled with defiance and confusion. Dad, what do you mean by looking at fifth sister like that? Chapter 14. Not being driven away was originally a malicious scheme. What do you mean by that? Why don't you ask your dear sister what she has done? How dare she publicly release such a video? Does she not care about her own shame? Yelled at like this, Su Banian's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling wronged. Elder sister, I didn't do it. That video wasn't released by me. Still trying to argue. The evidence is in your hands. Who else could it be? Su Mu Yin's expression darkened, disappointment evident towards her father. Shouldn't the focus be on right and wrong? Why does he only care about saving face? Dad, enough. Fifth sister is innocent. The fault lies with you indulging Su Wen. Your pampering will only harm him. Do you understand? Be quiet. Su Qiming roared back. I am your father. It is not your place to instruct me. Seeing the situation escalate, Qin Xinluan, the mother, felt compelled to intervene. Nian Nian, quickly apologize to your father. But you, dear, you shouldn't just film recklessly. At the very least, don't release it indiscriminately. Woohoo mom, I truly didn't. Su Banian wiped her tears while pointing at Su Wen. It was Xiao Wen who asked to borrow my camera to take pictures of the scenery. I only got it back afterward. What? The faces of those present changed dramatically. At this moment, Su Wen was already trembling in fear, unable to face the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. Seeing this, Su Qiming coughed awkwardly, realizing what had transpired. All right, let this matter pass. I'm tired and don't wish to quarrel with you all. Su Mu Yin's disbelief was palpable. Dad, are you serious? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Must you force me to address the issue of that wretched child's actions? Upon hearing this, Su Mu Yin found herself at a loss for words, while Su Qiming snorted in disdain and turned to ascend the stairs. Noticing the tension, Su Wen choked up and suddenly knelt before Qin Xinluan. Mom, I was wrong. I only said those things in a moment of anger. I should have endured when my brother was educating me. It's I who embarrassed the family. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinlan immediately seized upon the pivotal point. Glaring fiercely at Su Sun. What exactly did you say to your brother to make him speak such words? Su Sun, what are your intentions? Su Sun was speechless and shot him a disdainful glance before retreating to his room. He knew that this so-called mother had always disliked him, but he had not expected her bias to be so utterly absurd. Stop right there. Do you have no manners? I'm asking you a question. Mom, what does this have to do with Xiaoxuan? How can you blame him? Su Muyin retorted, exasperated. Eldest, what kind of spell has this little brat cast on you? How can you side with him after his attitude towards your mother? Enough. It's pointless to argue. Su Muyin frowned, deciding to retreat upstairs. Yet through this incident, she had entirely discerned Su Wan's ulterior motives. In just a few words, he had managed to manipulate their mother, leaving her uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Lying on his bed, Su Sun was exceedingly vexed. Once again not being driven away. Why was it so difficult to return home? Was it possible that fortune was finally turning in his favor? Or had the heartless members of the Su family suddenly awakened? Yet, that didn't seem right. Everyone else remained unchanged. It was only Su Muyin who had been acting erratically of late. With a creak, the door was suddenly flung open. Su Sun looked up to see Su Banian approaching with a smirk. What do you want? If you're here to cause trouble, hurry up. I have no time to deal with you. Su Banian chuckled. What? Do you think I'm here to frame you? Isn't that so? However, I do hope you put in more effort. With a somewhat meaningful glance, Su Banian pulled out a chair from the desk and sat beside Su Sun. Her small feet clad in white socks swinging playfully before resting directly upon Su Sun's lap. Su Sun frowned. Take your stinky feet off me. You little brother. You've been acting quite strange lately. It seems you are very eager to leave the family. Su Sun's expression froze, his gaze on Su Banian now scrutinizing. Could it be that this foolish fifth sister had discovered something? What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Indeed, you harbor secrets. Su Sun laughed. What secrets could I possibly have? I merely wish to refrain from being a beast of burden in this family. Do you believe me? Just say the word, and I will pack my bags and leave Su family without hesitation. How about that? As a member of the Su family, surely what he said would carry weight, right? Truth be told, Su Sun still had not figured out what the voice in his mind truly was. It never appeared unless a task began or ended, leaving him to navigate blindly. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Su Sun lured her, hoping she would reveal what he wanted to hear. However, Su Banian narrowed her eyes, seemingly onto something. Now I finally understand why you've been so desperate to be driven away. Su Sun, you are indeed quite cunning. Su Sun was taken aback. What are you talking about? Humph, stop pretending. I've already seen through your scheme. Your leaving home is your own problem. But if we were to drive you away, it would give you the perfect excuse to turn the tables on us. You're plotting against us. Su Sun's mouth twitched. What kind of logic is that? Stop the charade. I have already unraveled your plot. I tell you, you will never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Humph, wishful thinking. As long as I'm here, I will never allow your schemes to succeed. Let me tell you the truth. Do you think I really didn't know what Xiaowen intended to do? I deliberately handed him the camera. Do you know why Xiaowen captured the entire dispute? Do you think he is foolish? It's because he only saw a snippet. You currently have nothing to worry about. You should be grateful to me, because if I hadn't altered the video, you wouldn't be able to wash away your shame even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Su Sun's complexion changed drastically. It was you. Why did you meddle in my affairs? Humph, why should I explain myself? The more you wish to do something, the more I will oppose you. I simply refuse to grant your wishes. What? Are you upset? Did I strike a nerve? I relished the sight of your frustrated expression. It must be said, Su Sun was indeed somewhat infuriated. After all this, the one pulling the strings behind his back was the very fool he had dismissed. It seemed it was time to teach someone a lesson. With a cold chuckle, Su Sun said, Su Lao Wu, do you dare to flaunt your might before me? Are you not afraid of what I might do to you? Su Banian scoffed. You? Do you dare? Haha, I dare not. But I am eager to see whether you will bear the humiliation and oppose me, or if you will run off to complain. I have high hopes for you. But you must not let my cunning plan succeed. Suddenly, Su Sun rose, grabbed Su Banian, flipped her over, and then kicked her chair down. Finally, in a moment of exasperation, she seized her slipper and struck out in response to Su Banian's terrified gaze as she turned. I warned you not to bully me over trivial matters, to defy me, to meddle in my affairs. Chapter 15. Publicly beating someone just to be driven away. Fifth sister? What brings you here? Observing the visibly distressed Su Banian emerge from the room, Su Muyin furrowed her brow and inquired, What happened? Why are you covering your ears? With a hint of melancholy, Su Banian replied, Do you believe I was beaten by that insufferable Su Sun? I would have believed you in the past, but what do you say now? Humph, why even ask? With that, Su Banian stormed off in a huff. Watching her indignant retreat, Su Muyin felt a surge of displeasure. You stubborn girl, what madness has possessed you? Come back here and explain yourself. I refuse to. If you have the guts, come down here yourself. Su Baiyan. As predicted by Su Sun, Su Baiyan chose to swallow her pride. In times past, her temper as a young lady would never have allowed such indignities. Yet in her contrariness, she displayed such restraint. Things were becoming rather intriguing. Since the Su family was unwilling to relent, he would take pleasure in tormenting this precious daughter of theirs daily. The more Su Baiyan endured, the more he would strike, testing who would falter first. Sun, what's wrong with fifth sister? Is she coming to trouble you again? Nothing much. I merely gave her a little beating just now. Su Muyin chuckled awkwardly. Sun, I know you were speaking in anger. I genuinely just wanted to have a talk with you. I understand your grievances, but he is still our father. Could you not refrain from striking him in the future? Stop. Hold it right there. That is your father, not mine. Sun, enough. I do not wish to hear your lecturing. I need some rest. If you don't want to leave, then just watch. In the end, Su Muyan's earnest desire for heart-to-heart conversation remained unfulfilled. She recognized that Su Sun was still harboring resentment, making it difficult for him to change his perceptions of their family. However, with her presence, she believed she could foster harmony within the household. The crux of the matter was to keep a vigilant eye on her troublesome younger brother to prevent any unnecessary chaos. In the days that followed, the atmosphere within the Su household was unnaturally tranquil. Su Wen had evidently learned his lesson and refrained from sowing discord further. Previously, he would have covertly instigated tensions, confident that the family would side with him, but now, with the eldest sister clearly discontented, he did not wish to disappoint her again. However, Su Wen's newfound compliance was not necessarily a boon for Su Sun. With Su Wen behaving, he found himself deprived of any opportunity to stir trouble. Even when he sought out conflict, Su Wen seemed to evade him at every turn, maintaining a distance that rendered them nearly unapproachable. Originally, Su Sun had intended to create a scene during mealtime, thoroughly beating Su Wen. Yet, much to his ire, Su Wen, typically idle, had chosen to work late at the company and did not return home. This vexed Su Sun considerably. He had contemplated settling for a thrashing of Su Qiming instead, but Su Qiming vanished midway through his meal. It was as if the two of them had anticipated his every move. With no one but his sisters and the elderly Qin Xianlan in his vicinity, he felt it inappropriate to unleash his frustrations upon an older woman. Left with no other option, he set his sights on the foolish fifth sister, Su Baiyan. Foolish fifth sister, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. You should only blame yourself for being so appealing. At that moment, the mother and daughters were scattered about the living room, some watching television, others engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, Su Baiyan shivered and glanced nervously at Su Sun, who loomed at the staircase. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes plucked out. It was a classic case of misfortune arriving at just the right time, when one was weary. Someone would offer a pillow, and when one was thirsty, someone would bring water. Without uttering a word, Su Sun dashed to Su Baiyan, snatched her phone, and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Ah, my phone. But he was not finished. He plopped down on the sofa, seized Su Baiyan's knee, and with a swift motion, delivered several sharp strikes to her exposed skin. Ah, you bastard, how dare you hit me? Su Baiyan cried out in agony. I shall not only strike you, but I shall also teach you a lesson. I warned you against your insolence. I warned you to cease your insults. I warned you to stop resisting. Today, you will learn why flowers bloom so vividly. The resounding slaps echoed throughout the living room, a testament to the force he exerted. The individuals on the opposite sofa were momentarily stunned, but it was Qin Xianlan who quickly regained her composure, her anger boiling over. You wretch! Are you attempting to rebel? Before Su Wen returned home, Qin Xianlan had always regarded Su Baiyan as her most cherished daughter. Not only due to her youth, but also because of her endearing words that charmed everyone. She had been carefully nurtured throughout her life, and now, to see her struck by Su Sun was simply intolerable. Ah, you scoundrel! Stop this immediately. Qin Xianlan frantically searched for a ruler, ready to strike Su Sun. Oh, so you've realized my slaps have a bit of sting? Su Sun raised his arm, clutching the ruler in his palm, and with a fierce swing, brought it down towards Su Baiyan, who turned to him with wide, terrified eyes. Crack! Time seemed to freeze as all present were rendered speechless. Moments later, a shrill scream reverberated throughout the villa. Ah, you bastard! Su Baiyan was now truly in tears. Having always been the apple of the family SI, she had never faced punishment for her misdeeds. Now, she found herself pinned down and struck. Woohoo! Mom, you must, suddenly. Su Baiyan noticed the glimmer of triumph at the corner of Su Sun's mouth. She immediately grasped the situation, realizing this was a deliberate provocation. He was forcing her to retaliate. In an instant, Su Baiyan ceased her tears and wails, turning to glare fiercely at Su Sun. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you have the guts, strike me down today. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt at all. Su Sun was taken aback, astonished by her resilience. Qin Exan, too, was left speechless, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at her daughter's foolish grin. Nian Nian, please don't frighten your mother. You aren't really daft from the beating, are you? A surge of fury erupted within her. Qin Exan roared, eldest. Second, how long will you stand there in a stupor? Quickly, drag this scoundrel away. The two siblings, finally coming to their senses, were about to intervene when Su Mu Yin reached out to stop Su Wanqing. Second, do not interfere, I will handle this. With that, she slowly approached Su Sun. Slap. Su Sun pointed the ruler at them, warning, all of you, freeze. One step closer, and I'll strike you. You scoundrel. Are you rebelling? Qin Exan shrieked. Indeed, I am rebelling today. I have stated, as long as I remain in this house, I shall turn it upside down. Is there anyone here who dares to expel me from the Su family? Surely, you wouldn't be unwilling to part with me? Originally, Qin Exan was simmering with anger. The audacity of Su Sun to speak so defiantly only fueled her rage. After all, her precious son was back. Su Sun's presence in the household had become entirely unnecessary. Very well, do you truly believe someone would miss you? Today I shall, Mom. Stop. Upon hearing the voice, alarms went off in Su Sun's mind. Swiftly, he tossed Su Baiyin to the ground and lunged at Su Mu Yin like a ferocious tiger. Chapter 16. A severe beating of Su Baiyin, yet still not being driven away. Su Sun tightly covered Su Mu Yin's mouth, whispering urgently into her ear. I warn you, best not to make a sound. Afterward, he turned to Qin Exan, flashing her a grin. All right, you may continue now. Qin Exan, already brimming with fury, was infuriated further by his provocative smile. Su Sun, what do you intend to do? Release your elder sister at once. Cease your insolence, or I shall be compelled to administer familial discipline. Su Sun scoffed. Spare me your ramblings. Continue with what you were about to say. I am all ears. I was just about to. Qin Xinlan suddenly grasped the situation, her fury surging. What do you think you are? I assure you, this matter is far from over. I will ensure you. Ensure me what? Su Sun interrupted. What do you intend to ensure me? I do not know. I need you to articulate it. You wretched fool. Do you dare to be so brazen? I shall. Yes, precisely. Continue. You vile creature. Do you think I lack the courage? I shall declare your expulsion. As the final words hovered on the brink of utterance, Su Sun wore a triumphant smile. Suddenly, Su Baiyin cried out, Mom. I feel as though I might shatter. What? Instantly, Qin Xinlan rushed to Su Baiyin's side, her expression filled with concern. Nian Nian, my dear, fear not. Mother shall seek justice for you. Ah, mother, do not concern yourself with him. I am in excruciating pain. Am I destined to perish? Nay, fear not. I shall retrieve the medicine box at once. Qin Xinlan hurriedly dashed off in search of the medicine. Meanwhile, Su Sun's smile froze in place. Just as victory was within reach, Su Baiyin chose this moment to wail in agony. Su Baiyin, what do you intend? I am currently incapacitated. You cannot lay a hand on me. As Su Sun approached, Su Baiyin felt genuine panic. Given her current state of injury, would Su Sun truly resort to violence? Big sister, save me. Su Sun is coming for me again. He has struck. He has struck again. Ah. Su Mu Yin was powerless to stop Su Sun's wrathful advance, merely able to watch in helpless horror as Su Sun raised her hand. As Su Baiyin braced for the anticipated pain, it never came. Instead, at the moment of impact, Su Sun halted abruptly, lightly tapping the area where the blow would have fallen, her expression a mixture of mockery and amusement. What do you truly desire? Su Baiyin stammered, swallowing nervously, suddenly aware that she had perhaps pushed too far. Nothing of consequence. However, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Su Sun replied, nonchalantly ascending the stairs as if the entire encounter had been a trivial game. It was only when a chill crept over her that Su Baiyin realized not only had she been struck, but she had also been humiliated in the process. Moreover, it seemed she had been taken advantage of. Ah, you scoundrel. I shall retaliate. Yet her injuries rendered her movements painful, causing her to cry out in distress. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face, and she vowed that Su Sun would pay dearly for this affront. Fifth sister, I am grateful you interrupted mother earlier, otherwise. At that moment, Su Mu Yin approached Su Baiyin, both sympathy and gratitude etched on her face. Through gritted teeth, Su Baiyin replied, This is for my own sake. I will not let this matter rest. He shall not escape retribution. Fifth sister, Su Sun has been behaving unusually of late, clearly on the edge of collapse. Can you not endure? Big sister, are you serious? Look at what I have endured. But did you not provoke him? Besides, you bullied him mercilessly in your youth. Su Baiyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Big sister, enough. This is not a negotiation. I shall compensate you. You need not accompany mother on her trip tomorrow. Remain home and rest. As she passed by Su Wanqing, Su Muyan paused, adding, "Second sister. Do not defend fifth sister. She has always been unruly. A lesson in humility is due." But, second sister, faced with her elder sister's stern countenance, Su Wanqing could only acquiesce with a nod. The following day, after tending to her wounds and a night of recovery, Su Baiyin could barely manage to walk. Though Su Sun had struck her with considerable force, the blows had been scattered, sparing her from complete incapacitation. However, it was best to avoid sitting for the time being. At that moment, the Su family sat down for breakfast, with Su Qiming and Su Wen having returned home, with the head of the household present. It was inevitable that yesterday's events would be revisited. "Oh, where is your precious fifth sister? Has she been so thoroughly beaten that she cannot rise?" Su Muyan's hands froze mid-serve. Upon hearing this, Su Qiming's brow furrowed, a hint of anger and suspicion lacing his tone. "What do you mean you struck fifth sister? Not only did I strike her, but I left her quite bruised." As Qin Xinlan recounted the events of the previous night in vivid detail, Su Qiming's fury erupted, slamming his hand on the table. "You wretched child! That is your sister. How dare you lay a hand on her?" Su Sun scoffed. "What nonsense! I would strike you without hesitation, let alone her. You impudent child." Su Qiming seized a plate, poised to hurl it at her. "Father, please calm yourself. Yesterday, fifth sister was indeed insolent, and she deserved a lesson. That is no mere lesson. How can I stand by as my beloved daughter is beaten so mercilessly by this wretch? Father, it was merely a childish quarrel. It is of no great consequence. Firstborn, do not defend this scoundrel. I shall check on fifth sister and then return to deal with him." As Su Qiming stormed off, the table fell into a heavy silence. Qin Xinlan was too furious to speak. Su Muyan sighed heavily, unsure of what to say. What Su Sun did not anticipate was that Su Wen would not seize this opportunity to stoke the flames of discord. Behaving in a manner so docile, it left her feeling unsettled. She wondered how long the scheming Su Wen could maintain this facade. Su Sun contemplated whether to strike Su Wen directly or feign an excuse to do so. However, an unexpected shriek from Su Wanqing drew everyone's attention. "Something terrible has occurred. What has you in such a tizzy? Did your firm encounter an issue?" Su Wanqing set her phone down, her face pale as she shook her head in shock. "No, it is the travel group. The one mother and fifth sister are part of has met with an accident." Chapter 17. In the wake of being expelled, Su Baiyin is struck again. What transpired? How could such a calamity befall them? Su Muyan inquired, her expression turning grave. "There was a vehicular accident. Just 20 minutes ago, the tourist bus en route to a neighboring city collided. Apparently, a truck lost control and, in an emergency stop, the bus could not evade in time, leading to a catastrophic chain reaction." Even now, Su Wanqing's heart raced with dread, her hands trembling beneath the table. The tickets for the trip had been provided by her firm. She had no time to attend and had thus brought home the tickets for an extravagant 7-day getaway. Furthermore, it was through her persuasion that her mother and sister agreed to embark on this journey, believing they could use the diversion. The travel group set out at 7 in the morning, yet mere moments after hitting the highway, disaster struck. Had her mother and sister truly gone? She feared she could never forgive herself. When Su Muyan and Qin Xinlan glimpsed the news on their phones, their faces turned ashen, especially Qin Xinlan. She had genuinely wished to partake in the trip, had it not been for Su Baiyin's injuries. She feared she might have found herself in the midst of that calamity. Panic surged through Qin Xinlan as she hastily gulped down water. This cannot be real. How could such misfortune befall us? Su Wanqing was somewhat at a loss for words. "Mom, my colleague also had family members who went. And just now they asked me what to do. How could it possibly be fake? Thankfully, I didn't go." Qin Xinlan took another sip, a wave of relief washing over her. At that moment, Su Mayan furrowed her brow, casting a cold glare at Su Wanqing. "Second sister, if I remember correctly. Fifth sister didn't want to go originally, right? It was you who insisted on persuading her to accompany mom. Don't you need to explain yourself?" Su Wanqing's expression shifted. "Eldest sister, how can I explain this? How could I have known such a thing would happen? You were the one who encouraged her. Although you narrowly escaped a disaster, you bear some responsibility." As she spoke, Su Mayan suddenly turned her gaze to Su Sun. Su Sun was taken aback. "Why are you looking at me? You can't possibly think I have any responsibility, right?" "Indeed, you do bear some responsibility. If it weren't for you, mom and fifth sister would be in trouble. Second sister, you should be grateful to Xiao Sun. If it weren't for him, you would have much to answer for." Su Wanqing was momentarily bewildered. What does this have to do with him? How can it not? If Xiao Sun hadn't hit fifth sister, she wouldn't be lying in bed. Had fifth sister been able to leave, she and mom would be on that bus right now. Do you see the connection? You could argue that Xiao Sun inadvertently helped you, so when dad comes down, you should know how to act. Su Wanqing smiled helplessly, realizing they were waiting for her. While she found the reasoning a bit tenuous, she didn't wish to oppose her eldest sister's wishes. Suddenly, She recalled the incident at the last banquet. Could it be that Su Sun acted deliberately this time as well? Why else would he suddenly go mad and hit someone? After all, she still hadn't apologized to Su Sun for the misunderstanding from last time, so perhaps this time could be seen as him helping her. Su Sun, however, was merely perplexed. Thinking seriously? How does this involve me? Qin Xinlan was already in a foul mood and disagreed with Su Mine's assertions. What does this have to do with him? He was merely a coincidence. We are simply fortunate. Su Mine was at a loss for words. Mom, have you forgotten about Dad's incident at the banquet so quickly? This is a different matter altogether. Last time he did uncover some clues, but this time it has nothing to do with him. Qin Xinlan dismissed her with a scoff, showing no sign of believing that Su Sun had been of any assistance. Realizing that it would be futile to argue further, Su Mine pleaded, fine. Let us say it was a coincidence, but that coincidence helped you all avoid a disaster. So let's just let yesterday's events go. At the very least, don't add fuel to the fire in front of Dad. Just as she finished speaking, Su Qiming came charging down the stairs, brandishing a belt. You little rascal. How dare you beat your fifth sister like that? I'll skin you alive today. Su Mine's face turned pale, and she rushed forward to intervene. Dad, what are you doing? Are you really going to hit him? Get out of my way. You don't care that your fifth sister was bullied to such an extent. And you actually defend this little brat? Where's your sense of being the eldest sister? Dad, they are both my siblings. I won't take sides. I only stand for what is right. Get lost. What nonsense is this? Are you saying fifth sister deserved to be beaten? Seeing that she was losing control of the situation, Su Mine turned and shouted, Second sister, how long are you going to watch this unfold? Su Qiming's expression darkened. Second sister, are you going to stop me too? Su Wanqing grasped his other arm and said helplessly, Dad, you really can't lay a hand on Xiao Sun this time. What? Why can't I? Because he saved Mom and fifth sister's lives. The air fell into silence. Su Qiming was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of her words. Did beating up his daughter equate to saving her life? Seizing the opportunity, Su Mine informed him of everything that had transpired. After hearing it all, Su Qiming was indeed stunned for quite a while, filled with both dread and relief. However, the thought of his precious daughter being beaten to such a state ignited his fury once more. What does this have to do with that little brat? No way. I still have to give him a good beating. At this, Su Mine's temper flared. Dad, can't you just settle down for Mom and fifth sister's sake for a moment? While fifth sister is indeed suffering, in the end, what is more important, a life or a beating? Fifth sister was the one who instigated this. She brought it upon herself. Now Xiao Sun has indirectly saved her life. So what are you still angry about? Are you standing up for fifth sister, or are you just too proud to admit when you're wrong? Dad, enough already. With his thoughts laid bare, Su Qiming found himself at a loss for words. However, he understood that today was not the day to take advantage of the situation. After all, he had his pride and didn't want to be labeled as someone who stirs up trouble for no reason. Thus, he suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Fine. We can let this go, but he must apologize to fifth sister. Su Mine's smile instantly froze. If it were the old Su Sun, he would have surely apologized. But now he probably wouldn't even care. Even if she personally persuaded him, he might not respond at all. To her surprise, Su Sun actually agreed. All right, I'll apologize. No one noticed the fleeting smirk that crossed Su Sun's lips. Su Mine was overjoyed. Xiao Sun, are you really willing to apologize? Su Sun nodded. Of course, I'm someone who values honesty. With that, he walked straight upstairs. Su Qiming hadn't expected Su Sun to suddenly be so agreeable, which only fueled his frustration further. But there was nothing he could do. He had made the promise himself and couldn't he go back on his word. At the entrance to Su Banyan's room, the group attempted to enter together, but Su Mine blocked them. Since Xiao Sun is going to apologize, let us give him some face and not watch him do it. Su Qiming was somewhat displeased, but didn't he press the issue, waiting quietly outside. However, it was only a few seconds after Su Sun entered when anguished cries erupted from within. Ah, you bastard, how dare you hit me? Chapter 18. The fourth of the Su family returns home. In the bedroom, Su Banyan lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone, transforming her anger into shopping desire. Adding items to her cart with fervor. This one is nice, and so is this one. Even though this is useless, I might as well buy it. She pondered. What did Dad come by for earlier? But she quickly dismissed it, returning to her shopping spree. Just as she lost herself in the thrill of shopping, the door suddenly creaked open. Who allowed you to come in? Su Banyan frowned, her displeasure evident as she glared at the doorway. Although she felt much better today, it didn't mean she had forgotten the humiliation of yesterday. Su Sun leaned against the door for a moment before walking expressionlessly toward the bed. Su Banyan was puzzled, and just as she was about to ask what he wanted, she saw his large hand suddenly raise. Instantly, she panicked. What are you doing? I advise you to be kind. Kind. I'll show you kindness right now. With that, he aimed and swung down a hefty slap. Immediately, a wail erupted. "You bastard!" Slap, slap, slap. Su Sun unleashed a series of smooth attacks that brought tears to Su Banyan's eyes. Yesterday, at least there had been a pretext for the fight. Today, he struck without a word. Su Banyan was genuinely terrified, her eyes glistening with tears as she turned to him, looking pitiful. Su Sun didn't relent, pulling his shirt and delivering another slap. What are you doing? Stop. I'm going to teach you a lesson for causing trouble. Let us see how long you can endure. Please, Xuan. It hurts. I promise I won't do it again. Stop with the pitiful act. I didn't even hit you hard, so what are you pretending for? Su Banyan, filled with rage and humiliation, declared, I warn you, if you continue this way, I will call for help. Go ahead, call, and let us see who can save you. Came the taunting reply. Help. Sister, save me. Dad, save me. Outside the door, Su Qiming was desperately trying to open it, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was locked. In an instant, both he and his wife were engulfed in fury. Qin Xianlan, feeling both anger and concern, shouted incessantly, Old Su, hurry and unlock the door. Filled with indignation, Su Qiming exclaimed, this ungrateful child has locked the door. How audacious. At that moment, Su Wanqing cast a helpless glance at Su Muyin, as if to say, look, this is the good younger brother you have been protecting all along. Su Muyin, equally disheartened, had no clue what had provoked Su Sun this time. Could it be that fifth sister had once again riled him up? Dad, where's the key to fifth sister's room? My brother is still a man. How could fifth sister endure such treatment? After days of silence, Suwon could no longer contain himself. Now that everything was laid bare before him, it would be a disservice to such a splendid opportunity if he didn't stir the pot a little. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianlan's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed to search for the key. Meanwhile, Su Qiming continued to kick and twist the doorknob. Suddenly, the door swung open unexpectedly. My leg. Su Qiming had kicked nothing but air, landing in a perfect split that left his face flushed with pain. Qin Xianlan, hearing the commotion, returned, and chaos ensued. Oh, is this an acrobatic performance? At your age, you should be careful not to injure yourself. Su Qiming nearly exploded with rage at this comment. Trembling as he pointed a finger at Su Sun, Qin Xianlan, even more infuriated, shouted, Su Sun, what on earth do you intend to do? What do you mean what? I haven't done anything. Su Sun replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders as he prepared to retreat to his room. However, as he passed by Su Wan, he suddenly halted and delivered a sharp slap. Su Sun, stop right there. Qin Xianlan's cries went unheard. Su Wan, stunned and holding his cheek, was bewildered. Had he uttered a single word to earn such a blow? Instantly, a surge of anger welled up within him. Fine. I hadn't intended to resort to that tactic so soon, but you forced my hand. As evening approached, the day off proved to be rather dull. Not a single troublemaker had come to disrupt the peace, and Su Sun understood that Su Muyin must have worked tirelessly to maintain the calm. He felt a sense of despair. Without the unexpected presence of Su Muyin, he would have likely returned to his own world long ago. Previously indifferent, now she seemed eager to make amends. What a perplexing twist of fate. It seemed he needed to rectify Su Muyin's unfavorable impression of him. Once he dealt with her meddling, everything would proceed unimpeded. Xiao Sun, dinner is ready. When mealtime arrived, Su Muyin personally called him to the table. In times past, such attention would have left him flabbergasted, but now he found it oddly unsettling. In the dining room, the family had gathered, and upon seeing Su Sun, Su Qiming and his wife became visibly agitated, yet they surprisingly restrained themselves from erupting. Su Sun's gaze darkened, piquing his curiosity about the lengths Su Muyin had gone to in order to quell their tempers. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, causing Su Sun to furrow his brow. This familiar voice belonged to the once elusive superstar, Su Qingxia, who had returned after several months. Xia, why did you return so suddenly? Yes, Su Qingxia, why didn't you inform us in advance? We could have sent someone to pick you up. The unexpected return of Su Qingxia, a rising star in the music industry, temporarily alleviated the couple's simmering frustration. Su Qingxia, often entangled in a busy schedule, had hurriedly returned home, arms laden with bags. Dad, Mom, I informed Xiaowen about my return. Did he not tell you? Upon hearing this, Suwon scratched his head sheepishly. I just wanted to surprise you all, so I didn't mention it. Indeed, a surprise, and quite a surprise it is. Qin Xianlan exclaimed, quickly taking the luggage. Perfect timing, we're about to eat. Come, let us sit down. But Xia, what about your luggage? Are you coming back to stay? Yes, I'm preparing to release a new album next month. The main track is nearly complete, so I'm back to rest for a while. At the dining table, Su Qingxia eagerly embraced her sisters. Eldest sister, second sister, I missed you so much. Su Muyin patted her head. All right, All right, it's good that you're back. Make sure to rest properly this time. Yes, eldest sister. Once seated, Su Qingxia turned her gaze to the two individuals across from her. It was one thing for her sisters not to greet her. But why were these two remaining seated as if they hadn't noticed her? Fifth sister, you didn't welcome me home. What does your silence mean? Su Baiyan rolled her eyes in response. We're already at the table. Why should I welcome you? In large families, it is often the two youngest siblings who clash the most fiercely, competing for their parents' affection. Such was the case with Su Baiyan and Su Sun, as well as Su Baiyan and Su Qingxia. Since childhood, they had frequently quarreled and fought, unable to coexist harmoniously. Su Baiyan felt that Su Qingxia was always competing with her, oblivious to her role as the younger sister, while Su Qingxia perceived Su Baiyan as willful and disrespectful. Thus, their relationship had always been fraught with tension. Feeling ignored, Su Qingxia couldn't help but feel displeased, but it was Su Sun's reaction that truly infuriated her. Su Sun, what is your attitude? You've been back for so long, and you don't even know to greet anyone? Su Sun paused in his actions of serving food, raising his eyes with a frown. Oh, hello, Su Lao Si. Chapter 19. The video Su Sun casually shared went viral. What did you call me? You, fourth sister, enough? Sit down and eat. Don't come back and act all high and mighty. Just eat. With the eldest sister intervening, Su Qingxia felt obliged to give her some face, not wanting to start a quarrel right after her return. Yet, Su Sun's behavior was indeed infuriating. She shot him a few fierce glares, noticing that he seemed different from the last time he had come home. She was puzzled. How had the usually timid Su Sun transformed so drastically? Moreover, the parents' expressions were also somewhat unusual. In the past, Su Sun's attitude would have earned him a swift reprimand. Fourth sister, don't dwell on unpleasantness now that you're back. Brother is just in a bad mood. Don't take it personally. Hearing this, Su Qingxia smiled faintly, appreciating Xiaowen's thoughtfulness. By the way, Xiaowen, you mentioned a surprise for me. What is it? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Su Qingxia's eyes. When she had returned home, Su Wen had hinted at a surprise that could help alleviate her long-standing concerns regarding her album's main track. Although she didn't hold out much hope, she felt that as it was the first gift from her brother, no matter how trivial, she would cherish it. However, upon hearing the question, Su Wen's smile faltered, realizing that if the surprise were revealed publicly, it would no longer be a surprise. It's nothing. Everyone will find out eventually anyway. This will allow everyone to see your brother's intentions. Is that really all right? It's fine. I don't mind, so why should you worry? Hurry up. Having spoken thus, Su Wen felt a sense of obligation to meet everyone's expectations. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his room and emerged with a sheet of A4 paper, casting a meaningful glance at Su Sun before opening it. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Su Sun noticed it and couldn't help but feel perplexed. His confusion was mirrored by Su Qingxia, who took the paper from Su Wen. However, upon reading its contents, her expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Xiaowen, did you write these lyrics? Su Wen nodded shyly, scratching his head. Yes, I was inspired to write them. I hope they are of some use to Sister C. Of course they are useful, she exclaimed. The content of the paper could be considered the most profound lyrics she had ever encountered. Themes of diligence, ambition, and perseverance suggested that it was an inspirational song, far removed from the simplistic lyrics she had previously seen, truly rich in meaning. The reason her lead song had yet to be finalized was her inability to compose lyrics of such depth. This piece was like a timely gift from the heavens. Sister C, as long as it is useful to you, I am thrilled. It's a pity I know nothing about music. I only have the lyrics and no melody. She lamented. Su Qingxia shook her head repeatedly. No worries. Good lyrics can fit any melody. With such splendid words, any tune will suffice. Xiaowen, you have truly been a tremendous help. The others, lacking musical knowledge, shared in Su Qingxia's joy. Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan felt immense pride in their son's hidden talent. Their fourth child's passion for music was evident, and it was clear that whatever had excited her so was something extraordinary. Truly, he was a worthy son of the Su family. Only Su Sun remained indifferent. Returning to his room after the meal, it must be noted that the music in this world was woefully underdeveloped. The songs available were simply unbearable to someone like him, who had experienced the finest. As for Su Wen, what remarkable lyrics could he possibly produce? Words like money and women were enough to drain his brain cells. He had truly seen little of the world. Su Sun's voice was soft, yet it reached Su Qingxia's ears. Despite being siblings, how can there be such a disparity? One can already write such valuable lyrics, while the other is mired in jealousy. During the meal, Su Qingxia began composing melodies in her mind. She had no intention of wasting such exquisite lyrics. They deserved the perfect song. After pondering throughout the night, she felt that the melodies she devised lacked a certain flair. Seeking inspiration, she approached Su Wen, but he could not provide a satisfactory answer. leaving her feeling quite flustered. Meanwhile, Su Sun was not idle that night. Ever since Su Qingxiao returned home, his phone had been inundated with videos of her and various singing performances. Previously, he would be lucky to come across one music-related video among 10, but now they flooded his feed. Was this the power of big data? He hadn't even searched for anything in particular. The various singing videos and live streams were ear-piercingly grating. In a fit of frustration, Su Sun decided to step up and show the world what true music sounded like. Fortunately, his bedroom, previously used as a storage room, contained a guitar. Picking it up, he aimed his phone and prepared to record. Immersed in the moment, he felt transported back to a time of struggle. Recently, I have been diligently cultivating my craft, forging a path to the pinnacle that you might believe belongs to you. Su Sun had always been quick to grasp various subjects, especially music. Embarrassingly, he had always considered himself a genius, but he realized that this was merely a result of countless lifetimes of experience and learning. He had often inspired Su Qingxiao musically, and this song was originally meant for her, as he wished for her to firmly establish herself in the music industry and earn a name that was unparalleled. However, after regaining his memories and seeing through his family's dynamics, he no longer felt inclined to seek their approval. He would be leaving eventually, so why not let the world hear what true music sounded like before he departed? After recording the video, Su Sun uploaded it to a platform. Coincidentally, a popular local music streamer was looking for challengers, and seeking a bit of amusement and publicity, Su Sun joined in. Initially, the streamer, upon learning that Su Sun was neither a singer nor a music student, looked down on him and even advised him to stay away. The barrage of comments from viewers also assumed Su Sun was merely there to play around. However, after Su Sun completed his performance, the chat exploded with fervent praise. In a world where even the slightest distance could spark a frenzy, Su Sun's song was a resounding revelation. Wow, that streamer is incredible. Is this a love song? It's simply exquisite. Indeed, the lyrics start off so motivational, yet it transitions into a melodious R&B love song. Sensational. Oh my goodness, streamer, sing it again. It melted my heart. It's just too beautiful. The streamer's profile has the full version. Everyone, go listen. Why doesn't the streamer show his face? With such a lovely voice, he must be quite handsome. I want to see him sing live. In just a short span of 10 minutes. Su Sun's video garnered over 1,000 likes. However, he did not respond to the viewers' messages, shutting off his phone and preparing for sleep. He knew that this video would likely gain traction, but it required time to spread. Unbeknownst to him, his casual upload exploded, rapidly dominating the trending charts. By the next morning, the account named Sun Su had become the subject of fervent discussion among countless individuals. Chapter 20. Su Wen's song plagiarized? Early in the morning. In the living room, Su Qingxiao was still struggling with her melody. Despite having such excellent lyrics, she was unable to create a corresponding tune, leaving her feeling utterly exasperated. She suddenly felt guilty for not being able to honor Su Wen's heartfelt effort. She had received such a wonderful gift, but had no means to utilize it. She truly felt unworthy of the title of a rising songstress. Oh, look at you, scratching your head like a pig, still troubled by your pitiful song. The moment Su Baini appeared, her words dripped with sarcasm. Su Qingxiao shot her a fierce glare. If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. And you, why are you loitering at home instead of going to school? Su Baini chuckled, huh? I'm already interning. When the time comes, I can just get an internship certificate from the company. Why bother with school? You lack ambition. By my senior year, I was already earning money through my own efforts. Unlike you, who does nothing all day. What are you barking about? Our family is wealthy. Do we really need your meager contribution? I enjoy staying at home. What is it to you? The two exchanged barbs with mutual disdain. And Su Baini sprawled on the opposite sofa, engrossed in her phone. My idoless songs are wonderful. Can your pathetic excuse for music even be called music? That morning, as she opened Douyin, she was bombarded with trending topics. Initially, she clicked in with a casual attitude, but the moment she heard the song, she was spellbound. It was nothing short of divine. To say this song is only possible because it exists in heaven would not be an exaggeration. Compared to the songs of her fourth sibling, this was a total triumph. Lost in the melody, Su Baini unconsciously turned up the volume. In a state of utter disarray, Su Qingxiao nearly hurled a pillow at the source of the disruptive noise. Yet, suddenly, she sensed something amiss. The melody was astonishingly beautiful. What truly caught her attention was the familiarity of the lyrics. Were they not the very words penned by her younger brother, Xiaowen? What are you doing? Quiet down. Su Qingxiao exclaimed as she snatched Su Bainian's phone, staring in a daze at the video displayed on the screen. The voice, the tune, were simply exquisite. It dawned on her why she had struggled to find a suitable melody. The entire composition was a love song. She had mistakenly believed that the paper contained an inspirational anthem, thus seeking a fervent and uplifting melody, completely overlooking the romantic essence within. The gentle, almost whisper-like melody revealed everything to her. It turned out this had always been a love song. She had utterly lost her way. Yet, Xiaowen had claimed it was inspirational. Why then did the rhythm resonate so intimately? Su Qingxia felt perplexed, her vision clouded with uncertainty. Are you shocked? Su Banian quipped. It's only natural. For someone like you, who prides herself on musical prowess, encountering such a song is more unbearable than death. Now you understand that there are always greater talents out there, right? In comparison, your songs simply lack the finesse. Su Qingxia was indeed taken aback, genuinely stunned. Relying solely on her own abilities, she feared she could never compose such a song or conceive such a melody. Grasping Su Banian's shoulders, she fervently inquired, "Where did you find this video? How do you have it?" "I downloaded it online. This song has gone viral. Don't you browse the internet?" "What?" Su Qingxia opened her phone and was met with a myriad of trending searches related to the song. There were not only recorded versions, but also live performances. All undeniably enchanting and captivating. So this is its title? But why do the lyrics mirror exactly what Xiaowen shared with me? In a daze, Su Qingxia returned to the sofa, replaying the video repeatedly. "What are you mumbling about? Is this really necessary?" Su Banian dismissed her concerns, continuing to message her idol. "When will you make an appearance? Or when will there be a live performance? If not, please release a single. I wish to listen to it endlessly on my phone." After sending the message, Su Banian cradled her phone against her chest, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Although the idol had not revealed their face, the voice was undeniably that of a handsome young man. How she longed for the chance to hear a live performance. Yet there was something vaguely familiar about the voice and the background. Little did they know how much Su Qingxia was suffering that day. After hours of contemplation, she began to form a hypothesis. Although her understanding of her brother Su Wen was limited, given his lack of exposure to music in the past, how could he possibly craft such profound lyrics? Could it be that Xiaowen had plagiarized? Yet, her brother was always so considerate. How could he engage in such behavior? Despite their brief acquaintance, she was inclined to trust him and believe there must be a misunderstanding. Once he returned, all would be revealed. Finally, the others returned home from work one by one. As soon as Su Qingxia entered, she pulled Su Wen into a corner. "Fourth brother, what is so mysterious?" Su Wen looked at her with curiosity. "What is it, fourth sister?" "Of course I wrote those lyrics. What is the matter?" "Then what is going on?" She pressed, opening her phone. As Su Wen glimpsed the video, his brow furrowed slightly, but he maintained his composure. He had anticipated that fourth sister would have her reasons for asking, but he hadn't expected there to be a video. Nonetheless, he was well prepared. What was there to fear from other scrutiny? Instantly, he feigned a look of grievance. "Fourth sister, do you doubt me?" Su Qingxia's demeanor softened. "No, I was merely asking if there could be a misunderstanding, or if perhaps the lyrics were leaked and someone copied them." Su Wen fell silent. Yet, the more he remained quiet, the more uneasy Su Qingxia felt. She was almost certain of her suspicions and had no intention of pressing further. But unexpectedly, Su Wen spoke. "Indeed, fourth sister, I have been copied." "What?" Su Qingxia was taken aback. "Fourth sister, I may have truly been plagiarized. I don't know how it happened, but those lyrics are undeniably mine." "Oh, the surveillance. The cameras can vindicate me. I wrote those lyrics in the study a month ago." The two hurriedly rushed to the study to check the surveillance footage. The video revealed Su Wen seemingly talking to himself, suddenly tearing off a piece of paper and beginning to write. When he finished, he accidentally knocked over his tea, and the water stain on the paper in Su Qingxia's hand matched perfectly. "Fourth sister, I know you may still be skeptical, but I have evidence on my computer. When the paper got wet, I feared the words would be illegible, so I edited the document on my computer and sent it to my email. If you don't believe me, I can show you." "Yes, there's a computer here. Let me check the email." When the email appeared, Su Qingxia was completely convinced. Not only had Su Wen spontaneously written the lyrics, but the email containing the lyrical content had also been sent a month prior. It was indeed her little brother's creation. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her brother possessed such talent, able to compose such lyrics on a whim. Truly a genius. Now that her brother was cleared of wrongdoing, the issue became glaringly apparent. It seemed their song had been plagiarized. Chapter 21. The stolen proposal. Su Sun was sued. "Xia, why are you so upset? Is something wrong?" At the dining table, Qin Xinlan served Su Qingxia a spoonful of soup and placed a lobster in her bowl. "Whatever the problem, you must eat. Staring into space like this is unbecoming." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxia's frustration intensified. "Eat? How can I possibly eat? Xiaowen's song has been plagiarized. I haven't even had the chance to sing it." "What?" The others immediately grew anxious. The issue of song plagiarism was serious. They could not tolerate someone stealing their precious son's hard work. Su Qiming's expression darkened as he asked, "Do you know who copied it? How dare someone set their sights on Su family's property?" "Alas, I've already reached out to that person, but there has been no response. However, I've notified the platform and contacted others to prepare for a lawsuit. They cannot escape justice. The blogger named Sun Tzu, who was feigning ignorance, only made Su Qingxiao more convinced of their guilt. Most concerning was the fact that the blogger had hidden the video, definitely indicative of wrongdoing. But what good would feigning ignorance do? She would ensure they paid for their plagiarism. Su Qiming wholeheartedly agreed with her resolve. Excellent. Be decisive. Such opportunists deserve swift action. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to us for assistance. Su Qingxiao smiled lightly. It's nothing to worry about. A small blogger doesn't require the family's intervention. Su Sun, sitting quietly, remained silent, inwardly lamenting the plagiarist's choice. Of all songs to copy, why choose Su Wen's? Could it be that this person, like Su Qingxiao, also possesses a sibling filter that transforms a lump of excrement into treasure? Lost in her thoughts, Su Sun couldn't help but chuckle. Su Sun, what are you laughing at? Su Qingxiao retorted, her anger palpable, with a myriad of unresolved issues on her plate. It was infuriating that Su Sun not only failed to assist, but also found amusement in the situation. It was utterly absurd. Su Sun, I am aware that you've been attempting to divert my attention in unconventional ways, but let me assure you, this will only intensify my disdain for you. Taken aback by her words, Su Sun pondered the absurdity of it all. After some time apart, had Su Qingxiao developed such a narcissistic attitude? Or had she always been this way? Stop being so self-important. What do you think you are, huh? This remark undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, igniting Su Qingxiao's fury. Fortunately, Su Mayan, quick-witted and swift, intervened, urging her to remain calm. Truth be told, Su Qingxiao found herself utterly perplexed. Ever since her return home, it felt as if the atmosphere had shifted. Her elder sister had taken to shielding Su Sun, and their parents appeared helplessly indulgent towards him. A stark contrast to the discipline they once imposed. She couldn't fathom what had transpired, but had never experienced such indignity before. Elder sister, let go of me. Su Sun has become increasingly unruly, and you have no right to drag me into this. Su Sun, you had better explain what you found so amusing just now. Or else. The threat remained unvoiced as Su Sun interjected with a cold smirk. Or else what? Will you ignore me? Or perhaps you'll resort to your old methods of discipline. Su Qingxiao, you used to take such pleasure in educating me, but times have changed. Whether I choose to retaliate is entirely up to me. Why should I care what you think of my laughter? I find it amusing that you consider a mere pile of rebuttal thrown out by Su Wen to be a treasure. Is this the pinnacle of your achievements? A diva? How laughable. Outrageous. Su Qiming slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Just as Su Sun reached for a dish, Su Mayan quickly stepped in. I just remembered I have some documents to attend to at work. Little Sun, come with me. She discreetly pulled the dish from his grasp, ignoring the curious gazes of others, and led Su Sun upstairs. Thus, a potential conflict was deftly averted. However, the anger simmering within Su Qiming lingered, refusing to dissipate. While Su Qingxiao felt more aggrieved than furious. Throughout her life, Su Sun had never dared to speak to her in such a manner, and now, not only was his attitude disrespectful, but he also belittled her capabilities. Father, mother? What on earth is happening? Why does it seem like Su Sun has transformed into a different person? Their parents exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. They were reluctant to disclose the humiliating experiences Su Sun had endured, nor did they want to acknowledge his contributions. Most importantly, they wished to protect Su Wen's reputation. Only Su Wanqing let out a long sigh. Fourth sister, it would be wise for you to avoid provoking him. What he said earlier holds truth. If you irritate him, you will indeed face consequences, just as fifth sister did. What? At this, a sharp gaze shot towards Su Baiyan, who felt a mix of embarrassment and shame. Why was this being brought up? Honestly, why mention it? Letting her get beaten would teach her a lesson. Frustrated, she stormed upstairs after setting her utensils aside. At that moment, Su Qingxiao was left in shock. She knew her fifth sister well enough to understand that she would never accept defeat. How could it be that Su Sun had actually bested her? The crucial point was that given her younger sister's vengeful nature, she had not retaliated against Su Sun. Even their parents seemed unfazed. Su Qingxiao was utterly baffled. What had transpired during her absence? With Su Mayan gone, Su Sun lay idly on his bed. His fingers hovered over the screen, momentarily pausing. The video had garnered more attention than he anticipated. Upon opening his phone, he was bombarded with a flurry of comments and private messages, far exceeding his expectations. Particularly the numerous guild invitations made his head spin. The decision to release a song had been a spur-of-the-moment impulse. Now that his objective had been achieved, he deleted the nearly 10 million liked video. This not only mitigated some disturbances, but also enlightened the public on what true music entails. Truly, it was a case of leaving quietly and concealing oneself away from fame. Little did he know, his act of deleting the work was perceived by others as a sign of insecurity. Countless individuals were eager to collaborate with him, while some harbored ulterior motives. The following day at the Su Corporation building, as the president's assistant, Su Sun remained diligent. Following Su Mayan's instructions, he meticulously prepared a proposal, ready to deliver it to the president's office. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of Su Mayan berating Su Wan. While he relished Su Wan's misfortune, the severity of Su Mayan's reprimand left him puzzled. Su Wan, do you even comprehend what you've written? It's completely nonsensical. I never asked you to write anything. But since you chose to, you must take responsibility. I required a proposal for cosmetic acquisitions, yet you presented me with this drivel. What on earth does cosmetics have to do with raising pigs? Are you suggesting the design of the Qingyan mask is akin to postnatal care for sows? Su Mayan slammed the proposal onto the table, seething. Explain to me the connection between the two. Who taught you to use such absurd analogies? With his head hung low, Su Wan's face darkened. He was utterly clueless about business, so the proposal was not his creation. He had simply not anticipated that the borrowed plan would flop so spectacularly. At that moment, he realized something was amiss, mistaking it for industry jargon, only to discover it was a genuine farce. Meanwhile, Su Sun opened his proposal, his frown deepening. What on earth? Isn't this my proposal? Indeed. The document being criticized was none other than the hastily composed plan he had typed out on his phone the previous night. This was a deliberate attempt to provoke Su Mayan. How had it come to be attributed to Su Wan? Approaching the table, Su Sun examined the proposal, astonished to find it word for word identical. What in the world? Is it truly my proposal? Yet, the document had always resided on his phone, and he had only printed it upon arriving at the office. Could it be that Su Wan had pilfered it while he was in the restroom? Little Sun, you're here, Su Mayan remarked, her expression softening slightly upon seeing him, though she still regarded Su Wan with displeasure. All right, you can leave now. Next time you wish to take credit, put in a little effort. As Su Wan exited, Su Mayan retrieved a bottle of juice from her drawer and stood up. Little Sun, you must be tired. Drink some water. What brings you here? Suddenly, she noticed the file in Su Sun's hand. Oh, you're here to submit a proposal too. I was merely speaking offhandedly. I didn't expect you to have actually written one. Let me take a look. However, just as she reached for it, Su Sun sidestepped away. Confused, Su Mayan asked, Little Sun, what's the matter? I haven't finished it yet. That's all right. Let me take a look first. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Su Mayan seized the proposal, but as she perused its contents, her smile gradually faded. How is this similar to what Xiaowen submitted? I wrote it. In an instant, Su Mayan grasped the entirety of the situation, swiftly replaced by a profound rage. Su Wan had become increasingly intolerable. He was either instigating discord or sowing division, and now he was blatantly stealing the fruits of others' labor. Damn it. I knew he was acting so eagerly because he had pilfered the work. Su Sun was taken aback. You believe me just like that? I'm not foolish. I know exactly what Su Wan is capable of. Don't worry, I will ensure you receive a proper resolution. Su Sun was utterly bewildered, wasn't he? Had they completely missed the crux of the matter? His proposal was a mere jumble of incoherent thoughts, utterly mismatched. Su Wan was becoming increasingly outrageous. How had he not discerned his true nature before? Hey, are you even listening to me? He exclaimed. We've lost sight of the main issue. This cannot stand. I will confront him right away. Suddenly, a phone call drew the attention of both individuals. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Su Sun promptly hung up. But it rang again within seconds. It was only on the fourth attempt that he pressed the answer button. Who is this? I'm not interested in insurance or real estate. A mechanical voice reverberated through the line. Is this the Douyin ID known as Sun Tzu? I am the legal representative of Eternal Media, and we are preparing to file a lawsuit against you. Please cease your acts of plagiarism immediately. Chapter 22. So it is you. Though the call was not on speaker, Su Muyin could still grasp the general content and grew increasingly concerned. What is going on? What do they mean by saying you've plagiarized? I have no idea. It's utterly baffling. Su Sun shrugged, equally perplexed. What is the situation? Have you released a song? Why are they accusing you of plagiarism and threatening to sue? I truly don't understand. Su Sun felt an inexplicable confusion. How could a song he had written be labeled as plagiarism? Was it possible that someone envious had fabricated this? Typically, such calls demand an immediate cessation of plagiarism. But this one was asserting a lawsuit against him for the same. How audacious. Su Sun was genuinely curious about the audacity of the caller. As if they possessed irrefutable evidence. He remained calm, while Su Muyin was in a state of agitation. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she firmly believed in Su Sun's integrity and was determined to use this incident as an opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Thus, with a serious expression, Su Muyin inquired, Sun, what is really happening? As long as this is not your fault, I will ensure you receive justice. Upon hearing this, Su Sun fell into contemplation. Though he could resolve the issue without her assistance, he was aware that handling it personally would be troublesome and time-consuming. Moreover, The feeling of being wrongfully accused was truly unpleasant. He wished to address the matter swiftly, lest a non-issue spiraled into something greater. Su Sun candidly recounted the situation. When Su Muyen learned that the recently skyrocketed hit song was indeed his, her astonishment was palpable. What? That song belongs to you? Her fifth sister was perpetually glued to her phone, and if she were to discover that her idol was so close at hand, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Overjoyed? Su Sun chuckled, but he did not share the same sentiment. Let us be realistic. If she knew that I was her idol, the illusion would shatter. And she might even feel that I tarnished her image of her beloved idol. Overjoyed? More like she'd be driven mad. Su Muyen fell silent, yearning to counter his argument, but knowing that with her fifth sister's temperament, she could not muster a retort. Perhaps it was best to refrain from mentioning it further to avoid another quarrel. In the ensuing moments, Su Muyen diligently sought to defend Su Sun, even without evidence. She would spare no effort, especially since Su Sun had tangible proof of his work. Having been in the industry for years, she had encountered all manner of people. It was clear to her that someone envious was stirring trouble, thinking Su Sun, a newcomer, would be easy to bully for their own gain. How dare they target her Su Muyen? Without hesitation, she made a call. Xiao Zhao, please arrange a meeting with the relevant personnel at Eternal Media. Inform them that it concerns the case of plagiarism. Xiaowen, you finally returned. Upon entering the house, Su Wen was met with the jubilant countenance of Su Qingxia, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Fourth sister, what is the matter? What has you so elated? Brother, we VE made contact with that Sun Tzu. They VE agreed to meet with us tomorrow. I'm eager to see who dares to steal my brother's achievements. Su Qingxia held a certain disdain for Sun Tzu, noting that they could not be reached through normal channels. But as soon as the lawyer contacted them, they backed down. Clearly, they were afraid of the situation escalating and wished to settle privately. Recalling her own early experiences of having her work plagiarized, when a song she had written and shared with a friend was later released by someone else, she knew the sting of being unfairly accused. Even now, despite her success, that period remained an indelible thorn in her memory. She harbored a deep-seated aversion to those who pilfer the fruits of others' labor and would never allow a private settlement. Xiaowen, what's wrong? Su Wen snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. It's nothing. I was just contemplating who that person could be, capable of such shamelessness. Su Qingxia responded with a cold smile. Whoever it is, once we meet tomorrow, I will hold them accountable for every ounce of responsibility. Isn't that a bit too harsh? What if they merely acted impulsively? Xiaowen, you are far too kind. We must never show leniency towards wrongdoers. Fine then. Unbeknownst to everyone, beneath Su Wen's reluctant facade lay a subtle smirk. He was fully aware of what awaited him tomorrow. Yet, he harbored no fear. For he had evidence and copyright protection on his side. Not only would he attend, but he would also bring his family along. He intended to expose this so-called brother of his as not just a petty thief, but a morally bankrupt habitual plagiarist. By the way, fourth sister, where are we meeting tomorrow? Su Wen suddenly inquired. Tianshan Xionggu. It's a splendid choice, clearly a considerable investment to settle this matter. Su Wen's eyes lit up, feigning surprise. That is excellent. I've heard the Western cuisine there is delightful, since we can't properly dine with the adversary. Let us invite Dad, Mom, and the sisters along for a family gathering. Su Qingxia smiled in agreement. Good idea. It's a perfect opportunity to change things up. Without delay, Su Qingxia eagerly informed everyone about tomorrow's dinner plans. Dad, let us have Western cuisine for lunch tomorrow. I'd like a change of palate. Mom, let us go shopping tomorrow morning, and then we can head to Tianshan Xionggu for lunch. Second sister, I have a dispute to resolve. Please accompany me tomorrow, and I'll treat you to lunch. Su Baiyan, we're dining at Tianshan Xionggu tomorrow. You can come if you wish. Su Baiyan immediately frowned. What do you mean, come if I wish? Everyone is going. Why should I not go? By the way, is Su Sun coming? I've just realized he seems to have never visited any upscale restaurants. Let us take him to broaden his horizons. Su Qingxia rolled her eyes. I don't care whether you go or not. As for Su Sun, I will notify him. When it came to Su Muyen, Su Qingxia continued with a similar line of reasoning, urging the eldest sister to take Su Sun along for the meal. To her surprise, before she could finish, the eldest sister outright declined, along with Su Sun. Eldest sister? Why not go? We're all free at noon. Wouldn't it be nice to have a family meal together? Su Muyen shook her head and said, You all go ahead. I have an appointment with Xiao Sun at noon, and it may involve a lawsuit. Enjoy yourselves. What? Is it that serious? Well, all right then. Su Qingxia was aware of the gravity of the situation, knowing full well the distinction between a meal and legal matters, and she reluctantly turned to leave. Just as she stepped onto the staircase, preparing to inform Su Sun, her footsteps faltered. Since she had already notified her elder sister, and Su Sun was unable to attend, she decided against calling him. After all, Who could blame him for his perpetual sour demeanor? Unbeknownst to Su Sun, he was missing out on a sumptuous meal. But even if he were aware, it wouldn't matter much, as both parties involved were from the same family. At that moment, he was in his room, contemplating who had the audacity to defame him with accusations of plagiarism. He had revealed all his evidence from earlier, besides various handwritten drafts. He possessed electronic files from 2 months prior and videos taken on his phone. He had known that Su Qingxia was about to release a new album and had penned numerous songs, among which one was particularly dear to him. He had sung and recorded a video while listening to the music, making various improvements until he had crafted a perfect piece. Moreover, he had invested considerable thought into it. However, now he no longer needed to endure anyone's disdain. Su Sun found this situation rather peculiar, in a world where the standards of music were widely acknowledged. Who would dare to covet music of his caliber? With a sense of intrigue, he searched for Eternal Media. To his astonishment, he discovered that this company was, in fact, the distributor for Su Qingxia's new album. A smile crept across his face as he pressed his forehead, unable to suppress a chuckle. Was he laughing at his own past foolishness or at Su Qingxia's scheming? He had intended to offer her something, and although he had tea in the end, she still had her sights set on him. The situation had suddenly taken an interesting turn. Ah, so it's you. Chapter 23, Sisterly Disputes and the Contest of Evidence. The next day, as noon approached, Su Muyin canceled all her appointments and brought Su Sun to the Celestial Pavilion. Despite its elegant Chinese name, it was an indisputable Western restaurant, a favored venue for many affluent individuals in Jiangcheng to conduct business meetings and social engagements. Having arrived a bit early, the two found the private room set for their meeting devoid of any representatives from Eternal Media. They waited patiently for the main characters of the day to arrive. Suddenly, Su Muyin spoke in a low voice. "Xiao Sun, do you have everything ready? Let us observe the other party's attitude during this meeting. If they are truly obstinate, I will certainly stand my ground." Upon hearing this, Su Sun raised his gaze and scrutinized her deeply. Su Muyin felt somewhat uncomfortable under his intense stare, unsure of its implication. Did he doubt her capabilities? "Su Muyin, do you truly believe you can secure justice for me, regardless of who stands before us?" Understanding that she had previously wronged Su Sun and recognizing his emotional distance, she didn't dwell on the title he used, merely nodding earnestly in response to his question. "Rest assured, no matter who it is, I will certainly advocate for you." Su Sun smiled, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his mouth. "Good. I hope you will remember your words later." 20 minutes later, as the dishes began to arrive, a commotion could be heard from the entrance. Su Muyin surmised that the representatives from Eternal Media had arrived and decided to stand up to greet them politely. However, Su Sun firmly grasped her wrist. "What's wrong, Xiao Sun?" she asked, puzzled. "We are the ones taking the initiative. There's no need to be so humble." With a gentle tug, Su Sun guided her back to her seat. Meanwhile, the voices at the door grew louder, revealing a hint of familiarity. "Xiao, isn't this inappropriate? You're discussing serious matters. We shouldn't intrude." "Oh, it's fine. The room is just next door, and before the dishes are fully served, let us enjoy watching how we take down a drowning dog. Old 4, let it go. Bringing your family along to handle business might lead to ridicule. We'll stay out here." "Oh, come on, parents. My sister just wants a sense of security. If you don't want to go in, you can stay by the door and keep watch. We can react immediately if anything happens." "All right then, we'll wait by the door for a bit. If all is well, we can head next door." With a haughty demeanor, Su Qingxia pushed open the door and strode into the private room. The first step in confronting her adversary was to maintain an imposing presence. She had to seize the initiative and exude the aura of a superstar. At last they met. Plagiarism. Her words were abruptly cut off as she beheld the two individuals inside, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Elder sister, what are you doing here? I thought you weren't coming. But you've walked into the wrong room. The private room is next door." Su Qingxia assumed that Su Muyin and Su Sun had come merely to dine and had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber, and she felt a flicker of joy. At that moment, Su Muyin was equally taken aback. "Old 4, is this the restaurant you mentioned? But I haven't walked into the wrong private room. I am here for a meeting as well. You should leave." "What? You're also here for a meeting? But this private room is clearly mine." In an instant, realization dawned on Su Muyin, and she gazed at the others before her with astonishment. "What do you mean? The person I'm meeting today is you? But I am here to meet representatives from Eternal Media. Isn't your agency called Summer Culture?" Su Qingxia answered, somewhat dumbfounded. "Eternal Media is the agent for my new album." An eerie silence enveloped the air. During this time, Su Muyin processed the information she had gathered, striving to recall recent family happenings, as if coming to an understanding. A sudden chuckle escaped her lips as she grasped the implication of Su Sun's earlier words. It turned out that the one with ulterior motives was none other than her own sister. With a resounding clap, Su Mu Yin slammed her hand on the table, her anger palpable. Su Qingxia, if you envy what others possess, you can strive to catch up with effort. But why resort to theft and robbery? The individuals at the door, sensing the tension, entered the private room. What is happening? Why the sudden uproar? Old Four, is the person you're meeting today actually your elder sister? Su Qiming inquired, perplexed. Yes. Sisters should be able to communicate without fighting. Don't argue. Qin Xin Lan chimed in. Yet, at that moment, Su Muyin smiled. She finally understood why Su Sun had little faith in her, despite her wealth and power. Resolving a trivial dispute should be a simple matter. It seemed she had anticipated this scene all along, and now she found herself caught in the middle, facing a dilemma. However, she would never go back on her word. What of being a biological sister? A mistake is still a mistake. Old Four, you had better give me an explanation. Why are you targeting Xiao Sun? Are you that envious? The atmosphere grew tense, while the bewildered onlookers, Su Baiyan and others, stood back, relishing the unfolding drama, whispering, "Oh dear, someone is in for a world of trouble. Shut your mouth." With a fierce roar, Su Qingxia, her eyes reddened, began to clarify everything, feeling a rush of grievance and unwillingness. Elder sister, I had no idea that person was Su Sun, and I didn't target him. That song was plagiarized from him. Su Baiyan was taken aback. What do you mean? Did that scoundrel Su Sun release a song? Plagiarized? What evidence do you have? All I see is you suppressing him, bullying someone who is already at a disadvantage. I did not. That song Belonging was written by Xiao Wan. It was written for me and was inherently mine. What? Belonging? Is that the viral hit on the internet? The one I've been listening to? Su Baiyan stood frozen in shock. Old Four, I acknowledge your fondness for Xiao Wan, yet this song was penned by Xiao Sun long ago, with irrefutable evidence to substantiate my claim. Do you truly believe Xiao Wan possesses the capability to compose a song for you? How could that be possible? My dear sister, if you intend to shield her, then I shall also present my evidence to counter your assertions. This song was created by Xiao Wan a month prior, with surveillance footage, documented files, and email records to prove it. Who, then, truly wears the filter? Is there no one who will address my confusion? What on earth is happening? Su Baiyan expressed her helplessness in silence. Very well, then produce your evidence. I shall present it. Xiao Wan, gather all the evidence. At this moment, Su Wan appeared somewhat reluctant, hesitatingly stating, Let it go, fourth sister. I initially thought it was an outsider seeking an explanation. Since it's brother Sun and with our elder sister stepping in, perhaps we should just drop it, as we are all family. Who sings is merely a detail. However, the more she spoke, the more Su Qingxia felt an insatiable urge for justice. Matters must be delineated. Enough, fourth sister. Let us not put the elder sister in a difficult position. I will find a way to write you another song. No, this is not solely about my new song. It concerns the trampling of your hard work, and an explanation must be demanded. Show them the evidence on your phone. The couple, Su Qiming and his wife, sighed in disbelief, never anticipating that what began as a joyful meal would devolve into a sisterly dispute. They hurriedly attempted to mediate, yet the two, consumed by their quarrel, paid no heed to external counsel. Suddenly, Qin Xin Lan cast a fierce glare at Su Sun, accusing him of stealing from his brother and fearing exposure, hence seeking the elder sister's intervention. How wicked of you. Inwardly, Su Sun thought, how is this even related to me? I haven't uttered a word. Were it not for my desire to spare Su Mu Yin the embarrassment of defending me, I would have slapped her. Look, the footage of Xiao when writing the lyrics, the records from Xiao Wen's computer, and this email correspondence. Elder sister, peruse these pieces of evidence. Observe who truly has the filter. Su Mu Yin fell into silence as she scrutinized the videos and photographs on her phone. Su Qingxia believed victory was assured, her lips curling upward. Little did she know, a derisive laugh shattered the momentary peace. Is this what you call evidence? Su Mu Yin raised her gaze slightly, her eyes growing icy. Is this insufficient? Do you expect copyright as well? Xiao Wan hardly comprehends such matters. Otherwise, how could she have fallen prey to others? Su Mu Yin shook her head repeatedly, laughter tinged with rage. This is unnecessary. For your evidence, Xiao Sun possesses the same, and even earlier. Chapter 24. Su Wan is not so simple. Is anyone even listening to me? What is truly happening? I find myself rather bewildered. Su Baiyan urgently sought clarity, perplexed by how her once distant idol had suddenly come so close. She stepped forward to inquire, but was abruptly shoved aside by Su Mu Yin. Returning to her seat, Su Mu Yin produced a stack of documents from her bag and forcefully tossed them onto Su Qingxia's lap. Examine this thoroughly. I have the electronic archives you requested, and we possess email records as well. Plus, these handwritten drafts. If you still doubt me, here are numerous videos of Xiao Sun singing while revising. Observe the timestamps. They predate the timeline of your evidence. With that, Su Mu Yin played a video of Su Sun's creative process on her phone. Her anger was fueled not only by Su Qingxia's appropriation of another's work, but also by her obstinacy, as she sought justice for Su Sun. Su Muyin felt a sense of relief for having focused her attention on Su Sun recently. Had she not stepped forward, Xiao Sun might have found herself isolated and unable to defend herself, and she too could have unwittingly become a perpetrator. The feeling of being targeted and mistrusted by one's own family was incomprehensible. As Su Qingxia perused the documents and handwritten notes, her expression gradually shifted to one of shock. Upon witnessing the glimmer in Su Sun's eyes in the video, she began to grasp the reality of the situation. Could it be that she was indeed in the wrong? Had she been appropriating something that rightfully belonged to another? Suwen, what on earth is happening? Su Qingxia, enraged, slammed the documents onto the table. She detested plagiarism and theft above all else, and now she found herself deceived into becoming the very person she loathed. This was a full-blown humiliation. Fourth sister, it is not as you think. Truly, it is not. Su Qingxia demanded, what is the situation? I have treated you so well, and yet you have deceived me. How could you do this to me? Fourth sister, I truly did not deceive you. Merely the stammering response made it clear to Su Qingxia that she was not being told the truth. A wave of shame washed over her. Her eyes ablaze with fury. This is bad. Su Qiming and his wife exchanged glances, sensing the situation escalating. To prevent further conflict, Qin Xianlong hastily interjected, All right, it's a trivial matter. We are family. Let us not ruin the harmony. Mother, Su Qingxia snapped. How can you consider this trivial? Do you not know the struggles I've endured, the things I detest? Qin Xianlong felt somewhat guilty under her daughter's fierce gaze. Well, perhaps the brother did not mean it. He simply wished to please you. After all, his intentions were good. Mother, do you truly comprehend what you were saying? As Qin Xianlong struggled to contain the situation, Su Qiming chimed in. Enough, we are all family. This is just a misunderstanding. Let it go. Let it go? I am the one who has been deceived, the one who is embarrassed, and I am the one wronged. How can this be overlooked? Su Qingxia retorted, profoundly disappointed in her parents' response. What will you do? Are you planning to sue your brother? Qin Xianlong and her husband hastily agreed. Yes, Xia. It's merely a misunderstanding. We are family, so why draw lines between us? Xiaowen merely borrowed from her brother to curry favor. It's no big deal. Why should it be so? I have been mother. I truly did not deceive anyone. I swear I did not lie. Suddenly, Su Wen's outburst captured everyone's attention. Su Qingxia was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. You still dare to speak nonsense at this moment? Do you not have any shame? Even the expressions of the two elders grew somewhat unnatural, as if to say, we are trying to defend you, and yet you are causing trouble. Being slapped in the face was one thing, but it was far more concerning when one's dignity was compromised and they continued to deny it. Qin Xianlong forced a smile. Well, Xiaowen, mother is feeling hungry. Apologize to your sister, and let us go have dinner next door. Su Wen pulled away from Qin Xianlong's grasp, her expression earnest. Mother, you need not cover for me. If one stands upright, they need not fear shadows. At this moment, Su Qingxia was livid, her fists clenched tightly, craving to strike someone. Su Muyin was equally incensed, realizing only now how resilient her brother's mental fortitude truly was. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Su Qiming to speak once more. All right, Xiaowen. What is right and wrong is no longer important. Just apologize to your elder sister and fourth sister, and let this matter rest. I refuse. Both Su Muyin and Su Qingxia were taken aback. Su Qiming stood frozen, astonished at his son's inability to read the room. Why insist on escalating matters at this point? Was he intent on making a mountain out of a molehill? Xiaowen father, thank you for speaking on my behalf, but what I wish to convey is that I fear no rumors or slander. In that moment, Su Wen stood tall, her face radiating determination as if illuminated by an inner light. Su Qiming and Qin Xianlong exchanged glances, nearly convinced that Su Wen had indeed never uttered a falsehood. Sigh, there are some things I had hoped to keep unspoken, but with my parents advocating for me, I cannot let them down. Su Wen cast a pained smile at Su Qingxia and said, Fourth sister, I assure you, I have not deceived you. That song truly is my creation. However, it was not written just a month ago, but rather much earlier. There are no prodigies here. How could I possibly compose such a magnificent song in an instant? In truth, it took me years of diligent effort to stitch together those lyrics. I had begun drafting them long before returning to the Su family, but unfortunately, the handwritten drafts were lost shortly after my arrival. I am at a loss as to how my brother managed to produce a song identical to mine, and even more perplexed as to how he altered its title and released it as his own. I always believed that the song circulating online was the work of an outsider. Had I known it was my brother's doing, I would not have contested it. Yet now, due to my situation, my parents are facing criticism and my fourth sister is disappointed in me. I must step forward to clarify the truth. I understand that mere words may not suffice to convince everyone, but worry not. I possess irrefutable evidence, the copyright. With that, Suwon produced his phone, displaying a document for all to see. Upon viewing the contents on the screen, the previously skeptical individuals changed their expressions dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, a slight smirk graced the corners of Suwon's lips, quickly vanishing. He sighed heavily and continued, in fact, I registered the copyright for this song 2.5 months ago, precisely to prevent the loss of my manuscript or the possibility of forgetting it. I had no intention of having to prove this, but I cannot allow my parents to bear the brunt of the accusations on my behalf. The timeline stretches even further back, and the evidence is solid and irrefutable. Everything is now clear. The elderly couple felt immense relief, realizing their son had endured so much to maintain harmony, even at the cost of his own achievements. Had it not been for their pressing circumstances, they might have remained oblivious, deceived by malevolent forces. The more understanding Suwon became, the more furious they felt towards Susun. Such a scoundrel. You almost deceived us. Qin Xinlan exclaimed hysterically at Susun. It was indeed you who stole Xiaowen's work. We provided for you, nurtured you for over a decade, only to raise such an ungrateful wretch. Su Muyin protested. Mom, everything is still uncertain. How can you say that? There is nothing uncertain. Xiaowen just stated that his manuscript was lost upon arriving at the Su family. I suspect this ungrateful wretch stole it. At this moment, Su Qingxiao felt somewhat dazed. But with the copyright in hand, the conclusion appeared to be inevitable. She turned to Su Sun. Disappointment and fury etched across her face. Su Sun, is it truly you? Not only did you usurp Xiaowen's hard work, but you also turned the tables on him. When did you become so greedy and malicious? Fourth sister, big sister, are you still going to defend him? Isn't everything obvious? Su Muyin found herself at a loss for words. Although she still wanted to believe in Su Sun, the copyright was indeed concrete evidence. In a moment of helplessness, she looked at Su Sun. Xiao Sun, what on earth is happening? How do they have the copyright? Su Sun himself was curious about the origin of Suwon's copyright. 2.5 months ago, he too had successfully registered a copyright. However, upon checking the website last night, he discovered that not only had his copyright vanished, but the name of the copyright holder had inexplicably been changed to Suwon. How intriguing. This Suwon seems far from simple. Chapter 25, a prelude to Su Sun's counterattack. Let us put this matter behind us. Since some say that family misunderstandings should not be held against one another, I shall refrain from arguing about who is right or wrong. Everyone was taken aback by Su Sun's unexpected response. Su Muyin felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that today was truly Xiao Sun's fault? Yet, she had seen the evidence he presented. Each piece was painstakingly obtained, utterly impossible to fabricate. She wished to argue further, but Su Sun suddenly grasped her arm. Xiao Sun, please, do not speak. Just watch the unfolding drama. Su Sun smiled faintly, awaiting the reactions of certain individuals. As anticipated, Qin Xinlan quickly directed her ire at him. Want to move on? How dare you attempt to gloss over such a despicable act? Su Sun smiled coolly. Oh, did you not say that families should not be divided? You can conveniently overlook your good son's flaws, yet my issues are relentlessly scrutinized? Shut your mouth. Seemingly unmasked, Su Qiming shouted in anger. When did we say we would let this slide? Regardless of whose fault it is, we will not be lenient. Oh, is that so? Your recent attitude suggests otherwise. Su Qiming's face was flushed with anger. If it truly was Xiaowen's fault, we would punish him just the same when we return home. But the truth is now evident. It is clearly your wrongdoing. Ultimately, it is our indulgence that has led you to harbor such malicious thoughts. Then what do you intend to do? Su Sun inquired, furrowing his brow. What to do? Qin Xinlan scoffed. Your behavior has become utterly reckless. It is time you learn a lesson. However, we are still your parents. You will return home and receive 50 strokes of the rod, kneeling for the night. And this matter will be settled. Otherwise, we shall pursue legal action. We will not shield you. Mom. Su Muyin objected to this decision. Muyin, I know you have been misled. We hold no grudge against you. But do not interfere. But, hey. Su Sun pulled Su Muyin back and stepped forward. Smirking slightly at Qin Xinlan. Is it really necessary? This matter is not trivial, yet not monumental either. 50 strokes? Do you realize I might end up incapacitated? And if I refuse to accept punishment, you intend to sue me? Are you trying to ruin me? I know you wish to claim we are biased. But we only recognize right and wrong. How noble. If today Xiaowen were in the wrong, would you still stand by your principles? Of course. At that moment, Suwon stepped forward with a friendly demeanor. Brother Sun, if today's issue is mine, even if our parents cover for me, I would willingly apologize. I understand you feel wronged, but I have never held a grudge against you. With that, he approached their parents, Mom and Dad. Let us just drop this matter. I don't mind suffering a little injustice. We shouldn't let it disrupt the family harmony. His words only deepened the guilt felt by the elderly couple, who had nearly misjudged their precious son due to Su Sun's machinations. Therefore, they could not let this go unpunished. Xiaowen, you have been wrong to this extent and still defend him. You may tolerate this, but our parents cannot swallow this grievance. Su Sun, you will return home and kneel while we finish our meal before we address you. Do not accuse us of favoritism. We are only looking out for your best interests. If it were truly Xiaowen's fault, we would be even harsher. We hope you will be wise enough not to provoke us further. At this moment, Su Sun undeniably became the target of everyone's ire. However, what surprised him was that Su Baiyan approached him, narrowing her eyes in appraisal. Su Sun, what are you staring at? Shouldn't you be over there looking down on us? Is that really you singing? Su Baiyan asked, testing the waters. What? That song. Is it truly yours? And if it is, it has already been deemed an act of plagiarism, hasn't it? Upon receiving the answer, Su Baiyan's face lit up with joy. It really is you. I knew that Sun Su sounded so familiar. That background is your room. Sun Su, in reverse, is Su Sun. I'm such a fool for not realizing it sooner. Huh, why is that your reaction? Aren't you bothered that it's considered plagiarism? Su Baiyan promptly raised her head, rolling her eyes. I couldn't care less. I only care about who sings it well. No other covers come close to yours. That so-called song Queen Su Qingxia probably can't compare either. By the way, I've always dreamed of fame. But I don't want to be a star flitting about everywhere. Today, you find yourself in an inescapable predicament. However, I shall soon aid your escape and save your life. But in exchange, you must become my servant, obeying my every command. What do you say? Are you not enticed? Enticed, you say? Su Sun nearly lost his composure upon hearing such audacity. Yet, he truly did not anticipate that Su Baiyan, who had tormented him throughout his childhood, would stand by his side at this moment. Had his mind slipped? Su Sun suddenly felt reluctant to take the blame. Initially, he had intended to seize the opportunity to be expelled from the Su family, but that felt far too suffocating. He could not swallow his indignation nor endure the double standards of those two fools. Allowing Su Wen to claim his possessions with the demeanor of a victor? Absolutely not. Su Sun, you are truly incorrigible, utterly disappointing. At this point, Su Qingxia was overwhelmed with disappointment and refused to cast another glance at Su Sun, turning to leave. Do not think that feigning ignorance will spare you from punishment. Return and await your reckoning. The others gradually turned away, leaving behind scornful glares as if they had merely come to witness a farce today. Only Su Muyin and Su Baiyan remained by his side. Su Muyin was at a loss. Su Baiyan anxiously urged, quickly agree to be my servant so I can save your life. If you dawdle any longer, I shall be unable to leave either. Hurry, hurry. Huh. Becoming a servant is one thing, but we are not at that juncture yet. With a disdainful snort, Su Sun shouted towards the group at the door. Hey, you lot over there. If this truly concerns your precious son, are you certain you will not turn a blind eye? The group hesitated in their steps. Su Qiming turned back with a frown. What mischief are you up to now? Are you truly men of your word? Qin Xianlong instinctively replied. Of course, our word is our bond. Good. I hope you remember this phrase. Though if you cannot, it matters not, for Su Sun shall take matters into his own hands. At that moment, Su Wen suddenly felt an ominous premonition and hastily spoke. Mom, Dad, let us hurry to eat. However, I suddenly wish to change the restaurant. I no longer crave Western cuisine. Oh, Wendy, attempting to flee, are you? Qin Xianlong immediately became furious. What nonsense are you spouting? You are the one at fault, not Xiaowen. Wendy, since you penned the song, I presume it contains numerous clever nuances? The sudden inquiry left everyone momentarily stunned. Su Wen's expression shifted, and he weakly replied, yes, of course, those were infused with my hopeful aspirations. Uft. Su Sun could not help but laugh. What a nonsensical statement. Wendy, surely you are not unaware? What do you mean? How could I possibly not know? Su Wen feigned calmness. Oh, then do enlighten us. This. He could say nothing of substance, for the material was indeed plagiarized, and he had never considered the details within it. At this juncture, Su Qingxia sensed something amiss and looked at Su Sun with confusion. What do you know? What do I know? Oh, quite a lot. How about you recite the last character of each line of the chorus? Su Qingxia quickly retrieved Su Wen's handwritten draft, located the chorus, and upon following his instructions to read the last character of each line, her expression changed dramatically. Qingxia Jia, new song, great success, forever happy. What on earth is this? Damn it. How could he have hidden such a trick? Su Wen's heart raced. Seizing the opportunity before Su Sun could react, he exclaimed. Fourth sister, this is my expectation for you. I intended for you to discover it yourself, but alas. Su Qingxia was taken aback. Xiaowen, is this an acrostic poem you wrote? Of course. It was written for fourth sister. Otherwise, why would your name appear? Is there truly such a brazen individual in this world? Su Sun could not help but admire someone with a face thicker than a city wall. Su Wan, your audacity rivals that of the most shameless. You have managed to seize the copyright, but after all my toil, you would dare to claim the one foreshadowing I laid? Why did you not speak up earlier? Just as Su Qingxia was immersed in emotion, she shot a fierce glare back at Su Sun. You are merely sowing discord. I should never have trusted you. Su Wan sighed helplessly. Sun Go, I know you are resentful, but this acrostic poem was painstakingly crafted by me. How could you claim it as your own? Is that so? If it was so painstaking, why did you not leave more? Did you find it impossible to steal from elsewhere? Sun Go, you do not understand. This single foreshadowing was my limit, without compromising the lyrics. I could only leave this one. I had no other choice. So, after years of writing lyrics, there exists but a single foreshadowing? With such a level of skill, are you certain you wrote this song? Su Wan nodded, modestly stating, yes, my abilities are indeed limited. This one instance nearly drained my intellect. I truly possess only average skills. Is that so? What if I were to uncover a second foreshadowing? What? Su Wan blurted out. Chapter 26. The truth revealed. Realizing his excitement, Su Wan indeed appeared flustered. Having been played once was one thing. Enduring multiple layers of trickery was quite another. If he, as the creator, could not articulate his own foreshadowing, even with copyright, he would face suspicion. Just as he was at a loss, Su Sun laughed once more, his tone dripping with unmasked mockery. Wendy, I was merely jesting. Look at how anxious you are. Hearing this, Su Wan felt a wave of relief wash over him, though beads of sweat still adorned his brow. With an awkward smile, he said, Sun Go, you certainly have a knack for humor. I thought to myself, how could there be aspects of my own song that I am unaware of? I even pondered for quite some time. Is that so? Yet you are unaware that your song reveals the debut date of your fourth sister? Could it be that you are the legendary genius? At this moment, Su Wan was utterly bewildered, realizing he had been ensnared in someone else's scheme all along. His body stiffened, and he could only watch helplessly as Su Sun produced the original draft. With a playful grin, Su Sun approached Su Qingxia, pointing to a particular section of the lyrics. Here, Qingxia does not refer to the coolness of summer, but to your name, Qingxia. The subsequent lyrics, in fact, correspond to. Indeed, fourth sister, the strokes of those characters denote your debut date. At that moment, Su Wan's mind had never been so agile. He comprehended Su Sun's implication without a moment's hesitation, quickly interjecting, at this point, I have no choice but to treat this dying horse as a live one. I snatched the lyrics from Su Sun's grasp, glanced at the indicated section, and began counting the strokes of the subsequent characters. October 14th had too many strokes to count in time. However, he recalled Qin Xianlon mentioning that Su Qingxia debuted during a summer selection, with the champion being chosen via nationwide broadcast that very afternoon, precisely at 1:34 p.m., thus marking that unique time as a commemoration. The family had even celebrated it last year. In mere seconds, Su Wan formulated his response. October 14th, 1:34 p.m., that was fourth sister's debut time. The subsequent wishes for success and happiness were, in fact, blessings for your flourishing career. Having spoken in one breath, Su Wan could not help but admire his own ingenuity. Su Sun, it seems I have bested you this time. Yet, after delivering his words, he awaited the desired reaction but was met with silence. An unsettling premonition washed over him as he turned to meet Su Sun's enigmatic gaze. Panic surged within him, and he hurriedly asked, fourth sister, is it not 1:34 p.m. for your debut? Su Qingxia remained expressionless, her tone devoid of any inflection. You startled me. I thought I had misremembered such an important day for you, fourth sister. Su Wan's face remained impassive, his heart untroubled, as he believed everything was predetermined. Little did he know, a sudden inquiry shattered his illusions entirely. Su Qingxia, I trust you now understand, do you not? What do you mean, brother Sun? Su Wan was taken aback, quickly turning to Su Qingxia with a look of injured innocence. Fourth sister, after all this, do you still refuse to believe me? If I were truly lying, I would willingly accept a beating. A resounding slap echoed, leaving a distinct mark on Su Wan's face. Stunned, he stared in disbelief. Fourth sister? You actually struck me. At that moment, Qin Xinlan rushed over to shield Su Wan, indignantly exclaiming, Xia Xia, why are you hitting your brother? If you must strike someone, let it be that liar, Su Sun. Su Qingxia, uninterested in Qin Xinlan's protest, glared at her utterly trusted younger brother with a dark expression. Su Wan, speak the truth. Did you or did you not compose this song? Su Wan, feeling wronged, replied, of course. I understand fourth sister's skepticism regarding a person of my limited education being able to craft such lyrics, but I have irrefutable evidence, even the copyright. I am truly not deceiving you. All right, fine. Su Qingxia, exasperated, laughed bitterly, suddenly feeling like a puppet in someone else's hands. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "Repeat after me. What is the significance of October 14th? It is your debut date, fourth sister. I even know the exact commemorative time. You just admitted it." "Yes, the date is indeed correct." Su Qingxiao paused, then suddenly roared, "But October 14th is not my debut date. It is my birthday." "What?" Suwen was rendered speechless. After all the fervent declarations, how could it be her birthday? It was supposed to be her debut date. At that moment, he heard Su Sun's soft chuckle. In that instant, everything became clear. He had been played, utterly and completely. Each time he thought he had escaped the trap, he was merely falling into a carefully laid scheme. Su Wen gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with suppressed rage. Su Sun possessed a profound cunning. The game had gone on long enough. It was time for it to conclude. Su Sun stepped forward, offering everyone a calm smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps there is some confusion. Not to worry. To put it simply, Su Wen is the true plagiarist. Although unsure how he had managed to claim the copyright, it mattered not, for what is not yours is never truly yours. 1. Honestly, counting the strokes of the first 2 characters suffices. The rest is superfluous. It's forgivable if you don't recognize obscure characters, but how could you miscount the strokes? The crucial point is that it wouldn't matter because I only left the cleverness of those 2 characters. The pleasant and joyful wishes are for a safe and smooth birthday, as this was intended as a gift for her. Su Wen, you have outsmarted yourself in your cleverness. How amusing. Well, I shan't waste more words. The show has been entertaining, but it is time for this farce to conclude." Su Sun turned, retrieving a stack of manuscripts from her briefcase, and walked directly to Su Qingxia, tossing them onto her lap. "Take a look, especially at every part containing Qingxia in the conclusion of the chorus." Su Qingxia, in a daze, picked up the papers from the ground, her shock and discomfort mounting as she read the contents. These 4 sheets contained lyrics that rivaled those of the song she believed to be hers. Each instance of Qingxia was accompanied by precisely 10 and 14 strokes, and the final words of each chorus collectively conveyed blessings related to her. Upon reading the titles of these songs, an overwhelming sense of sorrow engulfed her. The titles of the 4 songs were Sweet, Cool Summer, Her, and Beautiful Future. If one included the song Belonging, it formed the phrase, the beautiful future belonging to Su Qingxia. Su Qingxia was rendered motionless, her hands trembling as she clutched the papers, a heavy feeling settling in her chest. It turned out she was the envious one. She had been deceived into harming someone who had always treated her kindly. Noticing the precarious situation, Su Wen quickly devised another scheme. "Brother Sun, those things I lost." A sharp slap interrupted him. "Su Wen, cease your scheming." Su Mu Yen, aware of Su Wen's deceitful tendencies, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to silence him. Su Qingxia, equally furious, saw Su Wen attempting to exploit the chaos and delivered her own strike. She glared at him, feeling utterly humiliated, all of which was Su Wen's doing. The events of the day could even be described as aiding the enemy. While Su Sun had been focused on her, she had been the one to create difficulties for her. She had no idea how to face Su Sun upon returning home. Su Wen, clutching his cheek in grievance, was about to speak when another slap landed. Bewildered, he looked at the expressionless Su Baiyan, confused. "Fifth sister? I haven't offended you, have I? Why are you hitting me?" At that moment, Su Baiyan shrugged playfully. "Apologies, I just got carried away watching the elder sisters. It was a reflex, heh." After this incident, the group lost all appetite for their meal. Su Qiming felt overwhelmed and hurriedly led Su Wen and the others away, even changing hotels for dinner. Su Wanqing silently rejoiced at having remained neutral, relieved she hadn't spoken or taken sides, for otherwise, she too would have lost face. Before leaving, Su Qingxia cast a guilty glance at Su Sun but said nothing, quietly gathering the manuscripts on the table to prepare to depart. Everyone was still fuming, and she planned to find a way to make amends once they returned home, ensuring that Su Sun's songs would not go to waste on her. However, she did not anticipate that Su Sun's resolve surpassed her expectations. "Stop. You may leave, but who allowed you to take my belongings?" Su Qingxia froze at the remark. "But this was written for me, was it not?" "Haha, it used to be, but do you now believe you are worthy?" Chapter 27. All these years, I truly wasted my affection on you. Now that they have all departed, what are you still lingering for? Su Sun felt a surge of wariness as she observed Su Baiyan hanging around. Su Baiyan simply smiled mischievously. "Well, I came for a meal, didn't I? I can't leave empty-handed." "A meal? Were they not also going to eat? Why didn't you follow them? I just enjoy eating here. Is it wrong for me to want to have lunch with my big sister? Who are you to interfere?" Once the dishes were served, Su Baiyan devoured them with gusto, while Su Sun savored her meal as well. Only Su Mu Yin seemed dispirited, finding no pleasure in her food. For this time, she finally realized how difficult Su Sun had it in this family. The sisters had always overlooked Su Sun, and with their parents' stern upbringing, Su Sun had already faced enough hardship. Since Su Wen's return, it had only compounded her struggles. From that moment, Su Sun had transformed from the disobedient child into one labeled as morally corrupt and despicable, facing disdain from everyone. Typically, when serious matters arise, particularly those involving disputes, who would bring along family members? She understood all too well what their parents' unexpected appearance signified today. It was a ploy to entice their parents to witness the spectacle, with the instigator being her, the fourth sister. Thus, no one could discern the ulterior motives at play. Moreover, with Su Wen's silver-tongued antics and his penchant for turning the tables, had it not been for the last-minute reversal, he would have likely borne that stain for life. This brother of hers possessed a depth of cunning she had never anticipated. If only such cleverness had been applied to righteous pursuits, but instead, he had gone astray. Following everything that transpired, Su Mu Yin found her last shred of goodwill towards Su Wen evaporated entirely. The closer the bond of brotherhood, the more difficult it is for her to accept that her younger brother is, in fact, a person of such reprehensible character. This sentiment transcends mere jealousy. It is a desire to dismantle the very fabric of their family. Most importantly, there is nothing about Su Sun that warrants envy. At the Su family villa, Su Sun and a few others returned home in succession with Su Qingxia. Following the recent incident, Su Qiming's expression was rather grim. Although he managed to maintain a facade of cheerfulness in front of Su Wan, the awkwardness became palpable upon encountering Su Sun and Su Mu Yin. Meanwhile, Qin Xinlan seemed uninterested in the right or wrong of the matter. Her sympathy for Su Wan, who appeared pitifully distressed, led her to believe that her son was indeed too unfortunate. For someone who had never experienced parental love, it was understandable for him to resort to cunning behaviors out of fear of losing their affection. Su Wan did not even cry. He forced out a few tears that moved Qin Xinlan to the point of compassion, prompting her to speak in his defense to Su Qingxia. However, Su Qingxia was far too incensed to acknowledge her pleas. Yet, it seemed everyone tacitly agreed to let the matter slide, as no one dared to mention accountability. Just when Su Wan thought he had secured his victory, Su Sun's appearance shattered his delusions. Ladies and gentlemen, you surely recall our previous discussions? Is there not a more severe punishment awaiting him? You do not believe I would let this matter rest unaddressed, do you? Su Wan's expression shifted dramatically, burying his head in Qin Xinlan's shoulder as he choked out, "Mom, I don't want to cause you any trouble. I admit I was wrong this time. Please don't blame my brother." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinlan was incensed. How could she allow her son to be bullied by an interloper? She gently caressed Su Wan's head, reassuring him, "Do not worry. This household is not under his dominion. With your parents here, no one can harm you. Madam Qin, have you so swiftly forgotten your own words of authority? Fear not, for I shall seek my own justice." Qin Xinlan's countenance darkened. "What do you intend to do? And how dare you address me so? You uncouth wretch. Very well, allow me to demonstrate just how uncouth I can be." As Su Sun prepared to act, Su Qiming's booming voice resonated throughout the villa. "Unfilial wretch, are you not yet satiated with your commotion? This matter has passed. I will compensate you with several thousand yuan for your pocket money." Su Sun was left speechless, wondering who was truly causing the ruckus. Following such an incident, he could easily find himself disgraced and embroiled in legal troubles, while Su Wan could ascend to heights that were not rightfully his. The grandeur of the Su family rendered a mere few thousand yuan laughable, an insult to his dignity. "I apologize, but my decision is final. Today, you shall not hinder me." Without further ado, Su Sun swiftly confronted Su Wan in front of the entire family, determined to settle the score. He would not believe that the two elderly individuals could endure this any longer. In full view of everyone, Su Sun yanked Su Wan from Qin Xinlan's embrace. A punch landed squarely on Su Wan's face, rendering him momentarily stunned, followed by a flurry of slaps that asserted control, culminating in Su Wan's head being forcefully slammed onto the coffee table, delivering significant damage. Within mere seconds, Su Wan was left dazed and confused. The onlookers were aghast, with Qin Xinlan shouting, ready to intervene. "How dare you?" Yet, with a single slap, Su Sun sent her sprawling onto the sofa. "Wretched child," Su Qiming bellowed in fury, only to be met with a swift slap that sent him stumbling backward. At that moment, a volcanic fury surged within Su Qiming's chest. While he acknowledged Su Wan's wrongdoing, he could not bear the affront to his own authority. Moreover, he had already offered compensation. So why must this insubordinate child continue to create chaos? "Are you all deaf? Do something. Stop him." Su Qiming roared at the paralyzed women. Su Wanqing and Su Qingxia, startled into action, instinctively stepped forward to intervene. Yet, Su Sun appeared as immovable as a mountain, his foot planted firmly on Su Wan's back, a smirk playing on his lips. "Su Qingxia, you are truly shameless, defending your foolish brother even after he has deceived you into becoming a fool." Su Qingxia's face flushed with indignation. She was indeed furious with Su Wan, But that did not justify Su Sun's mocking remarks. Particularly, that phrase, "Do you even deserve this?" echoed in her mind, a humiliation she had never experienced before. Su Sun, do not revel in your triumph. Let us separate matters clearly. At least I shall not exploit this opportunity for mischief. Is that so? Have you forgotten your parents' own words so quickly? I am merely fulfilling their promises to me. Do you truly believe I should suffer in silence? Su Qingxia found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, if she were in a similar situation and found herself deprived of justice, it would lead to an even greater upheaval. The thought of her hard work being usurped without recourse was suffocating. Observing her silence, Su Wanqing felt compelled to intervene. Little Sun, please calm down. For the sake of your elder sister, I will ensure that you receive compensation for this matter from our parents. Just loosen your grip. Upon hearing this, Su Sun shot her a glare. You hold no authority here. I have yet to settle accounts with you for assisting these two imbeciles against me. Had you spoken up then, I would have included you in my retribution. Before Su Wanqing could respond, Su Qiming's fury erupted in full force. Unfilial wretch. Are you truly defying the heavens today? Su Sun scoffed. Indeed, I am defying them. Madman, you are nothing but a lunatic. Say what you will. This is merely a small disturbance. If I were to truly lose my sanity, the entire Su family would be obliterated. Unfilial wretch. After a furious roar, Su Qiming glared at Su Muyin and Su Baiyan. Are you two still just spectators? Go forth and restrain him. Su Muyin crossed her arms, casting a cold glance before turning her head away. If one errs, one must be punished. This is what our father has taught us since childhood. Scoundrel. Seeing his eldest daughter unyielding, Su Qiming seized Su Baiyan's arm, barking, then you go. Help your second and fourth sisters pull him away. Su Baiyan was unwilling to entangle herself in this chaotic fray, struggling against his grip while displaying a pitifully terrified expression. Dad, please don't pull me. I'm afraid he'll hit me too. Besides, as a weak woman, what strength do I possess? Why don't you go instead? Su Qiming's eyes rolled back in exasperation. At that moment, he truly wished to voice, after all these years, it seems my affection for you has been in vain. Chapter 28. The true master is cast out. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, spare me. Wrong in what way? Perhaps you could enlighten me as to how my rightful copyright ended up in your possession. I might consider your explanation. Aye. Speechless, are we? Then you may take your leave. The air was thick with the sound of a ruler striking flesh and the sharp crack that followed. Regardless of the lack of advocacy on his behalf, Su Sun ultimately delivered a memorable punishment to Su Wan, striking him with the ruler over a dozen times in front of everyone. Why only a dozen? Because Su Wan could not withstand it and fainted. Truly, he was a fragile one. Su Sun felt a twinge of regret. He had not even exerted full force, yet his literary brother had proven so weak. As for the consequences, he felt no fear. Even if he were to be imprisoned, it mattered little. Once the ties with the Su family were severed, he could return to his original world, which was the very reason for his reckless actions. Just observe how the Su family chooses. As he had anticipated, this incident was far more tumultuous than any before, and both Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan were engulfed in sheer fury. You little beast. Are you trying to kill Su Wan? I will not let you off easily. Qin Xinlan, her eyes blazing with rage, supported the unconscious Su Wan while shrieking at Su Qiming, call the police. I want this little beast to pay the price. Su Sun remained unfazed, even wearing a disdainful expression. Call the police? We're merely having a friendly tussle among brothers that got out of hand. What difference would that make? Suddenly, he paused. However, if you are willing to sever ties and expel me from the Su family, then I would truly be at my wit's end. But I suspect you are too attached to do that. No worries, there are still many good days ahead. Unfilial wretch. His words were akin to pouring gasoline on a powder keg. This scoundrel not only harmed their beloved son, but also dared to utter such outrageous statements. Did they truly not care? Su Qiming, filled with rage, smiled coldly as he cast a frosty glance at Su Sun. Do you really believe you hold any significance in this family? Oh, is that not the case? Su Sun retorted with a smile. Very well. Since you are so oblivious to your own weight, I shall take it upon myself to deal with you today. Father, enough. Big brother, be quiet. I won't. No one can drive Su Sun away. Su Sun's eyelids twitched. Trouble was brewing. That insufferable woman was once again thwarting his plans. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to cover her mouth. But Su Muyin was quicker, speaking first. If you drive him away, then I'm going too. Then the company will be left without anyone in charge. Mom. Could you please be quiet? Su Sun was exasperated, offering a stiff smile to Su Qiming. Don't mind my elder sister's nonsensical ramblings. If you wish to act, then do so swiftly. Surely you wouldn't genuinely miss me? Yet, observing Su Qiming's sudden silence, he wondered if he had truly managed to intimidate him. Su Sun, Qin Xinlan was seething with anger and shouted, Su Qiming, Get this scoundrel out of the Su family at once. Let's see how he dares to be so arrogant. No. At those words, both Su Sun and Qin Xinlan were taken aback. Su Qiming, do you even know what you're saying? I said no. Not for now. Though the Su family had numerous daughters and sons, only the eldest, Su Mu Yin, and the third, who was outside, were deemed capable. The third was adamant about avoiding commerce, leaving the heavy responsibilities solely on Su Mu Yan's shoulders. Until Su Wen's return, she was effectively training to become the heir of the Su family. She lived up to everyone's expectations, leading the Su family from peril to safety, and gradually guiding them towards glory. Su Qiming had grown old, with all responsibilities resting on Su Mu Yin alone. If she were to leave, who would fill her shoes? His vast Su family would be left adrift. Even if they were to depart, it could not be now. Su Qiming was boiling with rage. In his quest to consolidate the Su family's position within the conglomerate, he had long enforced familial control, and at that moment, he could find no suitable candidate. Nor could he trust those he had found. Therefore, he must swallow his anger for now, at least until Su Wen had stabilized. Clenching his fists, he felt a decision forming in his heart. But before that, eldest sister, are you truly willing to defy your parents for him? Su Mu Yin, her mouth covered, could not respond, yet Su Qiming discerned the answer from the resoluteness in her eyes. He understood his eldest daughter's character better than anyone, stubborn and even a bit obsessive. Once she set her mind on something, she would not waver. Now, everything became clear to him. Eldest sister, do not blame your father for being harsh. Fine, since you are willing to forsake the entire family for him. You two can stay, and we will leave. Wait, what? Su Sun was momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? How had the plot taken such a turn? Under Su Qiming's orders, everyone retreated to their rooms to hastily pack. The atmosphere suggested they were truly preparing to leave. What is the meaning of this? Why are you all leaving when I have not? Su Qiming gritted his teeth. Do not get too smug. You may be protected for a moment, but not for a lifetime. I am not smug. I genuinely wish to leave. If you would just say the word to expel me from this house, wouldn't that solve everything? The more he spoke, the more fuel he added to the fire. Su Qiming felt that he could no longer remain in this family. He would surely be driven to madness. After all, home is wherever one is, and this house could be relinquished to Su Sun. Su Qiming could not be bothered to respond further and turned to Su Baiyan, asking, Fifth, is everyone ready? Do you have nothing to take with you? Forget it. If you don't want to bring anything, then don't. We can always buy a new. Let us go? I don't plan on leaving. You are not planning on what? Su Baiyan, with her head bowed and fingers fidgeting, timidly replied, I said I am not leaving. Su Baiyan. Su Qiming was furious. It was one thing for the eldest to oppose him, but now the fifth was causing trouble as well. I do not care what you want. Today you must leave. I do not want to. I want to accompany my elder sister. Though she professed to accompany her sister, she was trembling behind Su Sun. Su Qiming was both furious and amused. Very well, you wish to accompany her? Then you shall always accompany her from now on. Nian Nian. Listen to your mother and come here quickly. Be quiet. Do not call her. We will leave on our own. Under Su Qiming's overwhelming authority, everyone except the three in the villa departed from the Su family. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Su Qiming regretted his decision. This was his home. If anyone was to leave, it should have been just those three. Why was he dragging the whole family along? As for Su Sun, events unfolded too rapidly and unexpectedly. He found himself struggling to comprehend it all. He merely wished to complete his task and return home. So how had he ended up driving the main character away instead? What kind of situation was this? And all of it stemmed from Su Mu Yin. Su Sun turned his head rigidly, feeling an overwhelming impulse to strangle her. What was this? Living together day in and day out, yet no one inquired, only to receive heartfelt farewells belatedly? Seeing Su Sun's displeased expression, Su Mu Yin grasped his hand, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Little son, do not be disheartened. I will ensure everyone sets aside their prejudices and accepts you. Su Sun found himself laughing despite the situation, and he resolved to truly strangle the woman before him. Su Mu Yin, Chapter 29. Beautiful lady, you surely do not wish to be discovered, do you? What is wrong? As Su Sun extended his hands, Su Mu Yin stepped forward and embraced him warmly. Su Sun's arms hung awkwardly in midair, his smile stiff, silently wishing for death. He was exhausted, truly weary. Could it be that he had misjudged the crux of the issue? Perhaps resolving matters with Su Mu Yin was essential to achieving his goal? Sighing, he declared, I am tired. I shall retire upstairs for some rest. Su Sun ascended the stairs, preparing to contemplate his next course of action. Having lived numerous lives, he would not permit any mistakes in this final one. He must return home. Alas, if one errs, they gain no trust. If one is correct, they receive no understanding. With parents so biased, it must be difficult for little Sun this time. Su Baiyan remarked, why do I feel like the one suffering is actually you? Eldest sister? What nonsense are you spouting? Little Sun is not an ungrateful child. After all, I stand by his side. Could it be that is precisely why? Nonsense. Be quiet. With each incident, Su Muyin repeatedly recognized the terrifying nature of parental favoritism, even overlooking right and wrong due to their biases. The mere act of observing is suffocating, and yet the figure departing before me has endured so many years. If only I had paid more attention in the past. Might we have avoided this current predicament? The Su family villa suddenly feels desolate with the absence of so many, creating an atmosphere that is stark and lonely. Su Sun initially believed that the elderly couple had left in a fit of anger and would return within a couple of days. However, they did not come back. After all, the Su family possesses more than one villa. No matter where they reside, they will always have a home. Thus, these past few days have afforded Su Sun a certain tranquility, albeit accompanied by a sense of emptiness. He has found himself shuttling between work and home, leading an ordinary life akin to that of a common office worker. While he had once fantasized about such a routine, it is not the outcome he desires at this moment. He must stir up some trouble. At the dining table, Su Sun suddenly cast a mischievous glance at his companion, letting out a peculiar chuckle. Su Baiyan's heart skipped a beat, causing her to drop her bread onto the table. What are you planning? I advise you not to act recklessly. The elder sister is right here. Huh, do you think I fear her? Now that they have left, why are you still here? Chattering away as if you relish opposing me? Behold my mighty prowess. In an instant, Su Baiyan felt as if she had been pierced by a drill from behind, causing her to leap in pain. Ah, you scoundrel, I shall retaliate. With a shriek, she lunged at Su Sun, unleashing a flurry of wild swipes. Su Sun, seizing the opportunity, swiftly trapped her between his legs, delivering playful slaps while casting a mocking glance at Su Muyin. As if to say, I'm striking your sister right in front of you. Why aren't you reacting? Wait, why are you still laughing? Su Sun was taken aback. Not only was Su Muyin not angry, but there also seemed to be a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. She realized that the once antagonistic duo were now growing closer, their bickering becoming more frequent and their conversations increasingly lively. This playful banter was rather delightful. She noticed that Su Sun's demeanor had shifted. He was no longer the taciturn individual he once was, but had become considerably more cheerful. Previously, he would endure grievances in silence, but now he would not tolerate any injustice, which was not necessarily a negative change. Moreover, she discerned that despite his apparent mischief, he was not genuinely harsh. The last time Fifth Sister had been bettered in from a beating, it was largely an act. Su Sun's true targets had always been their parents and his younger brother, Su Wan. Sigh, when will this family ever resolve their deep-seated issues? After their playful scuffle, it was time to head to the company. Alone at home, the idle Su Baiyan joined in the call for revenge and headed to Su Corporation alongside Su Sun. It is worth mentioning that Su Baiyan rarely visited her own company, and consequently, few recognized her. Thus, her presence alongside Su Sun immediately attracted considerable attention, especially from those with ulterior motives. Young Master One, I spotted Su Sun. Not only is he late, but he has also brought someone from outside into the company. And now they are chattering away in the lounge. Good, keep an eye on him. It would be best if you could find a way to let my sister know. We, at Su Corporation, will not tolerate those who seek to exploit our resources. Understood, Su One. I will make sure the president personally comes to deal with this. At the corner of the lounge, a corpulent middle-aged man had been observing for quite some time. After waiting all this while, Su Sun finally noticed Su when taking action. Though sending merely one dolt was unlikely to have much effect. How dull. What did you say? What did I say? You just mentioned it was boring? You took advantage of me and still called it boring? I don't care. You owe me a payback. Su Sun was at a loss for words. That mischievous girl dared to choke him. In an instant, he turned and pinned her down. I warn you, do not force my hand at the company. Scoundrel. You took advantage of me. I shall retaliate. Stop spreading nonsense. It's one thing to slander my character, but to question my taste is outrageous. At this, Su Baiyan shot him a fierce glare, ready to spring up. You scoundrel. How dare you look down on me? What else could it be if not that? Hey, you're mistaken. Why would I hit a place with more flesh? Would I hit your face? What if it leaves a mark? You would surely come after me. Or your back. But what if you end up half paralyzed? Wouldn't you hate me even more? Or your limbs? But I fear I might accidentally render you incapable of walking or even using chopsticks. However, we could change locations. There are indeed some areas on you with ample flesh. Next time, I shall strike there, but do not cry then. As he spoke, Su Sun bounced his thigh, emitting a mischievous laugh. Su Baiyan immediately understood what he meant, her face flushing with anger. You scoundrel. I am going to fight you today. Su Sun dismissed her threat. But before he knew it, a sharp pain shot through his arm as Su Baiyan bit down on it. What the heck? Are you a dog? Seizing the opportunity, Su Baiyan rolled over, straddling him, and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Had Su Sun not reacted swiftly, she would have bitten his neck. Su Baiyan, are you trying to kill me? Scoundrel, that's what you get for bullying me. She mumbled incoherently. Su Sun, now furious, warned. Let go of me, or I will truly hit you. Come on, if you dare to strike, I swear I will bite a piece of your flesh off. Just then, a mocking voice interrupted them. What passionate young lovers. Can't contain yourselves in public, can you? The two turned to see a middle-aged fat man filming them with his phone. Su Baiyan's face paled instantly, and without a second thought, she lunged at him to snatch the phone away. The fat man, however, was not so easily thwarted, sidestepping her grasp with a sinister grin. Dear lady, you wouldn't want your sordid affair in public to be exposed, would you? Who are you? Do we know each other? The fat man smirked. I am Zhu Guliang, the department head at Su Corporation. You didn't know me before, but now you do, don't you? Upon realizing Su Baiyan's beauty, Zhu Guliang's eyes lit up with admiration. The most stunning woman he had ever seen was none other than the president, Su Muyin, but she was aloof and untouchable. In contrast, the woman before him possessed a beauty that rivaled Su Muyan's, and she was delightfully quirky, far from cold. Such a woman would be a waste to be merely the girlfriend of a lowly intern. Zhu Guliang felt an overwhelming sense of pride. As a supervisor at Su Corporation, this naive girl would be an easy conquest. Beautiful lady, how about you come with me? Why attach yourself to a mere intern when you could have anything you desire with me? I see your outfit isn't cheap. Can he afford to buy you a new one? Can he continually provide for your desires? Su Baiyan was infuriated. Who was this peculiar man? It was one thing for this fat man to misunderstand her relationship with Su Sun, but to assume she was a gold digger was entirely unacceptable. You fat fool. I advise you to leave now, lest you provoke me. Zhu Guliang burst into laughter. You, a mere intruder in Su Corporation, have already violated our rules. Our president, Yin, abhors such sand in her eyes. You wouldn't want your boyfriend to lose his job because of you, would you? Su Sun interjected coldly. Let me clarify. I am not in a romantic relationship with her. I have no interest in her whatsoever. Su Sun, what do you mean by that? Su Baiyan felt a surge of indignation within her. With a figure and looks to boast, how could she be so disdainfully regarded? At such a moment, it was one thing to not present a united front, but to be looked down upon was utterly intolerable. This insufferable scoundrel would certainly pay for his insolence later. You've been rather arrogant lately, haven't you? Why don't you give that pighead a good thrashing right now? Faced with the command, Su Sun merely rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? He's interested in you, not me. You scoundrel. Enough with the theatrics. I captured that little scene on my phone. Pretending not to know each other is futile now. Zhu Guliang rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Initially, I intended to report that kid for his misconduct, but now I have changed my mind, as long as, just report him already. Su Baiyan interrupted, dismissive of Zhu Guliang's threats. She was eager to see who would ultimately have the last laugh. How dare anyone presume to look down upon her simply because she chose to remain low-key? They had clearly forgotten the esteemed name of the building beneath their feet. Zhu Guliang momentarily faltered, bewildered. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will lose his job because of you? Our general manager, Yin, is quite strict. Huh. I am not the least bit worried, Su Baiyan retorted. After all, he is. She suddenly turned back. What exactly is your position in the company? Executive assistant to the president. Exactly. The executive assistant to the president. Su Baiyan felt emboldened. After all, he was the executive assistant. How could a mere supervisor like Zhu Guliang have the authority to dismiss him? Under normal circumstances, Zhu Guliang would not have had the audacity. Especially since he knew Su Sun had risen from an ordinary employee to the executive assistant upon entering the company. He could hardly believe that someone without connections would dare touch the president's people. However, he did have the backing of the president's younger brother, the esteemed young master of the Su family. Surely, Su Sun's connections could not rival those of Wen Xiao. As an elder sister, General Manager Yin would not assist an outsider over her own brother. Little girl, what of the executive assistant? If he errs, he must face the consequences. As the human resources supervisor, I have the authority to eliminate all forms of underhanded dealings. What if General Manager Yin finds out? If I say to dismiss this kid, he will have to leave immediately. However, everything is negotiable, provided you agree to dine with me. Having endured for long enough, Su Baiyan could contain herself no longer and delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Guliang's chubby face. Zhu Guliang was momentarily stunned. Had he just been struck? By this little girl? You wretched girl. How dare you hit me? Su Sun, save me. As the corpulent figure lunged towards her, Su Baiyan, frightened, quickly ducked behind Su Sun. Kid, get out of the way, or I'll take you down too. Go ahead, be my guest. Su Sun stood up from his chair, smiling as he gestured for Zhu Guliang to proceed. Zhu Guliang's face twisted into a smug grin as he advanced, but Su Baiyan, startled by his words, clutched Su Sun's arm tightly, refusing to let go, while cursing under her breath. Hurry up and stop him, or I'll hold you accountable. Are you that frightened? Are you scared of your own employee? If push comes to shove, can't you call your sister to deal with him? I know, but the point is, my sister isn't here. Hurry, he's coming. As Su Baiyan darted around Su Sun, Zhu Guliang pursued relentlessly. She fled. He chased. There was no escape. However, due to his size, it was not long before Zhu Guliang found himself out of breath. They were both deliberately toying with him. You wretched girl. Don't you dare hide. Just wait until I catch you. Zhu Guliang spat. You'll regret this. Su Baiyan gritted her teeth. You pig-headed fool. I am Su Muyan's younger sister. When my sister arrives, you will be in for it. Huh. What a joke. The fifth miss of the Su family. Sheltered and never stepping outside. How could she possibly be related to a foul-mouthed, brazen little girl like you? You dare insult me. When my sister comes, you will be finished. Fine. Fine. You two shameless lovers are putting on quite a show. When General Manager Yin arrives and sees such chaos in the company, let us see how you'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud thud echoed through the air. Zhu Guliang was unexpectedly kicked several meters away. Su Baiyan was dumbfounded, staring in shock at Su Sun's leg, astounded. Did he just kick it? How could one leg send a 200-pound man flying several meters? Surely, she must be seeing things. At that moment, Zhu Guliang felt a violent churn in his stomach, his anger boiling over. But he could only curl up on the ground, cursing under his breath. As the commotion grew louder, a crowd began to gather. Many believing Su Sun and Su Baiyan were new employees and regarding them with sympathetic expressions. After all, Zhu Guliang was notoriously difficult to deal with. He would not let this go easily. A few female colleagues who recognized Su Sun gasped in shock. Su Sun, you didn't do that, did you? Su Sun shook his head. I didn't hit him. Thank goodness. I thought he was kicked by me. What? The onlookers were instantly taken aback. Their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Little Su, you might not know, but he is Supervisor Zhu from Human Resources. And his uncle is the deputy manager of the group. You've really stirred up trouble. Is there such a connection? Su Sun chuckled, unfazed, and turned to Su Baiyan. No worries. I have this one covered. It was her who struck first. Her? Everyone's gaze shifted to Su Baiyan, seemingly perplexed by how a little girl could possibly handle this situation. Su Baiyan's face shifted from pale to flushed, shocked that Su Sun had so readily thrown her under the bus. You scoundrel. Not only are you not helping me, but you're also shifting the blame onto me. I did help. I kicked him for you, didn't I? Ugh, why are you so infuriating? Ignoring the audience, Su Baiyan was livid, jumping up and down in frustration, ready to take her anger out on him. If she didn't regain some dignity from Su Sun today, the resentment she felt would haunt her for a lifetime. At that moment, the most discontented of all was Zhu Guliang. After being so thoroughly bested, these two scoundrels were still flirting right in front of him. You two wretched people. I will not let this slide. I will make you pay. In response, Su Baiyan was equally defiant. Come on then. Who are you trying to intimidate? Let us see who dares to lay a finger on me in this building. Very well. I shall see if I can touch you. As his words fell, a cold scoff accompanied by a deep voice rang out. And everyone turned to see a stern-looking middle-aged man striding towards Su Baiyan. Is it you who has been so arrogant? How dare you strike my nephew? Do you think I, as the deputy manager, lack the power to deal with you today? Just as everyone thought the situation was beyond repair. A chilling voice cut through the air. Deputy Manager Zhu, what a grand display of authority. But today, you truly lack the ability. The newcomer was none other than Su Muyan, who had hurried over upon hearing of the disturbance. Seeing her elder sister appear, Su Baiyan dashed into her embrace like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, lamenting, Sister, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, I would have been bullied to death. What? Big sister? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What on earth is happening here? Are you using your position to bully others? Su Muyan was acutely aware of Su Baiyan's impulsive and domineering disposition, inevitably leading her to feel that Su Baiyan was the source of unnecessary trouble. Su Baiyan, feeling utterly wronged, protested, I did not. That fat fool was the one who harassed me first, and when I refused, he even attempted to lay a hand on me. Sister, you must take my side. What? Was this not an instance of bullying a girl? Su Muyan resolutely refused to allow such behavior under her management, her furious gaze directed at the instigator. Zhu Supervisor, are you not going to come out and explain yourself? Zhu Guliang's face turned ashen, his heart filled with trepidation. The Su family enterprise was a private family business, with the old chairman seldom making an appearance unless a significant decision was at stake. Hence, Su Muyan was the true master of the company. Even the chairman had to heed her counsel. This girl was indeed telling the truth. The audacity to tease a woman only to discover she was the boss's sister. Had he known sooner, even with 10 times the courage, he would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. As Zhu Guliang found himself rendered speechless in fear, Zhu Dahai, the elder uncle, felt compelled to intervene. General Manager Yan, this may merely be a misunderstanding. Zhu's supervisor only acted to prevent inappropriate behavior upon noticing an outsider in the company, not realizing it was Fifth Miss herself. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhu Guliang was momentarily taken aback. He had not informed his uncle, so how was he aware of this incident? Indeed, Zhu's supervisor. Do you not agree with what I have said? Yes, Zhu Guliang stammered, fully aware that his uncle was attempting to absolve him, and thus chose to remain silent. However, Su Muyin was decidedly dissatisfied with this response, for it was far from the answer she sought. Deputy Manager Zhu, I acknowledge that Zhu's supervisor is your nephew, but if you wish to fabricate excuses and shift the blame onto others, that is rather excessive, is it not? Some inappropriate behavior. Su Muyin's eyes turned icy as she exclaimed, Zhu Guliang, you harassed my sister first and then slandered her reputation. Have you forgotten the name of the building beneath your feet? No, General Manager Yan, I did not. I truly did not. It was merely them being affectionate in public. And I intervened out of concern for the company's image. I have evidence. Seeing the impending doom, Zhu Guliang hastily produced the video he had just recorded. Although Su Baiyan was merely seen from behind, that silhouette was perched on Su Sun's lap, displaying an intimate demeanor towards his neck. Su Muyin's expression shifted dramatically as she seized Su Baiyan's ear, demanding, explain this to me at once. Feeling aggrieved, Su Baiyan pleaded, Sister, I did not. It must be a fabrication. Su Baiyan, do you take me for a fool? What is going on? Is it possible you have feelings for Xiao Sun? Stop right there. Su Sun interjected, his expression exasperated. Even if she had feelings, I wouldn't be interested. You know your own sister's character better than anyone, don't you? Su Sun, you scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Pulling the furious Su Baiyan back. Su Muyin advanced with determination. She scrutinized Su Sun intently, and without warning, yanked down his collar. What are you doing? As expected. She spotted bite marks on Su Sun's collarbone, oozing with crimson droplets, clearly indicating a rough encounter. Turning around, Su Muyin furrowed her brow and demanded, Fifth sister. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? What is the meaning? Su Baiyan replied weakly. I merely bit him a few times. Who told him to bully me? Su Muyin's anger surged, but with so many witnesses present, she could not unleash her wrath fully and could only gesture threateningly. Fine. I do not wish to settle accounts with you now. We will address this later. However, I will ask you once more, were you truly harassed? Or are you adding fuel to the fire? Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan's eyes widened. Sister, you actually don't believe me? How could I possibly lie about something like this? That fat fool not only harassed me, but also threatened me, saying I wouldn't want my boyfriend to lose his job if I didn't accompany him to dinner. There are surveillance cameras nearby, if you wish to verify. All right, I understand. After grasping the full context, Su Muyin resumed her icy demeanor, her face a mask of frost. Deputy Manager Zhu, do you not owe me an explanation regarding this matter? Zhu Dahai appeared troubled, yet he knew that it was indeed his nephew who had breached company regulations. However, my nephew should apologize for his impulsiveness. Guliang, go and apologize to 5th Mississippi. Zhu Dahai, stop pretending to be ignorant. I am referring to your nephew's harassment. What do you intend to do about it? Zhu Dahai's expression grew rigid. As a veteran employee of over 20 years at Su Corp, having once worked closely with the old chairman, he had hoped for some leniency from Su Muyin. To his dismay, she was being exceedingly aggressive. General Manager Yan, ignorance is no excuse. My nephew did not realize that was 5th Miss, otherwise, he would never have acted in such a manner. Moreover, their actions were indeed open to misinterpretation, and Guliang was merely trying to uphold the company's integrity. Does a mere ordinary person have the right to harass others? Besides, there was no misunderstanding. One is my sister, and the other is me. Enough with the idle chatter. They have already been reprimanded. That should suffice. Su Sun's interjection appeared to stoke the flames. Zhu Dahai's expression darkened, infuriated that a mere intern would dare to speak out. What qualifications do you, a lowly intern, have to voice your opinions? He does. His words reflect my sentiments. Su Muyin's gaze swept across the room, her voice cold. Zhu Dahai, I initially intended to give you a chance to redeem yourself, but since you insist on colluding with your nephew, you may as well leave Su Corp. Zhu Dahai was taken aback. General Manager? What do you mean? While he may be 5th Mrs. Boyfriend, I am also a company veteran. How can you treat me this way? Playing the emotional card with me will not work. Zhu Dahai, over the years, I have shown you enough consideration. But now, you squander the opportunity one provided, so leave with your nephew. It would be best for you to depart gracefully. Otherwise, the violations you both committed could lead to prison time. Zhu Dahai panicked, regret flooding his mind for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. The benefits at Su Corp were substantial, and his position required little effort. Nearing 60, he would find it nearly impossible to secure such favorable employment elsewhere. No, General Manager, I was wrong. I will not concern myself with this. It was all due to my foolish nephew. You may deal with him as you wish, and I will gladly assist you in disciplining him. You scoundrel. Get down on your knees and apologize to Fifth Miss at once. Zhu Dahai kicked Zhu Guliang in the leg, causing him to grunt in pain and drop to the ground, followed by several more kicks. You fool. Approaching 40 and still so reckless. If you desire women, then marry sooner. Do you think you can toy with everyone's feelings without consequence? You wish to die, but do not drag me down with you. Watching the farcical display between the uncle and nephew, Su Mu Yin remained unmoved, simply issuing a cold command. Bring them both out of Su Corp. They are forever barred from employment within the company. This declaration sealed their fates without a doubt. Zhu Dahai felt as if all vitality had been drained from him. After laboring his entire life to reach this point, he could not bear to see it all crumble before him. Yet, subordinates must obey the directives from above. He resigned himself to his fate, while Zhu Guliang lamented the loss of his hard-earned position and salary. General Manager, I did not intend to meddle. It was Su. Enough, you useless fool. Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. But uncle, there are no buts. Leave with me at once. Ultimately, the two departed Su Corp, their belongings in tow. Zhu Guliang was exceedingly indignant. He had merely acted in accordance with orders. So why should he be the one to face the risk of losing his position? Uncle, why did you interrupt me just now? It was only at Wen Shao's behest that I found myself in this predicament. What right do you have to blame me? Zhu Dahai smacked him on the head, exasperated. You fool. Even if you called Wen Shao here, would he disregard our fifth sister's feelings? Not only would he refuse to help us, but he might also harbor resentment against us. Our only hope lies in Wen Shao speaking favorably of that woman, Su Mu Yin, so that we can be reintegrated into Su's family. This wouldn't have been so troublesome if it weren't for your reckless actions. If you hadn't dared to lay hands on Yan's younger sister, we might have had a chance to redeem ourselves, you brainless buffoon. Indeed, both had acted under Su Wen's instructions, but they had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Su Baiyan, which led to their downfall. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Su Wen, yearning to return to the Su family. However, despite their efforts to keep Su Wen in the dark, he had not made an appearance. Yet, Su Mu Yin, who had sat in such a calculating position for so long, having encountered countless schemes and treacheries, could hardly fail to perceive the underlying abnormalities. Go, summon Su Wen here. Chapter 32. Be the only one by your side. Eldest sister, you called for me? Setting aside the cotton swab in her hand, Su Mu Yin let out a cold snort. Well, you certainly arrived quickly. Su Wen chuckled, of course. If eldest sister calls for me, I must respond promptly. Oh, even fifth sister is here, and Sun Gu is present as well. What business do you have with me? Are you unaware of your own actions? At this, Su Wen feigned a look of panic, as if he had no inkling of what was transpiring. His smile faded, replaced by an expression of innocence and grievance. Eldest sister, what exactly is happening? I fail to comprehend your words. Fail to comprehend? Wasn't he at your doing that Zhu Guliang stirred up trouble? Surely, it was your idea to have someone specifically inform me? Su Mu Yin had no intention of concealing her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's initial reaction was not to feel exposed, but rather to be filled with anger over Su Mu Yan's distrust. After all, he was her biological brother. How could she suspect him without any evidence? Perhaps it was because of that scoundrel, Su Sun. Eldest sister has truly changed. You no longer embody the essence of an elder sister. Why are you silent? Are you at a loss for words now that your schemes have been uncovered? Suppressing his hurt and fury, Su Wen feigned distress. No. It's just that I genuinely do not know what has transpired, nor do I understand why you would doubt me. Is it because of what happened previously? Su Wen, whether you confess or deny, I advise you to keep your ulterior motives to yourself. Eldest sister, enough, leave now, and mind your own affairs. Su Wen clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger. Yet, he recognized that this was not the moment for rage. He had to suppress his fury as he turned to leave. He was still oblivious to what had occurred. Why was it that Su Sun was being questioned by eldest sister while he himself faced scrutiny? Thus, he hurried off to seek answers. But the information he received nearly sent him into a fit. Zhu Guliang harbored malicious intentions toward his fifth sister. Zhu Dahai was audaciously defying eldest sister, taking advantage of his status. Ugh, useless. They are all utterly useless. In the CEO's office, before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Mu Yin pinned Su Sun to the sofa, reaching out to remove his clothing. Su Sun was taken aback. In broad daylight, and with Su Baiyan present, how could she dare to act so brazenly? What are you doing? I am not easily swayed by temptation, but should you truly tempt me, I may not be able to resist. With a soft chuckle, Su Mu Yin covered her mouth, a rare smile blooming on her typically frosty visage, reminiscent of flowers in spring that draw one in. Su Sun found himself reluctantly acknowledging that the Su sisters each possessed unique flaws, Yet their beauty was undeniably striking. Had Su Mu Yin smiled at him more often in the past, he might have willingly become her devoted admirer for a lifetime. Phew. It's a good thing I regained my memory, or my life would have been over. Enough, enough. You still act so proud. I've already said I cannot withstand temptation. Su Mu Yin relented, casting him a glance before exclaiming, "What on earth are you thinking? I was merely interrupted while trying to tend to your wounds. Applying medicine is one thing. Why must you undress me? To avoid staining your clothes, of course. Besides, your injury is below the collarbone, so it must be treated properly." Su Mu Yin, ever decisive, took advantage of Su Sun's moment of distraction to swiftly pull off his short sleeves. Observing Su Sun's bashful demeanor as he crossed his arms, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, reaching out to pry them apart. "I am not going to devour you. Why are you so shy?" However, when she caught sight of Su Sun's physique, she found herself momentarily captivated. His well-defined chest, broad waist, and chiseled abs were striking. Has he always had such a remarkable physique? What are you daydreaming about? We are here to tend to your wounds. Startled back to reality, Su Mu Yin awkwardly grabbed a cotton swab and iodine to begin treating the marks left by teeth. Su Sun seemed to sense her curiosity and explained, "While you all take the car, I walk. You indulge while I toil, carrying heavy loads and working on construction sites, even delivering takeout on foot. Although it is common for me not to have enough to eat at the Su family, I often eat at my classmates' or teachers' homes to avoid going hungry at night. Hence, I eat until I feel sick. I am not as frail as you might think because I know that if I fall apart, I will surely be beaten to death. See, I am doing quite well now. As the food has improved, I have gained over 10 pounds, making it easier to defend myself. Strength is the ultimate truth." Though he spoke in a jesting tone, Su Mu Yin could sense the deep sorrow behind his words. Unbeknownst to her, that once timid boy had navigated the world for so long. The Su family was affluent, yet their own child had to scrounge for meals elsewhere. How laughable was that? Especially his remark about being beaten to death if he grew weak. It gripped her heart with a painful, suffocating squeeze. Indeed, with their parents' methods of corporal punishment, had he been any weaker, he might have long succumbed to despair. A few silent tears fell quietly. Noticing the dampness on his chest, Su Sun was taken aback. "You're crying? The Eternal Ice Queen can shed tears over a few of my jokes? How peculiar." Wiping her tears, Su Mu Yin forced a smile. "Sun, I promise that as long as I am here, I will never let you suffer any injustice. I will uncover the truth behind your past grievances and restore justice for you." Su Sun fell into a contemplative silence, gazing quietly at the woman before him, whose eyes were reddened. Su Mu Yin believed her words might rekindle the familial bond that Su Sun had nearly forsaken. However, Su Sun's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Should I give her a punch now to dissuade her from her misplaced sentiments? What if she frequently meddles? Would I be forever barred from returning home? Though Su Sun felt an urge to act, he ultimately restrained himself. He recognized Su Mu Yan's sincerity. Her recent actions had been widely acknowledged. The past grievances had stemmed from their two parents, with Su Mu Yan having suffered the least among the 5 sisters. Most had simply turned a blind eye to the suffering. Had it been any of the others, especially Su Baiyan, he might have indeed retaliated with a punch. "Shao Sun, I am aware of your disbelief in me, but I shall demonstrate my sincerity in due course." Su Sun sighed softly, reaching out to wipe away the tear stains from the corner of the other person's eye, and spoke in a tone that was devoid of fervor. "Su Mu Yin, since that stormy day, the bond between us has been severed. Why do you insist on clinging to me? Had I heard such words in the past, they would have filled me with joy, but now, it is all too late, and I no longer desire it. I have no ties with you or your family, the Su clan. Simply utter the words to expel me from the Su family, and I shall ensure I never darken your doorstep again. Wouldn't that be preferable?" "No." Su Mu Yin exclaimed in a fit of desperation. "I know you wish to sever your last attachment through my words, but I shall not allow it, nor permit anyone else to do so." Abruptly, her tone softened. "Let us not speak anymore. Allow me to apply the medicine for you." Su Sun disregarded her, continuing, "Why bother? Will you truly suffer a rift with your parents and sister because of me? If that is not the case, then do not give me hope only to let me down. I will. If they truly reach a point of indecision, I shall be the only one by your side." An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Su Sun was genuinely taken aback by Su Mu Yin's declaration. Had her reasoning faltered? He was aware of her self-perceived rationality, but he had not anticipated her willingness to go to such lengths for the sake of her internal balance. This bordered on the absurd. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. The air hung heavy with tension, and Su Baiyan dared not breathe. Eventually, Su Mu Yin completed tending to the wounds and was the first to shatter the stillness. "All done. Be cautious not to aggravate it in the coming days. It should not leave a scar. However, truly, why choose that spot to bite? What if you had bitten into an artery? How do you know she didn't bite elsewhere? Su Sun shook his left hand, revealing a row of bite marks. Su Mu Yin was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. Su Bai Yin, are you a dog? Elder sister, I am not. He provoked me first. Come here. With such a heavy hand. It seems you truly require some discipline. Ah, elder sister, please. I was wrong. Su Bai Yin seized the opportunity to squeeze behind Su Sun, taking advantage to cling to him while muttering, what muscles? They're just average. Su Bai Yin, get off me. Do not provoke me to strike you. In the end, Su Bai Yin managed to evade a beating by adopting a repentant demeanor, though a lecture was undoubtedly inescapable. However, her mind was not on accepting education. Instead, she pointed at Su Sun and whispered, when did you start working out? I've been exercising too. Let us do it together. You? Su Sun shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, I see your workout is merely a pretext to take advantage of me. I senti it? Nonsense. Who would want to take advantage of you? Huh. Then why don't you remove your hand from my waist? Chapter 33. The Su family in turmoil. It has been a full half-month since the Su family departed from home. The members of the Su household have truly exhibited remarkable restraint. They have not returned as promised. As time drags on, Su Sun finds himself increasingly bored. His fists itch for action. He even finds himself reminiscing about the sensation of striking one D's face. However, during these days of stagnation, Su Sun has encountered other troubles. For instance, a record company has approached him for a contract, and Su Bai Yin has relentlessly insisted that he sing, not to mention Su Mu Yan's various overtures of goodwill. It is at this moment he realizes that the once frosty Su Mu Yin can indeed display warmth. Yet, it seems her tenderness is misplaced. As Su Sun is preparing to take action against her, after several days of observation, he has discerned that Su Wen is indeed up to something. Recently, Su Shi has launched a new line of cosmetics, a project that Su Wen took over midway from the previous manager. In a bid to cut costs, Su Wen has recklessly employed inferior materials, resulting in trace amounts of toxic heavy metals such as lead and mercury exceeding safe limits. However, the initial batch was produced under strict standards, with subsequent production suffering from cost-cutting measures. Su Wen's cleverness lies in the fact that the excess is minimal and unlikely to cause immediate issues. Even if a crisis arises, he can claim it was a decision gone awry, escaping harsh criticism from the family, as Su Shi will handle the aftermath. Nevertheless, Su Shi has stood firm in Jiangcheng for years, bolstered by its commitment to quality and excellence. Should news of the cosmetics health hazard spread, the company's stock will undoubtedly plummet. Taking advantage of Su Shi's unawareness, Su Sun unleashed his hacking skills from a previous life, disseminating a plethora of damaging articles. Soon, allegations that Su Shi's products were harmful began to proliferate across the internet. Su Shi's legitimate products faced scrutiny, while the problematic ones were accused of jeopardizing health. The most egregious claims suggested that using them resulted in severe bodily decay, imperiling lives. Countless individuals began self-testing, discovering that Su Shi's latest products indeed contained toxic substances. Su Sun even unearthed past product tests, falsely identifying non-toxic items as hazardous. The internet is a murky domain, never lacking in opportunists. With Su Sun's instigation, many began to accuse Su Shi's previous products of various issues. Whether these claims hold truth is irrelevant. What matters is that Su Shi has plunged into a tempest of public opinion. President Yen, in recent days, Su Shi's market value has evaporated by 50 billion. The return rate for the new product among distributors has surged to 72%. Now, the internet is branding us as a heartless enterprise. What shall we do? Su Mu Yin pressed her forehead in contemplation, weariness etched on her face. She had observed the unfolding events, initially believing it to be a minor disruption. Yet it had escalated into a significant crisis. Despite Su Shi's substantial financial investment in public relations, they could not suppress the negative news. As if they were targeted by a relentless adversary. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. And the root of it all was Su Wen. Soon, the secretary summoned Su Wen. Upon meeting, Su Mu Yin could no longer contain her fury. Su Wen, explain to me what is going on. Why do the products under your purview have so many issues? Do you understand that you have triggered a chain reaction, making Su Shi the target of public outrage? What on earth have you done? Su Wen was visibly startled, adopting his innocent demeanor and feigning ignorance. Elder sister, what are you talking about? How is this my fault? I am a victim too, still attempting to deflect blame. Do not let me uncover your misdeeds, or I will not spare you. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Why the commotion? Is there anything that cannot be discussed calmly between siblings? The newcomer was Su Qiming, who had returned to the company to manage the crisis following the emergence of problems at Su Shi. Father, are you unaware of what has transpired in the company? The products under his management have serious issues, and he denies it. How am I supposed to have a rational discussion? Elder brother. Su Qiming's gaze was icy as he spoke flatly. The matter is not yet confirmed. How can you be certain it is Xiao Wen's fault? What if it is an issue with his subordinates? Isn't it still his responsibility? If he occupies this position, he must bear the burden. Can he simply disregard his lack of oversight? Su Muyin, I have said it before, everything is not yet confirmed. Do not speak such accusatory words. Su Muyin retorted angrily. Father, even now, you still shield him? I warned you before that he was inexperienced. You granted him a position, and even entrusted him with such a large project. Now that it has gone awry, what do you intend to do? Rest assured, I will resolve it. You may be able to recall and compensate for the product. But how do you intend to resolve the tarnished reputation that the Su family has painstakingly built over many years? I have already stated that I will address it. You need not interfere in this matter. With those words, Su Muyin was left with nothing but profound disappointment. In truth, Su Wen's lack of capability was inconsequential. Every individual progresses step by step. However, he has leveraged his privileged status to undertake actions detrimental to the company's image, jeopardizing the esteemed reputation cultivated over so many years. She did not revive the declining Su family merely for it to be destroyed by others. Very well. Since you, father, insist on handling this, I hope you can indeed resolve it. However, should you fail, do not blame me for being ruthless when I take matters into my own hands. Su Qiming erupted in fury. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Do you wish for your brother to end up in jail? Fear not. It shan't come to that, but appropriate consequences are unavoidable. You ungrateful daughter. He is your brother. Must you be so aggressive? Precisely because he is my brother. I must prevent him from straying onto the wrong path and help him recognize his own weaknesses. The conversation between father and daughter concluded in discord. Su Qiming felt his authority had been challenged, while Su Muyin refused to allow anyone to trample upon her hard work. Although the Su family was indeed founded by her father, it was she who elevated it to its pinnacle. She would not permit anyone to shatter her efforts. Where is Assistant Su? Why have I not seen him? Call him in here. It was only after the father and son had departed that Su Muyin realized she had not seen Su Sun's figure throughout. The secretary hesitated, as if struggling to find the right words, stammering, I called him earlier, and he said he was still asleep. A silence enveloped the air. Ultimately, Su Muyin could only sigh deeply, gesturing for the secretary to leave. Meanwhile, Su Sun was indeed at home, soundly asleep. Su Muyin had not returned home last night, so he had no means of getting a ride to work. Not that he needed to concern himself with Su Muyin's disposition. Just as he was enjoying his slumber, the door creaked open, and someone stealthily entered the room. Just as the intruder was about to smother Su Sun with a pillow, he abruptly opened his eyes, rolling over and ensnaring the assailant within the blanket. How dare a thief attempt to rob me? Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson. Su Sun, seated atop the bundled blanket, rained down punches, inflicting minimal damage but delivering a heavy dose of humiliation. The person within struggled to breathe, their familiar and muffled voice calling out, I'm not a thief. It's me, your adorable Nian Yan. What Nian Yan? I've never heard of such a name. Prepare to be hit. Su Bai Nian cried out in distress, hastily exclaiming, I'm Su Bai Nian. Stop hitting me. I just wanted to wake you up. What's Su Bai Nian? Why must you impersonate that foolish girl? You don't even resemble her. She is so fiery, and yet you're so meek. Just state your name. Su Bai Nian, utterly exasperated, struggled fiercely. You vile Su Sun. What do you mean by this? If you don't let me go, I'll make you pay? It truly is you. As Su Sun finally rose, Su Bai Nian erupted from the blanket, clawing and biting. Su Sun was not one to relent, swiftly locking her arm in a joint hold. I say, little Nian Nian, have you recently awakened some peculiar trait? Do you not feel content unless I strike you a few times? Chapter 34. Another crisis for the Su family. Is Su Muyin being forced to step down? Stop your nonsense. I have not. Is that so? Then what do you mean by constantly approaching me? Even after being hit, you press on. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? You scoundrel. Cease your prattle, or I will scratch you. I believe it's true. After all, we're not incapable. As long as you behave moving forward, I would be willing to grant you this opportunity. You jerk, go die? Su Sun firmly held down the struggling Su Bai Nian, observing her furious expression with a sense of amusement. It turned out that bullying others could be rather entertaining. If he pushed a little further, would this naive girl end up in tears? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Sun's gaze grew dreamy, one hand pressing on Su Bai Nian's shoulder while the other gently grasped her delicate chin. As their eyes met, he slowly leaned closer. At that moment, Su Bai Nian truly panicked, her heart racing uncontrollably, timidly saying, Don't be reckless. We can't do this. If you let me go now, we can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my sister will make sure you regret it. What can't we do? Are we related by blood? Do we share sibling ties? We're not even a family anymore. What is stopping us? Su Bai Nian trembled. No, don't make such jokes. I'm really scared. Now you're scared? You certainly didn't take it easy on me before. Su Sun chuckled coldly, even teasingly twirling a strand of her hair and inhaling the scent. This simple, flirtatious gesture caused Su Baiyan's face to flush crimson. She pleaded, "Please let me go. I promise I won't provoke you again. When we were younger, I didn't understand. My parents didn't allow me to make friends with outsiders, so you were my only companion. I just wanted your attention." Her words trailed off abruptly. "What do you mean by that?" Su Sun asked, perplexed. Su Baiyan averted her gaze. "It's nothing." "What do you mean it's nothing?" This sudden change of subject is rather infuriating. "It seems I must teach you a lesson." With that, Su Sun turned Su Baiyan's head back to face him. One could not deny that Su Baiyan was indeed blessed with beauty, even as a mere ornament. She attracted countless admirers. With her exquisite yet lively features, flawless skin like porcelain, and cherry-red lips, she could easily evoke immense affection while inciting desire. However, Su Sun had no such intentions. He merely sought to frighten her. Yet to his surprise, Su Baiyan ceased her resistance, closing her eyes in a seemingly resigned manner. "What does this mean? You're not resisting anymore." Su Baiyan did not open her eyes, merely hastily responding, "Is there any use in resisting? Let us get this over with quickly. Think of it as a dog bite." For some inexplicable reason, Su Sun felt a hint of impatience. Was it merely an illusion? Yet it did not feel like one. However, he was not one to be deluded. He vividly remembered Su Baiyan's past demeanor. "Are you truly not resisting? Though this likely isn't your first kiss, taking it from you wouldn't be much of a loss." Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan's eyes shot open. "What did you say? Who said it wasn't my first kiss? I don't even have male friends outside, let alone a single female friend. How dare you tarnish my innocence?" "Oh, is that so? Then I'm fortunate indeed. If you're embarrassed, close your eyes. I'll continue." Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan actually closed her eyes. However, after an agonizing wait, she felt nothing. When she opened her eyes again, Su Sun had already begun dressing by the bedside. Recalling the humiliation from earlier, Su Baiyan was infuriated. Seizing the opportunity while Su Sun was distracted, she leaped onto his back, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. "How dare you bite me?" Unfazed by the reprimand, Su Baiyan retorted, "Why wouldn't I? Who told you to treat me like that? Go ahead and bite. See if I don't retaliate. I'm not afraid of you. I will bite." And with that, Su Baiyan sank her teeth into his shoulder once more. However, the pain that Su Sun had anticipated did not manifest. Indeed, she had been bitten, yet it was merely a slight prick. A chuckle threatened to escape her lips. Truly, the desire to maintain appearances often leads to unnecessary suffering. Clearly fearful, yet still willing to bear the bite, in order to prove her resilience. Sensing Su Sun's disdain, Su Baiyan continued to nibble at her, resembling a playful puppy. Even Su Sun's neck bore the marks of her playful assault. Tooth imprints and traces of saliva. How revolting. "How dare you disdain me, miss? Do you not believe I could truly bite you to death? Enough, enough. You have avenged your grievances. We are even now. I must head to work, so do hurry and get off me. No, you shall serve as my steed, just as before." "Su Baiyan, your backside itches again. Does it not? I wish not to repeat myself." "Humph." Though she feigned defiance, Su Baiyan obediently dismounted from Su Sun. Ignoring her further, Su Sun dressed and prepared to leave for the company. Surely, Su Mu Yen was already frazzled. It was her duty to stoke the flames of the situation. "Xiao Sun, you're here." The anticipated reprimand did not materialize, leaving Su Sun somewhat disappointed. This was not the reaction she had hoped for. "The company's issues are escalating. Have you devised a strategy to address them? Father said he would handle it, so I need not concern myself." "Oh, that old coot is personally stepping in to clean up the mess. It seems your beloved brother need not fear any longer." At this, Su Mu Yen sighed heavily. "Xiao Sun, after all, he is our father. How can you refer to him in such a manner?" "What father? He is your father, not mine. To me, he is merely a landlord at best." "You." Su Mu Yen paused, as if realizing something, her fingers brushing against Su Sun's neck. "What happened to your neck?" Su Sun shrugged. "What else could it be? Your dear sister bit me." "What? That wretched girl is becoming increasingly unruly. Enough of this nonsense. We must prepare to face the impending storm." Su Mu Yen, somewhat confused, sensed a foreboding feeling. Unbeknownst to her, Su Sun was not aimlessly lashing out. The real drama was just beginning. In the ensuing days, the Su Corporation found itself thrust into the spotlight of public scrutiny once again. The conglomerate, spanning various domains, had launched its own unique sales mini-program under Su Mu Yan's leadership. In a bid to cultivate customer loyalty, they implemented a system of points and discount vouchers. However, just the previous night, a significant flaw surfaced in the mini-program, allowing the largest discount voucher of 200 to be exploited infinitely through a bug. In a mere night, orders totaling in the billions piled up. While unshipped products could still mitigate losses, those already dispatched were irretrievable. Furthermore, many had purchased virtual currencies, such as game credits and phone credits, which were equally impossible to reclaim. That night, the corporation suffered a loss exceeding 100 million. And this was merely the beginning. The ensuing chain reaction would be even more difficult to resolve. Those who exploited the bug to make purchases were indifferent to the complexities. All they knew was that their acquired goods were rescinded due to a system error. A bird in hand was lost, and who could tolerate such a betrayal? Many began to boycott the Sue Corporation, accusing it of fraud. Coupled with the recent toxic cosmetics incident, Sue Corporation's stock plummeted, its market value halved. And all of this was orchestrated by Sue Sun, a ruthlessly calculated move. Having traversed many lifetimes, Sue Sun had always deemed his hacking skills to be the least useful, as he had scarcely utilized them. Yet, unexpectedly, they became pivotal in this grand scheme, while he could not breach every defense. Exploiting a minor bug was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The fallout from this bug primarily affected Su Muyan. Not only did she have to confront the ire of several senior shareholders, but she also faced her father's wrath. This mini-program was her brainchild, a venture she had fought tirelessly for. She had promised there would be no issues, and now a significant oversight had left her utterly speechless. Boss, is this the guarantee you provided me? How will you compensate for such immense losses? With toxic cosmetics and unlimited vouchers, I see your energy has waned. Perhaps it's time for you to step down and consider marriage. I shall find you a suitable partner so you can enjoy a comfortable life. Chapter 35. Su Sun's Confession. Su Muyan stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her father's words. The toxic cosmetics scandal had been Su Wan's oversight, and the family had urged her to let her brother take risks. Yet now it was her fault? Moreover, at a time of fervent ambition, she was being encouraged to abandon her endeavors for marriage, despite her significant contributions to the corporation's current stature. Why should she forsake everything? Father, I will provide a satisfactory resolution for the company, but right now, my focus is on solidifying my career. I have no intention of marrying at this time. That is no longer necessary. You are not a child anymore. If you do not marry now, in a few years you will have to. You might as well embrace a life of luxury. Father, no need for further discussion. My decision is made. I will convene a board meeting shortly. You should focus on resting. Su Muyan forced a smile, a self-deprecating expression gracing her stunningly proud face. She felt an overwhelming sense of being discarded, even by her own father, after years of hard work, now cast aside for a single misstep. Was it truly so easy? Suddenly, she perceived this not as a mere accident, but rather as a pretext, revealing that her father had long desired to oust her, with this incident serving as a convenient excuse. But why? For so many years, she had diligently and meticulously dedicated herself, leading the Su Corporation to unprecedented heights in Jiangxing. Why was she being treated in such a manner? With tears brimming in her eyes, she choked out, Father, if I step down as CEO, who will take my place? Did you not say you would not trust outsiders? Not an outsider, it will be Xiao Wen. He will ascend eventually, so let him gain some experience first. In that moment, the light of hope within Su Muyan's heart was extinguished. Of course it would be Su Wen, her own brother. After years of striving for her father's acknowledgement to secure her position, her brother had negated all her efforts in mere months. Su Muyan felt a fierce indignation. She was well aware that the family's legacy would inevitably belong to Su Wen, and she had never intended to contest that. Yet, to have her hard work usurped by him was intolerable. As the saying goes, one does not comprehend the pain until it strikes them personally. It was only when misfortune befell her that Su Muyan truly grasped the anguish of favoritism. So this was the flavor of suffering that Xiao Sun had endured. Indeed, it was far from pleasant. Lost in despair, Su Muyan returned to her office, casting a final glance at the place she had occupied for so many years. She longed to see Su Sun, even if it was just for a conversation. She instructed her secretary to summon him. However, the secretary informed her that Su Sun had not come to work that day. A bitter smile crossed Su Muyan's face. She felt as though the world had cast her aside. In her memories, the little boy she once knew would have gone to great lengths to cheer her up. But she had no idea when that had changed, and the past could never be reclaimed. If he chooses not to come, then so be it. I must depart as well and will no longer be able to concern myself with him. The secretary, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, President Yin, the chairman has gone too far this time. Everyone recognizes your contributions over the years. Why should you be forced to step down? Is a daughter deemed lesser than a son? It is not a matter of being lesser than a son. It is a matter of being inferior to a favored son. Su Muyan shook her head and, with heartfelt sincerity, addressed her longtime secretary, Shaoli, you have been by my side since university. In the future, as you follow President Wen, do not let any petty emotions cloud your judgment. Do not allow your hard work to be in vain. Tears glistened in Secretary Xiao Li's eyes as she replied, President Yin, if you leave, I shall resign too. Without you, I would not be where I am today. And I do not care. Shaoli, do not act impulsively. Consider your future, think of your parents, and refrain from making rash decisions. But President Yin, listen to me. Do not let me down. The board meeting proceeded as usual, yet Su Mu Yin, the principal party involved, received no notification. Her fate had been decided without her input. Given Su Mu Yan's recent conduct, Su Qiming had already contemplated her resignation, unexpectedly. The opportunity to act upon this decision was presented to him. Initially concerned about justifying this to several shareholders, he soon found that the Su family was surrounded by adversity, with shareholders unanimously attributing the failures to Su Mu Yan's poor management. Thus, she departed from the place where she had strived for so many years. As the saying goes, the wealthy are often heartless. Yet Su Mu Yin could never have anticipated that her once favored eldest daughter would find herself in such dire straits. October was fast approaching, and the weather was gradually growing cooler. The refreshing evening breeze on the balcony could not alleviate Su Mu Yan's fatigue. Instead, it left her with an abundance of worries. Su Sun emerged from within the house and was taken aback to see Su Mu Yan's silhouette. It was unusual for him to visit the 5th floor, suggesting she had something to discuss with him. He approached slowly, leaning against the railing to share in the autumn breeze, turning to observe her. The gentle wind tousled her hair, revealing a delicate visage that seemed shrouded in gloom, her eyes devoid of vibrancy. In that moment, Su Sun felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. Xiao Sun, only now can I empathize with you. It is now that I comprehend the strength of your spirit. Su Mu Yin spoke softly, gazing ahead as if conversing with herself. Su Sun replied calmly, life is fraught with disappointments. If one endures, a new horizon awaits. Is that so? Su Mu Yin turned her head, her gaze profound. So, is that how you have steeled yourself to persevere? Not quite. I have experienced a profound awakening. Realizing the memories of a past life had surged forth, he thought. Otherwise, he might still be foolishly trying to curry favor with the Su family. Su Mu Yin, somewhat puzzled, refrained from probing further and simply remarked, you have been absent quite often these days. With me gone, if you do not pay attention, you might miss out on your internship certification. Su Sun smiled at once. Your dear younger brother is about to ascend. Do you think he would grant me any opportunities, regardless of my diligence? So, I will not attend this class. Not attend? What about your internship? Internship? Do you really think I care about that certification or my diploma? Su Sun scoffed, speaking languidly. My aim has never been merely to graduate smoothly. What do you mean? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Mu Yin. What do I mean? At this juncture, I see no need to hide. You must realize why the Su family is perpetually beset by troubles. It is because someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes. Initially, I aimed to address the meddling and achieve my own objectives, but obstacles kept arising. I had no choice but to target the one most beloved by someone. Su Mu Yin, it must feel quite disheartening to be forsaken, does it not? Chapter 36, Su Mu Yan's Complete Liberation. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The evening breeze rustled, and a look of shock, confusion, and eventual stupor spread across Su Mu Yan's exquisite face. She struggled to process the words she had just heard, yearning to deceive herself into believing it was merely an auditory hallucination. Yet Su Sun's enigmatic smile seemed to reveal all the answers. In an instant, tears welled in her eyes, poignantly betraying the despair that marred her once radiant countenance. Was it all you? Is the Su family's current plight due to you? But why? The Su family is your home too, is it not? No, it is not my home. My true home has never resided here. With those words, all the lingering questions in Su Mu Yan's mind found resolution. She began to grasp Su Sun's motivations for his actions. This was not merely revenge. It was a deliberate tearing apart of the fragile balance that had existed between them. He was resolute in his intent to leave. Do not regard me with such eyes. You have driven me to this. My original intent was quite simple. It is your actions, particularly yours, Su Mu Yin, that compelled me to take action. It must be a bitter pill to swallow, being betrayed by someone you trusted, especially since I have ruined your prospects. How did you do it? Su Mu Yin suddenly inquired. Su Sun was taken aback. What? How did you manage it? The tainted cosmetics. Could you have instigated that? The bugs in the app. Was that your doing as well? Surprised, Su Sun thought to himself that Su Mu Yin truly was a formidable career woman, rather than expressing anger. She was probing into the details of his actions. But what harm was there in revealing the truth? He had never intended to conceal it. Indeed, you may find it hard to believe, but I have some computer skills. Not only the bugs, but the controversy you could not suppress was also fanned by me from behind the scenes. Quite the revelation, is it not? You must loathe me now. Su Sun anticipated Su Mu Yan's explosive reaction upon discovering the truth. However, as time passed, she remained unresponsive, lost in thought. Just as he started to wonder, Su Mu Yin finally spoke. and her words pierced through all his intentions. You are not truly seeking revenge against me. You merely wish to be ousted from the Su family, do you not? Su Muyin offered a bittersweet smile, her tone tinged with a hint of relief. Su Sun paused. Do not flatter yourself. I am indeed seeking revenge. No, I see a glimmer of compassion in your eyes. You wish to provoke me into expulsion from the Su family. Hey, stop spouting nonsense. I have no compassion. Su Sun's composure began to waver. Su Muyin was behaving unpredictably. Do not explain. I understand you want to sever any lingering ties through me or anyone in the family to ensure your departure from the Su family. Although I cannot fathom why, rest assured, I will not allow you to erase this final connection. Su Sun was at a loss for words. Can you cease being so self-delusional? You should be furious, for I have destroyed your future. Xiao Sun, there is no need for fear. I shall not hold you accountable. On the contrary, I feel a sense of liberation, for even without you, such events would inevitably unfold. It was merely a matter of time. My parents have become increasingly incomprehensible to me, yet ultimately, we are but pawns. If that is the case, let us band together for warmth. From now on, I shall protect you. Hey, are you kidding? Su Sun's face paled, sensing something was amiss. Su Muyin was decidedly not herself. The expected narrative of enmity and hatred had taken an unexpected turn. What was this overly sentimental scene? Su Sun scrutinized Su Muyin, suddenly reaching out to touch her pristine forehead, finding no fever. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Sun. Suddenly, Su Muyin embraced Su Sun, a serene smile gracing her lips. Su Sun, taken aback, raised his hands in surrender, confusion etched across his face. Surely, no one is lurking behind, ready to shout assault and have me restrained? Su Muyin promptly released him, her eyes reflecting exasperation as her slender fingers playfully poked his forehead. What are you rambling on about? Stop reading those ridiculous novels. I seldom encounter anything of great merit, and when I do, it is usually the novels penned by the author of Radical Mountain. Yet, why have I not found myself akin to the protagonists in his stories? Being driven away at the onset? Su Muyin smiled, and with that smile, it seemed as though she dispelled many of her prior sorrows. She set aside her fatigue. Rather than striving for an elusive affirmation, embracing a more tranquil existence could indeed be quite fulfilling. The moonlight graced her visage, illuminating her beauty. As she swept away her wind-tossed tresses and lifted her gaze towards Su Sun, her expression bearing an unprecedented seriousness. Some are cherished by their parents and protected by their siblings. Losing one is inconsequential. Gaining one is no more significant. Yet, there are those who remain overlooked, becoming mere shadows in the memories of others. However, my existence, though seemingly superfluous, could perhaps offer him a glimmer of light. Little Sun, allow me to be your beacon in the darkness henceforth. On this day, the Su family, long estranged, finally returned home. Along with them came uplifting news that had dispelled the family's recent misfortunes. Su Qi, seasoned in the business world for decades, executed his plans with audacity, determined to dispatch the backlog of orders, even in the face of substantial losses, solely to restore their reputation. Su Wen, under some guidance, surprisingly lowered his pride to publicly apologize and compensate for the damages, thereby alleviating a portion of the negative sentiment. What was remarkable was that amidst this tumultuous period for the Su family, he managed to secure a lucrative order worth billions, originating from an encounter where he aided an elderly gentleman and gifted him a medicinal formula. This elderly man was none other than the venerable patriarch of the Tang family, one of the three prominent families in Jiang City. Su Sun found himself pondering, could Su Wen truly be the favored child of fortune? Yet, even such a favored child would not resort to such underhanded tactics. During this tumultuous period, Su Sun had not merely idled away his time, leveraging his adeptness in commerce. He had keenly observed the recent trends across various sectors, discerning the imminent establishment of a school and a shopping mall in the eastern suburbs of Jiang City. Initially, he intended to dabble in investments to earn some pocket money, but lacking the capital to acquire land, he contemplated seeking a partner. The Tang family presented the ideal candidate, especially since their patriarch had been unwell for many years, and Su Sun possessed the capability to provide treatment. He had even prepared a business proposal along with the medicinal formula. However, after departing from the Su family, he had torn up that proposal, and suddenly, he realized something was amiss. How could it be so coincidental? Where had Su Wen acquired the medicinal formula? It could not be his own, as it had remained within his phone case. It seemed as if Su Wen had an uncanny ability to foresee his plans. Once or twice could be dismissed, but this was becoming a pattern. Su Sun fell into deep contemplation, a troubling suspicion lingering in his mind. If his conjecture held true, then the Tang family would inevitably seek him out. Yet, there was time to ponder this matter later. Presently, Su Sun wore a dark expression. Are you truly so bothersome? I'm trying to think here. Could you refrain from interrupting? It's fine. Think your thoughts. I will attend to mine, came the reply. Su Muyin. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 37. The Unfold Su by Nian. I merely wish to take care of you. Now that we finally have ample time to spend together, I want to treat you better, to compensate for my past shortcomings. Su Sun was utterly speechless. I do not require your concern. Late affections are worth less than grass. I no longer need these things. I only wish for you to tell me to leave. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Muyan's face, yet she managed to smile as she offered a piece of watermelon from the toothpick into Su Sun's mouth. In a gentle tone tinged with sadness, she remarked, "Little son, I know you still harbor a sliver of hope for us. Otherwise, you would not insist on our driving you away. But rest assured, while I may not be able to alter others' attitudes, I will never abandon you. The promises I have made shall remain unbroken." "Ah, what are you doing, Ha?" Su Sun felt utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. Was it necessary to declare that only by being actively driven away by them could he complete his task and return home? He was not of this world. Their expulsion was his only path back to his original realm. Yet, who would believe such a confession? He feared he would be deemed insane. Where had he gone wrong? How had Su Muyin suddenly come to this realization? All he desired was to return home. "Little son, enough, do not speak. I need some quiet." Su Sun shrugged off Su Muyan's touch and shifted to maintain distance. Su Muyin wished to draw closer, but hesitated, fearing his anger, leaving her in a state of perplexed contemplation. "Big sister, ah." At that moment, a sound emerged from her right. Su Muyin furrowed her brows and turned to see Su Baiyan, mouth agape. "What are you doing?" "Ah, big sister is feeding me. I will gladly accept as I have no sense." Immediately, Su Muyin dropped the fruit plate onto the coffee table, her face awash with displeasure. "If you wish to eat, serve yourself. You are not a child who needs to be fed." Yet, why was it acceptable for him? "Big sister, you are biased." Su Baiyan protested, pointing at Su Sun with a countenance of indignation. "I am biased, and what of it? You still owe me for the biting incident. Do not create further chaos." With a huff, Su Muyin rose to leave. Su Baiyan felt wronged, believing her sister had changed and no longer loved her. "What on earth have you done to my sister? Ever since she retired, she seems like a different person." Su Sun turned, puzzled. "Are you addressing me?" "Of course. Who else would I be speaking to?" "Oh, I did not know. I find her rather bothersome too." Su Sun paused, then added, "Moreover, she has not retired. She was dismissed. Perhaps that is the reason for her drastic change?" "How could that be?" Su Baiyan remained unconvinced, even arriving at a bold conjecture. "You haven't captured any evidence against her, have you? Forcing her to comply with your every word?" "Nonsense." Their conversation fell flat, prompting Su Sun to ignore her. However, Su Baiyan continued to chatter incessantly. Initially, it seemed she was merely defending her sister. To his surprise, she too sought leverage against Su Muyin. "Do you truly possess something? If you do, just tell me. I promise not to disclose it to anyone." At that moment, Su Sun felt speechless, yearning to retort, "Ah, the bonds of sisterhood." However, an idea suddenly struck him, and a smile crept across his lips. "Little Nian Nian, do you genuinely desire to possess something against your sister?" "Well, I was merely asking. Why are you acting so suspicious?" Su Baiyan shifted uncomfortably. Su Sun advanced, "My dear Nian Nian, I can share this secret with you if you assist me in a task." "Oh no, merely utter a phrase will suffice." "What do you say?" Su Baiyan, wary, crossed her arms defensively. "What are you plotting?" "I warn you not to entertain any foolish notions." "You foolish girl, stop reading those inappropriate comics. Just say, Su Sun, you must leave the Su family, and I shall reveal the secret. What do you think?" Su Sun enticed her, and Su Baiyan hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "Su Sun, you must." "Yes, just like that." Su Sun urged eagerly. "You must leave. Quickly, do not dawdle. Say it, you must leave the Su, yes." "But I refuse to say it." "Darn it, darn it, darn it." Su Sun's smile vanished, replaced by fury. "Su Baiyan, are you out of your mind? Finish your sentence." "Hey, I will not say it. I am just teasing you. Do you not wish to have something against your sister?" "No more. Even if I wanted it, I wouldn't be able to handle her. Instead, I would end up receiving a lecture from her." "I'm not foolish." Su Sun was at a loss for words. What on earth was Su Baiyan thinking? No, it should be. What madness has the entire Su family succumbed to? It was impossible for him to seek out Su Muyin and not be met with the dismissal he had just faced. He also sought out Su Wanqing. But recalling Su Muyin's warning, she was unwilling to play the villain. He even approached Su Qingxia, but she believed he was merely sulking. And given his prior misstep, she had been evading him. Su Sun even asked Su Wen to drive him away. But Su Wen interpreted this unusual behavior as a scheme and remained on guard, deflecting the conversation. Su Baiyan was even more tight-lipped, making her difficult to deceive, resolutely refusing to speak. Those two old men, however, could serve as a promising breakthrough. Yet, once Su Sun confronted them, Su Mu Yin would surely be lurking nearby. As if fearing an unexpected turn of events, they had exchanged blows, hurled insults, and unleashed their frustrations, yet he still awaited that one phrase of dismissal. Alas, the path home seemed long and arduous. Su Sun decided to embrace his predicament, drawing closer to Su Bai Nian, and implored, "Little Nian Nian, please, let us speak candidly. In truth, I do not belong to this world. I am a traveler, traversing through myriad realms to fulfill my missions. This life has been the longest of my experiences, having been ensnared here for over 20 years. I beseech you, utter the words to send me away. The moment you speak, I shall be utterly liberated. And before I depart, I can grant you any wish, whether it be riches and glory, or the chance to forge a bond with your ideal partner, or even to carve out your own niche in this world. I can assist you with it all. So what say you? Does it tempt you? Action speaks louder than words. Let not this opportunity slip through your fingers." Su Bai Nian's expression grew increasingly serious, her brows furrowing as she scrutinized Su Sun with a gaze filled with contemplation and astonishment. Su Sun was taken aback. Could it truly be that sincerity is the most potent weapon? It appeared promising indeed. "Nian, considering the years I have endured your oppression, will you not fulfill this wish of mine? Would it not be mutually beneficial?" At last, Su Bai Nian moved, shifting her body back until she reached the edge of the sofa with no further retreat. Her expression turned anxious as she silently rose and dashed upstairs, calling out as she ran, "Elder sister, I have discovered the reason for Su Sun's drastic change in demeanor. He has lost his mind. You little brat, halt this instant." Su Sun yelled in exasperation, just as he was about to pursue her when a strange voice suddenly called from the entrance. "May I inquire if young Master Su Wen is at home?" This old man, Tang Shanhe, dares to intrude. Chapter 38. He is merely the son of our family chauffeur. "Young man, are you also a member of the Su family? May I ask if Su Wen is at home?" Su Wen. "Yes, he is at home." Upon saying this, Su Sun prepared to ascend the stairs, intending to disregard the two individuals. However, this dismissive attitude immediately provoked the displeasure of the young lady accompanying Tang Shanhe. "What sort of attitude is that? Did you not hear my grandfather's inquiry? Shuyu, how rude. What kind of decorum is this, shouting in someone else's home?" Tang Shanhe interrupted, visibly displeased. "Yet you are still an elder. What kind of attitude is that? He is, after all, a member of the Su family. We are here to express our gratitude. Is this how you treat the family of your benefactor?" Although Su Sun had gone upstairs, their conversation reached his ears quite clearly. This Tang Shan, he turned out to be a gracious and polite individual, unlike the typical demeanor of those from prominent families. However, Tang Shuyu appeared rather spoiled. Even Su Bai Nian, despite her upbringing, would temper her demeanor towards strangers and act with courtesy. In contrast, Tang Shuyu seemed to have been coddled by her family, wielding her privilege over unfamiliar faces. Yet, what did this have to do with him? He was merely a silent observer, a bystander witnessing the spectacle. What a rude individual, completely lacking in manners, not even acknowledging guests. Tang Shuyu complained, watching the figure retreating up the stairs. "Enough, since he claims Su Wen is at home. Let us seek him ourselves." The two proceeded to explore, knocking on doors, and while they could not find Su Wen, they stumbled upon Su Qi Ming, who was in the study dealing with official matters. Initially displeased at the intrusion of strangers into his home, he thought, "Who dares disturb my work?" But upon hearing their introduction, his frown dissipated instantly. Before him stood none other than the rarely seen Elder Tang. The old man had come in person with his granddaughter to express gratitude. He must have a truly exceptional son. "Elder Tang, let us move to the parlor. I apologize for not receiving you properly. No need for such formalities, Master Su. I have come to see young Master Su Wen. Is he at home?" "Indeed he is. He is in his room. I shall call him down." Shortly thereafter, Su Wen was summoned. Coincidentally, it was a day of rest, and everyone in the Su household had gathered. The Tang family, being far more influential than the Su family, warranted no less than prompt attention. As the daughters of the Su family greeted the elder one after another, Tang Shan, he beamed with satisfaction, laughing heartily. "Cousin Su, your daughters are each more beautiful than the last, and they possess remarkable abilities. I have often heard of the illustrious Su Yan. I had no idea that the starlet Su Qingxia was also one of yours. Truly impressive. You have raised them well." Su Qi Ming felt an immense sense of pride. After all, what could be more gratifying than being praised for his parenting? "Elder Tang, you flatter me. It is their own efforts that have brought them to this point. However, my son Su Wen is an exception. He has endured a life of hardship away from home. Who would have thought that upon his return, he would display such extraordinary talents, even rescuing you, Elder Tang? Had you not mentioned it, I would have thought he merely took you to the hospital. To learn that he provided you with a remedy for your ailment is truly astonishing." Tang Shan, he was taken aback. Is that so? He did not mention anything about providing me with a remedy? No, had I known earlier, I would never have allowed him to give you anything. What if it caused you harm? Haha, no worries. Young Master Su's remedy is quite effective. I have never felt this light in decades. Tang Shan, he regarded the silent Su Wen with growing admiration. The youth was calm and composed, humble and low-key, showing no desire for accolades. Such composure was a rarity among the current generation. Young Master Su, may I inquire about the source of that remedy? I have no ulterior motives. I am merely curious. If it is too personal, you need not answer. Su Wen smiled faintly. There is nothing to conceal. It was left to me by my master. Master? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, my master. I grew up in poverty. Having lost my adoptive parents at a young age, I was essentially raised by the kindness of others. However, relying on others for too long can lead to resentment. And without protection, I fear I would not have survived to this day. That individual is a well-known figure in the region, often dismissed as a charlatan by many. Although others see him as a fraud, I recognize his genuine abilities. Through the years, I have absorbed some of his knowledge, though it is merely superficial. Fearing I might struggle in the future, my master left me several remedies before his passing, intending for me to sell them for survival. However, since I was found by my parents, I no longer need to resort to that. Thus, I contemplated that the treasures left by my master should be entrusted to those in need, honoring his lifetime of virtuous deeds. As I concluded my heartfelt discourse, tears welled in Qin Xinlan's eyes, and a profound sorrow engulfed her. It appeared that her beloved son had endured far more hardship than she had imagined, suffering through such trials. Xiaowen, my child, why have you never mentioned this? My heart aches for you. Su Wen gently grasped Qin Xinlan's hand and smiled calmly. Mother, that chapter is behind us. I chose silence to spare you from further anguish. Let the past remain in the past. The more they conversed, the deeper the sympathy for Su Wen grew among the listeners. Even Su Qingxia began to reflect on whether she had been excessively harsh, realizing that Su Wen, after all, was her brother, and perhaps it was time to thaw the ice between them. Meanwhile, Tang Shanha, as the dialogue progressed, found himself increasingly impressed, his gaze filled with admiration for this humble and unassuming young man. Although he had not inherited his master's true talents, his magnanimity was unparalleled. Tang Shiyu, his granddaughter, was equally in awe, perceiving that Su Wen was entirely different from the wealthy scion she knew. Having endured numerous adversities, he maintained an admirable optimism, truly deserving of her regard, unlike some ill-mannered ruffians. As fate would have it, Tang Shiyu's thoughts manifested almost immediately. For the next moment, a figure descended from the upper floor and made his way to the kitchen. In no time, he returned, a can of cola in hand, seemingly oblivious to the gathering in the living room. Tang Shiyu let out a soft huff and inquired, Uncle Su, is that person with the cola also a member of your family? Su Qiming turned to glance, his expression shifting dramatically. This ungrateful child, of all moments to appear, chooses now to bring embarrassment upon himself. Tang Shanha, curious, asked, Su Xianzi, is something amiss? Is that young man your son? No. He is merely the son of our driver, temporarily staying with us, Su Qiming replied with a forced smile. Hearing this, Su Muyin was taken aback. Father, what are you saying? Be quiet. Chapter 39. Who can cure my ailment? Ah, I see. He is the child of a servant. However, as a servant, he should not be so brazen in the presence of the family. Uncle Su ought to discipline him more, Tang Shiyu remarked. Su Qiming nodded with a smile, acknowledging, indeed. My dear niece is correct. I shall see to it that he is better guided in the future. Unable to endure any longer, Su Muyin stormed away from the table. She finally understood why Xiao Sun had lost hope in this family. Who could remain optimistic in such a disheartening scene? Xiao Sun, let us go upstairs. Su Muyin reached for Su Sun, wishing to pull him away from the hurtful remarks. However, Su Sun seemed to have noticed something and subtly dodged her grasp, instead heading straight for the sofa, ultimately occupying the seat Su Muyin had just vacated. Even pushing Su Baiyan back down, the sudden shift left the room in stunned silence. Su Qiming's face darkened, his expression akin to one who had tasted something foul. His eyes blazing with fury directed at Su Sun. He had already been displeased with Su Sun's abrupt arrival, and now this blatant disruption of the gathering was intolerable. This wretched child. Xiao Sun, let's go upstairs. I have something to discuss with you. Su Muyin reached out to pull Su Sun again, but instead found herself tugging him closer. It's fine. Whatever you wish to say can be said here. You all continue your conversation. I will act as though I am invisible. Despite these words, the atmosphere had turned icy, the tension palpable, rendering even casual conversation a challenge. Observing the increasingly grim expressions of the elders, Su Sun felt a sense of satisfaction. Let them summon him. He would not comply, and let them wish for his departure. He would remain. Today, he intended to slap Su Qiming's face with his defiance and witness how he would react in front of others. Having lived for so many years, Tang Shanha was no fool. He could discern the undercurrents at play. He recalled the recent rumors surrounding the false heir to the Su family during the Jiang University freshman ceremony. At the time, the news had been elusive, and he had dismissed it as mere gossip. Now it appeared to have been suppressed. Haha, Su Xianzi, this young man possesses quite the character. If he wishes to stay, let him remain. But it's nothing. The more, the merrier. Old Tang interjected, indicating that the matter could be brushed aside. Nonetheless, the atmosphere had irrevocably shifted, and an awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Tang Shiyu found this atmosphere intolerable, particularly the audacity of a servant assuming the role of a host. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, "Some people ought not to force their way into circles where they do not belong. The host family has treated you kindly, but do not mistake kindness for entitlement." Her words were pointedly clear. Su Sun chuckled and turned to Su Baiyan, raising an eyebrow. "Look, there are actually individuals who are even more overbearing than you. This is quite the revelation." Su Baiyan's expression darkened. "In what way am I overbearing? Be careful, or I will bite you." All right. You are neither overbearing nor difficult. The way you treat me is a clear expression of your affection." "Humph. Stop talking nonsense. That is more or less the sentiment." With a slightly flushed face, Su Baiyan took a swig of her cola. "Still cold, Wait, where did I get this cola?" Su Sun shrugged. "It's the leftover cola I had. How could your cola end up in my hands? I casually slipped it into your grasp while you were daydreaming." "What? Does that mean we shared a bottle of cola? Your saliva? And a bit of my flavored water too?" Su Baiyan's composure shattered. "You scoundrel. I will have my revenge." As Su Sun continued to disregard her, engaging in playful banter, Tang Shiyu's expression grew increasingly sour. She had never been so blatantly ignored in her life. No wonder he was so bold. He had the protection of the fifth son of the Su family. However, outsiders would always remain outsiders. "Sister Baiyan, I've heard you've been sheltered and have never dated. Would you like me to introduce you to some fine young gentlemen? Perhaps then you'll realize not everyone is worthy of your company." Su Baiyan paused, casting Tang Shiyu a look of incredulity. "What ancient relic are you? I can choose my own companions." "Sister Baiyan, some people merely enjoy a proximity to power. And without any male friends, it's no wonder you're close to him. Yet ultimately, you inhabit different worlds." Upon hearing this, Tang Shanha's brow furrowed, his patience wearing thin. "Enough, Shiyu. You are speaking out of turn today? But Grandpa, I must speak. I worry for Sister Baiyan, and I wish to offer her a warning." At this, Su Baiyan could only stare in disbelief. "You're insane." Tang Shiyu was momentarily at a loss. What had she just heard? Her well-intentioned advice had been met with such a dismissive retort? She had not anticipated such a lack of respect from Su Baiyan, who she believed was meant to be grateful for her counsel. "Sister Baiyan, what do you mean by that? I was merely trying to offer you some advice." "You've said enough. Just mention Su Sun's name directly if you wish to criticize him. There's no need for subterfuge, as I want to defend him." Su Sun found himself speechless, almost amused. Some individuals, when silent, could still shock one to the core. He seized hold of Su Baiyan's hand that was poised to pinch someone, grinning as he said, "If you have something to say, then say it. I genuinely enjoy your words. And you too." Suddenly, Su Sun shifted his gaze towards the relentlessly aggressive Tang Shiyu. "My lady, have I offended you in any way? Is it truly necessary for you to target me so?" He continued, "Rather than wasting your energy on me, perhaps you should concern yourself with your grandfather's health. In just a few hours, he may suffer a relapse of his old ailment." "You scoundrel! How dare you curse my grandfather?" Whether a curse was uttered or not, the old man knew best. No matter how indifferent he pretended to be, his body could not conceal the truth. As he spoke, Su Sun grasped the hand that had attempted a sneak attack, tightening his grip until his fingers interlocked, slowly twisting it upwards. "Behave yourself, or I shall break your hand." Wait. I was wrong. It hurts. Sister, save me." The two were oblivious to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Tang Shanha, seated on the opposite sofa, was lost in thought. Su Sun's words rang true. He indeed felt much lighter than before. His vision was clear, his head no longer spun, and he possessed newfound vitality. Yet, that sense of weakness occasionally returned, and the constriction in his chest had not been entirely eradicated. He had come here to see if Su Wen had a remedy that could completely cure him, but unfortunately, Su Wen had no medical expertise beyond concocting elixirs. How did this person, Su Sun, come to know such things? His bright, clear eyes seemed capable of piercing through all facades. "Shiyu, be silent." Tang Shanha interrupted her tirade, turning to Su Sun with a benevolent smile. "Young man, when you spoke earlier, did you imply that you have some understanding of my ailment?" "To some extent." Su Sun replied. "Weakness like a gossamer thread, a suffocating sensation in the chest. One possesses a body, yet feels devoid of a soul. He smiled faintly, reclining languidly on the sofa. Alas, treating only the surface while neglecting the core, our fates are not intertwined. I cannot assist you. Tang Shanha was at a loss for how he had left the Su family. Ever since he heard Su Sun's words, he had been engulfed in a haze. For Su Sun had spoken nothing but the truth. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Could it be that Su Sun might cure his ailment? All humans cherish life. And even someone like Tang Shanha, who had lived for so many years, was no exception. Whether true or false, he felt compelled to try. Just as he prepared to send his granddaughter to summon Su Sun back to the Tang residence, his affliction suddenly flared up. Grandfather. Chapter 40. Su Sun is dead. Hey, Su Sun, did you really say you could cure the old Master Tang? Is that for real? Su Baiyan inquired curiously as she approached. Su Sun looked at her in astonishment. When did I ever claim I could cure him? Please, do not spread such rumors. But your tone was so confident. And you spoke with such conviction. Are you truly just spouting nonsense? With a light chuckle, Su Sun replied, does it matter? You ought to consider keeping your distance from me. Otherwise, if I become irritable, I might just spank you. I knew you were just trying to scare me. But I don't think you possess such capabilities. Indeed, he lacked such capabilities. Just then, Su Qiming's displeased voice rang out. He and Qin Xinlan approached Su Sun, towering over him with dark expressions. Realizing that the situation was amiss, everyone gathered around. Even Su Muyin, who had been eating, hastily set down her bowl and rushed over. Mom, Dad, what is this about? Little Sun hasn't done anything wrong this time. Su Qiming sneered coldly, nothing wrong? He has committed a grave mistake this time. We can tolerate the usual commotion in our household, but how dare he speak so carelessly about the esteemed old Master Tang? He knows nothing of medicine. If he makes a mistake, others will think he is simply stirring trouble, and if he speaks correctly, they will believe he is casting a vile curse. If anything goes awry, our Su family will bear the blame. How do we face the wrath of the Tang family? It took us so long to establish a connection with them. We cannot allow this troublemaker to ruin it. Su Sun abruptly stood up, wearing a smile. Qi Ming is right. If that's the case, why not just expel me from the Su family? I assure you, I will not be an eyesore to you. Nor will I burden the Su family. What did you call me? Su Qiming's eyes widened in fury. You wretch. You are truly becoming more and more. Slap. A resounding slap struck Su Qiming's face, leaving him momentarily stunned, his expression one of shock. As he regained his senses, an indescribable rage surged within him. Wretch. Slap. Another sudden slap left Su Qiming dazed, dissipating much of the anger he had accumulated. He slowly raised his head, confusion and disbelief flickering in his eyes, as if questioning whether all of this was merely an illusion. He was about to say something when Su Sun interjected with a smirk. Ming, words can be perilous. Now that we have severed ties, I must adopt a new form of address. I initially thought to call you landlord, but it felt too distant. So I considered addressing you by your full name. However, that seemed insufficiently intimate. So I opted for Qi Ming since we have known each other for nearly 20 years, lessening the sense of distance. But if you dislike it, I shall call you by your full name from now on. This statement was undeniably infuriating. Su Qiming could hardly fathom that he would be so enraged by someone else's mere words. Yet here he was, experiencing it firsthand. I toiled tirelessly to raise you. And this is how you repay me, a thankless wretch. Enough. You too, stop acting like spoiled brats. You haven't suffered as much as I have. This was the truth. In terms of hardship, he had endured far more in this family than anyone else, both physically and psychologically. At this moment, Qin Xinlan's anger also flared. You ungrateful wretch. Regardless of the circumstances, we provided you with shelter from the storm, and this is how you repay us. Madam Qin, your statement is misguided. In terms of repayment, I have long since compensated for your trivial kindness by serving as your emotional punching bag all these years. My continued presence here is merely to see if you are willing to relinquish me as your outlet for frustration. But it seems that you are still reluctant to part with me. Alas, sometimes life unfolds in such a manner that even when I wish to leave, I find myself unable to do so. With both soft and hard tactics proving ineffective, Su Sun now resorted to a strategy of feigned relinquishment. As expected, the couple's expressions darkened at his words, not only from anger at Su Sun's rebuttal, but also from the unpalatable notion that they were reluctant to let him go. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. But just then, Su Muyin leaped forward once more. Mom, Dad. No. Su Qiming cast a cold glance. Eldest, you seem to have begun to disregard us. This matter does not concern you. Don't, Dad. If you drive little Sun away, then I will leave this house too. Su Muyin, you've gone too far. This time, no matter who pleads on his behalf, it will be of no use. Since he believes himself so clever, let us grant him what he desires. Su Qiming's voice was icy. Su Sun, I hereby announce. Dad. No. I announce that you are now expelled from the Su family. From this moment forth, we are severing all ties, and there shall be no further relations. You are to leave the Su family at once." As the words fell, Su Muyin felt as though her heart had been struck by a heavy blow. Though being expelled meant losing the official title of family member, she still had the chance to look out for him. Yet, an overwhelming sense of panic engulfed her, as if Su Sun were to vanish entirely. Suddenly, she caught sight of a triumphant, uncontrollable smile spreading across Su Sun's lips. In her moment of distraction, he had already begun to move, quickening his pace toward the door. He left without uttering a word, only a faint silhouette of urgency as he departed. "No, don't go." Su Muyan's heart sank deeper into unease as she watched Su Sun exit the villa. Unable to suppress her anxious feelings, she hurriedly pursued him. "Xiao Sun." Yet, at the threshold, there was no trace of him, only emptiness. Shock and confusion enveloped her. Standing at the entrance, she could see the grand gate. And in this fleeting moment, it seemed impossible for Su Sun to have reached it. A golden streak of light crossed the sky, and Su Muyin felt an uncanny resonance, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, she recalled the erratic words of her younger sister from earlier that day. "Elder sister, I have discovered the reason behind Su Sun's drastic change in character. He has lost his mind. He claims he does not belong to this world, that he is a time traveler, trapped here for more than 20 years to complete a mission. Do you know why he insists we drive him away? He said that as long as we utter a word, he can be liberated. Isn't that absurd?" At the time, Su Muyin had dismissed her sister's ramblings as mere delusions. But now, it appeared that everything might indeed be true. Xiao Sun had truly found his release. "Elder sister, why aren't you pursuing him? Where is Su Sun?" At that moment, several others emerged from the house, with Su Baiyan curiously surveying the surroundings, only to find no trace of Su Sun. "He hasn't really run away, has he? It seems he didn't even take his phone." "Sister, it's true. Everything is true," Su Muyin murmured in a daze. Su Baiyan was taken aback. "What is true? Elder sister, what is happening?" "What I said earlier is true. Xiao Sun did not deceive you. What he said was indeed authentic." "What?" Su Baiyan suddenly recalled Su Sun's mad utterances from earlier and, upon seeing her sister's nearly shattered demeanor, an ominous premonition washed over her. "Elder sister, Su Sun hasn't vanished, has he?" Su Muyan's emotions spiraled out of control, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks as she felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, murmuring through her sobs, "He is liberated. He has finally found his freedom. Xiao Sun has truly sought death. He can never return." Chapter 41. Su Sun lives again in an unknown community. Su Sun awoke from a daze, rubbing his head, feeling somewhat fatigued. Leaning against the headboard, he surveyed the surroundings, both familiar and strange. A wave of excitement gradually swelling within him. "I have truly returned?" He rose from the bed and approached the window to draw back the elegant white leaf curtains. Upon seeing the scene outside, a long-lost familiarity engulfed him. "I'm back. Goodness, I am finally back." Yet, why did he feel so weary? Could it be a side effect of returning home? Suddenly, memories of the Su family flooded back to him, particularly the sight of Su Muyin, desolate and frantic as she chased after him before his departure. He had thought that once everything concluded, there would be no lingering attachments. Yet certain individuals had etched indelible marks upon his heart. Su Muyin was gone forever. "Why am I so tired? Perhaps I should rest a bit longer." Meanwhile, at the Su residence, everyone remained troubled by Su Sun's disappearance. Upon learning of his vanishing, Su Baiyan indeed panicked, having reviewed the surveillance footage for an entire night. Yet, neither outside the main gate nor around the villa's perimeter could they find the figure they longed to see. The Su family courtyard, regrettably, lacked any surveillance cameras, leaving them oblivious to what transpired within. All they knew was that Su Sun had mysteriously disappeared upon leaving the villa. Qin Xianlan was somewhat anxious, wondering if their home had become a site of supernatural events or perhaps if Su Sun had been spirited away by a ghost. Especially after hearing Su Muyin utter that Su Sun had died, her first reaction was not sorrow, but fear that he might return as a vengeful spirit. "Namoamitba, Xiao Sun, your connection with the Su family has ended. Please do not seek us out again." Observing Su Muyin, lost in despair, her sisters hurried to console her. To be candid, Su Wanqing and Su Qingxia were still reeling from the shock. It was too abrupt for someone they interacted with daily to vanish without a trace. They wished to offer comfort, but were rebuffed when Su Muyin forcefully pushed them away. She felt that everyone bore responsibility, that they were complicit in their parents' actions, or else Xiao Sun would not have left them forever. "Huh, second and fourth siblings, you must be quite pleased now, right? After all, the person you despised most is dead. You will no longer be inconvenienced by him." The words pierced their hearts like needles. Su Wanqing, unsure how to console her, could only speak with a hint of melancholy. "Elder sister, What if Xiao Sun is not dead? How could such a vibrant person simply die? He is dead. He has truly died. She cried out. He once mentioned wanting to be liberated. It turns out he had long contemplated seeking death. Su Muyan, to this day, believed that Su Sun's notion of liberation meant the end of life, unable to fathom that he was returning to his original world. She only knew that some people, once lost, could never return. Yet, what she desired most was not to bring anyone back, but to live without fear. Second sibling. You could have taken good care of him. You could have offered him warmth. Yet you did neither, and instead caused him harm. You too are complicit, an accomplice to our parents. You are the reason Xiao Sun is gone. Upon hearing this, Su Qiming bristled with indignation. What do you mean we caused his death? Elder sister, you are overly emotional and speaking nonsense. Second, fourth, and fifth siblings, take your elder sister back to her room. Do not touch me. Su Muyan vehemently shook off their grasp, turning coldly to Su Qiming. Father, I once thought you were merely indifferent and biased. But now it seems you truly lack a heart. You and mother are the same. You are the murderers of Xiao Sun. Su Muyan, silence. Su Qiming bellowed. I will not. I shall speak the truth. It is not just you. There is also you, Su Wanqing, you, Su Qingxia, and you, Su Wen. Now that your objectives have been achieved, there is no one left to vie for your favor. Henceforth, you need not pretend, for this family belongs to you alone. Slap. Su Qiming struck Su Muyan across the face, causing her hair to dishevel and awakening her senses somewhat. She covered her stinging cheek, yet erupted into a laugh. The pain on her face was but a fraction of the anguish within her heart. This family was cold and unfeeling. She had abandoned all hope. Living in this warmth-devoid household was the true despair. She suddenly felt that Su Sun's departure was perhaps a welcome choice. With enough disappointment, one no longer harbors any illusions. Yet the past's suffering lingers painfully. Su Muyan staggered back into the house like a soulless zombie, murmuring to herself, "Death is good. Death is good. Now I shall no longer suffer." Observing her unsteady figure, her sisters were deeply pained. Was this still their spirited, unflappable elder sister? They whispered among themselves, uncertain how to console her. Ultimately, it fell upon Su Baiyan to attempt to soothe Su Muyan. While everyone hoped that Su Baiyan could calm Su Muyan's tumultuous emotions, none realized that she too had lost a piece of herself. Late at night, someone knocked on the door of Su Muyan's bedroom, the familiar voices of her parents echoing from outside. "Elder daughter, are you asleep? Muyan, how are you holding up? Nian Nian, please take good care of your elder sister. Do not let her continue to suffer." As the words fell, the two heard a voice, ethereal and ghostly, whispering in their ears, "If you return Xiao Sun to me, I shall cease my sorrow." Su Qiming's anger surged forth. "Are you never done? That wretched soul has merely vanished. We know not whether he lives or dies. Must you pursue this incessantly? Am I the one pursuing?" Su Muyan retorted, "It is you who drove him to despair. Return him to me." "Su Muyan, you have gone too far. Not far enough. Not at all. Unless you retract your previous words this instant, I shall continue to trouble you." In a fit of rage, Su Qiming laughed bitterly. Perceiving Su Muyan's condition to be grave, he sarcastically replied, "Very well. I shall retract. I shall no longer chase after Su Sun. It was merely a jest. Are you satisfied now?" A disdainful snort echoed, and silence fell at the doorway. Once tranquility returned, Su Muyan sank once more into despair, leaning against the headboard. Her gaze vacant and unfocused, as though lost in a dream. The dim light of the bedside lamp illuminated her fragmented state. Su Baiyan, troubled by the sight, drew her into a tight embrace. "Sister, sleep now. It is late." "Sleep? How can I possibly sleep? Am I too cowardly, or am I simply too weak?" Su Muyan murmured, her voice laced with melancholy. Su Baiyan felt a pang of sorrow. Wishing to alleviate her sister's distress, she suggested, "Sister, shall we report this to the police? Perhaps he is not dead, but merely missing?" Su Muyan shook her head. "Does it make a difference? Besides, what good would it do to involve the police? You've reviewed the surveillance. Who would believe someone could vanish into thin air?" The two fell into a prolonged silence, seeking solace in each other's presence. After a moment, Su Muyan inquired, "Fifth sister, are you grieving? If you wish to cry, do not hold back for my sake. I am not as fragile as you think." Su Baiyan remained silent, retreating beneath the covers and extinguishing the lamp. Yet, in that moment of darkness, two tears slipped silently from her eyes. As dawn broke, the sky blossomed with a brilliant hue, casting a rosy glow. In the fountain of the Su family estate, a damp arm suddenly emerged from the water, followed by a sodden figure rising from the pool, splashing water in every direction. Su Sun shook his bewildered head, gazing at his drenched form and surveying his surroundings. "What on earth? Why am I lying in a pool? This feels awful. And why does everything around me seem so familiar? Wait a minute, isn't this the Su family home? How on earth did I return?" Chapter 42. The Heartlessness of the Su family. The sudden return of the third young master. A string of expletives danced in Su Sun's mind, left unvoiced. After finally escaping, he found himself inexplicably back in the same place. Was it possible to return home only to be drawn back again? Heavenly Father, must you toy with me so? With a countenance heavy with melancholy, Su Sun entered the villa, curious about the absence of any family members that evening. His eyes caught sight of his phone abandoned on the coffee table before the sofa. Checking the time, he realized it was still dark, and he had not yet risen. He felt speechless, having only been gone for a mere few hours. Just as he had left, he had returned. Surely, the Su family would find humor in this? Especially the two old folks, who would undoubtedly revel in mocking him. Putting aside thoughts of returning home, he decided to evade them for the time being. After retrieving his identification, Su Sun departed the Su family home. A few hours later, his room would undergo a thorough cleansing. That night, Su Mu Yin slept fitfully, weighed down by exhaustion, finally rousing around 9 in the morning. For someone accustomed to rising early for years, this late awakening drained her energy rather than replenishing it. Su Baiyin had awoken early but remained concerned for her sister, who had not left her side. Both women bore unspoken burdens, deliberately avoiding any mention of the events from the previous night, lest they evoke painful memories. They chose to endure in silence. Yet it seemed others were determined to prevent them from moving past this ordeal. Fifth sister, what is that noise outside? It sounds quite raucous, despite the room's good soundproofing. The commotion outside, akin to footsteps on stairs, caught Su Mu Yan's attention. It was then that Su Baiyin noticed the disturbance and, having changed her clothes, went to investigate. Upon opening the door, she was met with unfamiliar workers hauling various items. What is going on? She exclaimed, her brow furrowing as she hurried upstairs. She found Su Sun's room being emptied, various belongings being carried away. Alarmed, she rushed downstairs to relay the news. Sister, this is bad. Su Sun's room is being emptied. What? Su Muyin shot upright, her heart racing. Sister, they are clearing out Su Sun's room. Even the wardrobe has been dismantled. In that instant, Su Muyin could no longer maintain her composure. She hurriedly descended the stairs to confront the movers. Who are you? Why are you taking my family's belongings? The moving crew paused, exchanging glances. One worker replied, we were sent by the owner of this house, instructed to renovate the room and dispose of everything inside. What did you say? A wave of unprecedented fury surged within Su Muyin, mingling with a hint of hatred. It was one thing for their parents to be heartless. To discard even the remnants of a life was beyond comprehension. Just moments ago, he had been present, and now they were so eager to erase all traces of him. Su Sun had lived in this home for so long, yet hardly a photograph remained. If the items that held his essence vanished, what difference would it make if he had never existed? A sense of injustice boiled within her. Were their parents truly intent on severing all ties? Absolutely not. No. No one is permitted to touch his belongings. Put them down. Su Muyin rushed forward, attempting to snatch the items from their hands. However, apart from some wall art and out-of-season clothing, nothing belonged to Su Sun. How could this be? Where are Xiao Sun's clothes, his shoes, his things? Why is there nothing left? She dashed into Su Sun's room, which could only be described as barren. Aside from a half-disassembled wardrobe, only a few miscellaneous items remained. Su Sun's clothes were gone, his awards had vanished, and even the computer she had recently purchased for him was nowhere to be found. His identification, school certificates, all of it gone. Where is everything? How can it all be missing? Where have his belongings gone? Su Muyan's voice trembled as she murmured to herself, lost in despair. The workers exchanged puzzled looks, but one finally spoke. Miss, are you referring to the belongings of the boy? There were hardly any items associated with him left. The first batch was taken away already, likely disposed of by now. We are merely here to finish up, so please do not make this difficult for us. As they continued their work, oblivious to Su Muyan's distress, they hastily exited with the remaining items. Gazing at the empty room, Su Muyan's mind blanked, overwhelmed by the realization that everything was gone. All traces of Su Sun had utterly vanished. Why must it be so final? Did they truly despise him so much? If they found him so repugnant, why had they brought him back in the first place? To offer hope only to deliver despair. The cruelest punishment in the world was to give someone a glimmer of hope and then snatch it away. Fifth sister, what do you think Su Sun meant to our parents? The sudden question left Su Baiyin momentarily stunned. To be candid, she was uncertain of the answer. Even if she were aware, she would refrain from uttering it to provoke her elder sister. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she deftly shifted the topic. Sister, Su Sun's phone is still on the coffee table in the living room. I know the password. There might even be some of his photos in it. In an instant, Su Muyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The phone. I almost forgot about it. Let us retrieve it. The two hurried downstairs, fueled by a final flicker of hope to grasp that last remnant of memory. However, Upon reaching the coffee table, they were met with a disheartening sight. There was no phone in sight. Qin Xianlan was seated on the sofa, diligently knitting a sweater, preparing to showcase her maternal affection for her son come winter. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, a smile played on her lips, indicating her contentment. Mom, where's the phone on the table? Su Muyin exclaimed. Qin Xianlan paused momentarily. Muyin, are you feeling better now? I am asking you about the phone. What phone? Sun's phone. Where did you put it? How would I know about his phone? It must have been accidentally discarded by your father. At that moment, Su Muyin felt as though struck by lightning. Later that evening, in the dining room on the first floor, Qin Xianlan's repeated calls for dinner went unanswered, stirring within her a minor dissatisfaction. The eldest really is something. I've never seen him care for that ungrateful wretch before, and now he is making such a fuss. Mom, could you please be quiet? Sister is already feeling miserable enough. Su Baiyan responded, exasperation etched on her face. Hey, you little brat. How dare you speak to your mother that way? Are you planning a rebellion? Mom, if you keep talking like that, I may very well begin a rebellion. I must speak some truths about Su's son. Suddenly, a teasing voice interrupted Su Baiyan's indignation. Oh, look at my dear Nian Nian, turned into a rebel. It seems certain individuals have grown quite bold lately. As the words fell, a woman appeared before them, dragging a suitcase. She was stunningly beautiful, adorned in a white dress reminiscent of early winter snow. The soft fabric caressed her graceful figure, swaying gently with her every movement, as if a gentle breeze was playfully dancing around her. Her eyes sparkled like a clear spring, bright and pure, while her smile resembled the most vibrant bloom in spring, illuminating her delicate, fair face. Indeed, one could hardly argue that she exuded a gentleness akin to flowing water. Sister. Chapter 43. I say he is already dead. Jiangcheng First Hospital. In the intensive care unit, an elderly man lay unconscious on the bed, surrounded by a group of sorrowful relatives, men, women, and children alike. Tang Shuyu held her grandfather Tang Shan He's hand, engulfed in boundless guilt. Had she not dragged him around, he would not have suffered a sudden health crisis. Shuyu, why don't you go rest for a while? I can stay here, spoke her father, Tang Chengyi, the second son of Tang Shan He and the current head of the Tang family. The surrounding individuals were core members of the Tang clan, some having rushed in from afar overnight, underscoring Tang Shan He's stature within the family. Tang Chengyi continued, Shuyu, didn't your grandfather take the medicine from the esteemed practitioner? Just a couple of days ago, he was in robust health. How could he suddenly relapse? Did something happen? Tang Shuyu shook her head, bewildered. I don't know. I only know that he fell ill suddenly on our way home. At that moment, a young male voice piped up. It must be because you weren't attentive enough, cousin. Why did you take grandfather out? Don't you know he can't handle such exertion? Tang Xingjun, stop fanning the flames. It was grandfather who wanted to express his gratitude to his benefactor. I merely accompanied him. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Shuyu. The benefactor, Su's son. Dad, I know why grandfather suddenly relapsed. It must be that scoundrel's curse. Tang Chengyi frowned slightly. What do you mean? Dad, the son of a driver from the Su family, named Su's son, said yesterday that grandfather would relapse in a few hours and spoke a bunch of incomprehensible words to him. Who would have thought that on our way home? Grandfather would fall ill? The room fell silent, everyone taken aback. Although Tang Chengyi was displeased at the suggestion that someone had cursed his father, he was a pragmatist and dismissed the notion of such supernatural occurrences. It was likely a coincidence, or perhaps that Su's son had truly seen something. Shuyu, how did grandfather react? Was he angry? Angry? Tang Shuyu paused, recalling, it didn't seem so. Rather, he appeared somewhat shocked, and then he seemed restless. But I think he was deliberately trying to frighten grandfather. Tang Chengyi shook his head, sensing that there was likely more to the story and that the young man might have perceived something significant. Dad, what nonsense are you talking? How could a driver's son see anything? You must not let him off easily. I'll see who dares. At that moment, a weak voice drew everyone's attention. They realized that, unbeknownst to them, Tang Lao Yi had awakened. Dad, grandfather, grandpa, enough, stop yelling. I'm not dead yet. Help me sit up. Tang Shan He propped himself against the headboard, turning to look at everyone. I heard everything you said. No one is to trouble that young man. Grandfather, why not? He dared to curse you. Shuyu, be quiet. Tang Chengyi, sitting by the bed, supported the old man. Dad, does this Su Sun truly have the ability to discern your illness? Tang Shan He nodded slightly. You're still as perceptive and rational as ever. Indeed. That young man merely glanced at me and accurately recounted my ailments, even predicting the timing of my relapse, something that mere medicine cannot achieve. You must not only refrain from causing him trouble, but also strive to win his favor. Understand? With that, though none of those present believed their grandfather's claims about the young man possessing such extraordinary abilities, they dared not challenge him. Only Tang Chengyi, as if given a command, nodded solemnly. Dad, I understand. As time passed, traces of Su Sun gradually faded. Yet the impression he left in Su Mu Yan's heart grew increasingly profound. Having secluded herself for an entire day, she reflected on the past and discovered that her memories of Su Sun dated back many years. Back then, he was still a child, trailing closely behind her. In moments of joy, she would take him out to play, though most of her time was consumed by studies and work. Strangely, in the past 7 or 8 years, she could find no beautiful memories of him, save for the recent days when their interactions had increased due to the significant changes in Su Sun's demeanor. This marked the last intersection of their lives. Su Mu Yan harbored no desire to completely forget Su Sun. She remembered that her parents must have photographs of everyone from their childhood. However, she learned from her mother that many years ago, all photos of Su Sun had been discarded. Ultimately, Su Mu Yan understood that finding proof of Su Sun's existence within the Su family was no longer possible. Upon waking up that morning, she had harbored a flicker of hope, as the night prior she had compelled her father to retract his orders, yearning for a miracle to occur. Yet, no miracle materialized. That evening, Su Mu Yan found herself alone in Su Sun's room, carving a wooden plaque she had acquired from an unknown source, intending it to serve as a memorial for him. Meanwhile, the others downstairs had finished their dinner. The sudden return of Su Xin Ro seemed to dissipate much of the gloom enveloping the household, at least in the eyes of Su Chi Ming and Qin Xin Lan. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I can pour my own water. But is something going on at home? Why does everyone appear so disheartened? Fifth sister? Are you not pleased to see me return? I could be the bearer of a limited edition poppy dog. In the past, Su Banian would have leaped 3 feet in joy. Yet now, she feels that gifts seem to carry little allure. She merely offered a forced smile, exclaiming, I am happy, truly happy. Su Shinro could not help but furrow her brows. She was certain something was amiss within the household. Although their parents exhibited no outward signs of distress, the reactions of her sisters were decidedly peculiar, particularly that of her usually boisterous fifth sister. Mom and Dad, where is eldest sister? Qin Lan chuckled lightly. Your eldest sister is upstairs. She is currently, well, occupied. I won't disturb her. But what about Xiao Sun? I heard fifth sister mention him upon my return. Has he been misbehaving again? The atmosphere abruptly shifted, tension thickening in the air, and Qin Lan's smile froze upon her lips. What's wrong? Why do you all wear such expressions? She added, the reason for my return is also related to Xiao Sun. Could you fetch him for me, Nian Yan? A second passed, then 2, and finally, almost a dozen seconds elapsed. Su Banian remained seated on the sofa, utterly motionless, her head bowed, her invisible visage etched with sorrow. Su Shinro jested lightly. Unable to summon him, are we? Then Xia, why not you go and call him? Like Su Banian, Su Qingxia also remained still. With no other choice, Su Shinro rose to call him herself. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a weak voice floated from behind her. Third sister. You need not go. You will never see him again. Su Shinro halted, turning back in confusion. What do you mean? Did he run away from home? No worries. He has always listened to me since childhood. He will return. No, he is dead. What did you say? Su Shinro's complexion shifted, suspecting she had misheard. I said, he is dead. He has forever departed from this world. What? No one noticed the slight tremor that coursed through Su Shinro's body. Chapter 44, Xiao Sun. I have ultimately arrived too late, fifth sister. This is not a jest to be made lightly. After a brief shock, Su Shinro's tone shifted, laced with a hint of icy detachment. She had merely been away for 2 months. How could someone in good health suddenly perish? There must be something their parents were concealing. Thus, she directed her gaze once more to her parents. Mom, Dad, did you expel Xiao Sun for some transgression? When I have time, I will certainly impose stricter guidance upon his return. As she spoke, Su Shinro retrieved her phone, intent on making a call. However, a delicate hand rested atop hers. Third sister, do you truly think I jest? He is truly gone. He will never return. Everything related to him has been destroyed by our parents. Even his room has been dismantled. What use is there in your calling? Su Shinro's expression remained unchanged, but the final trace of a smile vanished from her lips as she turned to her parents, speaking flatly. Mom, Dad, is what Nian Yan said true? Su Qiming extinguished the cigarette in his hand, his expression grave as he nodded. Yes. What transpired? When did this happen? Su Shinro pressed further. Last night. That wretched child was beyond redemption. The family might as well forget he ever existed. Dad, it was you and Mom who drove him to his demise. If it weren't for your treatment towards Su Wan. Third sister. Su Wan, startled by the accusation, rushed to interject, her face contorted with anguish. It is I who owe my brother an apology. He could not abide the favoritism shown towards me by our parents, which led him astray. And this ultimately resulted in his volatile behavior, even daring to strike our parents. Had I not returned, the family would not have descended into chaos. It is my fault. Suwon, you insipid green tea. How dare you turn the tables like this, when it was you who? Su Chiming bellowed. Fifth, be quiet. I shan't. This is all a consequence of your favoritism. It is perfectly reasonable for parents to impose discipline, but he was simply too fragile. To suppress him indiscriminately is not a problem. What then constitutes a problem? Dad, have you truly lost your senses? In that moment, Su Chiming's eyes widened. Had he just been scolded? Or was it by his most cherished little cotton-padded jacket? His complexion darkened. Just as he was about to speak, someone interjected. Fifth sister. Enough. How can you speak to mom and dad in such a manner? Su Banian stared in disbelief. Third sister, you would dare speak on their behalf. Do you know what they have done? Especially that Su Won, who is full of malice. Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, it does not justify your defiance towards our parents. Moreover, they have stated that it is not a matter concerning little Wen's brother. Your words are truly hurtful. Do you not understand? Su Banian smiled, a fleeting sadness flickering in her eyes. The entire family was preoccupied with sparing Su Wen's feelings, yet none cared for the deceased Xiao Sun, nor for the sorrow of the eldest sister and herself. It seemed that most of the family had remained blind from the very beginning. Ah, indeed, third sister. You have been excessively harsh on Xiao Sun since childhood. You forbade him from making friends, from enjoying outings. And he faced your chastisement for returning home a few minutes late. Your relationship with him was nothing but oppression and severity. His death bears no consequence for you. Rather, it grants you serenity, for no one will trouble you henceforth. In an instant, Su Shinro's clenched fists trembled silently, yet her countenance betrayed no sign of unrest. Nor did she offer any rebuttal. Instead, after casting a glance at everyone, she turned and departed. Nien Nien, you need to calm down. I shall check on eldest sister. Su Shinro recalled a mention in their sister group that Xiao Sun had moved to the 5th floor, thus she ascended to the 5th floor. Arriving at the door of a room she once knew intimately. Silence enveloped the interior, and as her hand grasped the doorknob, a flicker of trepidation surged through her, a fear of the scene that might await her inside. Ultimately, she opened the door. What met her gaze was a desolate expanse. It was indeed as fifth sister had stated, nothing remained. The vacant room held only a solitary figure with its back turned, laboriously engraving something. She stepped forward a few paces, and at last, she discerned it. It was a spirit tablet. Eldest sister. Third sister, you have returned. Su Muyan's tone was weary, devoid of surprise. As she gently placed the spirit tablet down. Eldest sister, Xiao Sun. Yes, he is dead. You should be pleased. For there will be no one left to provoke your ire. Silence enveloped the air for what felt like an eternity. Su Shinro offered no rebuttal, instead fixating on the wooden tablet, standing in silent contemplation for an extended period. The two sisters exchanged glances, neither daring to shatter the stillness, as if both were processing the tumultuous emotions within. After a protracted pause, Su Shinro finally broke the silence. What on earth has transpired? Another silence ensued, followed by a light chuckle. Su Muyan rose, turning to face Su Shinro, scrutinizing her gentle visage. Yet she understood that her third sister was likely the one Xiao Sun had feared the most among them. When he was alive, he was continuously disregarded. Now that he was gone, what significance remained in probing for answers? Third sister, perhaps you should inquire of our dear parents, or your beloved little brother. While Su Shinro found no answers from Su Muyan, she did glean the entirety of the story from Su Banian. Eldest sister, if you are unwilling to speak, then allow me to share. Su Banian suddenly burst in, clutching a laptop, and directly began playing several video clips. During this time, she recounted the recent upheavals at home, detailing how Su Sun had repeatedly helped the family navigate through crises, even evading life and death situations. She also spoke of Su Sun's drastic change in temperament, and Su Wen's various schemes, particularly the incident involving plagiarism and slander, which left the family in a suffocating state of confusion. As Su Baiyan grew increasingly agitated, she lashed out at anyone within earshot. Her ire was especially directed at Su Qingxia, who, despite being manipulated by Su Wen's pitiful facade, seemed shockingly oblivious. What a fool. Watching the surveillance footage, Su Xianro appeared transfixed, unable to tear her gaze away. All of this was beyond her comprehension, considering the video in conjunction with what she had heard. Did it not imply that Su Sun had mysteriously vanished? Are you certain this video hasn't been tampered with? Absolutely. We checked the surveillance footage immediately after Su Sun disappeared. And moreover, my sister chased after him, yet he vanished in mere seconds. Su Xianro pressed further. How can you be sure he is dead and not merely missing? At this, Su Baiyan's expression darkened, because he had been pressing us to push him away. I always thought he wanted to sever ties with us. But then, the day before, he uttered a series of nonsensical words, claiming that once he completed his task, he would be completely liberated. It was only later that my sister and I understood why Su Sun felt compelled to make a grand gesture, insisting we voice our concerns when he could have left quietly. It turned out he had long since relinquished any desire for life. Perhaps, if we were in Su Sun's position, we might have succumbed to despair long ago. Death, indeed, could be a form of liberation. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, my sister and I stood steadfastly by his side. I could see that he no longer harbored resentment towards us during this time. He must have felt he was not alone, right? This last statement was deliberately uttered by Su Baiyan, aiming to provoke her third sister. Whether it succeeded or not was inconsequential to her. She simply wished to stir discontent. Yet, she was left disappointed as Su Xinro displayed no trace of sorrow, merely stating "I understand," before turning to leave. Sister, she is far too indifferent. Su Baiyan thought, her dissatisfaction simmering. Su Muyan crouched down once more, caressing the spirit tablet, a reminiscent smile gracing her lips. Was she not always like this? The following morning, Su Sun awoke blissfully in the spacious hotel room, stretching languidly before pulling back the curtains to gaze at the bustling scene outside. Feeling a pang of hunger, he reached for his phone on the small table by the window, intending to order takeout. As he opened the screen, a message from a long-unseen sender caused his brow to furrow. Xiao Sun, I have ultimately arrived too late. Chapter 45, You have come too late. Su Sun is already dead. What on earth? Could Su Xinro have returned? Among the five sisters, Su Sun was most reluctant to confront Su Xinro, the outwardly gentle, yet inwardly venomous woman. Anyone who encountered Su Xinro would likely be disarmed by her apparent sweetness. But he was all too aware of her true nature. Su Qingxia was the one who most enjoyed lecturing him, but that was merely talk. In contrast, Su Xinro was a control freak. She meddled in everything that was none of her business. From attire to friendships, even leisure activities were under her scrutiny. As long as Su Xinro was at home, Su Sun was absolutely forbidden from stepping outside. If he returned home even a few minutes late, he would face relentless questioning and confinement. It was bad enough to be confined alone, but Su Xinro always lingered nearby, watching him as if she feared he would engage in some clandestine act. Reflecting on the past was a source of immense pressure. Su Sun still remembered how, during his early high school days, he had developed a good rapport with his female classmate. Once, while studying together, they lingered afterward. And that was the only time he failed to return home immediately after school. Coincidentally, Su Xinro had passed by the school to pick him up. Her demeanor deceptively mild, but she imposed upon him the longest period of confinement he had ever experienced. The following day, he didn't even attend school, as Su Xinro kept a watchful eye on him. When he finally returned to school, his classmate had changed seats and was reluctant to speak with him. At the time, he was baffled, but he did not dwell on it, merely feeling a twinge of disappointment. After several more instances of returning home late, he found himself devoid of friends, regardless of gender. At that time, he was too enmeshed in his situation to notice the underlying issues, but in hindsight, it was likely all due to Su Xinro's meddling. This venomous woman would eventually settle the score. Setting his phone aside, he donned his clothes and began his morning routine. Once ready, he decided against ordering takeout and opted to eat out instead, intending to purchase a few new outfits. After a simple breakfast, Su Sun headed towards the men's clothing section, but as he passed a luxury store, a frantic voice called out to him. Help! My grandfather has collapsed. Is there anyone who can save him? To save a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Sun pushed through the crowd and knelt before the fallen elder. It seemed fate had brought him here just in time to assist the elderly man. Yet, why did the old man look so familiar? Wasn't this Tang Shanhe? Had he collapsed again? Regardless of who it was, Su Sun was prepared to offer aid. But just then, he heard the familiar, imperious voice of Tang Shuyu. It's you. You're the fraud who cursed my grandfather. Oh, then I want to treat him. Su Sun retorted, rising to leave. Seeing him walk away, Tang Shuyu quickly realized she had misspoken. They had come to the mall today specifically to seek Su Sun's assistance for her grandfather's ailment. If he truly had some skill, she would be hindering her grandfather's treatment. Wait, don't go. You deaf or something? Stand still. As he moved further away, panic set in for Tang Shuyu. She was left with no choice but to grasp at straws. If her grandfather could awaken, it would indicate Su Sun indeed possessed some ability. If not, there would be no need to seek him out. She hurried after him and tugged at the hem of his clothing, her tone softening. Su Sun, wait, I was wrong earlier. Please help my grandfather. Su Sun turned back, furrowing his brow and expressing his confusion. Who are you calling thin? What did you say? Tang Shuyu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process the insult. I said, who are you calling thin? Just because you asked me to save him. Does that mean I have to? Don't I have any pride? As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Yet, another adage states, What is meant to happen will happen. What is not meant to happen should not be forced. Having such a granddaughter was a calamity for Tang Shanhe. Did he truly expect to be eager to save her? Stop. I can pay you. I'll give you hundreds of thousands. Just help me save my grandfather. Uft. Is your grandfather's life so cheap? Offer me $1 billion, and I might consider it. With that, Su Sun vanished from her sight. At that moment, Tang Chengyi approached, laden with shopping bags. Dad, what is wrong with you? Shu Yu? What happened? Why has your grandfather collapsed again? In truth, Tang Shan had already regained consciousness. This time, it was not a recurrence of his old ailment, but rather low blood sugar from not eating properly during his hospital stay. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit faint from hunger. I just need to eat something. Dad, I told you to wait in the car. Why did you come in? What would I do if something happened? All right, it's fine now. Take me to eat. Afterward, we'll go to the Su family. At the Su family villa, Su Qi Ming, Qin Xian Lan, and Su Wen were anxiously scanning the entrance. Just moments ago, they received the news of the Tang family's impending visit, which was not easily obtained. Their precious son had indeed proven his prowess, garnering such esteem from the Tang family. With this momentum, it seemed that the Su family could effortlessly rise to new heights by riding on the coattails of the Tang family. Mom and Dad, what are you doing at the front door? Su Qiming laughed heartily. You wouldn't believe it, but your younger brother saved the Tang family's elder, and they are coming to visit us again. Is that so? My brother is truly remarkable. In that case, I must reward him properly. I have gifts for everyone that I haven't yet presented. Mom and Dad, you should head back to the villa. There are gifts for you too. Su Muyen, indifferent to jewelry and luxury items, valued sentiment above all. Thus, the gift she received from Su Xian Ro was a silk nightgown. As a fashion designer, nearly all of Su Muyan's intimate wear had been crafted by her, yet this particular gift failed to elicit even a hint of a smile from Su Muyan. Everyone received their respective gifts, and Su Baiyan was delighted to find a limited edition poppy dog pillow. While rummaging through the gifts for Su Wan, Su Xian Ro suddenly furrowed her brow. Where could it be? Could it have been placed in the wrong box? With a sigh, Su Xian Ro turned to Su Wen with an apologetic smile. Brother, I might have misplaced it. You can fetch it from my room. It's in the suitcase. I heard recently that you lost your watch, so I bought you a Qingdao jade as a replacement. Hearing this, Su Wen eagerly dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, Su Xian Ro continued searching, her brow furrowing once more. Nian Yan, I also bought you a watch. It might be in the wrong box as well. I'll take you to get it shortly. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance. The Tang family had arrived. Su Xianji, the old man is visiting again. How troublesome. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Tang Laoyi, Tang Jinu, please come closer, and Mr. Tang. Su Qiming was greatly astonished. He had not anticipated the busy Tang Chengyi would also be present. With the support of the Tang family, it seemed that success was assured. Please wait a moment. I will call my son Su Wen down, he said. Tang Chengyi was taken aback. Su Wen? Why summon him? Weren't you here to see my son? Tang Shan, he chuckled lightly, then cut to the chase. Xianji, to speak candidly, we are here to seek out young friend Su Sun. What? Su Sun? Before Su Qiming could inquire further, Su Baiyan interjected. You are too late. Su Sun has already passed away. What? Dead? Su Baiyan, cease your words. Afraid of Su Baiyan's careless speech, Su Qiming hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. There was an unfortunate accident. Su Sun died in a car crash 2 days ago. I fear you will not be able to meet him. At this, the members of the Tang family were rendered speechless. They had arrived with high hopes, only to discover that the individual they sought was deceased. Tang Shan He's expression fell into despair. My life is at an end. Well, I have lived long enough. Death is but a part of life. Tang Chengyi, however, appeared displeased. Having cancelled numerous engagements to come here, this outcome was far from what he desired. Mr. Su, what exactly happened? How could Su Sun suddenly be in a car accident? Coming from a prominent family often bred a touch of ruthlessness. He recalled his father's recounting of their last visit to the Su family and began to suspect whether the Su family had sensed something amiss. Fearing that Su Sun might ally with the Tang family and thus preemptively acted against him. If this were the case, the Su family would have extinguished his father's hopes. A sin that could not be forgiven. Su Qiming forced a smile. Mr. Tang, I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but it was indeed a car accident. And unfortunately, he could not be saved. His family has already taken him away. Tang Chengyi could not discern the truth. But the reactions of the Su family's daughters did not appear feigned. It seemed that Su Sun truly was dead. He contemplated investigating the matter further upon returning home. Unexpectedly, his daughter suddenly spoke up. How is that possible? I saw him just the other day at the mall. The mall? Just the other day? Su Qiming paused. You mean a few days ago, before the incident? What? Clearly. Shu Yu, be silent. If he is dead, do not speak of it further. Do not cause distress to your elders. But Dad, as Su Shu Yu sought to protest, she met her father's stern gaze and chose to remain silent. Just when it seemed the matter would conclude, Tang Chongye's next action took everyone by surprise. May I have Su Sun's contact information, please? He actually sought the contact information of the deceased, which seemed utterly pointless. Sensing the confusion among the crowd, Tang Chongye clarified, do not misunderstand. I wish to use his contact to trace the people around him. After all, my father mentioned that Su Sun possesses certain abilities. Perhaps he has connections with some reclusive masters who could potentially save my father's life. Oh, I see. I can provide you with the contact information. But you may be disappointed. We are well aware of his background, and he hardly knows anyone outside. With that, Su Qiming retrieved Su Sun's number for Tang Qingyi to note down. The Tang family, having gained nothing, prepared to take their leave. Coincidentally, just as Su Baiyan returned from upstairs, she approached her sister. Third sister, I just checked your room, and there's no watch as you mentioned. Not even a box. Su Xianro frowned slightly. That cannot be. It should be there. Please check again. There's no need. I rarely wear a watch anyway. If it's lost, so be it. Su Baiyan strode toward the sofa, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of not wanting to disappoint her sister rather than the missing watch. Just as she was about to sit down, her gaze suddenly sharpened as if she had discovered something. Suwen, what is that in your pocket? What? What are you talking about? Suwen was still toying with the newly acquired watch, oblivious to the unease in Su Baiyan's tone. However, Su Baiyan had already approached him, yanking out the purple fabric from his suit pocket, revealing a watch along with it. What is this? Mom. That seems to be yours. Qin Xianlong was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing, her eyes nearly bulged out before she snatched it away, utterly flustered. Su Baiyan, reveling in schadenfreude, exclaimed, Su Wen, you are indeed a scoundrel. Do you still have any shame left? No, I didn't tea. I truly didn't tea. Caught red-handed. And you still wish to argue? Just then, Su Xianro rose from beside Su Wen, bending slightly to pick up the watch. This watch. Isn't it the one I gave to Yin Yin? Su Baiyan's anger flared immediately. Ah, I knew my belongings had gone missing. Turns out someone had stolen them. Not only are you shameless, Su Wen, but you dare to steal from me. You already have everything. Why must you covet what belongs to others? They indulge you. But I will not. Su Baiyan glanced around, pulled out a ruler from beneath the coffee table, and smacked it down. Go to hell. What is all this ruckus? The guests have not yet departed. Su Qiming turned back, scolding them in displeasure. Su Wen shamelessly stole my watch, and I caught him red-handed. Observing the chaos erupting behind him, the three members of the Tang family exchanged awkward glances. Tang Chongye chuckled awkwardly. Well, Mr. Su, we shall take our leave now. No need to see us off. You should return to your family matters. Ah, yes, please take care. Su Qiming has always been a man concerned with his reputation, particularly in front of outsiders. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, especially before the Tang family. One could say that this ranked just below the last occasion when he was publicly defeated by Su Sun at school, and this time, it was a silent humiliation, which, in a sense, was even more degrading. You two rascals, do you intend to utterly disgrace your father in front of esteemed guests? Outside the villa, the three members of the Tang family were preparing to return home. As soon as they got into the car, Tang Shiyu could hardly contain her curiosity and asked, Dad, why didn't you let me continue speaking just now? Clearly, Su Sun is not dead. Chapter 47, The Indelible Shame of Su Wen. Shiyu, what were you implying earlier at the Su residence? Are you certain that Su Sun is alive? Tang Qingya asked in a deep voice, already harboring some suspicions in his mind. Yes, Dad, Su Sun is alive. I was just about to say it, but you interrupted me. What on earth is going on? You need to clarify this now. Dad, actually, I ran into Su Sun at the mall earlier when Grandpa fainted. I asked him to help Grandpa, but he just walked away without a shred of compassion. Is that so? But are you sure he refused to help rather than being driven away by your behavior? Suddenly, Tang Qingya's tone turned somewhat grim. Tang Shiyu felt a chill run down her spine. How could that be? Why would I provoke him for no reason? Humph. It better be that way. If your actions hindered your grandfather's condition, you will have to answer for it. Tang Qingyan knew his daughter well. Although she wasn't overly domineering, she was incredibly proud and would never show kindness to those she disdained. He could only hope that Tang Shiyu hadn't completely alienated the young man named Su Sun. Second brother, have you noticed something? Surely there was a reason you prevented Shiyu from speaking just now? Suddenly, Tang Shanha, who had been silent until now, inquired. Tang Qingyan nodded. Indeed. The Su family is behaving quite oddly, as if they would rather see Su Sun dead. I suspect they are trying to deceive us to prevent Su Sun from aligning with our Tang family. If Su Sun possesses any real capabilities, with our support, the Su family might no longer be able to keep this dragon in the pond. After all, it is something no one wishes to see when a servant rides above their master. Tang Shanha smiled faintly. I see, but I feel Su Sun's identity is questionable. He doesn't seem to be a servant of the Su family. That is of little importance. What matters is whether he can treat your illness. At this moment, Tang Shiyu finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, Dad, now I understand. You were worried that the Su family would conceal Su Sun's whereabouts, which is why you didn't want me to reveal the truth, yet you sought out Su Sun's number to contact him directly. You've shown some wit. But let me give you a warning, Shiyu. Regardless of Su Sun's capabilities, do not offend him until he has treated your grandfather. But he doesn't seem as formidable as you all say. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have helped? Tang Shiyu protested. This is not a discussion, it is a command. Do you understand? Yes, Dad, I understand. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Banian and Su Wen were embroiled in a fierce altercation. To be precise, it was a one-sided beating. Su Wen's indignation was reaching a boiling point, yet he could not retaliate. Striking back at his fifth sister would surely diminish his standing in the eyes of the other sisters. Helpless, he could only endure the assault while feigning a pitiful demeanor to elicit sympathy from the others. Mom, Dad, you must believe me. I did not steal anything. Qin Xinluan, with a heart full of concern, stepped forward to protect him, saying, Nian Nian, it's just a watch. If it's a problem, I can buy you another one. Mom, get out of my way, or I'll hit you by accident. I want move. Your brother's old injuries haven't healed yet. He can't withstand this beating. Mom, Su Banian, with a troubled expression, shouted, Do you think I care about the watch? I'm standing up for you. How dare he steal such a thing, especially from you? That is utterly outrageous. All right, Nian Nian, I understand you mean well, but it's time to stop. You've made your point. No, I need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what wrong paths he might take in the future. With that, Su Banian raised the ruler once more. Qin Xinluan's face turned pale, instinctively shielding herself. She realized that her fifth daughter was merely using this as an opportunity to vent her frustrations. Yet her precious son had already endured so much in the few months since returning home. She could not allow him to be harmed this time. Enough. It seems you are looking for an excuse to strike your brother. From now on, you will not lay a finger on him unless you intend to hit me as well. Fine, then I'll hit you both. Her words shocked everyone. What a rebellious declaration. However, Su Banian was merely speaking out of frustration and had no intention of actually striking her mother. She merely sought to scare her away. Yet, the others clearly took her seriously. Rebellious daughter, have you lost your mind? Su Qiming snatched the ruler away and flung it to the ground. Even without her weapon, Su Banian continued to glare resentfully, her eyes brimming with defiance. Su Wen seethed with anger, his face dark with frustration. He understood everything. Su Banian was merely avenging Su Sun. Since entering this family, Su Banian had maintained a cheerful facade, yet there was always a sense of distance. Though she affectionately referred to him as Little One, he felt as though an invisible barrier separated them. In contrast, Su Sun often engaged in playful banter with Su Banian, something he envied deeply as someone who had never had much luck with women. Why was it that Su Sun could spank her and she would laugh, while he would be punished for merely touching her watch? Why was that? The most crucial point was that the items in his pocket were not even his. He had been wronged. However, he was now certain that it was likely Su Banian's doing. Otherwise, why would she suddenly rummage through his pockets and expose him in front of others, if not to tarnish his reputation? It seemed he could no longer rely on his fifth sister. Since you look down on me, then do not blame me for what follows. Mom, Dad, since fifth sister claims it is my fault, then it must be my fault, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Upon hearing this, Su Banian became incensed. What do you mean it's your fault? Isn't it actually yours? Fifth sister, I know checking the surveillance footage won't clear my name. But if it will appease you, I am willing to accept any punishment. You little green tea. Su Banian began to scan the room for a suitable object. Meanwhile, upon hearing those words, Qin Xinluan could only think how incredibly understanding her son was to take the blame for something that wasn't even his fault just to calm his sister down. However, as a mother, she could not stand idly by. Yes, we have surveillance footage at home. We can easily check it. Fine, let us check. But how do we check the bedroom where there is no surveillance? Both sides were locked in a standoff, unwilling to back down. At that moment, Su Shinro, who had remained silent for a long time, stepped forward to mediate the dispute. All right, we're family. Why check the footage? Fifth sister, you've already vented your frustrations. It's time to stop and not put Mom and Dad in a difficult position. However, Su Shinro slowly approached Su Wen, her tone tinged with disappointment. Xiao Wen, if you want something, you can simply ask for it. Why resort to stealing from your fifth sister? Third sister, I didn't Xiao Wen, making mistakes is not terrible. What is terrible is knowing your mistakes, but failing to correct them. Su Shinro hesitated momentarily, as if grappling with the delicacy of her words. Moreover, certain habits of yours ought to be restrained. While we can tolerate them at home, should they be discovered in public, it would tarnish the reputation of the Su family. I advise you to act wisely. Her voice possessed an enchanting quality, instantly calming the room. Su Wen felt a rush of heat to his face. experiencing an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This was his first encounter with the bitter taste of being wrongfully accused. He had not realized how distressing it could be. "Sister, do you think this matter can be set aside?" he asked, feeling inexplicably summoned. Su Mu-yin felt a sudden urge to laugh, responding, "You shouldn't be asking me. I am hardly in a position to intervene. You ought to consult our parents instead." "Very well, then let our parents have Xiao Wen apologize to fifth sister, and we shall consider the matter resolved." With a sigh, Su Qiming felt overwhelmed and decided not to pursue the matter further. He simply uttered these words before retreating to his study. Ultimately, regardless of how eloquently Su Wen spoke or how pitiable he appeared, he was still left to bear the brunt of the blame and utter an apology. At that moment, he experienced one of the most humiliating instances of his life. Especially under the scrutinizing gazes of his sisters, a memory he would find hard to forget. That evening, at the Starry Sky Hotel, Su Sun was indulging in takeout while watching videos when a series of unfamiliar calls interrupted his enjoyment. "Who is it? I neither require massages, nor am I in the market for real estate or insurance. Please, cease calling." "Hello, Mr. Su Sun. This is Tang Qingye, the father of Tang Shuyu." "Tang Shuyu? I do not know her," he said, abruptly hanging up. He turned away, as if having made a resolute decision. "Dad, what happened?" he inquired, only to discover the call had been disconnected. "Whoever Tang Shuyu or Li Shuyu is, no one is allowed to disturb my meal." The Tang family, perceptive enough to sense Su Sun was dining, refrained from contacting him again for a while. At last, when Su Sun had finished his bath and found himself with nothing to do, he decided to entertain the Tang family. As the calls continued, it became evident that the elder Tang's condition was dire. When he finally answered, his tone was languid. "Hello, who is this? What do you want?" "Mr. Su, I am Tang Qingye, the one who called you earlier regarding my daughter, Tang Shuyu." Su Sun interrupted. "Enough with the introductions. Let us get to the point." Mr. Su, I am the second son of Tang Shanha. I am seeking your help to save my father. How did you obtain my number? And why do you believe I have the capability to assist?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a while, Tang Qingye's voice emerged, tinged with humility. "A number was given to me by Su Qiming, and as for why I believe in your abilities, it is because my father has faith in you." "Understood," Su Sun replied. "So, does this mean Mr. Su is willing to help?" "I am not inclined to do so." A single remark was sufficient to stifle any further conversation. Tang Qingye felt a surge of irritation. He had navigated Jiang City for years, and while he could lower himself to speak humbly to a younger generation, he found it intolerable to be mocked in return. Were it not for the urgency concerning his father's life, he would have severed ties immediately. "What? Are you displeased? It seems mere words can offend you wealthy individuals so easily. Yet, have you ever considered that while you wield your influence and look down on others, they too have no reason to endure your arrogance?" At that moment, Tang Qingye grasped Su Sun's implication, which was a pointed critique of his presumptuous daughter. He shot a fierce glare at her, muttering, "Just wait until later." Tang Shuyu, bewildered, wondered what she had done to deserve such ire. "Be quiet." Suppressing his displeasure, Tang Qingye endeavored to keep his tone neutral. "Mr. Su, I apologize for my daughter's disrespect. Please, I implore you to save my father. Regardless of the outcome, we will accept your terms." You are rather astute, recognizing that a pleasant demeanor fosters future interactions. However, do you believe one can simply rely on words without offering something in return? Are you implying you will agree? Tang Qingye suddenly thumped his head in realization. "I nearly forgot to mention the reward. As long as you can cure my father, the Tang family will offer whatever is within our means." "Very well, then. I shall require 100 million, in addition to your family ceasing cooperation with Su Wan." He chuckled at the thought of letting Su Wan ride the coattails of the Tang family. Su Sun surmised that since he would not be returning anytime soon, he certainly could not allow Su Wan to revel in success. An opportunity had presented itself, and it was a trivial matter. The Su family was better off in decline. "What? 100 million must be negligible for your family, right? Is your father's life not worth that?" No, 100 million is not a problem. It's just that my father values his promises, and that cooperation might be a bit difficult." Just as Su Sun thought the negotiation was faltering, Tang Qingye's tone shifted. "However, I currently oversee all matters concerning the Tang family, and if necessary, I can face my father's wrath. I choose my father's life over my reputation." In truth, the 100 million had taken Tang Qingye by surprise. He had expected Su Sun to demand a mere 10 or 20 million at most. But as he stated, for the sake of saving a life, 100 million was hardly an issue. Although breaching a promise would undoubtedly lead to repercussions, he was unconcerned. After all, Su Wan had not been completely cured, and the rewards far outweighed his investment. The two reached an agreement. Su Sun would attend to the medical treatment, while Tang Qingye would provide the payment and breach the contract, with the treatment scheduled for the following morning. Notably, Su Sun's confident assertion that he could resolve the ailment within half an hour significantly bolstered Tang Xingye's confidence. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Su Sun awoke naturally and rose lazily. Uncertain of the hour, he opted not to have the Tang family send someone for him. After a casual breakfast, he made his way to the Tang residence. The Tang family's estate was located in Jiang City's prime area, the most expensive villa district. In comparison, the Su family's residence was merely a lavish standalone villa, while the Tang family boasted an entire villa estate, a luxury that wealth alone could not secure. The Tang estate was conspicuous, and Su Sun quickly arrived at its entrance. It appeared that a few individuals were already waiting there. Had he not noticed their disdainful expressions, he might have thought they were there to welcome him. "Are you the swindler here to treat my grandfather?" A young man with a defiant demeanor blocked Su Sun's path, his gaze scrutinizing. Upon realizing Su Sun's youth and ordinariness, he became even more convinced that his uncle's family had been duped. Yet, he couldn't help but note that Su Sun was indeed more handsome, albeit missing the point entirely. "Kid, one must possess self-awareness. Just because my uncle and grandfather are desperate enough to seek help does not mean anyone can come to the Tang family and deceive us." Su Sun chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he turned to the quietly observing Tang Shuyu with a teasing glint in his eye. "Tang Shuyu, is this how you greet your guests? After all, it was your father who sought me out so humbly. Are you not going to offer an explanation?" "Explanation? Of course, I must explain. However, considering how much I disapprove of you, a little show of authority wouldn't hurt." "Su Sun, I didn't expect you to truly demand 100 million. You are quite bold. Have you considered the consequences if you fail to deliver after receiving the payment?" Su Sun replied nonchalantly, "I earn my keep through my abilities. I handle the matter first, and payment follows. If I fail, I won't take a dime. My patience is limited. I ask you one last time. Are you certain you won't let this go? You little brat, now you're putting on airs. Xingjun, do not resort to violence. After all, he was invited by my father and grandfather. It would not bode well to harm him." "Oh, then what does cousin wish to do?" Tang Xingjun asked eagerly. "It is of no concern. Naturally, one must ascertain the capabilities of certain individuals. My cousin possesses some peculiarities, and should you discern them, I respectfully invite you to enter. However, if you fail to do so, then..." "Neurotic." Tang Shuyu was taken aback, her complexion immediately darkening. "What did you say? Remember, you have no opportunity left. It was your father who sought my assistance, and you should return to contemplate how to account for this. Do not approach me in tears, pleading for my help." A sardonic smile graced Su Sun's lips as he turned to leave, as if resolute in his decision. Tang Shuyu was bewildered. She had not anticipated Su Sun's sudden change of heart. She observed him striding towards another estate not far away, belonging to the Gu family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangxing. For reasons unknown, a wave of unease washed over her, sending shivers down her spine and instilling a foreboding sense of dread within her. Chapter 49. I went, but was chased away. Mr. Su? Indeed, that would be me. Within the expansive estate, Su Sun entered the villa with an air of confidence, surprisingly encountering no opposition. A stunningly elegant woman arose to greet him, her expression tinged with astonishment and unexpected delight. Typically, those who study traditional Chinese medicine possess a certain aged demeanor. However, Su Sun was anything but the elderly figure one might envision. Rather, he exuded a vibrant, youthful charm. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Gu Qingwan, the one who contacted you last night. I presumed you would not arrive. I am pleasantly surprised by your early appearance. It is quite an honor. Alas, I initially intended to visit your neighbor, but certain individuals barred my entry. I could not allow my journey to be in vain." "Huh, it seems they lack discernment." "Is that so?" Su Sun inquired, curiously appraising the woman before him, imbued with an air of grace. "You place such faith in me. I am intrigued as to how you came to know of my existence." Gu Qingwan replied with a smile. "I learned of you while accompanying my father to visit old Master Tang at the hospital. He mentioned that you could discern his ailments at a glance. And given the secrecy surrounding old Master Tang's condition, I am convinced that possessing such abilities is extraordinary. And indeed, you have come, further affirming my suspicions." "How bold you are," Su Sun remarked nonchalantly as he settled into a chair, accepting the tea Gu Qingwan offered. "But how did you acquire my contact information? Did the Tang family provide it?" Gu Qingwan shook her head gently, a smile playing on her lips. "No, the Tang girl informed me that you are a student at Jiangxing University, so I approached the administration for your details. I apologize for the necessity. No matter. I merely inquired. Now let us get straight to the point. Where's the patient?" "Right this way." Following her graceful form, Su Sun entered a well-lit study. Before him sat an elderly gentleman, his complexion a healthy hue, yet his legs afflicted, comfortably situated in a wheelchair as he listened to the grand sounds of traditional opera emanating from a speaker. "This is your father? Has he aged so much?" Gu Qingwan nodded slightly. My father is nearing 80. Indeed, he is aged. 80? Then how old are you? 39. Su Sun momentarily found himself at a loss. He had assumed this woman to be at most 28 or 29, slightly older than Su Mayan, due to the depth of charm she exuded, which was not typical of a young woman. He was astonished to discover her true age. One must wonder what elixir of youth she had consumed. Xiaowan. Who is this young man? Surely he cannot be your boyfriend? You have finally opened your eyes. Su Sun's heart skipped a beat. What? Still single? Gu Qingwan approached her father, kneeling gracefully, her fitted dress accentuating her perfect silhouette. Father, please do not speak so. This is the individual I invited to treat your legs. The elderly gentleman's expression dimmed slightly, realizing the misunderstanding. Ah, I see. I was elated for no reason. However, my legs have been incapacitated for so many years. It is unlikely they can be healed. Father, it is worth trying. This is the capable person old Master Tang spoke of. Oh, is that so? Gu Tianwei's eyes brightened momentarily, yet the weight of his condition quickly dulled his spirits. Perhaps not. I have visited countless hospitals with no success. Let us not trouble him further. Xiaowan, please treat him well, and do not let him have come in vain. Old master, do you not believe in my youth and vigor? Su Sun interjected suddenly. Gu Tianwei chuckled heartily. That is not what I doubt. It is my legs that I do not believe in. I assure you I can treat them. I will begin shortly. It may be somewhat painful. Pain. My legs have long lost sensation. I would not flinch even if they were amputated. Gu Tianwei was astonished, watching Su Sun as he bent down to prepare. My legs have feeling? Xiaowan, my legs have feeling. Gu Qingwan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Father, I heard you. You cried out quite loudly. Child, such matters should not be mentioned. Do I not have my dignity? Gu Tianwei's face flushed with embarrassment, his voice diminishing. Su Sun found himself rather fond of the old man's straightforward character, appreciating his candidness. Old master, were your legs injured during your youth? Did you perhaps neglect timely treatment afterward? Neglecting it, I no longer thought much of it. The risks accumulated, and years of rheumatism and bone pain worsened my legs. Your legs bear the scars of past surgeries, slightly deformed. It is likely a result of a car accident that caused fractures. Although they were set, the lingering issues led to your current paralysis. With each word Su Sun spoke, Gu Tianwei's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. A master indeed. You have pinpointed it perfectly. I spent many years as a soldier, and that incident was indeed a calamity. Old master, I am here to treat you, not to listen to your tales. Oh, you are the first to speak to me so boldly. I quite like it. Su Sun returned his smile. Very well, I shall not keep you in suspense. Your condition can be treated. The root cause of your paralysis lies within the stagnation of blood and the obstruction of meridians. The issue is not solely in your injured leg, but rather in your lower back, where hidden injuries and muscle atrophy are the keys to your immobility. We simply need to stimulate some blood flow. Su Sun produced a set of inexpensive silver needles ordered online for a mere 9 yuan, 9 cents, plus shipping. It was surprising enough that he had taken out such inexpensive needles, but even more so that he unwrapped the delivery right there, igniting the needles with a lighter before preparing to insert them. Gu Tianwei's lips twitched involuntarily, and he began to doubt whether he had truly heard correctly. This indeed seemed somewhat dubious. However, Su Sun did not disappoint. As the needles pierced his skin, a warm rush of energy surged through his leg. Suddenly, his knee was tapped, and to his astonishment, he experienced a knee-jerk reflex. Gu Tianwei was elated. In approximately 20 minutes, with assistance, he managed to stand up. I can stand. I can stand up. Su Sun had anticipated that Gu Tianwei would wish to run or jump and planned to reassure him to remain calm. Instead, he exclaimed, I want to post this on social media. Xiaowan, quickly bring me my phone. Su Sun. Just as he was rendered speechless, his own phone rang. It was Tang Qingye. Mr. Su, where are you at the moment? I am treating a patient. I have been waiting at the villa entrance and have not seen you. I am at your neighbor's home. Neighbor? Tang Qingye was taken aback. The closest neighbor was indeed the Gu family. You are at the Gu family? Were you not supposed to come to my Tang family? Well, I did visit. But I was chased away by your daughter and that curly-haired fellow. What was his name? Xingjun. Tang Qingye felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What? Chapter 50. The Wrath of Tang Qingye. I said, your Tang family blocked me at the gate and made things difficult. Since you do not trust me, why should I continue with the treatment? So be it. Before Tang Qingye could respond, the call abruptly ended. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Clutching the disconnected phone, Tang Qingye stood dazed, feeling as if he had irrevocably lost something in that very moment. Once he regained his composure and processed what he had just heard, his fury erupted. Tang Shuyu. Tang Xingjuan. Bring those two scoundrels to me at once. Fearing the neglect of esteemed guests, he had personally awaited their arrival early in the morning at the estate, ensuring that anyone who arrived would be immediately visible. He had even commanded the servants that no matter who came to the Tang family today, they must not be obstructed and should be greeted with utmost respect. This was to prevent any lapse in hospitality and to ensure that Su Sun would be left with a favorable impression, allowing him to set aside his prejudices and focus on healing. Even without knowing the extent of Su Sun's abilities, he was willing to extend the utmost courtesy in hopes of grasping a fleeting chance. Yet, he could never have anticipated that those two scoundrels would be lurking outside the estate to intercept him. Rebellious daughter. Rebellious daughter. After countless warnings, she still lacks common sense. At this moment, as Tang Qingye sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, Tang Shanha sauntered over from the direction of the study, wearing a look of astonishment. Uncle Gu has posted on social media again. Do you know what he shared this time? He can actually stand up now. His legs, which had been paralyzed for years, have regained feeling after just 20 minutes with that miraculous healer. He continued, if Su Sun arrives and proves to be unable to help, we should seek out Uncle Gu to visit that divine physician. Hearing this, Tang Qingye was taken aback, his expression darkening further. Su Sun truly possesses remarkable skills to restore sensation in those paralyzed legs in merely 20 minutes. What hope does that bring for my father's illness? Yet, this remarkable healer had been driven away by his own family. Second brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Tang Qingye, with a mournful visage, replied, Father, I cannot feel joy. It seems Su Sun may not be able to treat you. What? Tang Shanha frowned slightly, perplexed. Why? Is it due to insufficient compensation? Or does he lack confidence in his abilities? Neither, Tang Qingye confessed. He truly possesses some skill, as it was he who treated Uncle Gu's legs. Really? Then I must have hope. Tang Shanha exclaimed joyfully. However, he was driven away by your grandchildren. What? Tang Shanha was instantly bewildered, his mind nearly short-circuiting. At this moment, Tang Qingye wore a face of despair, unsure of what to do. Second uncle, did you call for me? Father, is there something you need? Coincidentally, at this moment, the two culprits arrived, particularly Tang Shiyu, who wore an expression of guilt. Upon seeing them, Tang Qingye's fury boiled over, and he could no longer contain his anger, drawing his belt and striking at the two. You two wretched beings. Tang Xingjuan and Tang Shiyu cried out in pain, lamenting their plight. Tang Qingye held nothing back, delivering several harsh blows to both, showing no mercy even to his own daughter. Second uncle, why are you hitting me? It hurts. Kneel before me, you two scoundrels. Under duress, they dared not disobey. Tang Qingye slammed the belt onto the ground with a resounding crack. What on earth did you two do? Why did Su Sun come and then leave? Su Sun? Who is that? Tang Xingjuan asked, utterly confused. Tang Qingye's fury surged. Tang Shiyu, you speak. If you utter a single lie, I will not hesitate to strike you. Father, you've never hit me before. Silence. Answer my question. Tang Shiyu, begrudgingly, but with a tone of resignation, stated, we don't know. We just encountered him outside the estate and exchanged a few words before he suddenly left. Still trying to quibble. With a sharp crack, Tang Qingye struck again. Ah! Tang Xingjuan yelped in pain. Cousin, speak up. Why are you hitting me, second uncle? Tang Shiyu, I will ask you one more time, why did Su Sun leave? With tears brimming in her eyes, Tang Shiyu stubbornly held back her emotions, insisting. It was as I said, we merely had our doubts about him, and he left unexpectedly. Very well, just doubts, is it? From now on, for every falsehood you utter, I shall strike your cousin. What? Tang Xingjuan widened his eyes in fear. Cousin, what is going on? Explain to second uncle. It is just as I said. Excellent. We shall see if your resolve is stronger than your cousin's skin. As the belt threatened to fall again, Tang Xingjuan was left utterly dumbfounded and hastily interjected. Wait. Let me think. That Su Sun must be the one treating grandfather, right? Cousin, I only approached to stop him because of your words. This has nothing to do with me. Second uncle, please stop. I was wrong. It was cousin who said that fellow was a fraud, and I was merely trying to protect grandfather. I only intended to taunt him a bit before letting him in. After all, how could I dare truly obstruct a guest of yours and grandfather's? It was cousin. Cousin insisted that he prove his abilities, or else he wouldn't be allowed to save grandfather. That Su Sun, in a fit of anger, simply walked away. This is none of my doing. You two scoundrels. The little bit of restraint Tang Qingye had managed to maintain was reignited. He picked up the belt and struck down again. Tang Shanha, who had previously favored Tang Shiyu for her charm, now sat quietly with his eyes closed in disappointment as Tang Shiyu bore the brunt of the punishment. Grandfather, please help me. I beg you to make my father stop. Tang Shanha offered no response, only a profound sense of disillusionment. Though the two did not receive their grandfather's assistance, they were halted by others. Second brother, what is the meaning of this? The person who arrived was none other than Tang Xingjuan's father, the third son of the Tang family, Tang Liya. Having received news from the servants, he rushed over with his wife, and upon seeing his son in distress, their hearts ached. As parents, they could hardly bear to strike their child. Yet he was being beaten by another. Second brother, if Xingjuan has done anything wrong, you may speak to me about it. But to take matters into your own hands and strike him so harshly, do you not consider me your brother? I am considering the whole family. The commotion had drawn the attention of others in the Tang family, who began to gather and observe. Witnessing Tang Qingya's attitude, they expressed their discontent. Qingya, though you now manage the Tang family, we elders are still here. It is not your sole dominion. Indeed, second brother, this has gone too far. One cannot strike a child regardless. Yes, second brother, a child can be corrected with education, but such harshness is unwarranted. Look at how you've beaten Shuyu and Xingjuan. Even if they have erred, it is not for you to inflict punishment. Shut up. Tang Qingya completely lost control. The onlookers, oblivious to the situation, continued to speak out. Truly believing he had a good temperament? What do you know? These two scoundrels have driven away the esteemed healer for whom I humbly begged. Do you know how difficult he is to invite? Do these two scoundrels wish for grandfather to live too long? Tang Liya's wife held her son, tears brimming in her eyes, defiantly stating, second brother, I understand you place grandfather's hopes on a charlatan, but we all know the state of grandfather's illness. You are deceiving yourself. I do not care. My son lies here in such pain. If you do not provide an explanation today, I will fight you. How dare you curse grandfather? Tang Liya retorted angrily, second brother, if you do not give me an explanation today, do not blame me for severing ties. The individual surnamed Su is merely a conjecture of you and grandfather. That impetuous youth possesses no medical prowess. Even if Xing Jun were to have left, it does not provide justification for your actions. Impossible? Just moments ago, Su Sun managed to heal old Master Gu's leg within a mere 20 minutes. He enabled a paralyzed man to stand again after years of disability. You dare tell me it's impossible? I swear I could strike you. As he spoke, Tang Qingya had already swung his belt in anger. At that moment, the crowd around them was taken aback. Chapter 51. 3 warnings, no more rescue. Tang Qingya, are you not finished yet? Don't think that just because you are my second brother, I will tolerate your behavior. That was a close call. His strike almost landed on Tang Liya's face, leaving him in a comically evasive posture. However, he had heard what Tang Qingya had just said. To fabricate reasons to justify assault, he would even resort to such absurd claims about a paralyzed man being healed. Does he truly believe everyone is that gullible? Tang Lao Heir, your mind is truly muddled. To support that boy, you'll say anything, thinking we are all fools? So you consider me a fool? Suddenly, Tang Shanha's unexpected voice captured everyone's attention. Tang Liya's expression shifted, yet he persisted. Father, why are you meddling? This matter does not concern you. My second brother must provide me with an explanation. Doesn't he concern me? You foolish son have chased away my lifeline, and you claim it does not concern me. Tang Shanha struck his cane forcefully, nearly choking on his fury. Tang Liya retorted defiantly, Father, how can you believe in my second brother's nonsense? Oh, how can I not believe? I witnessed it with my own eyes. How can you expect me to doubt? Do you not have old Master Gu's social circle? Can't you check for yourselves? Are you incapable of visiting the Gu family? The crowd was taken aback. Tang Jia's eldest, Tang Jianya, immediately pulled out his phone and, indeed, found a jubilant post from old Master Gu. Wasn't Uncle Gu's leg completely useless? How could he possibly stand? The crowd was not blind. In the video, old Master Gu was not being supported by anyone but was rather assisting others, taking a few steps on his own. For someone who had been paralyzed for over 20 years, this was nothing short of miraculous. Impossible, how could this be? I refuse to believe it. Tang Liya, incredulous, dashed to the Gu family to verify the situation. Several members of the Tang family hurried after him, fearing he might offend the Gu family. After a brief span of minutes, the group returned, all expressions filled with shock. Old Master Gu's leg could indeed move. He managed to stand with the aid of a wall, truly miraculous. Yes, at this pace, Uncle Gu might be walking again in a few months. Moreover, I even saw the skilled healer. He turned out to be a young and handsome lad. The more they chattered, the colder Tang Shanha's heart became. A true master indeed. Such a remarkable healer was being subjected to ridicule and disdain by his own kin. What a transgression this was. Old third, do you still seek an explanation? Your precious son has harmed your father. I suddenly feel my second brother's earlier actions were too lenient. He should have struck your ungrateful son dead. Should you continue to entangle yourself in this matter, you and your son shall await your fate together. Feeling the chill in his father's voice, Tang Liya realized his father was genuinely furious. He panicked, no longer daring to seek an explanation, and instead lunged at his wife, kicking Tang Xingjuan. You ungrateful brat. I'll beat you to death. Father, I am your son. I am also my father's son. If you do not let my father live in peace, then I shall not let you live in peace either. I was wrong, father. I truly was wrong. Please don't hit me. The scene erupted into chaos, and no one dared to speak up for the Tang Liya family. Only his wife shielded herself, but she too received a few indiscriminate slaps. At that moment, Tang Shiyu trembled, her mind a blank. She finally understood why she felt a sense of dread upon seeing Su Sun head towards the Gu family. She was utterly panicked. Because Su Sun truly had the potential to cure her grandfather's ailment. And the greatest hope for her grandfather's survival had been driven away by her own actions. Shuyu, do you have anything to say? Hearing her father's voice filled with disappointment, she collapsed to the ground. Father, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I did not mean it. I genuinely did not mean it. Tang Shiyu understood her father's character. He was exceedingly filial, to the point that it could be deemed foolish. Moreover, he was stubborn and inflexible, adhering to his views, yet acted with decisiveness, showing no mercy. Even as his only daughter, she feared she could not escape unscathed. And all of this hinged upon grandfather. Yes, as long as grandfather speaks, father will surely forgive me. In a panic, Tang Shiyu crawled before Tang Shanha, clutching his pant leg, tears streaming down her face. Grandfather, I did not mean it. I truly did not mean it. I merely jested with him a little. I had no idea he was so emotionally fragile. Tang Shanha looked down from above, shaking his head in disappointment. Shiyu, you still fail to recognize your own mistakes. You are the most cherished child of the Tang family, as everyone knows. But do you realize? I even intended to hand the entire Tang enterprise over to you. I have discussed it with your father numerous times. Although your character is proud, you are intelligent and decisive, capable of commanding the room. Thus, even as a daughter, I would entrust the entire Tang group to you. But in my excessive indulgence, I have fostered a sense of arrogance in you, making you believe you are above others. Henceforth, everything related to the Tang family shall no longer concern you. I shall arrange your marriage post-haste. Tang Shiyu was taken aback. Leading the Tang family was something she had only dared to fantasize about in her dreams. Grandfather was actually willing to hand the enterprise over to her? No. I am still young. I have not yet had the opportunity to showcase my talents. I do not wish to marry, especially not to someone I do not love. Grandfather, I was wrong. I can forego the Tang family, but please do not force me in a marriage. My decision is final. Unless that young friend Su Sun is willing to continue assisting, you shall marry and go abroad, never to return. With that, Tang Shanha turned to Tang Xingye and instructed, Old Second, reach out to him again. I will speak to him personally. Very well. Tang Shanha dialed the number. And contrary to expectations, he faced no obstacles. The call connected on the first try. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. Mr. Su, the Tang family? What brings you here again? Mr. Su, I am now fully aware of the situation. I have dealt severely with the two disrespectful individuals. I hope you will grant us another chance. The Tang family is willing to offer 100 billion. 100 billion? How enticing. A cold chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. However, I shall not offer my assistance, for I have already given you 3 chances. Are you implying I should come once more to be met with disdain? Chapter 52. The abandoned daughter of the Tang family, Tang Shiyu. 3 times? Tang Xingye was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, 3 times. I have already given you 3 opportunities, yet you have not cherished them. I am a person who acts according to fate. The first time, upon meeting old Master Tang at the Su family, I noticed his ailment and thought to lend a hand. However, your young lady from the Tang family openly mocked me, leading me to withdraw my offer of help. I am one with a warm heart, eager to assist others to the end. The second time, in the market, I inadvertently witnessed old Master Tang fainting and intended to provide aid. Naturally, I could not ignore his hidden ailment, but alas, your young lady labeled me a fraud and forbade me from intervening. Most importantly, I hold a profound respect for the destinies of others. On this third occasion, I have come to offer my assistance in exchange for mutual benefit. Yet the young lady of the Tang family, fully aware of my purpose, chose to obstruct and trouble me with her entourage. Despite my numerous pleas for understanding, they fell on deaf ears, illustrating that my fate is not intertwined with that of the Tang family. Hence, I shall extend no aid to those with whom I share no bond. Since our fates diverge, let us part ways. I sincerely hope that the esteemed elder of the Tang family finds another capable physician. The phone call was abruptly severed, leaving Tang Shanha unable to utter a word. However, the external speaker had broadcasted the preceding dialogue for all to hear, and those words struck like daggers to the heart. They pierced not only the heart of Tang Shiyu, but also that of the elder Tang. It was revealed that the elder had long been able to attain a healthy body and enjoy another decade or 2 of life. But he was thwarted by a formidable obstacle. This obstacle was none other than his dearly cherished granddaughter, Tang Shiyu. Look at the havoc you have wrought. Tang Xingye, unable to contain his frustration, unleashed several resounding slaps. This time, rather than garnering sympathy, Tang Shiyu found herself the target of widespread condemnation. Cousin, so, you wish to harm grandfather. But why involve me in your schemes? The actions of the second branch were utterly disgraceful. The elder dotes on her so. Yet she engages in such treachery. Indeed, Despite any suspicions, the elder and second brother had repeatedly cautioned her, yet she continued to make life difficult for others, clearly disregarding her grandfather's authority. 3 times, the second daughter had audaciously obstructed them thrice. What transgression had the eldest brother committed to deserve such a granddaughter? Listening to the chorus of accusations, Tang Shiyu felt as if she were ensnared in a cacophony of torment. Her mind spun in confusion. She clutched her ears tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, shaking her head in despair, whispering, "No, I didn't. I truly never intended to harm grandfather." Alas, Tang Shanha sighed heavily. Merely seeing his beloved granddaughter felt akin to a needle piercing his heart. Perhaps this is my fate. He waved a hand at Tang Qingye, his lips curving into a bitter smile. "My dear second son. Isn't that chauffeur's son from the Liu family a classmate of Shu Yu's from high school through university?" "Indeed, father," Tang Qingye nodded. "You mentioned that the Liu boy seems to have an interest in Shu Yu, and given their childhood acquaintance, coupled with her reaching marriageable age, why not arrange a union?" The Tang family members were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the elder would so ruthlessly betroth his granddaughter to the son of a chauffeur. Would the second branch acquiesce? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the father of the bride, Tang Qingye, expressed no discontent. Instead, his countenance bore a serious demeanor. "Very well, father. I shall discuss this with Liu. The 2 children deserve a chance at happiness. Second son, do you not resent me for subjecting your only beloved daughter to such indignity?" "Not at all. She has brought this upon herself, and she deserves her fate. Even if you had not spoken, I would not have spared her. Moreover, marrying into the Liu family is not a humiliation." Tang Shanha smiled with satisfaction. "You remain a source of great comfort to me, second son. Now, let us hasten the wedding preparations. Once they are wed, let them emigrate abroad. Having lived as a pampered young lady for so long, it is time she experiences the life of an ordinary person. From now on, let her tend to her own little household. For those born into privilege, nothing is more brutal than plummeting from the heights of luxury into the depths of adversity overnight." The elder Tang's decision was undeniably severe, aiming to expel Tang Shiyu from the Tang family entirely. At that moment, Tang Shiyu was rendered utterly dumbfounded, her expression one of disbelief. Marrying her off was one thing. But to whom? The son of a chauffeur? Regardless of their shared upbringing, Tang Shiyu had never held the son of a chauffeur in esteem. The Liu boy, despite his academic prowess, possessed nothing of note and was a sycophant whom she found repulsive. Moreover, he was unattractive. How could Tang Shiyu, even in marriage, settle for anything less than a wealthy and powerful high-profile suitor? "No, grandfather, you cannot do this to me. I refuse to marry. I will not go to the Liu family. Take her away, ensure she is watched, and only release her once the marriage arrangements are finalized." Tang Shanha commanded with a wave of his hand. Thus, Tang Shiyu was dragged back to her room, struggling against her fate, still shouting in defiance, "Grandfather, I refuse to marry. I will not marry anyone named Liu. I can plead with Su Sun to treat you. I can surely bring him to help. Believe me, grandfather." The others dismissed her pleas as mere theatrics, unconcerned. Even if she sought Su Sun, there was no possibility of her reclaiming any connection. Tang Shiyu had irrevocably become a discarded daughter of the Tang family. Tang Liye believed his son might escape unscathed, yet Tang Xingjuan faced his due punishment. He was reassigned to serve in Africa, barred from returning home without the family's summons. Days passed swiftly. At this juncture, Su Sun remained oblivious to the tumult within the Tang family. After resolving matters with the Gu family, he returned directly to his hotel. The reason being, the elder Gu had been excessively effusive, treating him like kin and even proposing a brotherhood, which he found intolerable and thus slipped away. In his haste, he even forgot to collect the bank card the Gu family had provided. What a shame, he was unaware of the sum contained within. However, in comparison to monetary matters, he was far more intrigued by the peculiar message that had just arrived on his phone. That evening, he had received another enigmatic missive from someone. "Son, I was wrong. I should have returned sooner. I should not have left you alone at home." Chapter 53, The Invitation from Gu Qingwan. What is this? Why is she sending me such bizarre messages again? Su Sun attributed it to Su Shinro having a moment of madness and tossed his phone aside, choosing to ignore it. However, he was certain that Su Shinro had indeed returned home. Thankfully, he had not gone back, or he would have had to confront that duplicitous face. He collapsed into bed and slept soundly until the following day. Once again, he was roused from his slumber by a gentle yet rhythmic knocking at the door. "Who is it?" Su Sun, bare-shouldered and bleary-eyed, approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a captivatingly mature beauty. To be precise, a sophisticated and alluring woman. "Miss Gu, what brings you here? How did you know I was here?" Gu Qingwan smiled gracefully. "The elder said you were staying at this hotel. Where there is wealth, one can easily ascertain your whereabouts. No wonder your family elder has been inquiring about my location. I should have simply provided a random address. Mr. Su, you jest. My father harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to assist you in some way. Su Sun waved his hand dismissively. No need for such gestures. Our meeting is serendipitous, and besides, your family has already compensated me. Indeed, but what of that compensation? Gu Qingwan countered. Compensation? Su Sun paused, just then recalling that he had yet to retrieve the payment from the Gu family. At that moment, Gu Qingwan covered her mouth with a light laugh and then extended her palm, presenting a bank card. Mr. Su, this is the bank card you forgot. You truly are indifferent to wealth, leaving without even claiming your payment. My father was quite displeased with me for not properly attending to you. Is that so? Then I shall have to take the opportunity to educate him on proper etiquette next time, Gu Qingwan replied, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Su Sun returned her smile, taking the bank card, but merely glanced at it before tossing it onto the bed behind him. A sudden silence enveloped the air as the two exchanged glances in a moment of mutual contemplation. As Gu Qingwan showed no intention of leaving, Su Sun tentatively suggested, "Why not come in for a glass of water?" "Very well, I shall thank you, Mr. Su," Gu Qingwan replied as she stepped inside. Su Sun found himself somewhat speechless, realizing that her lingering was indeed just for a drink. "This is a hotel. I have little to offer but a glass of water." Accepting the cup, Gu Qingwan smiled gently. "It's perfectly fine, Mr. Su. Your cup of water is more than sufficient. Please just call me by my name." The formal Mr. Su feels a bit too stiff for my liking, he replied, slightly uncomfortable. Gu Qingwan nodded with a smile in her eyes. "All right then. May I call you Little Sun brother from now on?" "As you wish," Su Sun acquiesced with a nod. "Since I've changed how I address you, you needn't continue calling me Miss Gu. It feels rather distant." "Very well, then I shall refer to you as Aunt Gu." Gu Qingwan paused mid-sip, evidently taken aback by this remark. She could not discern whether Su Sun was being playful or sincere. In any case, this Little Sun brother was indeed lacking in romantic sensibility. Noticing her lack of response, Su Sun felt a bit awkward. That was merely a jest. Please don't take it to heart. Henceforth, I shall call you Sister Qingwan." He hesitated, "But that reminds me of someone else, which feels a bit strange. Perhaps I should call you Sister Wanner instead." Gu Qingwan chuckled lightly. "Call me as you wish. At my age, I indeed resemble an old aunt. Hey, one may belittle others, but never oneself. Rather than engage in self-reflection, it is wiser to examine the faults in others. With your appearance, who could ever guess your true age? You possess not only the youthful visage, but also a maturity and grace that is unparalleled, a perfect harmony." For a moment, Gu Qingwan was lost in thought. After spending a prolonged period in that dreary household, interactions were merely polite exchanges, maintaining decorum at all times. Suddenly receiving such compliments from someone felt refreshingly different. She could discern that Su Sun had a wonderful character, optimistic, cheerful, and carefree, with extraordinary abilities to boot. How could someone with such a pleasant disposition be driven away by the Tang family? They truly did not know how to appreciate him. "Sister Wan, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so lost in thought?" Gu Qingwan offered Su Sun a faint smile. "Oh, I was just pondering how carefree you are, Little Sun brother." Hearing this, Su Sun glanced down at himself, bare-chested, clad in flamboyant shorts, and wearing flip-flops. Thankfully, he had a decent physique. Otherwise, he would fit the typical stereotype of a slacker. "Oh, I just woke up, so I'm a bit casual. But you've reminded me to be more mindful about my appearance." In truth, Su Sun did not care much for appearances. Being shirtless was quite normal for a man, and he felt no embarrassment. However, considering the presence of others, he realized he ought to be more considerate. "Little Sun brother, do you enjoy fitness?" Gu Qingwan suddenly inquired. "Fitness? I used to be so poor that even my tuition fees were reliant on donations. Where would I have found the money for a gym? Everything I have now is a result of hard work and part-time jobs, scraping by on meals. This month, my food has improved a bit, and I've gained a few pounds, which is why I look a bit more defined." Gu Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. She only knew that Su Sun was a student at Jiangqing University and was unaware of his background. Respecting his privacy, she hadn't pried into his past. Was it truly such a difficult existence? "Little Sun brother, what about your family?" she asked, immediately regretting the question. "I'm sorry for being so intrusive." Su Sun merely smiled. "It's all right, there's nothing off limits. I'm an orphan. My family has long since passed away. I've grown indifferent to it." Gu Qingwan was astonished. It seemed that behind every cheerful and optimistic facade lay a story they would rather not revisit. With Su Sun's impressive background, good looks, and extraordinary medical skills, how proud his parents would be if they were still alive. "Little Sun brother, why don't you come home with me?" Su Sun was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? You have to pay rent here, and the environment is lacking in quality and service. It's quite unfair to you. My family has plenty of rooms. You can stay with us, and we can look out for one another." I'm just an outsider. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Gu Qingwan reassured him, "It's all right, little son. The entire Gu family is under the authority of my father and elder brother, and they both listen to me. With me around, no one would dare to voice any objections. Most importantly, the Gu family maintains a strict family ethos. Nothing like what happened with the Tang family would ever occur here. If it did, my grandfather would certainly stand up for you. You were alone before. But from now on, the Gu family will be your strongest support." In truth, Su Sun was reluctant to go to the Gu family. He enjoyed his freedom and had tasks yet to complete. Sensing his hesitation, Gu Qingwan continued, "Little Sun brother, you still need to administer acupuncture to my grandfather several more times, right? Consider staying with us as a favor to him. It will save you the hassle of traveling back and forth. What do you think?" This suggestion was indeed practical. Su Sun would need to perform acupuncture every 5 days for the next month, making it more convenient to stay nearby. After all, he had nowhere else to go for the time being, so finding a temporary place to stay wasn't a bad idea. "All right then, I shall stay for a while." At the Gu residence, the elderly patriarch was attempting to stand, propped against the wall. His legs were beginning to regain sensation, and he could no longer suppress the desire to stand, even if it required considerable effort. The family members were astonished. Many had returned home upon hearing the news. Gu Pingsheng, the eldest son, had even flown back from abroad overnight to ensure his father's health was intact. However, upon witnessing the old man panting, yet joyfully standing, all his doubts vanished, replaced by a warm swell in his chest. He understood that the old man's disabled legs had long been a source of distress. Even such an optimistic person often felt dejected due to this condition, and these legs had also been his own burden. Had his father not pushed him away all those years ago, he would have been the one to suffer the accident and end up disabled, or perhaps even dead. Now, witnessing this miraculous change, he felt more excited than anyone. "Father, you can truly stand. Are you blind? Can't you see whether I'm standing or not?" Gu Tianwei retorted grumpily. Gu Pingxing was speechless. His father was perfect in every way, except for his infuriatingly sharp tongue. "Father, I won't bicker with you since you seem to be in good spirits. I merely wish to know where you found such a remarkable person. They are astonishingly skilled." Gu Pingxing inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "It was your little sister who found them. They are truly extraordinary. I recall the scene of healing the legs. Even now, I am filled with excitement. 20 minutes, and they restored me to a miracle. A true marvel." Gu Pingxing was puzzled. "Sister Wan, she is not particularly sociable. How did she manage to find such a person?" "Someone else introduced her," Gu Tianwei replied. "What do you mean?" Gu Tianwei then recounted the visit to old Master Tang and the circumstances surrounding Su Sun and the Tang family. Upon learning that such an impressive individual had been driven away by the younger members of the Tang family, Gu Pingxing could not help but feel a surge of anger. He was well aware of old Master Tang's deteriorating health, which had worsened year after year. To have found such a skilled healer only to be dismissed was nothing short of a grave oversight. This is utterly intolerable. That arrogant girl, Tang Shuyu, has always been self-important. I never thought much of her. Father, you once wanted her to join our Gu family, but thankfully, I didn't agree back then. If he were to agree, would that Mr. Su still be able to treat your leg? Perhaps he has already been driven away by her." Gu Tianwei's face darkened, and he retorted, "What old grievances are you digging up now? It's not like he hasn't entered our home. It was I who intervened." The mere thought of that incident from 2 years ago made Gu Pingxing seethe with anger as he complained. "No matter how I rejected it back then, it was futile. You even went directly to the Tang family to discuss marriage. If I hadn't brought Wanner to persuade you, you wouldn't just be unable to stand up. I fear that girl from the Tang family would have removed your oxygen tube. You little rascal, how dare you speak to your father like that?" As Gu Tianwei leaned against the wall, swaying, he was determined to return to his wheelchair, brandishing his cane and shouting, "Help me sit down. I swear I will beat you senseless today." "Dad, you're being unreasonable again. Calm down before you hurt yourself." "I won't calm down unless you come over and let me hit you a couple of times." "That's out of the question." Gu Tianwei glared, "Quick. Someone push me over there. I must take him down today." No respect at all. The old man was stubborn, and when he said he would strike someone, he truly meant it. Even though Gu Pingxing, nearing 60, still often faced his father's wrath, the onlookers, accustomed to this scenario, felt a mix of helplessness and amusement as they allowed the old man to rant, while Gu Tianwei, in a fit of anger, propelled his wheelchair towards Gu Pingxing. "I'll run you over, you brat." Gu Tianwei's wheelchair was a high-end electric model, powerful and swift. Coupled with his fiery temperament, he was serious about the collision. Seeing the wheels rushing towards him, Gu Pingxing was taken aback and dodged frantically. Yet, as he evaded one side, the wheelchair turned and charged again. He fled, and the chase ensued, creating a chaotic scene. "Dad, is this really necessary? Is it worth getting this angry over just a little revelation?" "It is absolutely worth it. You embarrassed me in front of so many people. You brought this upon yourself." The entire first floor of the villa became a playground for their frantic chase. The whirring of the electric wheelchair echoing in everyone's ears. Gu Pingsheng was utterly exasperated, feeling untouchable outside, yet chased around the house by his father in a wheelchair. What kind of absurdity was this? Dad, are we doing this forever? And you all, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and stop him. The crowd, finally realizing the situation, rushed forward to intervene. Grandpa, please calm down. We didn't hear anything. Yes, Dad, my elder brother represents our family's image. Causing a scene could lead to trouble. With the others' persuasion, Gu Pingsheng took the opportunity to placate. I apologize, I shouldn't have brought it up. You still have the nerve to say that. I was wrong. Yes, I was wrong. By the way, where's Wanner? Why isn't she here? I'll go find her. As he spoke, Gu Pingsheng attempted to leave, not wishing to prolong the altercation. However, Gu Tianwei called him back. All right. I won't hold it against you, but your sister isn't home, so you don't need to look for her. Not at home. Gu Pingsheng paused. Where has she gone? She has gone to deliver a reward to my brother. My brother Su is indifferent to fame and fortune, but I cannot let him help me treat my leg for free. Gu Pingsheng was truly speechless. Dad, where did you get this brother from? I've unilaterally recognized him. Gu Pingsheng pursed his lips, genuinely at a loss for words. Goodness, recognizing someone as a brother is one thing, but to do it unilaterally is something else entirely. At this moment, another voice, as refreshing as a gentle breeze, drifted into the ears of the crowd. What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? They turned to see Gu Qingwan approaching with a stranger. Elder brother, why have you returned so suddenly? Gu Qingwan exclaimed upon spotting Gu Pingsheng. Dad's leg has been treated. How could I not come back to see? But who is this? Gu Pingsheng looked at Su Sun, puzzled, thinking he was a junior from another family. Before Gu Qingwan could respond, the sound of the wheelchair's motor whirred as Gu Tianwei, almost drifting in excitement, propelled himself forward and grasped Su Sun's hand. Brother Su, what brings you here? What, brother? The crowd was taken aback, wondering if this was indeed the esteemed figure the old man had spoken of. Gu Tianzheng whispered, Dad, could this be? Indeed. This is the extraordinary person who treated my leg, Brother Su's son. From now on, should any of you dare to show him disrespect, don't blame me for taking action. The crowd was now utterly bewildered. They had expected a venerable elder, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, but could hardly fathom that the one who aided the old man was a young man in his 20s. Yet, upon reflection, they remembered their own ageless family members, and it seemed plausible that someone with such remarkable medical skills could maintain a youthful appearance. Embracing this notion, Gu Pingsheng stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, esteemed elder. Thank you for treating my father's leg, resolving a long-standing concern for the Gu family. Su Sun quietly withdrew his hand. No need for thanks. We help each other. However, I truly cannot comprehend the titles within your family. In terms of age, I am merely 21 or 2. Yet your elders call me brother. Your daughter refers to me as younger brother, and now you address me as elder. Isn't this a little mismatched? Chapter 55, The Old Master's Cunning Schemes. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. It turned out they had all misjudged. He was indeed a young man. Gu Pingsheng was somewhat surprised, but did not let go of his respect. Very well, then I shall call you Brother Su. That is acceptable. But your father calls me Brother Su, and you calling me Brother Su sounds a bit like riding on his coattails. Gu Pingsheng's expression stiffened as he looked at his father in disbelief. Dad, at your age, you should refrain from such nonsense. Aren't you worried about jinxing his longevity? Hey, you little rascal. How dare you speak like that? Gu Qingwan chuckled softly. Yes, Dad, I call him Xiao Sun. So why do you keep calling him brother? Gu Tianwei huffed stubbornly, but ultimately absorbed his daughter's words. All right, I won't call him that anymore, fine. Was Xiao Sun here to treat me? Didn't they say I need to have another acupuncture session in 5 days? Is there something wrong with my health? Gu Tianwei welcomed Su Sun's visit. Yet he was particularly apprehensive about the implications of such a sudden visit. After all, a doctor's unexpected arrival often signified either an emergency or a worsening condition. He had barely enjoyed a few days of relief and hoped that his leg wasn't facing any new problems. Sensing the old man's anxiety, Su Sun smiled gently. Fear not, your leg is perfectly fine. I am here by invitation. By invitation? Both father and son were puzzled. Yes, by invitation. Gu Qingwan smiled slightly and stepped forward to explain. I invited Xiao Sun to stay with us. He is all alone. And it's good to have someone to look after him. It's also more convenient for him to treat Dad's leg without the hassle of traveling back and forth. I hope there are no objections? None. Who would dare object? Gu Tianwei's face broke into a beaming smile. He was filled with excitement and joy. His daughter was indeed impressive. Managing to bring someone like him into their home with a mere bank card. Having someone as capable as Su Sun in the Gu family would surely be a blessing. He began to contemplate which of the young, beautiful descendants in the family would be suitable for Su Sun, and which type he might prefer. The second branch's daughter seemed promising. She was lovely and talented, though her demeanor was rather cold. The household of the third young lady is quite acceptable, quirky and sweet-tongued, yet a tad too exuberant. It is unlikely that Su Xiaoyu would take a liking to her. The granddaughter of the eldest sister's family is also commendable. Though having spent considerable time abroad, she seems somewhat detached from home. If she were to marry and frequently travel abroad, wouldn't that leave Su Xiaoyu to guard an empty house? Alas, how is it that our illustrious Gu family cannot find even a decent young lady? Suddenly, Gu Tianwei's eyes lit up. Was there not a perfect candidate right before him? Although Xiao Wan is slightly older, her appearance is beyond reproach. Undoubtedly the type that captivates men. Moreover, their relationship appears to be quite amicable, should Xiaoyu be willing. Transforming this brother into a son-in-law would not be out of the question. Let us proceed with this. Thus, Gu Tianwei began to scheme right in front of the involved parties, his gaze distant, a smile playing upon his lips, exuding an air of mischief. What on earth? Why has this old man suddenly become so lecherous? Though spoken softly, Su Sun's muttering was fortuitously overheard by Gu Qingwan beside her. Frowning, Gu Qingwan cast a sharp glance at her father. Dad, what are you up to? Gu Tianwei's mind snapped back to attention. Oh, nothing much. Just thinking of some cheerful matters. I don't care what you're thinking. Don't entertain any misguided ideas, and don't make things difficult for Xiao Sun. Why would you say that? Am I that sort of person? Let us hope not. The Gu family estate is vast. The entire hillside behind their residence belonging to the Gu clan, dotted with numerous villas, and it is in one such villa that Su Sun has taken up temporary residence. The other members of the Gu family have all established their own households. Apart from the elderly patriarch and the unmarried Gu Qingwan, no one else resides in this villa. However, starting today, Su Sun will be living here for a while. Given the long-standing ties between the Gu and Tang families, news among the younger generations travels swiftly. Thus, Su Sun's move into the Gu household soon reached the ears of the nearby Tang family, particularly Tang Shuyu. Move aside. Let me out. Apologies, miss. But please don't make it difficult for us. The old master has decreed that you are not to leave the premises. I'm not going far. I just want to take a stroll nearby. I'm sorry, miss, but night has fallen. Please return. Ever since Tang Shanha issued his orders, Tang Shuyu has been confined, not even allowed to step outside the villa. She understands that remaining idle will only lead to an unwanted marriage with the driver's son, and she is unwilling to accept such a fate. Fuming at the bodyguards blocking her way, she felt a surge of anger but knew that now was not the time for wrath, as it would only result in stricter control. Resigned, she suppressed her anger and spoke as calmly as possible. Grandpa restricts me out of fear I might run away, but I merely wish to visit the Gu family. You could accompany me. I assure you, I want to escape. Apologies, but that is not possible. Tang Shuyu glared, are you deaf? I said I want to go to the Gu family. They are our nearest neighbors. Can't you just watch me? Not possible. You cannot leave this villa. Oh, can't you be less rigid? Is visiting the Gu family such a crime? Not possible. At this moment, Tang Shuyu was nearly furious with her bodyguards. Why must they be so inflexible, unable to comprehend her words? However, with these two guards standing firm, there was no way for her to exit. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must go find Su Sun. I absolutely must find him. Meanwhile, within the Gu household, Su Sun remained blissfully unaware that he had captured someone's attention. He had just bid farewell to Gu Qingwan and was now in his room, his expression grave as he scrutinized the messages on his phone. Indeed, yet another inexplicable message had arrived this evening. Xiao Sun, if only you were still here. Even if you scolded me daily, I would welcome it. This time, Su Sun could no longer contain himself. This damned woman sends such messages nightly, seeking to provoke. How can I indulge her? He immediately dialed back. Hello, Xiao Sun. Are you finally willing to send me a dream? I returned late. But had I come back even a day sooner, you wouldn't be lamenting. As soon as the call connected, Su Shinro's soliloquy poured forth, leaving Su Sun somewhat bewildered. What on earth is she babbling about? What does sending her a dream even mean? I'm not dead. Su Shinro, dream of your grandfather. Why do you keep sending me these nonsensical messages? Go dote on your darling brother instead, and spare me your absurdities. Hey, Xiao Sun, you never used to talk to me this way. That was then, but if you were in front of me now, just watch out for my slap. Fine. Come slap me. As long as you appear in my dreams daily, I will let you do as you please. I was so harsh on you before. Don't you want to get back at me? Hurry. I await your revenge. You must not let me off the hook. What are you rambling about? Have you been drinking? Su Sun was at a loss. What on earth was Su Shinro up to? This was not the demeanor of the usually composed and cheerful person he knew. Yet, judging by her tone, it seemed she had indeed been drinking. And quite a bit at that. The teetotaler, Su Shinro, is actually drinking? She not only refrains from alcohol, but also forbids others from drinking. Su Sun recalled a time when he returned home after a work function, having shared a beer with colleagues, only for her to detect it immediately. That night, she sat silently by his bedside, devoid of her usual playful demeanor, creating an immense pressure for the younger Su Sun. It was terrifying. All right, I don't wish to waste more words with you. If you send me another erratic message, I'll block you. On the other end, panic ensued. No, don't block me. Come visit me in my dreams, and I promise not to disturb you anymore. Dreams? I'm not dead. How can I send you a dream? Not dead. If only that were true. What difference is there between disappearing and dying? Wait a moment. Su Sun suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Do you think I'm dead? Who the hell is spreading such malicious rumors about my death? It's Dad and the others. Good. I knew it was those two old geezers, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan. Su Sun clenched his fists, fuming. We'll meet again sooner or later. Since they are so eager for my demise, just wait until I return. I'll turn their world upside down. My hands are itching. Xiao Sun, could you at least show your face? I want to see what you look like. Show you my face? Get lost. The call abruptly ended. At this moment, within the Su household, Su Xinro was in a state of panic, fumbling with her phone, her body intoxicated. Her excitement causing the bottle of wine in her hand to clatter to the floor. She was alarmed, a wave of unprecedented fear washing over her. That voice had suddenly vanished. The sound she had longed for had just gone silent. Where's the voice? Xiao Sun, please don't do this. I don't want to lose you. Come out and talk to me, will you? In that instant, Su Xinro felt as if she had plunged into an endless abyss, surrounded by an overwhelming emptiness and helplessness. She clutched her phone tightly to her chest, tears welling in her eyes, her heart fervently praying for a miracle to occur. Yet, instead of a miracle, she was met with dizziness and the encroaching veil of sleep. Hey, third sister, have you been drinking? You smell of alcohol. At the dining table, the Su family was gathered for breakfast. I never drink, Su Xinro replied with indifference. Really? Could I be mistaken? Su Banian queried, somewhat puzzled. I just ventured into the kitchen. Perhaps it was the yellow wine that splattered upon me. Indeed, several days have elapsed since Su Sun's demise, and the entire Su family remains steeped in an atmosphere of gloom. Even Su Wen has publicly expressed his sorrow. Yet for Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan, it seems as though they are utterly oblivious to the absence of a family member. Given the mysterious nature of Su Sun's disappearance, it is likely that the investigation will eventually cast suspicion upon the Su family. Thus, Su Qiming has chosen to delay reporting the incident for several months to protect the family's reputation. Consequently, Su Muyin is profoundly disheartened by this. A life extinguished. Yet even a grave is deemed unworthy of its resting place. Arriving alone, akin to dust swept away by the wind. What, after all, has this journey to the Su household brought? Little Sun, I shall not allow you to be forgotten. I have finished my meal. Casting aside my bowl and chopsticks, Su Muyin rose to depart. Su Qiming, greatly displeased, exclaimed, How long do you intend to cause a ruckus? A wretch has died, and you cannot harbor resentment towards your parents for eternity. Su Muyin retorted coldly, Parents? To be honest, I fear the day will come when you may treat us in the same manner. What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, there was no need for her to repeat herself. She simply walked away. You are not even at work today. Where do you intend to go so early in the morning? Silence ensued, save for her resolute retreating figure. Su Qiming was incensed. Some scoundrels have perished, yet their lingering influence grows ever deeper. This rebellious daughter, I fear, is destined to tread the same treacherous path as that little ingrate. Father, how can you speak of eldest sister in such a manner? Su Sun's departure has already caused enough distress. Now you have stripped her of her position. She has no outlet for her anguish, and in this state of confusion, can you not see the blame lies with you? Su Qiming's eyes widened. Su Baiyan, have you grown wings, daring to speak to your father in such a way? Is this even comparable? I dismissed Su Sun before her demise. How is that my fault? Does the sequence of events hold any significance? Eldest sister has toiled for the Su family for so many years, and you dismiss her as if she were a mere burden. Su Baiyan, are you itching for a fight? Father, please calm down. Upon witnessing her father's fury, Su Wen saw an opportunity to interject, looking troubled as he said, Fifth sister did not mean it. She was merely concerned for eldest sister. In truth, I feel inadequate myself. Father, perhaps I should resign from this role as president? Before Su Qiming could respond, Qin Xinlan interjected, Oh, my son, you are far too understanding. However, there is no need for you to feel burdened. Simply perform your duties diligently. If you lack the capability, we can take it step by step. Your eldest sister will be marrying soon. The future of the Su family rests in your hands. Yes, your mother is correct. Do not carry any burdens. Just focus on your work. Su Baiyan was utterly infuriated. Her parents' favoritism was glaringly evident. The Su family would likely have crumbled had it not been for eldest sister's earlier efforts. Now, With the company flourishing, they have handed the reins to someone utterly unqualified. How infuriating. Spoil him as you wish. I shall see how many times you can clean up after him. In a fit of rage, Su Baiyan stormed away. Yearning for the days when Su Sun was still present, at least then she could keep that insipid green tea in check. I see you are truly ready to rebel today. Indeed, fifth sister, do not provoke father. It is all my fault. Hearing this, Su Baiyan halted abruptly, and in front of everyone, she suddenly stepped back. Approaching Su Wan, she slapped him sharply, and then without uttering a word, she continued on her way, executing the act in one fluid motion. Su Baiyan, seeing her father's fury, Su Xianro quickly intervened. All right, father. The fifth sister is still young and lacks understanding. Let us not dwell on this. Let us eat in peace. Young my foot. The older she gets, the less she understands. She has been spoiled beyond measure. Someone stepped in to prevent an impending altercation. Su Xianro seemed born to soothe emotions. With her few words, the tense atmosphere dissipated almost instantly. However, just as everyone believed they could enjoy a peaceful breakfast, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sitting to the right of Su Wanqing inadvertently appeared to discover something, suddenly reaching into Su Wen's pocket and pulling out a shimmering silver necklace. Why does this necklace seem so familiar? Chapter 57. Su Wen's theft exposed again. What necklace? Gazing at the glimmering silver necklace, Su Wen was momentarily taken aback. What necklace are you referring to? The necklace you pulled from my pocket? This design is clearly feminine. How could a man possess a woman's necklace? And yet, it appears so familiar. As she pondered, Su Wanqing's eyes darkened. I remember now. This is the necklace eldest sister gifted to fourth sister when she debuted. The gem is named Star of Tomorrow, a diamond that eldest sister had remade from her coming-of-age gift, imbued with her hopes for fourth sister. Fourth sister, were you not searching for this necklace a few days ago? Is this not it? Su Qingxia, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly looked up, her pupils constricting as she beheld the necklace in Su Wanqing's hand. She set down her bowl and slowly approached Su Wanqing to retrieve the necklace, her expression darkening ominously. What is going on? How did my necklace end up here? Su Wen, you had better explain how this came to be. Su Wen's face paled considerably. What necklace? I have no idea. I truly do not know. Still daring to quibble, Su Qingxia slammed her hand on the table angrily. You claim not to know how that necklace ended up in your pocket? Do not even think of saying you found it. That necklace has always been in my display case and has never been taken out. If I had not specifically counted my jewelry a few days ago, I would have remained unaware that something was missing. If you were to steal something else, that would be one thing. But you dare to steal the one gifted to me by eldest sister. Truly impressive. No, I genuinely do not know how this happened, fourth sister. I am being wronged. Su Wen was on the verge of tears. This matter had nothing to do with him, and how the necklace appeared in his pocket was a mystery. He had never even seen it before. Yet with the evidence against him, he was at a loss for words. Who could be so malicious as to frame him? Suddenly, an idea struck Su Wan, and a figure flashed through his mind. Once again, what a coincidence. It was the same as before. Su Baiyan, fourth sister. I swear it wasn't me. I have never seen your necklace before. Yes, fifth sister. Last time you misunderstood me. Could this not be another case of your misinterpretation? Su Wen, how dare you bring that up? Su Qingxia was utterly disappointed. She had let the previous incident slide, believing that he had not acted with intent. But now, did he still wish to claim he was wronged? You think your fifth sister could have slapped you in those 2 seconds and then discreetly stuffed the necklace into your pocket while everyone else was oblivious? Do you take us for fools? I was not even planning to hold you accountable for the previous plagiarism incident, and yet here you are again. As the situation escalated, Qin Xinlan could no longer remain passive. Could there be some misunderstanding? Mother, are you still defending him? Su Qingxia looked utterly bewildered. Do you truly believe that fifth sister would frame him? Are you suggesting that you would malign your own child for him? Qin Xinlan's expression stiffened. I did not say that. I merely proposed that perhaps you misplaced your belongings, and he found them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That necklace has always been in my jewelry cabinet. I seldom wear it. So how could it possibly be lost? Wait a moment. A couple of days ago, I stumbled upon news about that Star of Tomorrow. That exquisite gem was purchased by my grandfather for over 10 million, specifically as a gift for my eldest sister. Subsequently, she transformed it into a necklace and presented it to me. I remember expressing to my third sister how astonishing it was that such a jewel held such immense value. But alas, it now resides in my jewelry cabinet. At that moment, Su Wen was seated across from me on the sofa. He must have heard everything. I am uncertain when he pilfered it, but I distinctly remember that the necklace vanished that very night. So it was indeed you, Su Wen. What news? What gem? Su Wen appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the words spilling from Su Qingxia's lips. He was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the conversation unfolding nearby. How could this even be connected to me? I am truly exasperated with my parents. Please believe me, I did not steal the fourth sister's necklace. Su Qiming's expression soured. It was one thing for Su Wen to have stolen before, but now he was caught again. He could not fathom why, in a household devoid of want. Both of his children had a penchant for petty thievery. Xiaowen, speak the truth. Did you take it or not? Dad, am I truly that kind of person? Su Qiming, do you not understand? The last few times you were caught, were they not also by someone else? Xiaowen, acknowledging your mistakes is a virtue. Apologize to your fourth sister. What? Su Wen was taken aback, insisting that he had done no such thing. Dad, you must trust me. Trust you? Not a chance. Su Qiming felt a deep sense of disappointment, lamenting how his foolish son could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Witnessing his parents' growing skepticism only fueled Su Wen's resentment. How could he be unjustly accused for something he did not do? Mom, Dad, check the surveillance footage. If you do not believe me, you can review the recordings. I will prove my innocence. Seeing Su Wen's earnestness, his parents wavered slightly in their suspicions. Could it be that their son was indeed innocent? In an effort to vindicate their child, they pulled out the notebook to check the recordings. To their shock, the local storage was entirely empty, and none of the home surveillance cameras had been activated. Su Wen was aghast. What on earth was happening? Where were the local videos? Why were the cameras not turned on? Su Qingxia let out a cold laugh. Now I see. No wonder you were unafraid of checking the footage. You must have already tampered with it. No, I did not touch the surveillance. Are you certain? Yesterday, you mentioned losing your watch and wanted to review the footage. Do you dare claim you did not meddle with it? Su Wen's heart sank. Indeed, it seemed he had indeed accessed the cameras. But he had only intended to look for his watch and had done nothing else. I merely checked the footage to find my watch and left. I did not delete anything. Humph, you misplace your watch so frequently. It's quite astonishing. Unbeknownst to them, Su Banian had returned, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. When Su Sun was around, you lost your watch every few days. Now that he's gone, you still lose it. Each time you misplace your watch. Some incident occurs. What a coincidence. Mom and Dad, is it not obvious? The evidence is right here. I recall how Su Sun was condemned directly when he was caught stealing due to insufficient evidence. Now, my little brother Su Wen has been caught red-handed several times. Surely you will not cover for him this time, right? Su Qiming's face grew increasingly grim, encapsulating the dilemma of being caught between a rock and a hard place. He had already shielded Su Wen multiple times. If he turned a blind eye again, he would lose his authority as a father within the household. You scoundrel! Apologize to your fourth sister. Then endure 10 strikes of the rod. Chapter 58. Su Wen endures 10 strikes. Su Wen stood frozen, filled with indignation. He felt this was entirely unjust. Why should he bear the blame for something he did not do? Even his parents doubted him. This entire ordeal was the result of someone's malicious framing. Su Banian, just wait. Yet in the end, despite his defiance, Su Wen lowered his stubborn head. I am sorry, fourth sister. If you wish to punish me, I accept it, as long as it brings you happiness. Su Qingxiao looked astounded. Punish you? If you have done nothing wrong. Why would I punish you? It seems you still do not realize your mistakes. All right, Xia. Xiaowen did not mean any harm. At that moment, Su Xinro stepped in to ease the tension, addressing Su Wen with a gentle demeanor. Xiaowen, have you been in need of money lately? Everyone paused in surprise. Su Wen was taken aback, his voice tinged with unease. Third sister, I do not comprehend your meaning. Su Xinro smiled warmly. Xiaowen, there is no need for you to hide it. I am aware of what you are doing. I know you are selling the gifts you received to make money. How did you find out? Su Wen's expression shifted. I found the receipt you dropped on the ground. Later, I visited that store to inquire and learned that you had sold quite a few gifts, especially the watch. But do not worry. The items gifted to you are yours to do with as you please. I think your idea of selling them for cash is quite clever. However, if you are in need of money, you could have simply asked our family for it. Surely, we would not deny you. You can earn money through selling items. But you should not sell what belongs to others, nor should you steal your fourth sister's necklace. While that necklace may be valuable, no amount of money can replace the sentiment behind it. You should not disregard your fourth sister's feelings for the sake of money. You were wrong this time. Being wrong is not the end of the world. Acknowledging your mistakes is what matters. Sincerely apologize to your fourth sister and accept your punishment. And we shall consider the matter closed. Su Qingxia's expression darkened, realizing that Su Wen intended to sell her gift, which was utterly outrageous. Even Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan had not anticipated that their son resorted to stealing to make money. Perhaps it was time to increase his allowance. Relying on selling items was not sustainable. Upon hearing these words, Su Wen felt a wave of understanding wash over him, deeply moved. It turned out that there were still people in this family who supported him. Indeed, his third sister was gentle and always considered his well-being. Even when he had sold the gifts she had given him, Su Wen felt a warmth blooming in his heart. Even if he had not stolen anything, he would bear the blame to honor his third sister's kindness. He could not let her efforts go to waste. Thus, he bowed deeply to Su Qingxia, his tone sincere. Fourth sister, I am sorry. In my eagerness to start my own venture and earn money, I lost my way and did not wish to rely on my family, which led to my mistakes. However, I promise I will never repeat this again. Mom and Dad, I will accept the 10 strikes of the rod. Who will deliver them? Just come. With that, he turned and knelt on the ground, his resolute demeanor resembling one ready to face the gallows. I will. Just then, Su Banian shouted. Su Wen instantly wilted. In truth, it mattered little who struck him, but he could not allow Su Banian to be the one. He had seen through her intentions to target him. If she were to strike him, he would surely be obliterated. Mom and Dad, how about? Just as he was at a loss, Su Shinro appeared like a ray of light, stepping in front of him once more. Yin Yin, let me handle it. You can be rather heavy-handed. No way, I will do it. I won't be too harsh. Su Qiming's expression darkened. The rod belongs to your third sister. You go over there. I refuse. My third sister is too gentle. She would not strike hard. What kind of punishment is that? You ungrateful child. All right. Su Shinro intervened, snatching the rod from them and soothingly addressed Su Banian. For the sake of your third sister, let me handle this, but rest assured, I will be firm. Su Banian was typically one to submit to gentle persuasion rather than force. Upon such a plea, he reluctantly relinquished his position as the executioner. Su Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was the third sister, not that wretched Su Banian. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits today. After receiving a phone call, Su Qiming hurriedly departed. Unable to bear the sight of her son being struck, Qin Xianlan retreated to her room. However, the 4 sisters remained in the room, leaving Su Wen with no chance of escape. Su Xianro crouched down and whispered, Little one, your 4th and 5th sisters are watching closely. I cannot afford to be too lenient. Bear with it. It's fine. Third sister, you've done your best. All right then, little one. Turn your head away. I am about to strike. Su Wen dismissed her concern, thinking, how could someone as gentle as my third sister inflict any real pain? Yet, when the first slap landed, he felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. How could it hurt so much? Su Banian retorted, stop pretending. Your third sister didn't even use much strength. What are you whining about? Su Wen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How could it hurt this much if she hadn't exerted herself? Suddenly, he understood. The blow had struck an old injury from when Su Sun had beaten him last time. Third sister, don't hit me. Little one, bear with it. I will make it quick. With a series of 9 slaps, Su Wen howled in agony, rolling on the ground, barely able to utter a coherent word. Each strike landed on the same spot, causing him to feel as though his back might split open. Moreover, whether it was a figment of his imagination or reality, he sensed that each successive blow inflicted even greater pain. Su Qingxia and Su Banian exchanged worried glances. And even Su Wanqing thought Su Wen's performance was somewhat excessive. When Su Sun had struck him fiercely, he had remained silent through several blows. Why was it that the gentle third sister could make him wail so heart-wrenchingly? I'm so sorry, little one. I was too heavy-handed. Are you all right? After finishing, Su Xianro approached him with an expression of guilt, offering her support. It's all right, third sister. Thank you for holding back. It's nothing. It's the least I could do. As she spoke, Su Xianro inadvertently brushed against Su Wen's back, provoking another round of screams. Su Wen grimaced in pain, tears streaming down his face. He now understood. Thankfully, he had not allowed Su Banian to take action. If even the third sister could inflict such pain, what would have happened if that wretched girl had struck him? Meanwhile, Su Xianro's excessive concern stirred up Su Banian's dissatisfaction. This insufferable green tea was clearly feigning concern. How could the third sister not see through it? Had he known better, he would not have allowed her to intervene, leaving him with no strength to maintain the pretense. Su Wen, go ahead and pretend. Your brother Sun came to me in a dream last night. He said he wouldn't let you off even in death. This is your retribution for the schemes you orchestrated in the past. A dream? Su Xianro was suddenly taken aback, memories flooding back to her. Was last night merely a dream? No, my phone. Where's my phone? It was only then that Su Xianro realized the source of the emptiness she had felt that morning, quickly locating her phone abandoned on the sofa. Upon discovering the 2.5-minute voice message, a wave of excitement surged within her, and she fell into a daze. So it was not a dream. Chapter 59, Astonishing Words from Old Gu. Gu family. It had been 2 days since Su Sun arrived at the Gu family residence. Perhaps due to prior instructions, no one from the Gu family had come to disturb him, allowing him to enjoy a certain tranquility over these 2 days. After all, being under someone else's roof can be uncomfortable, especially when they regard you with curiosity and scrutiny, as long as no one paid him any mind. It was akin to staying in a hotel. Little Sun, have you been getting accustomed to life in the Gu family these past 2 days? Accustomed enough. I relish the peace. However, why does everyone in your family run away upon seeing me? Do I appear to be some sort of villain? Gu Qingwan covered her mouth and chuckled. Isn't it to spare you any discomfort? After all, I can't keep an eye on everyone at all times. So it's better to keep the family at a distance to prevent any awkward encounters. Honestly, it's unnecessary. My fist can seek justice for me. At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, and mealtime was approaching. The two were comfortably seated on the living room sofa, engaging in light conversation while awaiting their meal. Gu Tianwei returned from outside, accompanied by Gu Pingsheng, who was pushing a wheelchair. Brother Su. Su Sun smiled in response. Mr. Gu, did you not go to work today? One must take a break now and then. There's a gala tonight, so I'm resting at home during the day. Humph. Aside from major matters, you don't need to be hands-on. I see you're just being lazy and avoiding work. At this, Gu Pingsheng fell silent. Dad, I only get this one day off a month, and you still have to nag me about it. Just let me work myself to death. You sit in the office all day. What are you even tired from? When I established the Gu family, I was always on the go, setting up stalls everywhere. I was so bold that I even sold illicit materials in bustling markets, being chased by law enforcement. Oh dear, Dad, I beg you to be quiet. Gu Pingsheng forced a smile at Su Sun, apologizing. Sorry, Brother Su, my dad has no filter. Please don't take his strange tales to heart. Haha. It's all right. The old gentleman's youthful exploits are indeed quite fascinating. Gu Pingsheng sighed in resignation. Don't be deceived by his past as a soldier. He had no soldierly demeanor in his youth. He mingled with thugs and engaged in all sorts of mischief. He was notorious across the vicinity. I was too timid to admit he was my father when I was a child. You little rascal, how dare you slander your own father? You should learn from my determination. After retiring, I was called back into service. That alone should be an example for you to follow. Enough, Dad. I've heard enough. I need to discuss the gala with Wan. With that, ignoring his father's displeased expression, he approached Gu Qingwan to deliberate on important matters. You little brat. Gu Tianwei was infuriated. Had his legs not still been healing, he would have kicked him. Every time he reminisced about his valorous past, his family dismissed it as boasting. It was utterly absurd. When had he ever told a lie? Young friend, let me tell you. Despite being called back into service after more than 10 years of retirement, my skills are even sharper than before. I remember once when we were out of ammunition, surrounded by the enemy, and all I had was a shovel, with just one slide. Oh dear, old man, dinner is ready. Hey, don't walk away. I haven't finished my story. At that time, I was. Wow, such a lavish breakfast. I fear my stomach will become spoiled. Nothing is more excruciating than being interrupted while speaking, especially when boasting. Gu Tianwei felt utterly frustrated. But upon reflecting that no one would be interested in his outdated tales, he shifted the topic. Young friend, do you know where I just went? Huh. Su Sun paused, spooning some meat porridge into his mouth, shaking his head, unaware and uninterested. Gu Tianwei's face stiffened. You are quite direct in your speech, but that is all right. I'll tell you. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Su Sun, whispering, I'm looking for a wife for you. What nonsense. Su Sun nearly spat out his porridge. What had possessed this old man? What led him to believe he needed to find a wife? Old man, don't go making trouble. I have no interest in romance. Romance? We're talking marriage, my boy. Gu Tianwei squinted his eyes, his face brimming with enthusiasm and excitement. Over the past few days, I have been investigating the younger generation in our family and have already narrowed down several excellent candidates for you. Each one is beautiful with a charming personality, and some of them are already quite taken with you. They were instantly captivated by your looks. With a good impression, what is there to fear about compatibility? Hee. Are you serious? Su Sun was utterly astonished by the old man, finding him increasingly lecherous. Old sir, are you serious this time? Do not meddle with matters of the heart. What meddling? Am I not merely inquiring about your opinion? Get lost. I have no intention of being a son-in-law. My young friend, your words are misguided. I never suggested you become a son-in-law. On the contrary, my family will ardently support you, helping you establish a new branch of the Su family that belongs solely to you in Jiangqing. Old man, if you continue this nonsense, I may have to sever ties with you. Gu Tianwei's expression shifted. My young friend, I am considering your lifelong happiness. You will inevitably need to settle down. Why not choose from my family? No. What? Are you perhaps gay? What the? Where did you learn such words? You are the one who is gay. Since you are not, then why not select someone? The daughters of my family will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. I refuse to choose. Just pick one. I will not. Choose one. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Su Sun's mind, thoroughly exasperated by the old man. He did not belong to this world. How could he possibly establish a family here? Wouldn't he that ruin a girl's life? Just as he was at a loss for words, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. This was someone whom the old man would never agree to. You can never agree to this choice. Enough with the urging. If you possess the capability, marry my sister Wan to me. Otherwise, do not mention this matter again. Xiao Wan. As expected, Gu Tianwei's expression darkened, becoming grave. Su Sun could not help but smile in satisfaction. What is the matter? Reluctant? Wasn't it just a random selection? It's acceptable to choose someone else's beloved daughter, but not your own. Gu Tianwei furrowed his brow. Do you truly wish to choose Xiaowan? This is no jest. Of course. I am a person who speaks the truth. But Xiaowan is considerably older than you. Shall we not consider another? What do you mean? True love is priceless. True love cannot be measured by age or superficial appearances. In that fleeting moment, Gu Tianwei lowered his head, falling silent. Seeing this troubled expression, Su Sun patted his shoulder. No worries. I am not one to force others against their will. You need not feel distressed. Just refrain from mentioning it again in the future. I feel ashamed. Your words resonate deeply. You flatter me. My young friend, I did not expect you to be so open-minded. It seems I am the one who is superficial. Wait. Something feels off. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Sun. In his astonished gaze, Gu Tianwei's attention abruptly turned to the conversing Gu Qingwan. In his state of horror, that old mouth, adorned with several gold teeth, opened wide. Xiaowan, you hold your tongue. Su Sun instinctively reached to cover his mouth. But it was too late. Gu Tianwei's astonishing declaration thundered in everyone's ears. Xiaowan, Su Xiaoyu wishes to marry you. Chapter 60. The Tang family comes knocking, asking them to leave. Gu Qingwan was momentarily stunned. The person she was speaking to, Gu Pingsheng, also fell into a stupor. As for Su Sun, he was utterly bewildered, feeling so awkward that he could scrape the soles of his feet on a Barbie dream castle. What is happening here? No wonder his own son does not wish to converse with him. With a mouth like that, anyone who engages with him is doomed. Only Gu Tianwei, with a face full of eager anticipation, gazed at Gu Qingwan, hoping for a favorable response from his precious daughter. Finally, Gu Qingwan sighed deeply, her tone laced with exasperation. Dad, could you refrain from speaking nonsense? Have you considered how Su Sun might feel? Nonsense. It was Su Xiaoyu who expressed his feelings for you. Su Sun's expression changed. You old fool, do not speak out of turn. I never said such a thing. You rascal. Just a moment ago, you declared that true love is unrelated to age or appearance, and that you wish to marry my Xiaowan. Why are you embarrassed now? I am embarrassed for you. At this point, Su Sun could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming loudly, Is it not because you insisted on finding me a wife? I merely made a casual remark to dissuade you from your notions. Who would have thought you would even sell your daughter? That is a grave mischaracterization. I have awaited Xiaowan's marriage for decades. How could I possibly sell her? Very impressive. I am in awe. However, what good is your agreement if the lady herself does not consent? Furthermore, I believe that you would not wish for your sister to be paired with a mere inexperienced youth. Would you, Director Gu? Suddenly called upon. Gu Pingxing snapped back to reality, surprisingly bearing an eager expression. Brother Su, you do not understand how long I have wished for Wanner to settle down. Besides, how could you be considered an inexperienced youth? You are truly a paragon among men. I could never disagree, rest assured, with my father and me around. No one would dare object. What are you doing? Su Sun had intended for Gu Pingsheng to help him out of this predicament. Yet the latter not only misunderstood his intent, but seemed to be even more eager. What is going on here? Resigned, Su Sun decided to be direct. I apologize. But I currently have no intention of starting a family. One only has the youth to explore life once. I wish to venture out. And family would only be an impediment to my path. And as for you, Sister Wan, you need not worry. I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Do not take your father's words to heart. With this, it became evident that both those who should understand and those who should not could discern the truth. Gu Tianwei felt an immense sense of loss. Although it was regrettable that Su Sun could not become a son-in-law, he could not force the issue, acknowledging that perhaps fate had not favored them. After all, his Xiaowan could not afford to wait much longer. In a few years, her beauty may no longer be as radiant. Alas, perhaps it was time to meet the younger generation of the Gu family. Who knows? He might find someone she takes a liking to. Su Sun's expression darkened. Old man, if you continue this way, I may just walk away. I was merely jesting. My young friend, do not take offense. The meal proceeded with unexpected ease, and Gu Tianwei no longer pressed the matter of finding a wife. Yet Gu Qingwan remained silent throughout. Though she had lived a decade longer, Su Sun understood that a woman's pride is often more delicate than a man's. Being teased by her father must have been more embarrassing for her than for himself. Alas, was it possible that Gu Tianwei's leg had been broken years ago due to his loose tongue? In the Gu family garden, Gu Qingwan often spent her days tending to flowers and plants, nurturing her spirit. This garden had become her sanctuary for solace. At that moment, she held a watering can, methodically tending to her blooms, a smile gracing her lips, merging harmoniously with the vibrant flora, creating a picturesque scene. Gu Pingxing approached quietly. sighing as he observed her gentle labor. What troubles you, brother? Without turning, Gu Qingwan recognized the voice behind her. Gu Pingxing sighed again. Waner, why did you not speak earlier? You have never interacted with any men before. Now that there is an exception in Su Sun, do you not have any thoughts? Thoughts? Gu Qingwan smiled lightly. He and I are not of the same world. What thoughts could I possibly have? Do not feign ignorance. Can you deceive me, your elder brother? You have never cared for any man before, yet you are attentive to Su Sun. Do you truly feel nothing? Nothing at all. I merely regard him as a benefactor. You are only deceiving yourself. Gu Pingsheng, filled with frustration at his sister's obstinacy, exclaimed, what are you truly afraid of? Are you worried about the judgments of others? Or is it the disparity in age that haunts you? If you are genuinely interested, why feign indifference? Do you truly wish to remain single for the rest of your life? Even if your appearance may continue to radiate youth and beauty for another decade or so, will your body be able to keep pace? Do you not recall how fond you were of Xiao Tong and Xiao Zhao? It is not too late. Do you not desire to have a child of your own? Gu Qingwan remained silent, her gaze lowered as she quietly watered the plants, seemingly disinterested in his remarks. Each time Gu Pingsheng witnessed his sister's demeanor, he felt a surge of irritation. She consistently evaded any confrontation, ignoring the counsel of her family, which left him exasperated. Resignedly, he muttered, Su Sun is not a superficial individual. He is shrouded in mystery. In his eyes, societal norms likely hold little significance. I shall advocate for you. But thereafter, your fate lies in your own hands. When he received no response, Gu Pingsheng could only huff in frustration and depart. Presently, the Gu family's only regrets lay in their father's injury and his sister's marital prospects. Regardless, he was determined to address the family's shortcomings. However, he recognized that he could not do it alone. Certain individuals would need to exert their own efforts. His hope rested on Gu Qingwan's willingness to heed his words. Just then, the unexpected arrival of guests brought the previously discordant pair back together. Uncle Tang, Tang Shanhe, flanked by his two sons and several elderly men, arrived at the Gu household. The purpose of their visit was all too apparent to everyone involved. Given the presence of elders, Gu Pingsheng felt obliged to extend his courtesy, yet he was somewhat wary of the implications regarding Su Sun and the Tang family, fearing that an impulsive introduction might provoke Su Sun's displeasure. Uncle Tang, old Tang, we are all familiar faces. I shall not keep you in suspense. Are you here to see Su Sun? Tang Chengyi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, old Gu. Since Mr. Su is at your residence, we kindly ask you to facilitate an introduction. I can take you to him, but I must first inquire. I am aware of the circumstances between you. I must caution you to brace yourselves, as you may very well leave empty-handed. Soon, Gu Qingwan conveyed the news of the Tang family's arrival to Su Sun. However, Su Sun was not one to reconsider. He had already extended his benevolence towards the Tang family, and what good would it do to entertain their requests now? He was resolute. Let them depart. He says for you to leave. Upon hearing this, the Tang family members stood frozen in shock, while Gu Pingsheng could barely suppress a smirk, muttering under his breath, Waner, are you not usually so diplomatic? Could you not have been a bit more tactful today? Big brother, to avoid entanglement, it is better to be direct. Besides, Xiao Sun truly does not wish to see them. With that, Gu Qingwan turned her gaze towards the Tang family. Uncle Tang, second brother Tang, do not take my words amiss. He has no desire to engage with the Tang family any longer. It would be prudent to concede. Consider this from another perspective, given the actions of your Shuyu. Who could possibly remain unscathed? Once disappointment reaches its zenith, trust will vanish. Uncle Tang, it would be wiser to seek opportunities abroad. Tang Shan, he appeared momentarily paralyzed. Her words had struck a nerve, igniting memories of the obstacles posed by Tang Shuyu. Were it not for her, he might have already been on the path to recovery. Unbeknownst to him, moisture welled in his aging eyes as regret washed over his face. Xiaowan, I recognize that Shuyu has overstepped. However, I too was kept in the dark. I came here to offer an apology. Please allow me to meet him. Gu Qingwan slowly shook her head. I'm sorry, but you must return. Big brother, why waste words with them? We can simply go find him. Do those youngsters think they can stop us old folks? At that moment, an elderly woman behind Tang Shan, he surged forward, attempting to use her frail body to push past the two obstructors. Gu Pingsheng's expression darkened. It was no wonder they had brought several elderly individuals along. They had clearly been waiting for this moment. Nevertheless, he hesitated to obstruct her, swiftly sidestepping to avoid collision, fearing he might inadvertently cause her harm. As Gu Pingsheng's demeanor grew increasingly grim, he addressed Tang Shanhe. Uncle Tang, are you truly intent on crossing this line? Do you wish to force your way in? I apologize, Pingsheng. I merely wish to see Su Sun. Please, out of respect for our families, assist us. If I assist you, what if Su Sun holds my family accountable for not aiding my father's leg? What then? That will not happen. I can see that he values loyalty and will not blame you for such trivial matters. Enough. Gu Qingwan interjected, positioning herself between the two parties. Her expression icily resolute. Uncle Tang, do you truly wish to create such a scene that I am forced to call security to expel you? For a moment, both sides stood at an impasse. Ultimately, it was Tang Shan who relented. Very well, we shall not press further. But please convey a message on my behalf. If he is willing to meet with me, I am prepared to relinquish the prescription. He should find it intriguing. Give me the prescription? Su Sun recalled the one he had forgotten, and it dawned on him. Could it be the very one the Tang family possessed? He needed to confirm this matter. It was not that he could not grant them an opportunity. After all, it was merely a meeting. Sister Warner, would you mind making another trip to inform them that I am willing to meet? Soon, the Tang family was escorted into the villa. Upon seeing Su Sun, Tang Shan's expression brightened, and he immediately offered a respectful bow. My apologies, young friend Su, my grandson. Spare me the pleasantries, the prescription. Tang Shan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly instructed Tang Changyi to produce the prescription. Su Sun casually examined the yellowed paper and, after a cursory glance, tossed it onto the coffee table. That will suffice. You may take your leave now. What? The Tang family members were taken aback. Tang Shan, perplexed, inquired. Young friend Su, is the prescription unsatisfactory? Quite the opposite. I find it exceedingly satisfactory. However, why? Su Sun let out a cold laugh. Only your Tang family would dare to use my belongings to curry favor with me. But you too have been deceived. While this prescription indeed possesses the potential to heal your ailment, it must be accompanied by my unique acupuncture technique, or it will merely serve as a temporary analgesic. Indeed, the prescription, or rather, the formula, was undeniably his own. Su Sun found himself curious about how this item, which he never parted with, had been pilfered by Su Wan. Previously, plans, lyrics, copyrights, and now this formula. Could it be that this individual had some peculiar ability to directly appropriate the achievements of others? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Well then, since we have met, why linger any longer? Sister Warner, please see them out. The Tang family was left dumbfounded. Their anticipated meeting had turned out to be just that. With no opportunity for dialogue, Tang Shan was not a fool. He understood the implications of what had just transpired. It was no wonder Su Wan possessed the prescription yet could not cure the ailment. It had been stolen. After all, both had resided in the Su household. Was it not an effortless task to steal something? He had sought an audience with a deceiver while overlooking the true talents at hand. How could he have failed to consider this? What a shameful oversight. As they faced expulsion, Tang Changyi urgently called out, Mr. Su, please grant me a moment. I have but a few words to say. There is no need to speak. I cannot assist you. Your failure to raise your son properly implicates your father. This is your destiny, and indeed, the destiny of the Tang family. Come to terms with reality. Mr. Su. And with that, Su Sun turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the Tang family devoid of any glimmer of hope. Several clansmen were engulfed in despair, and Tang Shan, the individual at the center of it all, was especially pale, his heart's last flicker of hope on the verge of extinguishing. Only Tang Qingya, in the depths of his despondency, found a glimmer of hope as he turned to Gu Qingwan, pleading, Sister Qingwan, our families have known each other for many years. I implore you, please assist us. Gu Qingwan shook her head. I am unable to help. No, you can help. You are Mr. Su's younger brother. And he refers to you as Sister Wan. Your relationship must be quite good. I beseech you to speak to Mr. Su on behalf of my father. Otherwise, his time is running out. Gu Qingwan sighed helplessly. Brother Tang, I cannot assist. I cannot risk offending him because of you all. My father's health is still dependent on him. Please forgive my selfishness. All right, old Tang, let us depart. There is no benefit in lingering. While there is still time, we must contemplate other solutions. Yet, what use is it to remain entangled? All that awaits is further annoyance. It is best to return. Gu Pingsheng ultimately bid farewell to the Tang family, who returned home in disappointment. Some were unwilling to accept their fate, others were at a loss, while some felt utterly despondent. Moreover, there were those who seethed with rage. Bring me Tang Shuyu and Tang Xingjuan, those scoundrels. The events of the day had merely been a fleeting episode, and Su Sun paid little heed to them. In the evening, due to Gu Pingsheng's unexpected obligations, the gathering transformed into an occasion for Gu Qingwan to attend, with Su Sun being requested to accompany her. Su Sun had attended countless such gatherings, treating them as casually as one would drink water, while Gu Qingwan was somewhat surprised, finding him excessively composed. His calmness bordered on indifference, as if he were oblivious to everything around him. Su Sun was tucked away in a corner, savoring pastries, sipping a whole bottle of red wine, and engrossed in a game, seemingly detached from the world. Two fools chose support roles. And you even have to sit in the amusement ride on top of Yao Qi's chicken head? Mr. Su, I've heard that your Su Corporation has undergone a change in leadership. Truly impressive. Not at all. My elder is preparing for marriage and naturally needs to appoint a successor. This also provides my son with an opportunity for experience. I see. But I heard you have 2 sons. Is that true? Where do such rumors arise? They are mere fabrications. Mr. Su, you even keep secrets from an old friend? My son is a student at Jian University. Although you've contained the happenings on campus, he still managed to capture some footage. Can you explain what transpired? A troublesome matter. Speaking of it might provoke laughter. However, since Director Wang is already aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. He is an orphan we took in out of kindness, yet he engages in petty theft and exhibits poor character. It seems our kindness has bred a wolf in sheep's clothing. Feeling restless? Su Sun felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and upon hearing the voice, he scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting a familiar figure that irked him. You've been scheming against me in private, haven't you? I won't tolerate it any longer. With a toss of his wine bottle and a shove of his phone into his pocket, he charged forth like a human cannonball. Watch out, Su Qiming. Here comes my wild onslaught. In a shocking twist, Su Qiming was taken aback. The voice and the familiar attack, it was him. The man had returned. As Su Qiming turned, time seemed to freeze. He was taken aback, witnessing a nightmare of a man hurtling towards him. Indeed, hurtling. His body instinctively tensed, yearning to evade. Yet his feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile as he watched the human projectile approach. In that moment, everything around him moved unnaturally slowly, as if trapped in a quagmire. As Su Sun collided with him, Su Qiming's mind raced, flooded with countless questions. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't he this beast already dead? Why is he before me? Could he have returned to life? But if he had, why is he here, in a venue where, given his status, he should not belong? No, he had vanished. It seemed that his death had never been conclusively established. This beast had truly returned. Ah, you scoundrel! A thunderous cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted in the solemn gathering, swiftly drawing the attention of many. Amidst astonished gazes, they beheld a handsome young man in his 20s raining slaps upon a middle-aged man. The crowd gasped in disbelief. To act with such audacity in public was utterly brazen. Yet, no one dared intervene, for such occurrences were rare spectacles. Old man, did you think you could conspire against me in my absence? Take that. With each slap, Su Qiming felt as though his brain might burst. However, more than the pain on his face, he was concerned about the piercing stares of those around him. Back in school, he could pay to suppress rumors, minimizing the fallout. Yet, these onlookers were prominent figures. Even if he managed to contain the news, he would inevitably become a laughingstock in their circles. What an utter humiliation. You beast. Beast indeed. Witness my whirlwind of slaps. Smack. Smack. I'll teach you to insult me, to conspire against me, to spread rumors about me in secret. Do you truly believe that your wealth grants you immunity? If only you had not crossed paths with me. With that, Su Sun abruptly extended his arm, his hand raised high, gathering strength. Prepare to shatter. To the onlookers, this strike appeared to possess an inexorable might, even accompanied by a faint whisper of wind, descending mercilessly. With that singular blow, Su Qiming immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. The crowd gasped in awe, rendered speechless. Some were curious about the identity of the young man, while others were astonished by the victim's identity. Suddenly, someone recognized the unconscious figure. Mr. Su. He is Su Qiming of the Su Corporation. Is it truly Mr. Su? How could such a reputable figure be reduced to such disgrace? Did you not hear? Mr. Su was caught cursing behind the protagonist's back. Whatever provoked such anger must have been quite severe. Indeed, Mr. Su should have known better. There are consequences for speaking recklessly in public. But who is this young man? He is truly audacious. Just then, the security arrived belatedly. Seeing this, Su Sun launched into another tirade. Stop pretending. I haven't even exerted myself. Su Qiming, suddenly revived, felt remarkably alert. His headache vanished. Yet, before he could relish his newfound clarity, a tidal wave of rage filled his chest. You little beast. Smack. You beast. Smack. Little beast. Smack. Smack. The scene became unbearable for even the spectators. I'm not saying Mr. Su, but after this, how can you continue to insult him? Are you inviting another round of beatings? Yes, Mr. Su. Even if you've been caught out, continuing to insult him is simply reckless. Today's youth seem to have no regard for their lives. Director Han, your words are too severe. We live in a society bound by law. Such things shouldn't occur. Though, one could imagine bloodshed. Hearing these comments, Su Qiming was on the brink of madness. It was this beast who initiated the violence. How had he become the one at fault? With piercing gazes upon him, the murmurs of judgment began to swirl. Su Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over him, as if he were engulfed in a spotlight of disgrace. No, this rascal must be made to serve time. He must pay for his transgressions. At this moment, Su Qiming's face flushed with anger, and he could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Su Sun, just wait. Today, I will ensure you rot in prison. Rot in prison? You were the one hurling insults. I merely reacted in a fit of anger, Su Sun retorted dismissively. A cold smile crept across Su Qiming's face. I insulted you? Do you have any evidence? It was clearly you who intended to harm me. And do you have evidence of my supposed assault? You were the one deliberately provoking me. Su Qiming's witnesses stand as proof, while the surveillance footage serves as material evidence. You shall not escape today. I will sue you. I will ensure you spend a lifetime behind bars. Is that so? Yet, this was merely a minor altercation. You suffered no injuries. What grounds do you have to sue me? At that moment, Gu Qingwan approached with a serious expression and said a few words. Upon hearing her, Su Sun's smile broadened. No wonder Gu Qingwan had been silent earlier. She must have rushed off to tamper with the surveillance footage. Now he felt emboldened. Qiming, your scheme is bound to fail. Without hesitation, Su Qiming decided to call the police. The law enforcement officers arrived swiftly, and as they listened to Su Qiming's various accusations, they began to gather evidence. However, the sudden malfunction of the surveillance system left everyone dumbfounded. They claimed that there had been a fault in the control room, resulting in the disappearance of all footage from the past few days. Su Qiming was utterly shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be such a coincidence? This must be the work of Su Sun. Su Sun shrugged. You just claimed I was continuously assaulting you. And now you say I tampered with the surveillance. Do you expect me to have a doppelganger? The numerous witnesses who initially attested to Su Sun's violence had now inadvertently provided him with an alibi, leaving Su Qiming seething with frustration, yet unable to refute it. In desperation, he sought out the hotel management to inquire about the situation. The hotel staff informed him that the surveillance room had indeed tripped, resulting in nothing being recorded. Su Qiming felt utterly humiliated. The police could not rely solely on one-sided accounts, and several officers had overheard that the conflict had arisen from a verbal dispute. Lacking concrete evidence, they could not ascertain the specifics of the incident, especially to avoid any exaggerations. Ultimately, the resolution hinged on the medical assessment of injuries. Both individuals were taken for medical evaluations. Although Su Qiming appeared vibrant on the surface, he claimed to have suffered a severe beating, leaving the police in a state of suspicion, yet they had no choice but to await the results. After a thorough examination, the expedited report revealed no abnormalities whatsoever. Despite Su Qiming's insistence that he felt dizzy and disoriented, the tests indicated no injuries. There were no bruises, nor even the slightest abrasions. Su Qiming was left dumbfounded, trembling as he clutched the report. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I nearly met my end. How could there be no injuries at all? The law enforcement officers exchanged exasperated glances. They recalled how Su Qiming previously claimed he had been pinned down and slapped. Yet now he spoke of nearly losing consciousness. How could someone be so severely harmed, yet bear no marks? Officer, I am merely a poor orphan. If he hadn't insulted me to my face, I would never have dared to confront such a powerful man. He is clearly pretending to be injured to extort money from me, seeking to strip me of my last savings and worsen my plight. If he desires money, I shall give it to him. Chapter 63. A dispute resolved for 20,000 yuan. Su Qiming was taken aback. He never anticipated that Su Sun would commit wrongdoing and yet have the audacity to deny it. At once, his eyes widened. No, don't believe him. He is deceiving you. If he were truly a poor boy, how could he possibly attend such a high-class event? Because I brought him, Gu Qingwan interjected, stepping forward. Who are you? Su Qiming was utterly perplexed. He had long wished to inquire about the woman who seemed to shadow Su Sun everywhere. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that I brought Su Sun to the banquet. I can attest that he is indeed an impoverished orphan. Not long ago, he rendered my father significant assistance, which is how we became acquainted. Today, I attended the banquet alone and feared encountering any issues, so I invited him to accompany me. My brother Su Sun is inherently reclusive. He merely stayed in a corner, sipping drinks and eating cake, not bothering anyone. However, it stands to reason that he must have reacted upon hearing something. Officers, you must have heard the crowd's remarks about Mr. Su's wanton insults. Had he not provoked my brother first, how could he have possibly acted out? I understand that some individuals may look down on others due to their wealth, but that does not justify their disdain. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the law enforcement officers grew increasingly serious. They recalled the testimonies of the eyewitnesses. Indeed, Su Sun had merely been indulging in food and drink in a corner, appearing as if he had never experienced such luxury before. It was likely that Mr. Su deemed him unworthy and began his onslaught of insults. Moreover, there were reports of Mr. Su referring to him in derogatory terms. Was such malice warranted toward a stranger? Of course, some matters were best left unvoiced, as they were law enforcement officers who could not carry personal sentiments. Nonetheless, the fleeting disdain in their gazes did not escape Su Qiming's notice. He was bewildered. Wait, I am the victim here. What are you looking at me like that for? A leading officer addressed him solemnly. Mr. Su, you have no injuries according to the assessment. Aside from your claims of headache and dizziness, we cannot comply with your request to detain anyone. We can only attempt to negotiate compensation on your behalf. How much do you believe you are owed? Compensation? Su Qiming clenched his fists involuntarily, nearly laughing in disbelief. He had been nearly beaten to a pulp. And yet they were offering such a nonchalant resolution? What a fine proposition for compensation. Noting Su Qiming's silence, Gu Qingwan reached into her bag and produced 20,000 yuan. Mr. Su, one must learn to be magnanimous. Do you truly wish to drive a helpless orphan to despair? After all, you have not sustained any injuries, and this 20,000 should suffice for your losses. I hope you will take this opportunity to settle. At once. Su Qiming laughed, genuinely amused by the absurdity. He had never imagined he would be humiliated with money, especially when a mere 20,000 could dismiss him. Yet now, apart from accepting this sum, he found himself with no other recourse. Ultimately, both parties signed a settlement agreement for 20,000 yuan, resolving the dispute. However, Su Qiming felt an unprecedented frustration, one that surpassed even the indignity of being beaten. Dad, what on earth is happening? The newcomers were none other than Su Wanqing, who had just received the news, and Su Xinyo, who happened to be present at the time. The two individuals hastily rushed over upon hearing that their father had been taken to the station, yet it appeared they had arrived a moment too late. Oh, the second and the third are here as well. It's fine, let's head back, Su Wanqing suggested. Confused, she inquired, Dad, what exactly is going on? What do you mean by calling me here? Who did you have a conflict with? Who? Su Qinian chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Who else could it be but that wretched child? What are you referring to? Indeed, it's that little scoundrel, Su Sun. Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. But hasn't Xiao Sun already died? How could that be? Died my foot. That little rascal is alive and kicking. In an instant, a figure dashed forth, landing a punch squarely on Su Qingyan's aged face. Old man, I haven't left yet. The crowd was taken aback, shocked by Su Sun's sudden and vibrant appearance. There was a mix of astonishment, excitement, and fury, the latter emanating most prominently from Su Qingyan, who exclaimed, Su Sun, what on earth are you doing? Don't forget we are still in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Su Sun scoffed, and what of it? You don't want to spend a few more hours here to squeeze 2,000 in compensation from me, do you? You. What about me? I'm still young enough to endure this, but I wonder how many nights you can survive with your old bones. The two resumed their combative exchange, glaring at each other with disdain. Although Su Wanqing was unsure of the events unfolding, she reasoned that Su Sun's recent antics were merely a playful spat between them. Thus, she stepped forward to mediate. Xiao Sun, how can you lay a hand on Dad? Apologize, and let's go home. Go to hell. That's your dad, not mine. I'm just an orphan. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow. Su Sun, how long do you intend to create this ruckus? Do you not realize that when you disappeared, everyone thought you were dead? Do you have any idea how heartbroken your sister has been over these days? Just apologize already. Let's go home. Apologize? Do you want him to turn our family upside down? Oh dear, Dad, can't we resolve our conflicts calmly without escalating to such extremes? Calm. Do you know what he has done? All right, enough of this back and forth. Su Sun interrupted, his expression flat. You needn't plead with me. If I want to go back, I will. If not, not even 10 oxen could drag me. Su Sun, don't make me slap you. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. A woman adorned in a stunning black and elegant gown emerged from the Law Enforcement Bureau, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she approached Su Sun. Little Sun, everything is fine now. Let us head back. All right, thank you today, Sister Warner. With light-hearted banter, the two turned to leave, disregarding the dismayed expressions of those behind them. Just as they thought the matter was resolved, Su Xinyo, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up coldly. Xiao Sun, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. Su Sun paused, slowly turning around. Who is barking? Who is that woman beside you? Su Xinyo's brows knitted in concern. Mind your own business. Su Xinyo, do you think you can still control me like before? At that moment, Su Xinyo realized that Su Sun had indeed changed. He was no longer the obedient, submissive boy he once was. Xiao Sun, come home with me. I promise you will not suffer any grievances again, whether from the past or tonight, as long as you return with me. Su Sun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman before him, incredulous that such words could come from Su Xinyo. Is this truly the Su Xinyo who once disregarded me? Now that I have lost my mind, do you think I still care for your empty promises? Sorry, but I have no interest. Su Xinyo's expression faltered. What did you say? I said I have no interest. But Su Xinyo, you are indeed hypocritical. Do you think you can deceive me into returning just to make my life difficult? Have you considered that if I return, it is you who will face the consequences? Gu Qingwan, who had been listening with confusion, began to discern the intricacies of the situation. One was the renowned Su family of Jiangqing, while the other was a man shrouded in mystery. The collision of these two worlds could surely spark unexpected fireworks. Little son, are you familiar with these individuals? Somewhat. They were my former landlords, so I am slightly acquainted. I see, just landlords. But those two ladies seem quite invested in you. Why not engage in conversation? Invested? That is merely an illusion. I have no desire to entertain them. Let us go. Su Sun was genuinely disinterested in conversing with them. He would rather retire to bed early. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he felt someone tugging at his arm. Turning back, he found Su Xinyo's serious expression. Xiao Sun, come home with me. I can assure you that the family will not hold anything against you. Really? Su Xinyo, do you think I need your fake kindness? I mean it. I genuinely want to help you. Only I can assist you. Su Sun scoffed. Sorry, the only thing that can help me is my own fist. And where were you when I needed help? Now you want to play the role of a big shot? Listen, stop throwing a tantrum. Are you planning to stay at someone else's house at this hour? Mind your own business. Whom I stay with is none of your concern. Let me tell you, times have changed. You can't control me like before. Watch if I don't slap you. Then go ahead and slap me. Fine. With a resounding crack. Su Sun delivered the slap. Time seemed to freeze as Su Xinyo turned her head, frozen in shock, only to feel the sting on her face. Indeed, she had just been struck. In that moment, all present were left in utter bewilderment. Su Qinian and Su Wanqing rushed forward, astonished that Su Sun had shown such mercilessness. Even Gu Qingwan was taken aback, not expecting Su Sun to be so unyielding. Why do you look at me like that? I'm merely fulfilling her request. This remark was infuriatingly reckless. Su Qinian nearly erupted in anger but managed to contain himself, sensing the sudden tension in the air. It felt as though a single word would provoke a violent response. Su Wanqing, however, was less restrained, exclaiming in outrage, Su Sun, you have gone too far. Even if you refuse to acknowledge us, how can you lay a hand on a woman? What woman? For me, there's no gender disparity. I look at the moon with seriousness. Here, there are no distinctions, only opponents. Do you understand what I mean by a worthy opponent? Su Sun, how have you transformed into this? Isn't it because of you all? Su Sun suddenly roared. You think you're the only one who can shout? I can shout too. Want to compare who can shout louder? To deal with the unreasonable, one must counter unreasonableness with force. At Su Sun's shout, the scene fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the rustling leaves and the gentle whisper of the wind. As the world quieted, Su Sun turned away once more, but the hand gripping his wrist remained steadfast. What is the matter? Do you have more to say? Third sister, Su Wanqing urged anxiously. Just let him go. Otherwise, he might strike you again. No way. What? A soft voice echoed, causing everyone to momentarily freeze. Su Xinro, her expression devoid of emotion, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes reddened. I might overlook the slap just now, but you must return with me today. Say that again. Su Sun narrowed his eyes. I said, you must return today. Otherwise, when I send someone to fetch you later, it won't be as easy to talk to you. The atmosphere became tense, laden with palpable threats. No one anticipated Su Xinro's sudden outburst and her unwavering determination. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, swallowed nervously, acutely aware of Su Sun's volatile state, teetering on the brink of an explosion. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Sun suddenly burst into laughter, covering his face as he guffawed uncontrollably. All right, you want me to go back, do you? Let us hope you won't regret it later. Su Qiming felt a jolt of unease. A foreboding sense washed over him. Su Xinro, satisfied, affectionately linked her arm with Su Sun's. I knew you would listen to me, little son. Don't worry, I'll protect you when we return. Heh, I hope you keep your word. A glint of madness flickered in Su Sun's eyes. Sister Wanner, you go back first. I have some matters to attend to. All right, make it quick. Gu Qingwan headed home alone, but just as she turned, a voice reached her ears. He won't be going back. For some reason, she sensed an inexplicable animosity in those words. Something about Su Xinro seemed off. After watching Gu Qingwan leave in her car, Su Sun finally entered Su Wanqing's vehicle. Throughout the journey, Su Qiming felt a myriad of reluctance. Yet he understood that opposing the current situation was futile. He could only endure it silently while contemplating how to deal with Su Sun upon their return. Su Wanqing maintained an optimistic outlook regarding Su Sun's return. For not only was he alive, but his presence also meant that her elder sister could step out of the shadows. By the time they returned to the Su household, it was already 2 a.m, and everyone had fallen into slumber. The news of Su Sun's return was kept under wraps until morning. That night, Su Sun was assigned to Su Xinro's bedroom, while she herself retreated to Su Wanqing's room. However, this was of little concern to Su Sun. Fatigue overtook him, and he simply collapsed into sleep, unbothered by the circumstances. Yet, it was only the following morning that he truly comprehended why he was not allowed to return to his previous room. On the 5th floor, surveying the desolate surroundings while holding the spirit tablet, Su Sun's expression darkened, and rage boiled within him. No wonder they wouldn't let me return to my own room. It had already been dismantled. As if that weren't enough, those two old fools even had the audacity to put up a hideous spirit tablet. With a sharp crack, he snapped the wooden tablet in two. Grabbing a baseball bat, his face twisted in fury, he descended to the first floor, casting a cold gaze at everything around him. You wanted me back, right? Then I shall turn this house upside down. The sound of shattering glass marked the commencement of his chaotic return, with the destroyed furniture around him standing as testament to his existence. Su family, your king has returned. He was utterly unhinged. Chapter 65. A ruckus in the Su household. Qin Xinlan, is there construction happening today? However, this visitor arrived far too early, the incessant banging preventing anyone from sleeping. What construction? The crew isn't coming for another couple of days, Qin Xinlan replied in confusion. Besides, the construction is on the 5th floor. How could we hear such a racket from the 2nd floor? Then what is going on? How should I know? But it sounds like it's coming from downstairs. Downstairs? Oh no, it must be that troublemaker. Su Qiming dashed off in panic, still in his pajamas. Hey, what do you mean? Where are you going? Qin Xinlan looked puzzled but followed him downstairs. Yet, when they reached the ground floor, they were instantly struck dumb by the scene before them. The once pristine living room was now a battlefield of destruction, everything in utter disarray. Su Sun, wasn't he dead? Troublemaker, what on earth are you doing? Before they could process it, a figure charged in with an elbow strike. Man, Su Qiming was knocked down, blood gushing from his nose as he lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. In the aftermath of this chaos, the Su family members, both upstairs and downstairs, congregated in the living room, all wearing expressions of shock. They were astonished not only by the devastation of the living room, but also by the sight of a young man lounging amidst the ruins, nonchalantly crossing his legs with an air of defiance. Little Sun, Su Mayan's eyes glistened with tears, filled with excitement, as if everything around her had faded away, leaving only the man who had returned from the dead. She moved unsteadily, as if walking on clouds, feeling as though she were still dreaming, the reality seeming surreal. Is this a dream? She approached him, her trembling fingers reaching out to touch his handsome face, seeking the comfort of that familiar warmth. Only to realize it was no dream. She wrapped her arms around him tightly. Little Sun, you're not dead. Get off me. Su Sun forcefully pushed her away, lifting the baseball bat and smashing it down onto the floor. Who the hell said I was dead? Step forward. Gazing at the cracked floor, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, none daring to respond. Only Su Wen recalled Su Mayan's previous antagonism, a flicker of vindictive thoughts igniting in his heart. Brother Sun, no one said you were dead. It was merely speculation. Speculation my ass. Su Sun launched himself forward, delivering a swift kick that landed squarely on Su Wen's face. Since when did a worm like you have the audacity to speak before me? I knew it was you three who caused this mess. Wait, it was just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I'll show you a misunderstanding. A few more blows later, Su Wen's face was already swollen beyond recognition, leaving him dazed and confused. Meanwhile, Su Qiming watched in shock and fury. Why hadn't he noticed the bruise on his own face last night? Otherwise, that little brat would have been grounded long ago. Yet now, seeing his son being beaten, he dared not say a word, for Su Sun was truly mad. He feared that if he spoke, he would receive an elbow too. Su Sun did not relent. He continued his rampage, swinging the baseball bat with fervor. Su Qiming watched in agony as his precious teapot and valuable antiques were smashed to pieces, his heart feeling as though it were bleeding. This is rebellion. This ungrateful wretch is truly turning against his own. What are you all standing around for? Stop him before he tears our home apart. Everyone, just stand still. At this roar, the few who had just begun to move froze in place. Su Qiming, feeling a tightness in his chest, lamented in despair. What sin has my Su family committed to deserve this punishment? The speaker was oblivious, but the listeners had their own understanding. Deep down, everyone knew that Su Sun's madness stemmed from a certain injustice. It was only then that Qin Xinlan, shaking off her shock, could not help but speak up. Old Su, what on earth is happening? This boy wasn't he dead? How did he suddenly return? Dead my foot. He is perfectly fine. As for why he is back, Su Qiming cast a look of despair at Su Xinro. You should ask your precious daughter. Inquire why she felt the need to drag this living nightmare back, even though he clearly didn't want to return. Who? The third one. Qin Xinlan was taken aback, her gaze directed at Su Xinro imbued with astonishment and bewilderment. In her recollection, her third sibling was the least likely to meddle in others' affairs, and had always been the most critical of Su Sun since childhood. What on earth was happening now? Su Xinro clenched her delicate fist, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling within her, yet predominantly feelings of displeasure and embarrassment. She had not anticipated that Su Sun would descend into such madness, to the extent of acting with reckless abandon. Was this truly the countenance of his dramatically altered temperament? No, it couldn't be. Suddenly, she recalled Su Sun's mocking and threatening words from the previous night. It seemed he had deliberately sought to embarrass her, to demonstrate his power over her. A shadow crossed Su Shinro's face. She despised this sensation of being out of control and loathed the feeling of being questioned. If she simply complied, everything would pass. So why must there be such unnecessary theatrics? Xiao Sun, you've gone too far. You need to stop now. Oh, so if I stop now, everything will be fine, right? Su Sun tossed the baseball bat to the ground, spreading his hands with a disarming smile. Then I will cease my actions. I recall someone stating they would protect me, right? I hope she can fulfill her promise. You. Su Shinro gritted her teeth, striving to steady her emotions. All right, as long as you refrain from acting recklessly later. I will protect you. Of course, I am a person of letters, not one to resort to violence. Suddenly, Su Sun's smile turned icy. However, I am susceptible to being possessed by spirits, and if provoked without cause, I may lose control. At that point, I implore you to restrain me. Some fell into silence, while others shivered in fear. Yet, everyone understood who the provocateur was. Once the parents intervened, all conflicts would dissipate. Very well, I agree to your terms. Su Shinro nodded in assent, determined to ensure her parents would not provoke Su Sun. Even ignoring him would be preferable to inciting his wrath. However, Su Qiming and his wife were left bewildered. What had they just consented to? Mom and Dad, Xiao Sun is this way because of you both. Of course, we share the blame. If that is the case, then we must all work together to guide him back on track. I do not expect you to treat him kindly. I merely ask that you ignore him and refrain from provoking him. As her words fell, Su Mayan quickly echoed, I support the third brother's decision. As long as you do not provoke him, he will not lash out without reason. At that moment, Su Baiyan added, yes, Mom and Dad. Please do not provoke Su Sun in the future. Otherwise, if he goes berserk, we may truly be unable to rein him in. Su Qiming and his wife were utterly shocked. Were they truly expected to monitor the sentiments of others within their own home? Who was truly the master of this household? We do not consent. Do not even think about it. Their dissent was futile. The decision made by the group had never relied on the parents' approval. Su Shinro, shedding her usual docile demeanor, coldly stated, your disapproval is irrelevant, provided you possess the capability to expel him. Otherwise, trust me just this once. The two elders exchanged glances. Startled. Indeed, if Su Sun truly chose to remain, they feared they would be unable to oust him without becoming the subject of his mockery. To avoid unnecessary risks, they ultimately had no choice but to grit their teeth and concede. However, they believed that with sufficient cold treatment, Su Sun would eventually reach a breaking point and depart of his own volition. Chapter 66, The Slander of Su Wan. In the past few days, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan had been unusually quiet. Their silence was so profound that Su Sun found it somewhat eerie. He could hardly fathom how some individuals could endure such circumstances, as if they were some patient turtles. Yet, what good was their restraint? It was merely the calm before the storm. Su Sun chuckled coldly. Life was unpredictable. Wasn't it just a facade of composure? He was eager to see how long they could maintain it. Xiao Sun, why not move to the 4th floor today? There happens to be a spare bedroom, and it would be livelier with just the two of us up there. Xiao Sun, let me help you with your things. You can take a break over there. Xiao Sun, I will help you make the bed. Would you like some water? I have freshly squeezed juice. Oh, you are so annoying. I am not bedridden. I do not need you to do everything for me. Su Sun was truly at a loss for words. Ever since his return, everything had been fine, save for Su Mayan's overwhelming enthusiasm, which made him extremely uncomfortable. He genuinely wished Su Mayan would return to work. It was unbearable to have her hovering around him all day. The key was that while others were intimidated by his threats, Su Mayan showed no fear whatsoever, instead becoming even more solicitous. Enough. I appreciate your kindness, but you truly need not go to such lengths. I simply wish to treat you better. You have no idea how heart-wrenching it was to learn of your death, nor can you fathom my exhilaration upon seeing you again. Now that I have nothing to do, I must engage in meaningful activities. What is meaningful? What truly holds significance is that you should showcase your own talents and continue to thrive in the business world, not trailing behind me with no purpose. Su Mayan smiled lightly. That was my previous mindset. I once longed to prove myself while neglecting what truly mattered. Now, I seek to cherish those around me. Sighing, Su Sun conceded, fine, whatever you say goes. As long as you are happy. Su Mayan continued, then it is settled. You will reside on the 4th floor. The 5th floor room is being demolished, so it is best left unused, but we must tidy up the belongings inside. I almost forgot. Instantly, Su Sun furrowed his brow. Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. Those two old folks still owe me for setting up that spirit plaque, and I have yet to settle the score with them. Moreover, that plaque was engraved so poorly. I was far too lenient last time. Su Mayan replied. I will go cut some fruit for you and check if dinner is ready. Please wait a moment. Once Su Mayan departed, the silence enveloped him. Yet Su Sun did not relish this moment of tranquility. Instead, he soon descended the stairs, but not to the first floor. He halted on the second floor. Since some individuals relished in slander and rumor, he would take tangible steps to make their accusations a reality. At the door to the room, Su Sun twisted the doorknob. Unaware that Su Wan, still lost in slumber, had no inkling of what was about to unfold. After a few attempts, he discovered the door was locked. However, Su Sun merely smiled coldly. He was undeterred and kicked the door violently. Room inspection. Accompanied by the resounding crash, Su Wan, still in deep slumber, nearly leaped from his bed in shock. Brother Sun? Su Wan grasped the blanket, and upon seeing the figure at the door, he felt a mix of shock and fury, yet feigned a terrified demeanor. Su Sun, however, paid him no mind, advancing to deliver a sharp slap, seizing his wrist with narrowed eyes. Where is it? Hand over the watch. Did you think I would come for nothing? Before Su Wan could comprehend, his cherished watch, hidden beneath his pillow, was snatched away. He pleaded for Su Sun to return it, for it was the first gift from their parents. Without a backward glance, Su Sun retorted, "What nonsense. What I find is mine." Su Wan was nearly brought to tears by this thief's logic, for that watch was not merely a timepiece, but a token from their parents. Most importantly, it was expensive. How could he not feel anguish over millions lost in an instant? Yet, in mere moments, that pain and anger morphed into a sense of triumph. He was troubled by the recent inability to find any leverage against Su Sun. Now that Su Sun was behaving so recklessly, one could hardly expect even his elder sisters to shield him. Su Sun, oh Su Sun, you are still too naive to contend with me. Xiao Sun, it's time for fruit. After finishing their fruits, breakfast time arrived. As everyone gradually took their seats, the atmosphere became quite lively with so many present. However, the harmonious breakfast was soon shattered by a sudden exclamation. Xiaowen, why is your face swollen again? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see the red mark on Su Wen's cheek. Mom, I'm fine, I just bumped into something. Despite his words, the instinctive glance towards Su Sun, quickly followed by averted eyes filled with terror, betrayed everything. Qin Xinlan was immediately enraged. How could she not comprehend what her son feared? It was bad enough that Su Sun was tormenting the two elderly individuals, but now he would not even spare her precious son. Such outrageous behavior. She had already been simmering with anger these past few days, and now she could no longer pretend to be composed. Su Sun, how much longer will you continue this madness? What did Xiaowen ever do to offend you? Su Wan, looking frightened, hastily interjected, Mom, this has nothing to do with brother Sun. There must be some misunderstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to kick my door down so early. And that watch was a gift from me, damn. Please don't blame my brother. What? He not only hit you, but also took your watch. Su Wan was so startled that he quickly covered his mouth. No, I misspoke. There is no watch. Seeing her son in such a state, Qin Xinlan's heart ached. What kind of aberration was this? Being beaten was one thing, but having his belongings taken as well, was there no law left to uphold? Xiaowen, tell me the truth. He didn't take the watch that your father and I gifted you, did he? Su Wan remained silent, but his weak nod confirmed her worst fears. Qin Xinlan felt utterly wronged, watching her daughters with tears brimming in their eyes. This is the person you choose to protect. He is becoming increasingly unrestrained. Xiaowen is your own brother. How long will you all continue to show such bias? TCH. At that moment, Qin Xinlan glared fiercely. Su Sun, do you still have the audacity to scoff? What do you intend to do? Stop the nonsense. Check the surveillance. If it confirms that I did it, just kick me out. Do you think I would hesitate for even a second? Fine, fine. You have truly become more and more brazen. Qin Xinlan trembled with rage. Laughing in fury, we won't hold it against you. And yet you dare to push your luck. Those things you destroyed a few days ago were worth millions. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to take action against you? Mom, eldest sister, be quiet. Are you still trying to shield him? Mom, it's not that I'm shielding him, but don't you think this situation feels familiar? Su Muyin spoke calmly. Every time Su Wan says something, you believe it without verification. Since Xiao Sun dares to check the surveillance, it surely wasn't him. It could very well be Su Wan framing him. Su Sun was taken aback. Are you engaging in self-interpretation again? This time, it was genuinely me. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any unjust accusations. What unjust accusations? Do you not comprehend human language? All right, Xiao Sun, don't sulk. I will help you prove your innocence. Then, Su Muyin turned solemnly to Qin Xinlan. Mom, I believe you should inquire about what really happened with Su Wan, rather than solely blaming others. Hearing this, Qin Xinlan nearly erupted in laughter from anger. How could she trust her own son over an outsider? She realized that her eldest was becoming increasingly blind, failing to trust her own brother. What a disappointment. Muyin, he has already admitted it, and you are still defending him. Are you suggesting that the slap mark on Xiao Wen's face is fake? Indeed, the slap mark is not fake, but it could have been inflicted by himself. What are you saying? Do you mean to imply that your brother would self-harm? Oh, Mom, don't say it, but it's quite possible. Su Baiyan interjected with a look of exasperation. Have you considered that if Su Sun were to strike him, he would do so openly rather than covertly? That would be superfluous. Especially with the watch. Su Wen didn't lose it before, and now it's gone just as Su Sun returns. Isn't that too coincidental? Can't he come up with a more creative approach? Have you forgotten the previous incident so quickly? Previous incident? Which one? No, wait, that is not the point. The watch. Su Sun suddenly felt a surge of delight, nearly forgetting the stolen goods. With both witness and evidence present, no one could absolve him of suspicion. Thus, with a decisive slap, he placed the watch he had taken from his pocket heavily onto the table. Enough of the chatter. I admit. I hit him and took the watch. But unexpectedly, another slap resounded as Su Baiyan rose from the table, pointing an accusing finger at Su Wen and scolding. Well, I said you. The dead green tea. How dare you frame others, so you have successfully transferred the stolen goods onto someone else, huh? You truly have no shame. At that moment, Su Muyan also bore an expression of displeasure, her icy gaze fixed upon Su Wen. Su Wen. How can someone with such moral depravity exist in the Su family? How many times will you resort to the same trick? Oh my, what are you all doing? Su Sun exclaimed in confusion. Both of them replied in unison, rest assured, no one will pin this incident on you today. Su Sun felt incredibly aggrieved. Yet there were others present who were even more so. At this moment, Su Wen was on the verge of tears. It was one thing if no one believed his lies, but how could they not believe the truth? Before he knew it, tears formed in his eyes as he looked innocently at Qin Xinlan. Mom, I swear I'm not lying this time. But let us just drop this matter. I don't want to make things difficult for everyone. Drop what? We must investigate thoroughly. Let us check the surveillance. Su Baiyan slurped a spoonful of porridge and added, no need to check. The surveillance has been off since the last incident. Su Wen knew this and dared to continue his slander. Without evidence, he can claim anything. At this moment, Su Wen internally screamed, oh no, what are you doing? At this moment, Su Wen had never been so eager for the surveillance to function properly, nor had he ever felt such sadness over its malfunction. What on earth is happening? Is it truly impossible for me to prove my innocence? Am I to suffer this injustice in vain? It must be said that for a moment, Su Wen found himself utterly unable to vindicate himself. Once the game of the wolf is coming is played too often, no one will continue to trust you. Even Su Qi Ming believed this time that Su Wen was simply making trouble, his countenance dark with displeasure. All right, let us eat. Thus, this matter was hastily brushed aside. After all, even the gravest mistakes of Su Wen would only lead to a few reprimands. Su Muyan no longer expected her parents to deliver any fair judgment and opted not to waste her efforts in further investigation. Meanwhile, Su Sun felt a profound sense of melancholy. Is this how I am to be exonerated? How could the situation have unfolded in such a manner? Where did it all go awry? He remained undeterred, resolved to take action once more. Coincidentally, Su Wen harbored the same intent. With no one trusting him, he was filled with indignation and fury. Thus, he planned to take drastic measures. Even if it meant framing someone else, he believed no one would joke about their life. And he was willing to take this gamble. As breakfast concluded, Su Wen waited for the opportune moment. Finally, he noticed Su Sun making a move. So he immediately ascended the stairs, feigning contemplation as he slowed his pace. As long as Su Sun stepped forward ahead of him, he would deliberately fall, ensuring that even if Su Muyan, this foolish older sister, wished to protect him, she would find no justification. After all, no one would jest with their own life. However, the higher he ascended, the more anxious Su Wen became. Having already climbed over a dozen steps, the height was more daunting than he had envisioned. Yet, Su Sun was already upon him, and retreating was no longer an option. He bolstered himself internally. Su Wen, you can do this. As long as you find the right angle, these few steps will pose no challenge. Just as he gathered his courage, Su Sun arrived behind him, passed him by, and finally positioned himself in front. Gazing at the figure 2 steps ahead, Su Wen coldly smirked, his body tilting backward. As soon as the railing gave way, he would tumble down, leaving Su Sun speechless. But to his surprise, the figure in front suddenly turned back, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Su Wen's mind, an ominous premonition flooding his being, and his foreboding was not unfounded. Su Sun abruptly pivoted, supporting himself against the handrails, and leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Get out of my way. Chapter 68. Su Muyan is cast aside. Su Wen was sent flying. Indeed, he was airborne. In the terror of his gaze, he plummeted down the staircase. He even experienced a prolonged sensation of weightlessness, a feeling both ethereal and utterly terrifying. For in those fleeting seconds, He felt as though he had grasped the truths of the universe and discovered his fate after death. He could hardly believe that in his attempt to feign bravado, he had genuinely been kicked down the stairs by Su's son. How could someone be so malicious? With a thud, Su desperately closed his eyes, as if awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, apart from the excruciating pain, he was unexpectedly alive, and even felt no dizziness. At that moment, brimming with anger and grievance, he disregarded any calculations, his mind consumed by a single thought: to report this incident, to let everyone know of his current plight. With a piercing wail, the once calm villa erupted into chaos once more. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Su's son, sat on the steps, taking great interest in the unfolding scene below. He had long suspected that Su was blessed with some form of luck, for such an accident could not possibly result in death. However, he was astonished that being kicked down from such a height had left Su with no serious injuries, not even a broken limb, and he still had the strength to shout and scream. Truly, this fellow had a robust constitution. Xiaowen, what has happened to you? Don't frighten your mother. The commotion drew the others, who gathered around the writhing Su. Seeing their son in such a grotesque state, Qin Xinlan and Su Qiming wore expressions of deep concern. Pain inflicted on their son felt like a wound to their hearts. Qin Xinlan didn't even need to inquire. With a glance, she was certain that Su's son was responsible for this vicious act. You ungrateful wretch. What do you intend to accomplish? Must you drive Xiaowen to his demise before you relent? Slowly, Su grasped Qin Xinlan's arm. Mother, please don't blame my brother. It was my carelessness that caused me to fall. He didn't mean it. The familiar tone of soothing words, the veiled implications. But how could Qin Xinlan contemplate such subtleties? All she could focus on was her son's current suffering, pointing an accusing finger at Su's son and shouting, well, it's clearly you. How could you be so cruel-hearted? Mother, it truly isn't my brother's fault. Please don't make it difficult for him. Xiaowen, you are simply too kind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been bullied to this extent. Mother, I'm fine. As long as everyone can live harmoniously, I will be content. My small grievances are nothing in comparison. Son, do not worry. I will surely seek justice for you. Witnessing the back and forth between mother and son, the onlookers felt somewhat at a loss. After all, everyone knew what Su had done. If he hadn't provoked others, how could he have suffered such a fate? Su Baiyan rolled her eyes, interjecting, Oh mother, how many times will you let him deceive you? Isn't this clearly a case of a failed scheme giving rise to another? Just look at Su's sly demeanor. It would be more reasonable to say he was kicked by Su's son. I was really kicked. Su instinctively protested. Su Baiyan instantly found it amusing. See, give him a lever, and he really tries to climb down. Isn't this premeditated? Enough. Su Qiming shouted vehemently, halting the dispute. He was not interested in the details. He only sought the truth. He directly asked, Xiaowen, tell me honestly what transpired. Father, I spoke wrongly just now. I'm fine. Su Qiming bellowed. I demand to know what happened. Spare me the distractions. Yes. This time, Su was not feigning innocence. He was genuinely rattled by his father's outburst. Seeing that her husband did not side with her and their son, Qin Xinlan became displeased. Su Qiming, why are you shouting? You want to help when our son is bullied to this extent, and now you're scolding him. I merely wish to ascertain the truth. If it is indeed true, I will certainly advocate for him. After all, he previously. What did he do? Qin Xinlan erupted. I see you are truly blind. Refusing to assist your own son while aiding outsiders. Does Xiaowen's past minor mistakes justify your lifelong prejudice against him? Do you even know what it means to be a father? Qin Xinlan, cease your unreasonable rants. I naturally believe in Xiaowen, but each time I assist him, I end up with egg on my face. Is it wrong to verify the situation first? With that, Su Qiming turned sharply to Su. You tell me the truth. What happened? Did Su's son truly push you? At this point, Su understood that he could no longer feign ignorance in the current predicament. Since everything was factual, it was time to reveal the truth. He immediately donned a look of grievance. Father, this time I truly did not deceive you. It was Sun Gu. He really did kick me down. Just now, I felt as if I was on the brink of death. I wouldn't jest with my life. However, I believe Sun Gu didn't mean it. There must have been some misunderstanding. Hearing this, Qin Xinlan's anger flared. See, I knew it was that little wretch. But you, as a father, actually. In an instant, a figure descended from the top of the staircase, executing a swift kick. That bent left knee and the straight, powerful right leg made it hard to imagine the feeling of such a kick delivered from that height. Quick, get out of the way. While Qin Xinlan stood frozen in shock, Su Qiming seemed to have a reflex. The moment little wretch left his lips, alarm bells rang in his mind. Sure enough, he spotted the suddenly violent figure. In a flash, he pushed hard, sending Qin Xinlan sprawling to the ground, causing her to curse in pain. Just as Qin Xinlan rose, prepared to cause a scene, A loud bang echoed as a figure landed heavily between them, cracking the floor beneath. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Had that kick connected with a person, it would have surely split them in two. Even more terrifying was the fact that Su Sun, despite jumping from such a height, appeared entirely unscathed, a sight utterly astonishing. Xiao Sun, Su Muyin exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to check on him, and only when she confirmed he was unharmed did she feel a sense of relief. She then turned to her furious parents, determined to prevent the situation from escalating further. This was merely a fabrication spun from thin air by Su Wan. Yet each time the consequences of her slander fell upon others, particularly her parents who sought to defend her. Now, she could no longer stand idly by and allow such behavior to persist. Su Wan, how much longer do you intend to persist with these same deceitful tactics? You possess everything one could desire. Why must you continue to target others? Must you stir this family into chaos before you are satisfied? Your parents are yours. The Su Corporation is your inheritance, and the future of the Su family is also yours. What more do you seek? I have seen through you. And from this moment forth, you are to leave the Su family. Do not return. At these words, a stunned silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback that Su Muyin would utter such a declaration, especially considering that Su Wan was currently regarded as the apple of their parents' eyes. As expected, Qin Xianlan's anger flared immediately. Su Muyin, you have truly crossed the line. If anyone is to leave, it shall be you. In an instant, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Su Muyin's pupils quivered, glistening with unshed tears, as she struggled to comprehend that these words were spoken by her mother. Having always been obedient and compliant, adhering to her family's expectations and perfectly embodying their dreams for a model child, she had even achieved notable accomplishments. Yet, after all these years of close proximity, she found herself overshadowed by someone of mediocre capability and moral depravity, someone who had merely existed for a few months. The sting of her mother's words cut deeply, leaving her heartbroken and desolate. While Su Muyin struggled to articulate her sorrow, her unwavering supporter, Su Baiyan, could no longer contain her indignation. Mother, your words are exceedingly hurtful. For the sake of Su Wan, you would speak so cruelly to your eldest daughter? I tell you, if she leaves, I shall follow suit. This family has changed. I no longer desire to be part of it. Why you? Qin Xianlan trembled with rage. So you've grown bold enough to threaten your mother, Su Baiyan. This is not a threat, but a warning. I genuinely fear that one day, I may fall victim to Su Wan's malice while you continue to coddle her. Therefore, I must prepare for myself. Enough. At that moment, Su Wanqin, feeling exasperated, stepped forward. Mother, your recent words have been profoundly disheartening. This entire situation stems from Su Wan, yet instead of correcting her, you lash out at your eldest daughter. Your indulgence will inevitably lead to trouble. Do you not realize this? You've all turned against me. After all these years of raising you, this is how you repay me? Qin Xianlan's eyes widened as she pointed accusingly at each of them. If you wish to leave, then go. All I need is my precious son. At her declaration, the shock was palpable. The disappointment and heartache of her daughters had now become a collective sentiment. Yet Qin Xianlan appeared utterly unfazed. Her demeanor only served to deepen the wounds in their hearts. Su Sun, watching from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. How had the situation veered so far from its original trajectory? This was not the outcome he had envisioned. Just as he prepared to speak, Su Xianro interjected. Mom and Dad, this entire debacle was instigated by Xiao Wan. Let us address the root of the issue and refrain from discussing family discord. Brother, I believe in you. But do you truly wish to see your family embroiled in such turmoil? As long as you speak the truth, regardless of right or wrong, I will stand by you. What do you say? Su Wan was moved. Indeed, in a pivotal moment, he could still count on his third sister. Third sister, I will answer truthfully. Su Xianro nodded with satisfaction. Very well, let me ask you this. You claim to have been pushed by your brother. Do you have any evidence? No. Then let me ask you again. Given that you saw your brother's strength, if you were indeed kicked down the stairs, why are you now unscathed? Appearing neither winded nor injured, standing without assistance? I don't know, but I truly was. Stop. I have not finished my question. You previously stated you did not wish to dwell on this matter to avoid family conflict. Was that sincere or merely a facade? Of course, it was sincere. After her questioning, Su Xianro surveyed the room. The conclusion is clear. Xiao Wan has no evidence to substantiate his claim of being pushed down the stairs. Even if he were pushed, for the sake of family harmony, he is willing to let it go. This discord has escalated to a point he never wished to see. Let us all take a step back. Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, yet he persisted. But third sister, I truly did not lie. Enough, Xiao Wan. Su Xianro interrupted him with a gentle smile. I believe you, but you lack evidence. Continuing this quarrel will only bring embarrassment to our parents. And since your brother was brought back by me, I cannot hold him responsible without proof. Otherwise, I would be slapping my own face. Do you understand? Suwon comprehended, and warmth spread through his heart. It seemed there were still those who would unconditionally believe in him. Alas, he lacked sufficient evidence. Moreover, since Su-sun had been brought back by his third sister, if there were issues, she would also bear some responsibility, given how well she treated him. He could not allow her to be put in a difficult position. Fine, let's let this matter go. It was merely a misunderstanding. Xiaowun, I knew my judgment of you was sound. Wait, I haven't spoken yet. Su-sun suddenly raised his hand high, scanning the room. It was I who kicked him. I don't need you all to explain for me. Suwon was bewildered. What was this turn of events? He was letting it go. Yet his brother had jumped in? Qin Xianlan's face lit up with joy. He admitted it. He admitted it. However, her excitement was met with silence from the others. The women remained mute, and even Su Qiming could only sigh, shaking his head at his foolish wife. Only Su Baiyan emerged to deliver a cutting remark. But did he not admit it? Recently, what has he not acknowledged? Yet how many of those things has he actually done? This is a complete surrender after disappointment. Otherwise, why would Suwon continue to slander him? He relies on your unwavering belief in him, doesn't he? You wretched girl. You seem to be itching for trouble today. Why are you so furious? I merely speak the truth. After all, someone dared to strike our father in public. Would they not resort to cunning tactics behind the scenes? Enough. Su Qiming bellowed, silencing the uproar. This matter is settled. How can it simply be settled? I just confessed. Su-sun was nearing his wit's end. At that moment, Su Qiming felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, especially after being publicly exposed by his daughter. However, he also realized that Su Baiyan's words held truth. A certain scoundrel acted recklessly without consideration, leaving no need for cunning maneuvers. It appeared that he had been played by his foolish son once more. But one thing was clear. Certain behaviors had become increasingly audacious, and the hearts of his daughters were no longer unified. This was not a good sign. Eldest, if you wish to protect him, then you must keep him in check. Otherwise, take him and leave the Su family. Why must I leave? You should be the one to leave. Su-sun retorted. Then I shall leave too. Su Baiyan glared. Very well. Then both of you shall go. Fuming, Su Qiming turned and retreated to his room. Su Muyen, witnessing this scene, let out a self-deprecating smile. It turned out that it was not only her mother who had changed, but even her father, who had once held high hopes for her, had begun to shift. His vision had become clouded and his heart blind. This turmoil had reached a point that none wished to see. What began as a conflict between Su-sun and Suwon had devolved into a rift within the Su family. The once harmonious household was now gradually fracturing, leaving each member engulfed in profound sorrow and silent despair. However, Su-sun continued to exert every effort in reporting his own misdeeds. Don't go. It was I who kicked him. I sent him flying with a powerful kick. You should judge me. Su Muyen slowly approached and said, All right, Xiao-sun. They have left. There is no need to continue mocking them. I wasn't mocking anyone. I'm merely speaking the truth, yet no one believes me. Xiao-sun, I understand that you are still sulking, but rest assured, in the future, when issues arise, you need not stubbornly refuse to admit your involvement. I will ensure that you are not sullied by any misdeeds you did not commit. At this moment, Su Xianro added, I've told you. As long as you obediently listen, I will not allow you to suffer any grievances. So when faced with difficulties, come to me and do not act on your own accord. Su-sun surrendered entirely, stating, If I can't return, I will certainly imprison both of you and make you meddle in my affairs every day. Chapter 70. Su Xin Rose Schemes. Mom, Brother Sun broke my phone. Mom, Brother Sun set my hair on fire with a lighter. Dad, I can't take it anymore. Su-sun blocked my mouth with a toilet plunger. Mom and Dad, this time I truly am not lying. Just now, Su-sun stole my bank card and even recklessly squandered my hard-earned money. I can't stand it anymore. Each incident vividly illustrated Su-sun's tyrannical behavior, utterly outrageous. Su Baiyan happened to be nearby, listening in utter disbelief. Haven't you had enough? Over the past few days, you've concocted 6 or 7 different schemes to frame him. Are you that bored? You little brat, get lost. I don't need you here to make snide comments. Go ahead and leave. Who cares about your son's petty troubles? Qin Xianlan was seething, holding her son and weeping, directing an accusatory glare at Su Qiming. You, with the surname Su, why haven't you taken a stand for your son? How much longer must we endure this? At this rate, our son will be bullied to death. Su Qiming, his expression heavy with melancholy, simply replied, Su-sun stole your card and spent your money? Suwon nodded repeatedly, shedding the pretense of innocence, and exclaimed with indignation, What he did was not stealing. It was outright robbery. He has nearly depleted my savings on my phone. I have never encountered such shamelessness. All right, hand your phone to me. My phone. Suwon was momentarily taken aback, instinctively handing it over. The password. 594,250. Su Chi-ming unlocked Su Wen's shopping platform and retrieved his bank statement records. Super Combat Tank Doll, comparable to 280 pounds. As he stared at line after line of purchase records, Su Chi-ming's expression grew increasingly grim. The recent, disgraceful purchases were one thing, but the previous transaction records ignited his fury. Transfers to establishments like Heaven on Earth and Underground Silver Room, as well as transfers to individuals named Xiao Li and Xiao Wan, were infuriating. Fine, I can tolerate those. But there were also multiple transfers amounting to hundreds of thousands, with the sender noted as Wei Chong. This was evidently a man. He could endure that. But the consumption records from the Macau Huang family casino were unforgivable. You ungrateful child. How dare you gamble? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chi-ming slapped him. Su Wen covered his cheek, bewildered. Qin Xian Lan, heartbroken for her child, shouted. Su Chi-ming, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting him when he asked the one suffering? Suffering? What's suffering? The consumption records are right here. Those funds were clearly spent by him. So what if he spent it? Why hit the child? You ought to consider what he bought before you speak. And he gambled. Did you hear that? Qin Xian Lan, in disbelief, grabbed the phone, and upon seeing the consumption records, her previously furious expression turned pale. What? How could this be? Xiao Wen, who is this Wei Chong? Don't scare your mother. Are you gay? Su Wen immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Mom, what are you saying? Wei Chong is my business partner. I told you I'm starting my own venture. So I invested in him. Oh, so that is how it is. You really startled me. As long as your orientation is normal, that's all that matters. Qin Xian Lan. Su Chi-ming could hardly tolerate his foolish wife any longer, bellowing. That matter can be discussed later. The key issue is he went gambling. Do you understand what that means? Gambling. Only then did Qin Xian Lan grasp the crux of the matter, her expression darkening. Xiao Wen, did you really go gambling? You cannot fall into such a vile habit. Mom, I didn't. Lying again. Are those millions in records not real? Or do you have a partner conveniently named after the Huang family casino? Su Wen was now panicking. Wasn't the discussion supposed to be about Su Sun's culpability? Why had it turned into an examination of his own actions? Under this immense pressure, he felt as if he had a fishbone lodged in his throat, unable to articulate an explanation. Just as despair began to envelop him, a woman who appeared like a beacon of light in his life suddenly emerged. Mom and Dad, there's no need to be so tense. It's just a small gamble. As long as it's not excessive, it's not a big deal. Third sister. Su Wen felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he could rely on his third sister. Su Chi-ming did not concur, but having already lost millions, and with the records indicating he was a frequent visitor, how could that be considered not excessive? Dad, a few million is nothing to our family. Now that we've discovered it early, there is still time to rectify everything. I believe my brother can learn from this experience. However, Xiao Wen, it turns out your selling of gifts was due to your gambling. If you had sold gifts to save money or to invest, I would fully support you. But wasting everyone's kindness for gambling is truly disheartening for your sisters, you know? Third sister, I didn't tea. I only used a very small portion for that. Su Wen's voice dwindled, growing so faint he felt embarrassed to speak. Su Xian Rose simply smiled gently and continued, Xiao Wen, it's not dreadful to make mistakes, but it is dreadful to not correct them. I know you've been under a lot of pressure recently, worried about losing something, which has led you to make many errors. However, it's all right. As long as you actively acknowledge your faults, everyone, including Mom and Dad, will forgive you. Really? Third sister? Mom and Dad will forgive me? Of course. Otherwise, why would Mom and Dad remain silent now? Hearing this, Su Wen anxiously glanced at his parents, who indeed wore expressions of silence. Little did he know, Su Chi-ming and his wife were using Su Xian Ro to provide Su Wen with a way out. Xiao Wen, I'll call everyone down shortly, and you can apologize to Mom and Dad in person, vowing never to indulge in those bad habits again. All right, I will, Su Wen replied cheerfully. Then, you'll also apologize to your sisters regarding the gifts, and cherish the gifts you receive in the future. No problem. I will never sell gifts for money again. I knew you were the most sensible, but lastly, you must also apologize to brother Sun. Okay, that's easy. Me? Who are you referring to? Su Wen was left bewildered. Chapter 71. Why should he, the one who suffers daily, apologize to me, the architect of his miseries? What's wrong, Xiao Wen? Are you displeased? No, it's just that regarding those matters, I truly didn't lie. I shouldn't be the one apologizing. All right. Xiao Wen, I understand you feel unjust, but you have no evidence. Even if you brought it up once, you've already exhausted your sister's trust. Do you realize that? But, seeing Su Wen's silence, Su Shinro offered a reassuring smile, gently coaxing. In truth, your sisters have always believed in you. However, when anyone plays the game of the wolf is coming too often, trust becomes elusive. Your recent schemes have been rather excessive. Not just the eldest sister, Even the second and fourth sisters feel you are deliberately stirring trouble. Is this what you desire? Your sisters can tolerate your little intrigues. Once or twice it may be inconsequential, but too many times, the nature of things changes. Xiaowen, you surely do not wish for your image before your sisters to be irrevocably shattered, do you? Therefore, apologize to your brother's son, to demonstrate your magnanimity, and seize the opportunity to turn foes into friends. If he were to act against you again, it would then be his issue, not yours. Moreover, he was brought back by me in a moment of impulsiveness, and I assured him he would not face hostility upon his return. Now, however, I am repeatedly smacked in the face by reality, and I find myself somewhat ashamed in his presence. Xiaowen, for the sake of your third sister, bow your head and let these matters pass. This way, he would no longer have the opportunity to mock me, and I would not have to tread carefully due to my promise to him, allowing me to better stand by your side, wouldn't he? At this moment, Suwen felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He understood the reasoning behind her words, yet he found it difficult to lower his head. It was not he who had framed another. It was clearly that scoundrel Su Sun's misdeeds. Yet, no one believed him, not even his most trusted third sister, who perceived the situation as his fault. Where was the justice in this? Why should he, the one being wronged, apologize to the one who struck him? But third sister, I truly did not. Xiaowen, Su Xinrou's tone turned somewhat stern. Do not persist in your stubbornness. Acknowledging one's faults is not a cowardly act. I am asking you to apologize not for Su Sun's sake, but for your sisters to understand your intentions. But I really... Su Wen's voice faltered, and he was filled with reluctance. Yet, that previous phrase echoed incessantly in his mind, permeating his thoughts. Not an apology to Su Sun, but rather for the sake of his sisters. Indeed, as long as Su Sun remained in this household, he could never fully attain the support of the Su family. Currently, he needed the backing of the majority of his sisters. He could not afford for them to harbor any negative sentiments towards him. Qin Xinlan, listening from the side, felt deeply reluctant. Why should her precious son apologize to that ingrate? Did he even deserve it? Meanwhile, Su Qiming found merit in Su Xinrou's words. Su Wen's reputation had recently plummeted. He could not afford to be disliked by his sisters. Otherwise, managing the Su family with his abilities would be an insurmountable challenge without their support. The eldest sister had lost hope, and the fifth was a problem child. But he must secure the second and fourth sister's allegiance. Now is indeed a perfect opportunity to refresh his image. Xiaowen, listen to your third sister. It is merely an apology, and besides, your presence has been rather overwhelming these past few days. It is time to shift perceptions. Qin Xinlan, however, wore an expression of unwillingness. No, why should Xiaowen apologize to that little wretch? You be quiet. Su Qiming swiftly covered her mouth, glancing around in alarm. Thankfully, no one was nearby. Had he just imagined that? At this moment, Su Qiming realized that he had developed a shadow of fear towards Su Sun, which filled him with shame. Here he was, the esteemed head of a billion-dollar enterprise, now intimidated by a mere boy. This could not continue. In his rage, he berated Qin Xinlan loudly. You foolish woman. Can't you think beyond your narrow-minded perspective? What harm is there in Xiao when apologizing? If he becomes utterly despised by his sisters, what then? What will become of the Su family? Who will assist him? Is this even comparable? Xiaowen can handle things himself. You foolish woman. I am being generous in my description. Su Qiming's face turned ashen with fury. Fine. Let him continue on this reckless path. Let him become the object of everyone's disdain. The eldest sister was originally sufficient in her capabilities, but with growing rifts, she has become unreliable. The fifth is merely coasting along, utterly useless. But the second and fourth sisters are indispensable. The second is connected to the top law firm in the country. If the Su family were to encounter serious disputes, we would need her connections. And the fourth, as a rising star, is a golden asset. Even if Xiao mismanages, her presence could elevate us above countless enterprises. If you do not allow him to bend now, when we are gone, he will be left to fight alone. I wonder how long he could sustain the Su family. Qin Xinlan was taken aback. Her sole focus had been on her son, and she had not considered the broader implications. However, coming from a wealthy background, she understood the intricate relationships involved. Despite her reluctance, she recognized the dire consequences of isolation. Mom, Dad, please stop arguing on my behalf. I am willing. After much inner turmoil, Su Wen finally agreed to lower his proud head and humbly apologize for his recent transgressions. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinlan felt both pained and relieved. Her son was too understanding and kind-hearted, or else he would not have to endure such humiliation. Damn that little ingrate. If you dare to take advantage of this later, I will not spare you. On the fourth floor, in Su Sun's new bedroom, Xiao Sun, what happened that day when you suddenly vanished? The fifth sister mentioned something about being driven away. What did that mean? Are you truly not of this world? How could that be? That day, I attempted to leave, but I accidentally stepped into the fountain and fainted, ending up lying there all night. What? A fountain? We searched everywhere, but we never checked the fountain. Yes. I fell into the water, but thankfully it was summer, or I might have frozen to death. You cannot imagine how uncomfortable it was to be soaking wet. Later, I grabbed my phone from the living room and left, only to find out that your dear parents had the audacity to claim I had died. At that moment, Su Baiyin snatched the phone from Su Sun and discovered it was indeed the one they had previously searched for in the living room. Big sister, it really is that phone. It wasn't thrown away by mom and dad. Su Muyan nodded. So it was all just a misunderstanding? Otherwise, what do you think? Do you believe I possess superpowers or can traverse worlds? Su Baiyin then asked, but why didn't you tell everyone and instead left home? Leave home. I couldn't just waltz back after being kicked out, could I? I had to maintain some semblance of pride. If it weren't for Su Shinro pestering me, I wouldn't care to return to this broken home. However, Su Baiyin still felt something was amiss. If he had returned, why continue to stir up trouble? Was it merely a matter of not wanting to endure any grievances? In the midst of their contemplation, a knock echoed at the door. Su Shinro entered without hesitation. You're all here. Perfect timing. Let us head down together. Xiao Sun, you should come too. Xiao Wen has expressed his desire to apologize to everyone, particularly for the recent events concerning you. Su Sun was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense. He, the one who has constantly tormented me, is apologizing to me? Chapter 72. Su Sun, I finally see you. Mom, Dad, I am sorry. I should not have been so thoughtless. I promise to conduct myself properly in the future and never let you down. Sisters, I sincerely apologize. I should not have sold the gifts you bestowed upon me. I now understand that they are not merely tokens, but rather heartfelt expressions of your affection. I truly ought not to trample upon your sentiments. From this moment forth, I shall cherish every little thing you have given me. And to you, brother Sun, I must also extend my apologies. I should not have sullied your name during this period. I was wrong. I shall never do so again. I hope we can coexist peacefully, hand in hand, striving toward a promising future together. In the depths of his heart, Su Sun thought, what on earth is Su Wen thinking? What does he mean by sullying my reputation? Has he developed some peculiar penchant for masochism? Even the others are bewildered, failing to comprehend the meaning behind Su Wen's actions. The women exchanged glances, seeking answers in each other's eyes, yet all they found was the same perplexity. Su Baiyin murmured softly, eldest sister, what scheme is Su Wen up to now? Surely he hasn't concocted something nefarious again. Perhaps, let us wait and see. Even Su Wanqing and Su Qingxiao were engaged in hushed speculation. Su Wen's sudden behavior was exceedingly out of character, so much so that it seemed implausible for him to act in such a manner. With his temperament, could he really be willing to apologize to Su Sun? There have been too many disturbances lately. Even a sincere apology from Su Wen might be perceived as a cunning ploy. Su Wen sensed the unusual scrutiny from his sisters, and anger stirred within him. Here he was, humbling himself to apologize, yet what did their scrutinizing gazes signify? Why did it feel as though he were under threat of execution? He silently clenched his fists, swallowing his dissatisfaction. Now was not the time to stir up trouble. He could not afford to lose face. Suddenly, Su Wen knelt down, repeatedly knocking his head against the ground. This unexpected display shocked everyone, including Su Shinro, who was taken aback as it was entirely outside her expectations. My son. Qin Xinlan knelt beside Su Wen, cradling his head to prevent him from continuing his self-punishment. Su Qiming half-squatted nearby, placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Little one, a man must own up to his mistakes, but a man's knees are worth gold. You must not kneel. Dad, Mom. Su Wen's face was a mask of remorse as he scanned the room, including his sisters. I know I've disappointed you all recently, but I promise to be more proactive and become the Su Wen you can take pride in, as long as everyone is willing to forgive me. Where is brother Sun? The others were momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Su Sun had already left the scene unbeknownst to them. Su Shinro's expression shifted dramatically. Where is he? Where did he go? He seems to have stepped out, Su Baiyin replied weakly. Stepped out? Who allowed him to leave? Why didn't you stop him? How could I stop him? I couldn't he possibly bar the door? Su Baiyin retorted. Third sister, why are you so agitated? Yes, what's the fuss about him leaving? Su Muyin looked on with a puzzled expression. Agitated? Upon hearing this, Su Shinro suppressed her irritation and spoke slowly. Little Wen is currently apologizing to him. If he can't even acknowledge that and leaves without a word, what does that signify? Clearly, he is still lacking proper discipline. Su Baiyin was rendered speechless, realizing that they were all concerned about Su Wen's feelings. Even though she favored Su Shinro, the third sister, more than anyone else, she silently derided her in her heart. Discipline? Can you really manage him now? Without a few stern words, he wouldn't fathom his own capriciousness. At that moment, each person was lost in their thoughts, while Su Wen felt a swell of gratitude. Indeed, it was always the third sister, always thinking of him. How comforting. At the Gu residence, upon leaving his home, Su Sun made his way directly to the Gu family. It was time for him to administer another round of acupuncture to the old master. Rather than listen to Su Wen's insincere apologies, it was far better to complete the pressing business at hand. Under the nourishment of his revitalizing tonic, Gu Tianwei's legs had noticeably improved over the past few days, allowing him to rise with greater ease and less discomfort. The subsequent acupuncture sessions aimed to stimulate muscle and bone development, accelerating his recovery. After the second round, the effects were remarkable. He could now traverse a distance of over 20 centimeters with assistance. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Gu Tianwei felt elated, witnessing his legs improve day by day. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not excited. He even began to envision climbing mountains and diving into waters, making up for years of lost opportunities. Old master, this final needle may feel a bit itchy. Itchy? I fear no pain. Why should I fear a tickle? Su Sun chuckled, holding the needle while teasing. Weren't you just saying you weren't afraid? Why the loud outcry? Little friend, what sort of needle technique is this? It hurts a tad. This needle is aptly named Thunderbolt Drill. As the name implies, it inflicts a pain akin to being struck by lightning. However, the results are undeniably excellent. I was initially concerned you might find it unbearable, but since it's merely a bit painful, I shall administer a few more to hasten your recovery. What? More? Of course. Here I go. Wait, perhaps we should save that for next time. Gu Tianwei howled in anguish, caught between pain and joy. The unexpected pain was shocking, but the exhilaration stemmed from the increasing sensation in his legs. Compared to the previous numbness, he welcomed the discomfort. Of course, a fleeting pain was manageable. Enduring it for a lifetime would compel him to remain bedridden. Gu Qingwan, watching helplessly from the side, reminded him, Dad, at your age, shouldn't you be more mindful of your words and actions? What sort of behavior is this? My dear daughter, I wish I could, but this is excruciating. All right. Oh, it doesn't hurt anymore? Gu Tianwei suddenly wore a disdainful expression, huffing. Such a minor prick is hardly worth mentioning. The rapid shift in his demeanor left both Su Sun and Gu Qingwan speechless. Su Sun couldn't help but admire the old man's audacity, becoming even more convinced that Gu Tianwei's paralysis was a result of his untamed tongue during his youth. Gu Qingwan chuckled helplessly. Little son, please forgive my father's antics. Shall we go for a walk outside? Yes, a breath of fresh air would be splendid. Old master, you continue resting to regain your strength. We shall step out. Very well, off you go. Outside the Gu residence, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, seamlessly transitioning from discussions within the home to those beyond its walls. Their identities and ages seemed inconsequential, bridging any generational gap. The more time they spent together, the more intrigued Gu Qingwan became by Su Sun, particularly captivated by his unconventional way of thinking. Little son, you weren't intentionally making my father suffer during the acupuncture session, were you? It didn't hurt like that last time. Ah, don't be ridiculous. I was merely administering proper treatment. Is that so? It seems you took the opportunity to retaliate for my father's earlier foolishness, but he indeed needed to learn a lesson. Oh, I truly did not. Am I that sort of person? If I were, I would be haunted by malevolent spirits by now. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Su Sun, at last. I have found you. Chapter 73. Tang Shuyu pleads once more. Well, the malevolent spirit has indeed arrived. Su Sun's smile faded as he turned coldly to face the woman before him, none other than Tang Shuyu, who had been eager to reconcile with him. In recent days, her family's restrictions had gradually loosened, and she understood what that implied. Her grandfather's attempts to negotiate had failed, and she was truly on the verge of being wed to a servant. Thus, she could not afford to remain idle. The moment she found an opportunity, she stealthily slipped out. However, upon her last visit to the Gu family, Su Sun had already departed. This time, as soon as Su Sun arrived at the Gu household, she received the news and was determined not to let this chance slip away. If Su Sun could cure her grandfather's ailment, not only would the family refrain from punishment, but she would also be hailed as a savior. The more Tang Shuyu contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, vividly envisioning the scene of her family showering her with praise. Su Sun, what are you grinning about? Tang Shuyu suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly approached. Su Sun, please help my grandfather recover. Amused, Su Sun barely suppressed a laugh. What kind of peculiar individual was this? How could one be so presumptuous while seeking help? Not a chance. With those two curt words, Su Sun turned back, instantly shattering Tang Shuyu's fantasies. Stop right there. Did you not hear me call for you? Who do you think you are? Su Sun did not even glance back. Su Sun, how can you be so uncouth? Tang Shuyu fumed, stamping her feet in frustration as she hurried after her. She had often heard about the old man's deteriorating condition. Within a few short days, the transformation was palpable, and Su Sun surely possessed the ability to save him. If that were the case, why wouldn't she help? Su Sun, stop. I can pay you whatever amount you desire. Very well, 500 billion. What? Tang Shiyu's eyes widened in shock. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Robbing is not as quick a way to earn money. In mere moments, Tang Shiyu was left trembling with indignation. Throughout her life, who had ever dared to disrespect her? Who had ever spoken to her in such a manner? She had never encountered someone with such a sharp tongue. It dawned on her that Su Sun was merely trying to toy with her. Su Sun, didn't you want 100 million? If you save my grandfather, he would gladly offer you 1 billion. Oh, and what about you? Are you not offering anything in return for my assistance? What more do you want? Is my grandfather's or my father's reward not sufficient for you? Su Sun nodded slowly, a knowing gleam in her eyes. So, you are using someone else's wealth to court my favor? What difference does it make? Will you treat him or not? I've stated my price, 500 billion for the treatment. Dream on. Then you may continue dreaming. Suddenly, Tang Shiyu felt as though a piece of her heart had vanished, left dumbfounded in place. The sense of impending crisis washed over her once more, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. At that moment, Gu Qingwan stepped forward, observing Tang Shiyu's expression of disappointment. Shiyu, you have truly been spoiled. Who taught you to plead in such a commanding tone? Do you realize your grandfather must beg to implore others for help? In that instant, Tang Shiyu began to panic, understanding the source of her anxiety. Once again, she had allowed arrogance to overshadow reason, having offended someone through her arrogance. Indeed, she had come to plead. Why should she adopt such a haughty demeanor? I apologize, I misspoke. Su Sun, I beseech you to assist my grandfather with the treatment for 500 billion. I believe my grandfather will consider it. I implore you, I will kneel if you will only agree to help. You may hit me, scold me, whatever you wish to vent your frustrations. With that, Tang Shiyu slowly knelt down. Yet, Su Sun merely cast a cold glance, remaining entirely unmoved. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, she gazed into the distance and said indifferently, Amit Ba, we are fated to be strangers. What? Tang Shiyu's eyes widened in confusion as she looked up. Yet, apart from the indifferent figure bathed in sunlight, she saw no glimmer of willingness to assist. No, you cannot refuse to save him. You cannot. Tang Shiyu crawled to Su Sun's feet, clinging tightly to her leg. Mr. Su Sun, I was wrong. Please lend a hand. I am willing to comply with anything you ask. Get away from me. Su Sun kicked her away, continuing her path with indifference. Do you think I would help you? In your dreams. In truth, Su Sun had a superficial understanding of fate. Tang Shiyu was a harbinger of misfortune, one who would bring calamity upon her kin. Old Master Tang was already adversely affected by her presence, his lifespan considerably shortened. Seeing the old man's fortuitous countenance, Su Sun had initially intended to help, but the gesture was unappreciated. Moreover, Tang Shiyu, being a product of the Tang family's indulgence, was the root of the problem. Ultimately, the consequences of their past indulgence had harmed their own fate, which was the fate of the Tang family and Tang Shana. Now, he was merely adhering to the dictates of destiny. Witnessing Su Sun's coldness, Tang Shiyu was consumed by anxiety. If Su Sun did not relent today, her life would be irreparably ruined. She could not accept such an outcome. Thus, she crawled to Gu Qingwan's feet, pleading, Aunt Wan, I know you are close with Su Sun. I beg you to intercede on my behalf. If he refuses to treat my grandfather, I will be forced to marry the son of a servant, and my life will be ruined. Tang Shiyu, Gu Qingwan replied with palpable disappointment. What do you mean by marrying a servant? Do you not realize you are no better than anyone else? If it weren't for your own arrogance, how would you have offended her? I cannot assist you. Aunt Wan, Sai, return home. Do not engage in futile struggles, for that will only hasten your grandfather's demise. After a long moment, Tang Shiyu remained hopelessly kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, the two women chose to leave without further concern. Su Sun had never been one to indulge in excessive compassion. He was resolute in his decisions. If he chose to help, he would certainly do so. If he chose not to, not even the King of Hell could change his mind. Moreover, he had little fondness for the Tang family's indecisive nature. He was still collaborating with Su Wan, and it was not as if he were oblivious to the Tang family's ulterior motives, was it? Sister Wan, I will not go in. I will return in a few days. Not staying here? Is it because of that Su Shinro? Her. Su Sun scoffed with disdain. What does she amount to? I have unfinished business. Rest assured, I will be coming back frequently. How about we have lunch together? It will be ready soon. No. I must take my leave. After departing the Gu household, Su Sun did not head straight back to the Su family. Instead, he found himself at an internet cafe. The collaboration between the Tang family and Su Wan was flourishing, and the Su family was poised for a turnaround. How could he tolerate this? However, he was taken aback to discover from his research that the Tang family had not only maintained their partnership, but had even increased their investment. Very well, but it is a pity that your Tang family has backed the wrong horse. Su Wan does not possess the capabilities you envision. That evening, upon returning home, Su Sun realized he was quite hungry. After having left for breakfast, he had not eaten since. Just as he arrived home, dinner was being served punctually. Yet Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan wore expressions of distress, particularly at the sight of his ravenous appetite, which seemed to disregard their presence entirely. Sun, where have you been today? Were you with that woman? None of your business. Stop interrupting my meal. Su Sun replied curtly, focusing on his food. I am only looking out for you. I wouldn't want you to be deceived. This chicken leg is delicious, and this lobster is quite good too. Su Sun, quit calling me. Su Sun, already irritated by the interruption, grew even angrier when Qin Xinlan chose that moment to mock him. What a glutton. Did you not eat while you were out? In an instant, Su Sun's expression shifted. Without a second thought, he pressed his hands against the table, and the hefty wooden table, weighing over 500 pounds, was easily lifted, only to be violently overturned amidst the astonished and terrified gazes of those around him. How dare you prevent me from eating? Then none of you shall eat either. Chapter 74. A mere pair of parents, not worth having. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The atmosphere thick with tension. No one anticipated such an upheaval, not only due to Su Sun's sudden fury, but also because he effortlessly overturned a table weighing over 500 pounds. It is well known that such weight is a Herculean task for an ordinary person, let alone to lift and flip it with such apparent ease. What manner of being is Su Sun? Su Qiming's face was a mask of terror as he realized that Su Sun had clearly been holding back previously. Otherwise, he would have long since been dispatched with a mere slap. This situation is untenable. This child has become increasingly uncontrollable. He cannot remain in the Su family any longer. The restaurant was enveloped in a silence so profound that a pin dropping would have been audible, the floor strewn with debris. Qin Xinlan held a piece of braised meat with her chopsticks, the crimson oil dripping rhythmically down, a sound piercing the collective shock of the onlookers. They glanced at their dazed mother and then at the chaos strewn across the floor, a wave of speechlessness and resignation washing over them. Could they not have kept their mouths shut while dining? Now, the meal was ruined, and they were left wondering how to proceed. Speak up. Su Sun's roar was nothing short of thunderous, jolting everyone back to reality. Just moments ago, they had been so voluble. Why the sudden silence? I told you not to disturb my meal, yet none of you would listen. Now, I, a ravenous specter, cannot eat. Let us see who among you can still find appetite. With a swift motion, Su Sun struck the table leg, snapping it with a sharp crack, and hurled the severed piece towards Qin Xinlan. Her pupils contracted in terror as she watched the projectile rush towards her, the sound of wind slicing through the air seemingly heralding her demise. In that fleeting moment, she envisioned death itself, even glimpsing her deceased great-grandmother beckoning her. With a thud, Qin Xinlan collapsed, her body going limp as she fell backward, tumbling from her chair. Mother! Su Wanqing and Su Qingxiao rushed forward in alarm, while Su Wen also hurried to her side, his expression filled with concern. Mother, are you all right? Please, don't frighten me. I'm fine, just a bit weak. She replied, though her voice trembled. It's my fault for not protecting you, causing you distress, he lamented. Son, how can you blame yourself? This is clearly. Her words faltered as Su Sun's fierce gaze silenced her. The remnants of fear lingered, and she was acutely aware of the peril she faced today. Yet, she hesitated to speak, while others could not remain passive. The once tranquil meal had devolved into chaos, and Su Qiming was seething with fury. Su Sun's unrestrained behavior was now intolerable. Third son, this is the assurance you offered me. I believe you owe the family a satisfactory explanation, or we might as well abandon this household. Dad, I have repeatedly warned that this is clearly Mother-S doing. Clearly, Mother and the third son are deliberately stirring trouble. Su Muyin interjected, her anger palpable. It was a matter of keeping quiet, yet you insisted on flaunting your arrogance. Third son, can't you temper your domineering nature? Do you not understand the principle of silence during meals? I did not, Su Shinro retorted. You know it well enough. I am aware you never regarded Xiao Sun as worthy of sharing a roof with you, yet you needn't make it so obvious. I truly. And Mother, must you always resort to verbal jabs? Is it so difficult to refrain from belittling others at the dining table? Is it truly necessary? You all know Xiao Sun is irate, yet you continue to provoke him. It seems your prior commitments were mere fallacies, for you have no intention of cohabiting harmoniously, but rather wish to cast him out. Su Sun's spirits lifted. Excellent. I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal. At this moment, Su Baiyan chimed in. Indeed, had we all remained silent, we could have coexisted peacefully. Yet here we are, embroiled in conflict when I've barely taken a few bites. Qin Xinlan was on the brink of madness upon hearing these words. What sins have I committed? My own mother is suffering, and these two ungrateful daughters side with an outsider. I might as well perish. Mother, could you not be so obstreperous? Su Muyin protested. Obstreperous? Su Muyin, it seems you truly see me as an unnecessary presence. Actually, I believe the eldest sister, Su Baiyan silence. Qin Xinlan roared, her face contorted with rage. You wretched girl, have I not sacrificed for you all these years? I should have drowned you in the toilet long ago. Fine, drown me. After all, you weren't the one who played with me as a child, nor were you the ones attending parent-teacher meetings. One is perpetually absent, while the other spends her days shopping and playing mahjong. Su Baiyan had long ceased to care about her parents' opinions. They had rarely been present during her childhood, providing only money and gifts. Yet, they were excessively stringent about matters that should not have concerned them, dictating paths she must follow, insisting on specific academic achievements, and even controlling her friendships, leading her to lose many companions. Previously, a mere smile from her parents would brighten her days, but as she matured, such trivialities faded in importance. After all, she had grown up trailing behind her sisters, and her parents had long since abandoned their roles as guardians. Parents? Who needs them? Su Baiyan was inherently rebellious, lacking the capacity to voice her defiance in the past. Now, with all conditions ripe for her departure, she was prepared to leave. For she understood that with Su when present, she would inevitably become a casualty on his path to success. Thus, she began to plan ahead. With her imminent university graduation, she possessed the ability to strike out on her own, unafraid of any familial repercussions. Enough is enough. I see you both are just as rebellious. Qin Xinlan was thoroughly incensed, particularly by Su Baiyan's audacious demeanor. Yet, Su Baiyan remained unfazed, her chin held high, exuding disdain. Today, I am indeed rebellious. You, Su Qiming, look at the daughter you have raised. Such blatant insubordination. Su Qiming was at a loss, recalling how he managed the eldest, second, and third children while she had overseen the youngest. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I bear all the responsibility for her current state? Yes, but you cannot place all the blame on me. We agreed that one would manage three, while the older ones were my responsibility and the younger ones were yours. Now, look at her. You are the root of the problem. Su Baiyan laughed mockingly. My mother used to be so kind to me. She promised to take me out for dinner, but instead, she went off to play mahjong. She promised to take me to the amusement park, yet she chose to play mahjong again. When I was hospitalized with a high fever, she was still at the mahjong table. Quite impressive indeed. What? How come I was unaware of this? Su Qiming's complexion paled. You wretched girl. So, you've been nursing a grudge over such trivial matters. I should have left you on the roadside long ago. Qin Xinlan, answer me. What on earth is going on? Why are you shouting? You were rarely home. Did I not deserve a break? Was I not responsible for supporting the family? Was it easy for me to uphold the vast Su enterprise alone? Su Qiming, with his neck strained, retorted, I know you enjoy playing. But how could you neglect the children for the sake of mahjong? Do you even remember what it means to be a mother? I do not. And you do? After a week of absence, has he taken a mistress outside? Spare me your nonsense. It is absurd that the recent incident has gone unnoticed, transforming into a frenzied exchange of grievances between Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan, the elderly couple. Su Sun gazed in silence at the bickering pair. What about me? Am I to be forgotten so easily? Chapter 75. Su Mu Yin is pressured into marriage. While the squabble continued, the two sisters were not without their own disputes. Su Qingxiao approached Su Baiyan, furrowing her brow. Fifth sister, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. They are our parents, and you dare speak to them in such a manner. Who are you to meddle? I am your fourth sister, Su Baiyan. What is this attitude you are displaying? This attitude is not new. Times have changed. Did you think I would continue to endure your overbearing ways? Su Sun thought to herself, aren't these my lines? Su Baiyan, Su Qingxiao, enough, enough. You have truly become insufferable. It seems you are in dire need of discipline. You, a mere decorative vase, dare to raise your hand against me? I shall not indulge you. Thus, the conflict reignited, with parents at odds and sisters at each other's throats. Su Sun suddenly felt bewildered by the dynamics of this family. What on earth is happening here? The following day, the remnants of the previous day's chaos in the dining room had been tidied up, and a heavier table had been set in place. Despite their quarrel, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan reconciled swiftly, reaffirming their united front. After much discussion, they resolved to eliminate certain unstable elements entirely. While Su Sun still slumbered, they hurriedly gathered everyone. Third child, whatever means you have, you must ensure Su Sun is removed. Eldest brother, prepare yourself. Your mother and I have arranged a marriage for you. Focus on your nuptials. As for the fifth child, after graduation, you may go wherever you please. We shall no longer concern ourselves with you. Su Baiyan scoffed. What do you mean by marriage for the eldest? Do you intend for her to enter into a union? So what if we do? Su Qiming retorted coldly. Do you intend to prevent your elder sister from marrying? Do you wish for her to remain a spinster for life? Has the eldest agreed? This is an arranged marriage. I oppose arranged marriages. Opposition is futile. Go cool off somewhere, you insolent girl. Qin Xinlan pushed her aside. What about me? Su Muyan's inquiry plunged the atmosphere into a momentary standoff. In truth, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan had never intended to solicit her opinion. In their minds, parental authority and arranged unions were paramount, leaving no room for Su Muyan to refuse. Moments later, Su Qiming spoke somberly. Eldest, you have reached the age for marriage. It is time for you to embark on a life of your own. We have arranged for you to marry the son of the Han family from the neighboring city. You shall be satisfied. Satisfied? When have I ever expressed a desire to marry? Do you plan to remain unmarried for life? Su Qiming's voice rose in anger. So what if I do? I will not accept your arrangements. You cannot coerce me. Su Muyan, you insist on being contrary to the family, do you? You will marry, whether you like it or not. In a large family, it is time to give back to the family. I have already repaid my debts to the family. I transformed Su Corporation from a company worth less than 10 billion to over 100 billion. Is that not enough? The atmosphere dropped to an icy silence. The sisters had never witnessed their eldest sister so enraged, particularly towards their father. It was clear that this matter had struck a nerve with her. Su Qiming was filled with fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he could not dispute that Su Corporation had flourished under the stewardship of his eldest daughter. Su Muyan had joined the family business upon her university graduation. Her strategic decisions and bold actions had elevated Su Corporation's reputation throughout Jiang City and even the entire province. The one area where Su Qiming felt inadequate before Su Muyan was precisely this. He could not overlook her monumental contributions. Yet, success and failure alike were tied to her. The current decline of Su Corporation was also a consequence of his eldest daughter's actions. In that moment, his confidence returned somewhat. Eldest, while you have made significant contributions over the years, you have also committed grave errors. The current predicament of Su Corporation is a result of your decisions, and you must make amends. Our family needs the support of the Han family. Su Muyan chuckled, but there was a sharpness to her laughter. She could hardly believe her father's audacity. Whose fault was it that they found themselves in this predicament? Was it not his rush to elevate his precious son that had led to this situation? Dad, we all know where the blame lies. I do not wish to argue with you, but even if Su Corporation's value had halved, it still far exceeded its former worth. Therefore, you cannot morally coerce me. Su Muyan, do you truly have no consideration for the family? Su Qiming's voice grew increasingly strained. Su Muyan replied with a cold smile. Consideration? I have considered far too much, only to face reckoning and betrayal from the family. What more do you expect me to consider? Dad, have you ever thought about my feelings? Fine, you have made your point, but your objections are of no consequence. You must marry into the Han family. And as for Su Sun, although she is the third child brought back by you, it is primarily you who has sheltered her. I advise you to expel her from the Su family swiftly. Do not force me to take action. What do you mean, Dad? Su Muyan felt a wave of unease wash over her. You know exactly what I mean. He has completely severed ties with us. If it comes to a point of no return, I will no longer care about appearances. He must disappear from the Su family. Thus, the conversation ended on a sour note. It was only at this moment that Su Muyan truly understood the callousness and ruthlessness of her father. The oppression and humiliation were not enough. He was willing to cross lines. No, this cannot continue. Su Muyan had made her decision, for both herself and Su Sun. She could not remain in this family any longer. Sun, wake up quickly. I am taking you on a trip. What trip? I refuse to go. Stop disturbing my sleep. Do not sleep just yet. You can rest in the car. We must leave today. What is this about leaving? It is merely that Su Qiming wishes to deal with me. He wants to force you into marriage. Why the panic? Su Muyan's expression faltered. How do you know this? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Su Sun yawned. I overheard it when I went downstairs for a drink this morning. I saw you two engrossed in conversation and did not want to interrupt. Su Muyan was taken aback. She had thought Su Sun was unaware and had hoped to spare him the pain of leaving. Yet, he seemed to know everything and appeared unconcerned. However, the more indifferent he seemed, the more anxious she felt. Given Su Sun's temperament, she feared he might take risks. What if their father acted prematurely? She dared not contemplate further. No, since you know, we must leave even more urgently. Rest assured, I will take you to a secluded place, far from the troubles of the Su family. I will take good care of you. Fine. I suppose I will just continue to doze for a while. With that, Su Sun slumped back down like a limp rag doll. Seeing this, Su Muyan grew more anxious. Sun, stop being stubborn. Listen to me for once. Let us leave. Shall we? Once we are gone, no one will meddle in your affairs, and we can live peacefully. Oh, spare me. What would running away accomplish? Is that what it means to elope? That old man wouldn't he even want to chase me away? What would I run away for? Why are you so stubborn about this? If necessary, I can always drive you away, can't I? You? Su Sun opened her eyes and cast a disdainful glance, clearly unconvinced. All right. How about I take you to transfer the household registration then? In an instant, Su Sun sprang to life. leaping from her bed and slipping on a pair of slippers before striding towards the door. Hurry up, Wee Woon T want to delay the staff's lunch break.